Chapter 1. Entering the Ninth Division. Jiang Wenwu had never imagined that his father, a man who was often absent from home and shrouded in mystery, having divorced his mother when he was just a child, would surprise him after his passing. A letter of recommendation allowed him to inherit his father's legacy, securing a position within a government department, drawing a salary from the stadia, truly fortuitous turn of fate. In this era, what other state institutions still operated under such a system, permitting a son to take over his father's role? Moreover, Jiang Wenwu had graduated from a rather inconspicuous vocational school, often facing disdain in his job search. Upon receiving this news, he found himself waking up in laughter from his dreams every night. Of course, Jiang Wenwu gleaned from the sparse notes left behind by his father that this entity, known as the Ninth Division, was not quite what he had envisioned. It appeared to be rather unconventional. As for the nature of its peculiarity, Jiang Wenwu could not quite articulate it nonetheless. It felt distinctly abnormal. This was the first impression he formed before setting foot there. On the day of his reporting, Jiang Wenwu discovered that the Ninth Division was indeed situated in a rather remote location, nestled within a five-story building constructed in the former Soviet style in the Old City. Upon entering, the drowsy old doorman glanced at his letter of recommendation and tossed it back at him, grumbling that Jiang Wenwu had disrupted his sleep. With a sense of astonishment, Jiang Wenwu stepped into the building, making his way directly to the third floor, heading towards the director's office. After knocking on the door, a voice that sounded quite aged responded from within. "Come in." Cautiously, Jiang Wenwu pushed the door open, and the first thing he noticed was the slender and well-proportioned silhouette of a woman. However, he refrained from lingering on the sight, promptly adopting a serious demeanor as he approached the antique desk and respectfully placed the recommendation letter down. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the director, who appeared somewhat fearsome, a long scar extended from his brow to his lower lip. The director picked up the recommendation letter, glanced at Jiang Wenwu, and said, "You're Jiang Xian's son? Then proceed to the archives department to complete your paperwork." Jiang Wenwu accepted the letter back from the director, and as he was about to leave, he said, "Director, please continue with your work." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he closed the door behind him. Upon arriving at the archives department, he found only a woman in her 40s, who looked at him with an expression of deep resentment, making Jiang Wenwu feel as if he owed her a substantial debt. After she glanced at his recommendation letter, she carelessly tossed it aside and said, "You'll be responsible for organizing the files here. Remember not to mix up the chronological order." Jiang Wenwu nodded busily and rushed over to tidy up the haphazardly scattered files. Though he was taken aback by the fact that no formal onboarding procedures were required, the Ninth Division was indeed peculiar. While he was organizing the files, the woman spoke again. "You're Jiang Xian's son? Director Liu and your father were never on good terms. They often clashed over the director's position. Since you've been assigned here by Director Liu, don't expect any promotions." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Wenwu felt a jolt of dismay. He had initially thought he had landed an easy job, only to discover that Director Liu had relegated him to this position. Anger bubbled within him, but he recognized the reality that higher officials could suppress those beneath them, especially when it involved his father's old rival. With that thought, he felt somewhat reconciled. After all, he had a stable job and a secure salary as long as he did not make any significant mistakes. Even the elderly Director Liu would be unable to thwart him. After some time, Jiang Wenwu finally managed to organize the disarrayed files. He poured himself a glass of water and sat down to drink. However, the tedium of idleness made it increasingly difficult for him to remain still. He casually pulled out a file from the nearest shelf. The file bore the label "Unresolved Case," classified as suspended, sent to the Ninth Division for processing, which piqued Jiang Wenwu's curiosity. What sort of case warranted being sent to such an apparently idle unit? As he began to peruse the contents of the file, an unsettling sensation washed over him, and he felt increasingly uneasy. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed closer and closer. Just as Jiang Wenwu was engrossed in his reading, the sound abruptly ceased, leaving him with a sense of foreboding as he felt a presence beside him, causing him to startle and stumble back. With a startled ah, he backed into the file shelf, which toppled over, sending him crashing to the floor in a rather embarrassing predicament. Yet, amidst the chaos, he clearly saw that the person standing before him was the woman he had glimpsed in Director Liu's office earlier. Her brow furrowed slightly as she surveyed the disheveled archives room, while Jiang Wenwu awkwardly regained his footing. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the file in his hand, and she reached out to take it from him. After examining it, she instructed Jiang Wenwu, "Follow me to this location in the archives." Taken aback, Jiang Wenwu stammered, with an expression of disbelief. Even as he followed her out of the archives room, he remained perplexed. On their way to the site of the suspended case, Jiang Wenwu learned from the taciturn girl named Xia Tian that it was Director Liu who had sent her to the archives to select a case, and he had also instructed her to bring Jiang Wenwu along as assistance. Upon realizing this, Jiang Wenwu remarked, "That old man Liu is really out to get me." He felt justified in his frustration, having gleaned from the file that the case was exceedingly bizarre and far from ordinary. The file detailed a family of 5, all of whom were murdered around midnight. Yet curiously, none bore any visible wounds, their faces instead appearing pitch black. Subsequent forensic examinations revealed no signs of poisoning, and despite extensive investigations by the criminal police, no clues were ever uncovered. Ultimately, the case was classified as suspended and transferred to the 9th Division. Now, armed with his father's notes and the information from the file, Jiang Wenwu began to sense that the 9th Division dealt with matters beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Xia Tian drove them to the site of the mysterious deaths, located in the suburban area, surrounded predominantly by single-family homes. Arriving at the locked courtyard of one such residence, Jiang Wenwu felt an inexplicable chill as he approached the door, which seemed to be enveloped in a murky haze. Suddenly, Xia Tian asked, "Do you have any feelings? Or have you seen anything unusual?" Jiang Wenwu was taken aback by the question, unsure of her reasoning. Yet he answered truthfully, "It feels cold, and the courtyard seems shrouded in a veil, appearing hazy." Xia Tian nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent as she approached the door, placing her hand on the already locked padlock. Jiang Wenwu interjected, "By the way, how do we get in? Do you have the key?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard a click, and the lock surprisingly opened. Though Jiang Wenwu had not seen Xia Tian manipulate it, she merely placed her hand upon it. Jiang Wenwu looked at Xia Tian, increasingly bewildered, wondering if she possessed some magical ability. At that moment, Xia Tian pushed the door open and stepped inside, prompting Jiang Wenwu to hurriedly follow. Upon entering the courtyard, he involuntarily shivered, muttering to himself, "It's really cold." As Jiang Wenwu surveyed the courtyard, pausing intermittently, Xia Tian had already entered the main house, the crime scene. As he approached the well at the edge of the courtyard, preparing to lift the lid for a closer look, he suddenly heard a loud commotion emanating from within the house. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the noise. Upon entering the main room, Jiang Wenwu found Xia Tian standing silently, while he beheld several ethereal, vaporous figures moving about the space. What was happening? Was it possible that the place was haunted? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw a dark mass swiftly enter the room, followed by the appearance of another vaporous figure lying on the floor. Moreover, after Jiang Wenwu counted, he found exactly 5 gaseous humanoid figures, and at that moment, these figures dissipated into thin air. Jiang Wenwu surveyed the room, but saw nothing. It was then that Xia Tian spoke, "Stop looking. Just now, I used the Xian Guang backtracking technique to observe the situation at that time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's mouth fell agape as he gazed at Xia Tian, who, though her complexion was slightly pale, still exuded the same confidence as before. He also noticed that Xia Tian was holding something that resembled a mirror. Chapter 2. Encountering danger for the first time. Seeing Jiang Wenwu staring at what she held, Xia Tian produced the mirror-like object and presented it to him. Jiang Wenwu glanced at her, then pointed to himself, indicating, "You want me to see it?" Xia Tian nodded in affirmation. As Jiang Wenwu received the object, he felt its substantial weight. It was about the size of his palm and appeared to be made of brass, weighing at least 1 kilogram. After inspecting it closely, he noticed the inscription Xian Guang on the back of the mirror. This led him to ponder that Xia Tian's earlier mention of the Xian Guang backtracking technique must be related to this mirror. After returning the object to Xia Tian, he couldn't help but inquire, "Did you just use this to create those gaseous humanoids?" Xia Tian gently nodded, saying, "This is a basic form of Xian technique. Those with greater spiritual power can perform it directly without the Xian Guang mirror. Upon finishing her explanation, Xia Tian realized that since being with Jiang Wenwu, she had become more talkative, which left her somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu was increasingly confused, as Xia Tian's references to spiritual power and Xian technique were entirely foreign concepts to him. However, at that moment, Xia Tian turned to attend to other matters, leaving Jiang Wenwu with no opportunity to ask further questions. He could only shake his head in resignation and resumed his search around the room. Despite their thorough examination of the main room, they found no valuable clues, prompting them to part ways and inspect the side rooms. Unfortunately, the best outcome remained fruitless. After emerging from the West Room, Jiang Wenwu questioned whether this bizarre case, which even the criminal investigation team could not solve, could possibly be resolved by this peculiar Ninth Division. Moreover, based on Xia Tian's Xian Guang backtracking technique, it seemed that the deaths of the 5 family members were not caused by a human, but rather by something else entirely. The shadowy entity that had circled the family before their demise was undeniably eerie. Just as Jiang Wenwu was contemplating the matter while walking forward, he suddenly heard a noise. He turned to see Xia Tian single-handedly lifting the heavy cover off an old well. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, for the well was ancient, its cover a solid, heavy slab weighing at least several dozen kilograms. Yet Xia Tian appeared to exert little effort. This led him to silently admonish himself, never to provoke Xia Tian. This seemingly slender girl was certainly not as simple as she appeared. When Jiang Wenwu reached the well, Xia Tian called to him, "Come take a look." He hurried over, albeit puzzled as to why she wanted him to see. Nevertheless, he complied with her request. The moment he peered into the well, he was horrified to see numerous clawing figures struggling within, attempting to climb out. Jiang Wenwu recoiled in terror, his face paling significantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing his reaction, Xia Tian asked, "What did you see?" Jiang Wenwu struggled to articulate his response, finally managing to stammer, "There are many people down there." Upon hearing this, Xia Tian abruptly pulled a yellow talisman from a peculiar waist pouch and recited a few incantations. The talisman shot straight into the well. As it entered, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the well, followed by a surge of dark energy rushing upward. The moment the dark mist emerged, the temperature in the courtyard plummeted, and Xia Tian hastily pulled Jiang Wenwu back, but the dark energy surged towards them. As they retreated, Xia Tian produced another yellow talisman from her pouch, chanting rapidly once more, and affixed it to the advancing dark mist. At the instant the talisman made contact, countless anguished faces began to manifest within the swirling darkness, their expressions contorted in agony and soon morphing into feral snarls directed at Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian. Just as the talisman shattered and the dark mist threatened to envelop them, a flash of azure light appeared, and in an instant, the malevolent energy dissipated like winter snow under the spring sun. As the dark mist vanished, the chilling atmosphere of the courtyard lifted, and Jiang Wenwu felt the sun overhead warming significantly. Xia Tian, though pale and slightly trembling, turned to face a tall, slender middle-aged man emerging from a direction, a smile adorning his face. "Uncle Zhong," Xia Tian exclaimed with a smile. Before Jiang Wenwu could discern the nature of the azure light, it flew back into Uncle Zhong's sleeve. On their way back to the division, Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian learned that Zhong Huang had been shadowing them, protecting them from the shadows. Given that this was their first encounter with the 9th Division, Director Liu had expressed concern and specifically requested Zhong Huang's assistance. Zhong Huang explained the cause of the family's demise and the nature of the entity that had appeared in the well. The family's death was rooted in their own greed. The well was a feng shui well, which, like many man-made feng shui wells, had claimed countless lives over the years. Unbeknownst to the family, they believed that possessing the well would ensure their prosperity, leading them to purchase the property years prior. However, utilizing a feng shui well requires knowledge of its maintenance, otherwise it retaliates. The family likely lacked this understanding, resulting in the vengeful spirits within the well retaliating that fateful night, claiming their lives. When Zhong Huang dropped them off at the city's outskirts, he departed for other matters. As Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian made their way back to the division, Jiang Wenwu curiously asked, "What did Uncle Zhong mean when he said your body has the phoenix's grace?" Xia Tian flushed at his question but did not respond, instead accelerating the vehicle. Jiang Wenwu felt puzzled. He had merely posed a question, yet Xia Tian had become unexpectedly sensitive. Upon returning to the Ninth Division, Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian met with Director Liu, who did not inquire further about the details of their encounter, but instead praised Xia Tian for her efforts, saying, "Xiao Xia did well, keep up the good work." Jiang Wenwu, standing nearby, felt a surge of indignation as he noted Director Liu's praise solely for Xia Tian, reflecting on how the director was at odds with his own father, which only deepened his resentment. Just as Jiang Wenwu was lost in thought about Director Liu, the director unexpectedly remarked, "Xiao Jiang also worked hard this time. I'll make a note of it." Taken aback, Jiang Wenwu quickly replied, "Thank you, Director Liu." Director Liu waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Once outside his office, Xia Tian promptly parted ways with Jiang Wenwu. As he watched her retreating figure, he found himself lost in thought, ultimately breaking into a rather lecherous smile. Upon returning to the archives, Jiang Wenwu found the woman, referred to as Sister Zhou, seated with a fierce expression. Upon noticing him, she immediately glared. Feeling guilty, Jiang Wenwu hurriedly smiled. "Sister Zhou, I sincerely apologize. It was entirely my fault. You should punish me as you see fit." Sister Zhou's expression softened slightly, though her tone remained displeased as she admonished, "You can't leave a mess when you go out on duty." Jiang Wenwu promptly replied, Yes, I will definitely be more careful in the future." Sister Zhou merely nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring, "You are attending to the case concerning the murder of a family of 5, are you not? Who approached you regarding this matter?" Jiang Wenwu did not withhold any details and promptly recounted the events. Once Sister Zhou had absorbed the information, she remarked, "Ah, so was the girl Xia. However, given that she is experiencing her monthly cycle, it is likely that her spiritual energy was adversely affected during that time. Otherwise, she would not have struggled so significantly against the well-malevolence within that pit. It is quite surprising that Zhong Huang has returned. Could it be that some significant event has transpired?" Upon receiving this information from Sister Zhou, Jiang Wenwu suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Zhong Huang's earlier comment about Xia's auspicious arrival. It turned out to refer to the days that every woman experiences each month. Naturally, he was also intensely curious about the so-called well-malevolence, and just as he was about to inquire further, Sister Zhou rose to leave. Left with no other recourse, Jiang Wenwu consoled himself with the thought that he could seek answers at a later time. After nearly 3 hours had passed, he finally endured until the end of his shift. As he descended from the 5th floor of the archives department, he suddenly felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. Turning to glance, he was met with the sight of a flamboyantly made-up man who was gazing at him with an enticing smile. Moments later, a voice that sent shivers down his spine whispered in his ear, "Oh, you must be the new recruit in our 9th Division." Jiang Wenwu was taken aback by this effeminate man's demeanor, instinctively nodding in response. The effeminate man then continued, "Hello, my name is Wen Binbin. You may call me Binbin, though I assure you, I am not akin to the icy figures portrayed on television." Jiang Wenwu felt a wave of nausea rising within him, yet he forcibly suppressed it, all the while feeling a chill race across his skin, wishing fervently to extricate himself from this uncomfortable encounter. However, he soon realized that the grip on his shoulder was inescapable. This flamboyant Wen Binbin was proving to be exceedingly persistent. Chapter 3. The Indulgent Wine Goblet, Part 3. The airport bustled with a constant flow of people, while outside, an array of vehicles traversed the thoroughfare. Inside, the ample illumination rendered both individuals and belongings resplendent to an almost excessive degree. Nanxing was neither particularly tall nor short, standing at approximately 167 centimeters. Her figure was well proportioned, with a slight angularity that gave her a refreshing beauty, making her stand out amidst the throng. Almost everyone passing by cast a glance in her direction. Passers-by exchanged fleeting glances before moving on. The flight remained delayed, a situation Nanxing had grown accustomed to. When the announcement finally declared the plane's arrival, Nanxing glanced at her watch, half an hour's delay. The shuttle bus heading towards the aircraft was crammed with boarding passengers, stifling the autumnal coolness. Silence enveloped the bus, a stark contrast to the earlier clamor of the waiting area. As the bus grew increasingly crowded, she shifted to make room. A somewhat familiar voice emanated from the entrance. Standing at the door was a man attempting to board. Wasn't he the owner of the dog that had splashed her with water in the alley? Was he also headed to Beoswashen? Perhaps not. After disembarking, he would still need to navigate over 300 kilometers to reach Beoswashen, with countless diversionary routes along the way. Nanqing noticed he was about to step inside. She turned her head slightly to avoid his gaze, however, since she was near the door. When Qiu Ci squeezed in, he remained at the threshold. It was akin to pouring sand into a bottle already filled with pebbles. There was simply no more room for him to advance. Nanqing was compelled to keep her head turned, but with a large backpack restricting her movement, her neck soon grew stiff. Upon reaching the vicinity of the aircraft, the doors opened. Nanqing, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the man, waited until he exited before she followed suit. She deliberately walked to the back of the line, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters from him. By the time she boarded, she was the last passenger, as most had already taken their seats. Clutching her ticket, she began searching for her designated spot. Yet, after traversing not more than 10 rows, she heard someone exclaim, "Hey, what a coincidence!" Nanqing halted in her tracks as Qiu Ci stood up, remarking, "If you're seated here, then that's truly fortuitous." Unwilling to concede, Nanqing checked her seat assignment once more and, indeed, it was correct. Observing her scrutinizing the ticket for the second time, Qiu Ci's expression darkened slightly, though he suppressed a chuckle, stating, "I told you it's fate. Come sit down." His enthusiasm was akin to welcoming a guest into his own home. Nanqing raised her hand, attempting to hoist her large backpack onto the overhead compartment, but her height posed a challenge. Just as Qiu Ci prepared to assist her, she deftly sprang up on her toes, effortlessly stowing her luggage. Qiu Ci appeared taken aback. "So, you're quite the athlete," he remarked, acknowledging her athleticism. Feigning modesty, Nanqing glanced at the seating arrangement. Qiu Ci was by the window, and next to him sat an elderly gentleman who was currently resting with his eyes closed. Feeling somewhat reassured, she mused that Qiu Ci would not engage in incessant chatter with a stranger seated between them. However, she clearly underestimated Qiu Ci's propensity for conversation. Leaning forward, he inquired, "With all your bags and that attire, you're not heading off to become a gold miner, are you?" Nanqing replied, "Aren't you supposed to guess I'm the type to say, 'The world is vast. I wish to explore it, a backpacker?'" Qiu Ci scrutinized her closely, determining that she hardly resembled a greedy person lacking funds. He extended his hand, saying, "Qiu Ci." Nanqing hesitated momentarily but ultimately accepted his handshake, introducing herself, Nanqing. His hands bore calluses, suggesting he was not a pampered heir. Yet his nails were neatly trimmed, and his fingers were clean. His grip was firm, with a slight layer of callus, yet it did not imply he engaged in arduous labor. He was undoubtedly not a wealthy young lady. In that brief handshake, they exchanged tentative assessments and reached a preliminary understanding. The flight was set to last 3 hours. Once the lights dimmed, Qiu Ci ceased his conversation with Nanqing. She exhaled softly, relieved, for she preferred to avoid interactions with strangers. Moreover, she recalled that upon their first encounter, he had been carrying something into Tao Laoban's shop, and now, here he was in the afternoon. A quick inquiry to Tao Laoban would reveal Qiu Ci's purpose at the antique shop. Perhaps he was following a route similar to hers. As the plane touched down, it was already evening. Upon disembarking, Nanqing promptly messaged Tao Laoban, and shortly thereafter, he replied with an image, which was in the process of loading. Just as it reached 65%, someone approached her briskly, asking, "Nanqing, is someone here to pick you up? You're not truly traveling alone as a backpacker, are you? You must be cautious. There are many unsavory characters outside." Nanqing smiled. Such familiarity from a stranger in a new place was somewhat heartening, yet it was insufficient to prompt her to divulge the truth. "A friend is waiting for me outside." "That's good to hear," Qiu Ci interjected. "I too have a friend awaiting me. Perhaps our paths shall cross again." Nanqing waved him off, and Qiu Ci jogged away, seemingly in haste to attend to some urgent matter. She resumed her focus on Tao Laoban's messages, which had fully loaded to reveal an image of a Qi Ming knife. Accompanying text read, "What's this? As a partner of many years." Nanqing understood the significance of those two characters. The Qi Ming knife from the Warring States period held considerable value, but typically, A burial site containing currency would also conceal other more precious antiques. Was Qiu Si searching for a trove of antiquities by tracing the Qiming knife? Nanxing furrowed her brow. Beowulf lay deep within the mountains, far from the city. During the gold rush, direct transport options from the airport or train station to the mountain were abundant. Now, however, few ventured there, with no direct routes remaining. The origins of commercial networks stem from demand and potential profit, attracting individuals. The absence of transport was just one factor. High prices could still lure drivers to offer rides. Upon hearing her destination, the driver cautioned her before she boarded, "Have you packed food?" In the past, provisions were transported there for sale, but that's no longer the case. Besides, what could a young girl like you possibly seek in the pursuit of gold? You'd be sunburned and begging to leave after just a few days. As he spoke, he seized the opportunity to hand her his business card, adding, "If you decide to leave, do let me know. I'll offer you a discounted rate." Nanxing accepted the card and inquired, "How long will it take to get there?" 5 to 6 hours. Unless you wish to stay the night before departing. You'll arrive there well past midnight. There are people waiting for me there. Only then did the driver start the vehicle, asking, "Where are you from, young lady?" "Shanghai. Shanghai is a wonderful place." Nanxing nodded in agreement, her attention turning to the map of Beowulf, where several towering mountains resembled stone pillars adorned with lush greenery, as if they were poised to burst forth into a dense grove of bamboo. The terrain was treacherous. It was no wonder that during the gold rush, no one had ventured to carve a direct path into the heart of the mountains. Even if they attempted to blast through, the opportunity to do so would be elusive. With numerous gold seekers traversing the area and no governmental oversight, no one could forcibly prevent others from entering the mountains. After organizing the map, Nanxing leaned against her sizable backpack for a brief respite. Noticing her drowsiness in the rearview mirror, the driver remarked playfully, "You're quite bold, aren't you? Not afraid I might be a rogue taxi driver?" Nanxing kept her eyes shut, her tone icy enough to send a chill through the driver, compelling him to straighten his posture. "You should consider yourself fortunate that you are not a rogue driver. Otherwise, you'd already be dead." By the time the vehicle reached the outskirts of Beowulf, it was already 1:30 in the morning. The long-awaited headlights illuminated the road previously paved with gravel, casting an unusual brilliance. The ground was strewn with worthless stones, their vibrant hues deceptive, for they were neither pearls nor jade. "Here we are," Lao He announced, rousing Sun Fong, who had been curled up in slumber, instantly alerting him to the approaching vehicle. As the headlights swept across his vision, he squinted, momentarily disoriented, unsure whether his dizziness was due to anemia or the blinding lights, and he swayed before regaining his balance. Lao He had no time to assist him. Instead, he patted Sun Fong's shoulder, urging him to gather his wits, before hastily making his way to the vehicle. Before long, he spotted a young girl disembarking from the car, appearing no older than 20. Initially, he presumed she was an assistant for Tao Laoban, but once the door shut and the vehicle departed, it was evident that she was the only one. Stunned, he inquired, "Are you Tao Laoban?" "No," Nanxing replied. "He merely assisted me in the past. I can manage on my own." Lao He was still processing the situation, having spent money only to be met with this young girl. Could she handle the task? Nanxing raised her gaze to him, then glanced back at Sun Fong, who had finally caught up. Spotting Nanxing, he looked equally astonished but refrained from asking questions, simply muttering, "My sister has passed away." Nanxing nodded solemnly. "My condolences." Sun Fong appeared disheveled, having gone 3 days without washing his face or shaving. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wore a dazed expression, teetering on the brink of collapse in a hoarse whisper. He uttered, "I want to know how my sister died." Lao He, also a gold seeker, cautiously inquired, "Can you truly bring Sun Yuan back to life?" Nanxing nodded. "I can, as long as there is an employer. She could resurrect anyone. The price, however, was steep. The employer must relinquish their eyes, destined to be blind in the next life." Yet, no one cared. After all, who truly worried about matters of the next life? Chapter 4. The Indulgent Wine Goblet, Part 4. The night enveloping Beowulf was anything but tranquil. Though human voices were absent, the cacophony of insects and wildlife reverberated through the air, occasionally pierced by strange calls that sliced through the chorus of chirping, assaulting the ears. The mountain paths were treacherous in the dark, littered with various stones, some long established, while others were remnants left by gold seekers who had carved through the hills and dried riverbeds. With fewer travelers, grass and vines sprouted amidst the stones, complicating the ascent into the mountains. Lao He, lantern in hand, walked alongside Nanxing, reassuring her, "There are many creatures in the mountains, so don't be afraid." In the past, when this area was bustling with people, wild beasts would sometimes attack. However, back then, everyone was armed and kept them at bay. Now that there are fewer people, they are less inclined to draw near. Nanxing had long been fixated on the lantern in his hand. Its original color had faded into a tattered white, rendering its past hue unrecognizable. Fortunately, it bore no inscriptions. Otherwise, witnessing it in the dead of night would be unsettling. She inquired, "Why rely on a lantern instead of a flashlight?" Lao He replied, "Charging is inconvenient in the mountains. We must reserve the power bank for our phones. Everything is rather inconvenient. Really, I fear you might find it unbearable and insist on leaving by tomorrow." Though Lao He appeared to be in his early 40s, his manner of speaking resembled that of an old man. Nanxing asked, "How long have you been here?" Lao He answered, "Over 4 years now. I was among the earliest arrivals to Baozhu Mountain." The trio walked for over half an hour without reaching their destination. Yet they passed numerous small wooden cabins, most of which were dilapidated, with rotting timber scattered on the ground, alongside some tattered tents revealing exposed steel rods. The former splendor of Baozhu Mountain from 4 years prior could be glimpsed in these remnants. After another 20 minutes, they traversed a riverbed that had sunk too low, its vertical banks almost resembling a small cliff. Lao He called out a warning, guiding her down and back up again, saying, "There used to be a wooden plank here, but a couple of days ago, some animal must have crossed and shattered it." As Nanxing climbed back up to the riverbed, she glanced behind her. With the faint light of the moon, she could vaguely see the river winding through the mountains, but the distance was too dark to discern its end. Lao He continued, "I've heard this river used to flow freely, but during the Qing dynasty, the upstream was diverted, and the water ceased to flow this way. As you may know, a group of aimless young adventurers came exploring and discovered a gleam of gold. Upon digging through the silt, they found it teeming with gold dust. Gold seekers flocked here, setting up camps, and soon the mountain was swarming with people." He paused briefly before continuing, "As gold became scarcer, so too did the people. Nowadays, one cannot find even a speck of gold dust." Nanxing asked, "Then why do you all stay?" Lao He replied, "The outside world is no more comfortable than here. Occasionally, we still stumble upon some gold. Besides," he suddenly lowered his voice conspiratorially, "I've heard tales of a hidden mountain of gold here, though no one has yet managed to uncover it." His words seemed to weave a spell, drawing the others into silence. Their footsteps crunched over the gravel, the sound trailing behind them. Nanxing raised her gaze towards Sun Fong, who walked ahead. His silhouette was thin and solitary, lacking the youthful exuberance of his peers. Lao He sighed again. Sun Fong and Sun Yuan have had a hard life. They were abducted as children and later escaped, now relying on each other. But now his sister is gone, he lamented. "I hope Yuan can come back to life and identify her murderer." "Not so swiftly," Nanxing noted. "You know the terms of the transaction. She may return, but only for 10 minutes, and even that time must be stolen." "Stolen from where?" Lao He paused briefly, then asked with a dry chuckle. "Not from a living person, I hope?" "Not from them." "From beasts then?" Nanxing shook her head once more. Lao He pondered for a moment, unable to fathom the intricacies, only feeling a sense of eeriness. He wrapped his coat tighter around himself and sighed. "As long as Yuan can come back, at least we'll know who the murderer is. Otherwise, Sun Fong won't survive either." His clothing was more substantial than Sun Fong's, suggesting a deep fear of the cold. Nanxing glanced at him before continuing to follow Sun Fong. After another 20 minutes, Sun Fong, who had been leading, suddenly halted, lifting his vacant gaze towards the distant mountains. Lao He's lantern nearly collided with him, and he hastily withdrew his hand. Seeing Sun Fong staring blankly at the shadowy peaks, he trembled and quietly asked, "Did you hear something?" "Yes." Sun Fong fixed his stare on the mountain, not even blinking. "It's Yuan. She is crying." Lao He, whose hearing was somewhat impaired, could not discern it. Yet Nanxing heard it distinctly. Indeed, someone was weeping, though the sound was faint and intermittent, echoing through the valleys. Sun Fong slowly pointed towards the mountain, saying, "That day, Yuan was carried back from there." Nanqing squinted into the distance. The night was dark, obscuring the mountain's contours, yet at a midpoint, she could vaguely perceive a flickering glow. But it was already late autumn, and the deep mountains were chillier than the city, akin to early winter. How could there be fireflies? Moreover, they were several hundred meters from the mountainside. The fireflies would need to be as large as the eagle in the legend of the Condor heroes for those at the foot of the mountain to see their glow. That glow resembled a lantern's light instead. I brought you on here to find our parents, yet she remained while we still failed to locate ours, Sun Fong articulated. I saw them appear on television. Right here I did not deceive you on. Lao He, observing Sun Fong's dazed expression, sighed and patted his shoulder, saying, let us head back. Nanqing has traveled all day and must be weary. Sun Fong glanced at Nanqing, perceiving her age to be similar to that of his sister. For a moment, he was lost in thought before snapping back to reality, leading them to their dwelling. After a 10-minute walk, they finally reached their abode. It was another small wooden cabin, but unlike the dilapidated ones they had encountered, it was inhabited and therefore in better condition. This area was a flat expanse, approximately 400 to 500 square meters, with 6 rooms illuminated by lantern light. Nanqing asked, so many people are still awake at this late hour? With no electricity or Wi-Fi, and the absence of card games or chatter, she found it hard to justify staying up late. Lao He replied, the wild beasts in the mountains fear fire. If we don't light a lamp, we risk them descending to hunt at night. A lit lamp ensures our safety. Nanqing understood. She glanced up at the lamp on the mountain, contemplating Lao He's words, her brows knitting slightly. Sun Fong suddenly turned, saying, the unlit cabins are all empty. Where do you wish to sleep? Nanqing replied, in Sun Yuan's room. Sun Fong hesitated briefly but, recalling her identity, nodded and led her to one of the cabins. The wooden door was locked. Sun Fong unlocked it and slowly pushed it open. The interior was illuminated, but it was empty. He had lit the lamp. Without it, he could not sleep. When the lamp was lit, it gave him a sense that his sister was still alive, that she hadn't truly perished. Upon entering, Nanqing closed the door behind her. Surveying the small wooden cabin, no more than 5 or 6 square meters, furnished with a 1-meter-wide bed and a simple table, leaving little room for anything else, on the table lay a mirror and a comb, along with a small box. She opened the box to find some basic cosmetics and jewelry. The walls were adorned with decorations, mostly crafted from stones, and a few flowers, now dried and nearing decay. Nestled in the wooden crevices, even in the material scarcity of Baozhou Mountain, Sun Yuan possessed the delicate sensibilities of a young woman. She loved beauty and maintained cleanliness. Nanqing lay on the soft bed, accompanied by the sounds of the wild beasts in the mountains, and drifted into slumber as dawn broke. The sun peeked through the wooden slats, casting light upon Nanqing's eyelids. Stirring her awake, she sat up, rummaging through her backpack for her toothbrush and toothpaste. After squeezing out the toothpaste, she stepped outside, following the sound of running water to brush her teeth and wash her face. The water flowed from the mountains, forming a small stream on the ground. Upon her return, she noticed the other nearby cabins had also begun to stir with activity. After tying her hair, she stepped back outside, spotting someone emerging from the diagonally opposite cabin, a youth appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. The boy leaned out, stretching lazily, but before he could fully straighten, he spotted a girl emerging from Sun Yuan's room. At first glance, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Yuan, youthful and beautiful, with a short ponytail. He was so startled that he nearly stumbled, swallowing a half-formed yawn, exclaiming in astonishment, unable to articulate further. Nanqing calmly met his gaze, good morning. Only then did the boy realize she was not the ghost of Sun Yuan. The pallor of his face gradually returned to color. Meanwhile, Lao He, hearing the commotion outside, hastily got out of bed and opened the door, donning his coat as he said, Adan, this is Nanqing. My niece. Adan looked between the beautiful young woman and the oddly shaped Lao He. His eyes filled with skepticism. Is she really your niece? She is so pretty. Shoo. Lao He shot him a fierce glare. Get lost. Adan, intimidated, quickly grabbed his toiletries and scurried away. Lao He dressed and approached, saying, his name is Adan. He is just 16, wasting his time here instead of focusing on his studies. I wish I could attend school properly, yet he seeks some utopia instead. Nanqing inquired, what about Sun Fong? He is inside. Lost in thought. He has been like this for the past few days. And there's Zhang, who has also been in a daze. Who is Zhang? Yuan's boyfriend. He was the one who carried Yuan back from the mountains that day. They had been at the stage of discussing marriage. Their relationship was exceptionally strong. Lao He sighed, taking a drag from his cigarette, finding solace only in the swirling smoke. Nanxing asked again if Zhang was with Sun Yuan. How could he not know how she died? Lao He inhaled deeply, the tobacco burning bright red, quickly reducing to a mere stub of ash. He extinguished it before responding. A curse. What curse? Lao He's gaze turned somber as he explained. It is said that there is a hidden mountain of gold here, filled with treasures. The owner of this mountain, known as the Gold King, placed a curse upon his grave. Anyone who approaches the ancient tomb will meet their demise. Yuan's demise was truly tragic, beyond measure. Her head was so mangled that not a single part remained intact. For the past few days, the rain has withheld its presence, leaving the stones below marked with the dried remnants of Sun Yuan's spilled blood, which has become encrusted upon the cobblestones, resembling rocks stained with dark brown dye. The sound of dripping echoes in Nanxing's ears, as if she could still hear the echoes of Sun Yuan's blood cascading that fateful day. The majestic Baozhou Mountain, gradually enveloped by sunlight, disperses the dense fog that blankets the landscape. Chapter 5. The Gluttonous Wine Cup, Part 5. Old He harbored little expectation for the lovely young girl. Yet she remained utterly unperturbed. From last night until now, regardless of what she encountered or heard, her expression remained unchanged, as if all that she perceived were mere trivialities. Old He felt akin to a market vendor, discussing mundane news that rendered her devoid of any emotional response. However, at least it provided him with some comfort and a glimmer of hope. Nanxing inquired, how many people remain on Baozhou Mountain? Is there anyone residing where the firelight was visible last night? Old He took a drag on his cigarette and replied, for convenience and safety, most people do not stay on the mountain. There are not many left, just a handful now. However, we have made our home here, and Baozhou Mountain is vast. Those who live farther away occasionally cross paths with us, but there is little interaction. Nanxing glanced at the few houses still unoccupied and asked, who resides here? Me, the Sun siblings, Zhang, and the one you just saw. Dan, there's also a fellow named Qian, whom we call Boss Qian. Though he is not a gold miner. Not a gold miner? What, then, does he aspire to be? Tao Yuanming? Old He chuckled. Boss Qian is not particularly old, only in his early 30s. He arrived here before me. But he is not here for gold. He came for the gold miners. He trades in rice, flour, blankets, cups, mosquito coils, and shampoos, selling them to us at inflated prices. At tea that time, everyone had money, and rather than waste time going to town to purchase goods, it was more prudent to spend that time panning for gold. It was mutually beneficial. He is quite shrewd. Though he also toils, he earns no less than we do. Nanxing cast her gaze towards the household he indicated, which bore no distinguishing features from the others. If there is no one here now, why hasn't he left? Who can say? Old He replied, in the past, he would rise earlier than the birds, but recently, he has likely been frightened by Yuan's incident. He refuses to venture out until the sun is at its zenith and locks himself indoors at night, claiming to fear encountering Yuan. Is Boss Qian timid? How timid can one be if they dare to walk alone at night? Old He turned to glance back, speaking in hushed tones. Boss Qian has a grudge against Sun Fong. What kind of grudge? They had a fight, but neither has disclosed the reason. Old He suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Hey, why are you interrogating like a police officer? Nanxing asked. Have the police been here? No. Sun Fong feared that if the police were called, they might take Yuan away, and without a way to solve the case and catch the murderer, he entrusted me to reach out to you. Nanxing refrained from pressing further. I shall go check the mountainside. As she approached the foot of the mountain, she found herself somewhat distanced from the campsite. There was a question she had yet to pose to Old He, since the police had not come. How could Old He compare her inquiries to those of an officer? Had Old He himself ever been interrogated by the police? Although there were legends surrounding the curse of the Golden King on Baozhou Mountain, Nanxing would not hastily conclude that it was a curse that had caused the murder in Sun Yuan's room. A palpable sense of resentment lingered. She had died unjustly. Early in the morning, Boss Qian was roused by the sounds of voices outside. He opened the door slightly to peer out, noticing a woman lingering for an extended period. Once she departed, he stepped outside and asked, Old He, Who was that? She looked unfamiliar to my niece, named Nanxing. Old he replied, observing Boss Qian's dark circles. You haven't been sleeping well these past few days, have you? Indeed. Boss Qian, age 30, had shaved his head, leaving only a small ponytail at the nape of his neck. Exuding a certain flair and cleverness, he accepted the cigarette Old he offered, squatting on the gravel alongside him as they shared a smoke. After a few puffs, he remarked, What brings you to drag your niece into this cursed place? Youngsters think it's all fun and games, but in a few days, they'll be crying to return home. Old he dismissed the comment, changing the subject. When will you head to town to restock? Remember to bring me back 2 bags of flour and 10 packets of pickled vegetables. In oil? Old he pondered for a moment and resolutely replied, None. Boss Qian chuckled. What is the point of staying here if you're this broke? Old he countered, And what do you seek? After a prolonged silence, Boss Qian took a drag on his cigarette and declared, I seek for our friendship to endure for eternity. Old he burst into laughter and retorted, Nonsense. Boss Qian chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on the distant star that had shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Where is she headed? To Sambao Mountain. The peaks of Baozhu Mountain interlink. Encircling this expanse of land, starting from the entrance of the Great Mountain, the first peak was named Debaishan, the second Erbaishan, and so forth, for ease of recollection. Oh, Boss Qian rubbed his aching head. I think I'll catch another nap. Go ahead and remember my flour and pickled vegetables. I won't forget, Boss Qian replied, a mischievous grin on his face. As autumn approaches, the mountain air grows colder. Your cotton coat must be worn out by now. Do you want me to bring you a new one? Old he, who had always been sensitive to the cold, would don long sleeves when others wore short ones in summer. By autumn, he was already wrapped in a cotton coat, prompting Boss Qian to remark that he had never seen anyone so averse to the cold. Old he declined, I have no money. How miserly of you. Not long after Boss Qian entered, another door nearby creaked open. Sun Fong emerged, his gaunt form resembling a mere sheet of paper, his eyes still bloodshot. Old he recognized that he had not rested well the previous night. Nanxing has gone to Sambao Mountain. She certainly has a brave heart. I will go as well. As the paper-thin figure departed, Old he remained squatting on the ground, smoking one cigarette after another until the ground around him was littered with butts. When Adan returned, Old he had already accumulated a mound of cigarette remnants at his feet. Adan inquired, Are you heading to the Little Sha River? Indeed, if I don't unearth some treasures soon, we shall find ourselves without food. Then I'll go to the river's end while you head to the beginning. Agreed. Old he discarded the last remnants of his empty cigarette box, approached Jiang Zheng's door, and kicked it lightly, exclaiming, Are you dead inside? If not, come out and get some sun. Your beloved has perished, but your parents still await your return home. Adan felt that Old he's words were excessive and hurriedly pulled him away. After a considerable time, the kicked door finally opened, revealing a tall young man who leaned out, his vacant eyes scanning the silent campsite, lost in thought. The stones beneath still bore the traces of Ah Yuan's blood from that fateful day. Like needles piercing his heart, Ah Yuan, the girl he cherished deeply, the one he was to marry, was gone. Jiang Zheng collapsed to the ground, recalling Ah Yuan's smiling face as if she were still alive. Sambao Mountain, with its steep and treacherous terrain, had once been frequented by gold miners who had forged a path through it. However, it had since fallen into disuse, the trail quickly obscured by wild grass and vines. When one bent down to examine the ground, the path was visible, resembling a tunnel carved by diminutive beings, cloaked in verdant foliage. Nanxing wielded the sickle she had borrowed from Old he in one hand, while using the other to push aside the obstructing thorns. Her clothes snagged in numerous places, and her hands adorned with scratches. Upon reaching the location where she had seen the fireflies the previous night, she ceased her ascent and began traversing from the right to the left. After approximately half an hour, she finally halted, her gaze settling upon leaves that reached her waist. There were several drops of crimson wax, which she brushed away with her hand, revealing the wax beneath. Crouching down to inspect the ground, she noticed that the plants had thrust their heads upward, only to be trampled. Someone had traversed this route, and they had done so by candlelight during the night. The wax was vibrant and pliable, having dripped only a couple of days prior. The broken plant stems appeared freshly severed, yet this did not conclusively prove that it was the same firelight she had witnessed last night. The rustling of the grass grew louder, signaling that someone was ascending. Nanxing stealthily concealed herself behind a tree, muffling her breath. After a short while, the rustling intensified, accompanied by the sound of labored breathing. It was not a beast, but a person. The steepness of Sanbao Mountain made it precarious. A moment's inattention could send one tumbling down the slope. The individual climbed slowly and eventually came to a halt. Nanxing cautiously peered in that direction, noting that the large sack on the person's back bulged with various items, its uneven contours suggesting it contained tools like shovels and hammers. The person crouched to examine the broken branches for a while before standing up. Nanxing caught sight of their face, a complexion not overly pale, with a thoughtful expression as they gazed downwards. She recognized that face, and a wave of surprise washed over her. Qiu Ci. Qiu Ci sensed that he was being watched and abruptly looked towards the tree. In that instant, Nanxing swiftly concealed herself behind the trunk. He chuckled and said, "Don't hide. I see you." Nanxing hesitated for a moment, but eventually emerged from her hiding spot. Qiu Ci had initially been smiling, but upon seeing her, his expression faltered before breaking into another smile. "What a coincidence! The world is vast, and yet you ended up here?" Nanxing struggled to muster any favorable feelings toward him. Even if she were to appreciate handsome men, she could not be so trivial. Quite the coincidence. "Have you come to be a gold miner?" "Indeed," Qiu Ci affirmed. Nanxing inquired, "Are you as well?" Yes, he was a charlatan. Trusting him was akin to trusting a ghost. The two of them, each clenching a nugget of gold in their left hands and a golden chicken in their right, remained unflustered. Qiu Ci remarked, "Then let us each pursue our fortune. It seems we need not say farewell." Nanxing suppressed the urge to raise her eyebrows in disbelief, yet she replied, "Farewell." Qiu Ci smiled once more, remarking on the man's remarkable indifference. The steep, treacherous slopes devoid of pathways posed a challenge, yet Nanxing observed Qiu Ci, burdened with a satchel of tools, walking with a steadiness that, though laborious, remained within the bounds of his physical endurance. It was evident that he was no novice. After nearly an hour of arduous climbing, Nanxing finally reached the summit. While Sanbao Mountain was not the tallest among the 4 peaks of Baozhou Mountain, it afforded a panoramic view of the other 3 summits. In the eyes of geomancers, the topography of Baozhou Mountain was categorized as sand, with the 4 mountains converging to form a critical point, an antrum. This very antrum was the expansive flatland where Old He and his companions currently resided. The sand consisted of these 4 mountains, despite the favorable shape of the terrain and the elegant peaks. A major road slicing through the mountains marred the natural landscape, rendering it a blighted area. This was hardly an auspicious site for burial. Historically, the affluent and powerful have always revered feng shui. It would be utterly inconceivable for the legendary Golden King to choose Sanbao Mountain as his final resting place, guarding his treasure. Thus, if Sun Yuan encountered the Golden King here, such claims would be highly dubious. Nanxing sensed that Baozhou Mountain held no ancient tombs, devoid of any vestiges of antiquity. Teosteal life was not to take the lives of the living. The only beings forsaken by the King of Hell were those buried deep beneath the earth for centuries. What Nanxing sought to steal was their essence. Chapter 6, The Gluttonous Wine Cup. 6. As Nanxing descended from the mountain's peak, she spotted Sun Fong ascending. Sun Fong had scarcely eaten over the past few days. His complexion was pale, resembling parchment, as he struggled up the slope, his face betraying signs of malnutrition. Upon seeing her, his vacant gaze briefly scanned her, and upon noting she bore no injuries, he refrained from inquiring further. He moved his cracked lips, now covered in white, and said, "You should return. It is perilous for you to be here alone." He spoke softly. "I do not wish for you to meet the same fate as my sister." Nanxing observed his momentarily silent demeanor, hesitating before replying, "Thank you." Sun Fong's tone was indeed laden with concern, as if he were worrying for his deceased sister, rendering Nanxing unable to dismiss his goodwill. "I will soon find the means to resurrect your sister. For now, please refrain from speaking or acting. Is there any way I can assist?" Nanxing shook her head, and Sun Fong did not press further. He was not one to engage in idle chatter, always diligent and earnest in his endeavors. Since his childhood, he had harbored guilt over the incident of his abduction, which had morphed into profound insecurity. After managing to find some semblance of happiness within Baozhou Mountain, believing his life was finally on track, he found himself hurled back into despair, feeling even more guilty and self-doubting these past few days. Nanxing inquired, Why don't you report it to the police? If the police arrive, they will surely take a Yuan away. What if they fail to solve the case? There are so many unsolved mysteries in the world. A Yuan's death is particularly suspicious, is it not? Nanxing slightly furrowed her brow, asking, do you believe this is the Golden King's curse? Have you not suspected anyone else? Sun Fang replied, I have. Who? Without hesitation. Sun Fang stated, Old He? Nanxing was momentarily taken aback. Why do you suspect Old He, rather than Jiang Zhang, who spent the night with your sister? Zhang had no motive to kill Yuan. Sun Fang quickly countered, disapproving of her suspicion towards his friend. Zhang said that when the candles burned out that night, he went to find some twigs. Upon returning, he heard someone fleeing from the house, and a Yuan was already dead. The candles were given to them by me. There was hardly any wax left. I intended to bring them a new one, but by the time I emerged, they had already left. It was my fault. If I hadn't given them the old candles, Zhang wouldn't have been gone for so long. Had he stayed, a Yuan would not have perished. Then why suspect Old He? In your eyes, Old He must have a strong bond with me, correct? Yet before my sister's death, he hardly seemed close to us. After a Yuan's passing, he suddenly busied himself, attending to me like an elder brother. Sun Fang's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddening. If he were not guilty, why would his demeanor change so drastically? This line of reasoning was not without merit. Typically, criminals return to the scene of the crime to gauge developments. Old He's sudden display of affection was indeed suspect, yet she was certain he was not the culprit. It is Old He. Once a Yuan awakens, I will surely kill him. Sun Fang's teeth ground together. Filled with hatred, Nanxing grasped the meaning behind Old He's words. Should the perpetrator remain elusive, Sun Fang would not survive either. At present, Sun Fang had morphed into a mere shell of his former self. Nanxing too had lost kin, having witnessed her loved ones perish before her eyes. Yet she had survived, and like Sun Fang, she too was determined to unearth the murderer. Take me to the place where Yuan and Jiang Zhang stayed that night. Sun Fang nodded stiffly, his spirit momentarily revived as they approached the foot of the mountain, though his bloodshot eyes remained unsettling. He led Nanxing to a flat area near the mountain's base, which housed a dozen dilapidated wooden cabins, all long abandoned. The cabin where Sun Fang halted was quite ordinary, featuring a small door and a large window. The small door was intended to fend off wild beasts, while the window served as an escape route for humans, a common design among the cabins in this area. Nanxing leaned inside and immediately spotted bloodstains on the ground. It belongs to a Yuan. Sun Fang murmured, his throat tightening once more. The blood from a Yuan's head. Nanxing leaned out the window, observing that the nearest cabin was over a meter away. She looked down at the soft, even soil beneath the window. It appeared loose, while the adjacent ground was hard and cracked. Someone deliberately smoothed this area out. Why? Nanxing leaped onto the windowsill, realizing that from this angle, a leap would land her on the soft soil below. To conceal footprints? She turned to ask, did it rain on Baozhu Mountain after a Yuan's death? No. Nanxing nodded gently. This cabin too bore a Yuan's resentment, more palpable and chilling than the place where she resided. By the time Nanxing and Sun Fang returned to the flatland at the mountain's base, it was nearly lunchtime. The remaining gold prospectors, unable to strike it rich, had taken to punctual meal times, lest they squander their health while failing to earn any income. Old He consumed noodles paired with pickled vegetables, while Dan, a southerner, never missed a meal of rice, having prepared a fried egg for himself. Boss Qian, the wealthiest among them, indulged in a lavish clay pot rice dish, accompanied by a can of beer and half a watermelon. A veritable feast amid the scarcity of Baozhu Mountain. Jiang Zhang munched on steamed buns, with 3 large ones in a bowl nearby. Upon noticing Sun Fang's return, he merely pointed at the bowl before retreating to his own cabin, avoiding confrontation. Sun Fang bore no resentment towards him for leaving that night to gather firewood. He understood that Jiang Zhang was also suffering. However, until the murderer was apprehended, their lives could never return to what they once were. Old He inquired of Nanxing, have you eaten lunch? Shall I prepare some noodles for you? I brought my own. Nanxing sat cross-legged on the gravel ground, producing a large bag of compressed biscuits from her pack and taking a bite. Boss Qian chuckled, remarking, I didn't expect your niece to be so resilient. She can even swallow these throat-choking biscuits and has bought a substantial bag. More frugal than you. As he spoke, he laughed, only to inadvertently choke on a pepper, prompting Old He to chuckle. Take care of yourself first. As Nan Xing chewed her biscuit slowly, a water jug was suddenly offered to her. The clear water contained within the bamboo tube shimmered under the sunlight, casting a brilliant reflection. She raised her eyes to follow the slender hand. Revealing a bashful young boy, Dan withdrew his hand, murmuring, "Those biscuits are hard to swallow. If you choke, it will be too late to find water. Thank you." Nan Xing glanced at the boy eating nearby and inquired, "Skipping school?" Dan hesitated, taken aback by the directness of a stranger's question. After several glances at her, perhaps sensing her non-threatening demeanor and genuine concern, he replied, "I was sent to a rehabilitation center for internet addiction. They were excessively harsh there. I felt like dying, yet they refused to let me return. In that moment, I thought if I couldn't escape, I would perish there. To my surprise, I managed to escape, but had nowhere to go. So I came here." Nan Xing nodded, observing the mosquito bites on his neck and the scars on his bare feet, indicative of the trials of adolescence, yet he appeared emaciated. Yet there was no fear or confusion in Dan's eyes. "Sister Nan Xing, do you know whose room you stayed in last night? It belonged to a Yuan. A Yuan passed away just a few days ago." Dan bit his lip, continuing, He likely believes a Yuan was killed by the curse of the Golden King, which is why he is not discreet about it. However, I believe a Yuan was murdered." His voice was low, nearly drowned out by the bickering between He and Boss Qian. Nan Xing regarded him, asking, "You do not believe in the legend of the Golden King?" "I do not. I prefer science, particularly excelling in physics." Dan remarked that he was too specialized, and every time his overall score was low. His father always believed he was not putting in enough effort. In truth, he did not indulge excessively in gaming, but his father was convinced otherwise and even sent him to a gaming rehabilitation center. Dan's expression soured as he continued, "On the day Sister Yuan died, Boss Qian was out. Boss Qian was particularly attentive to Sister Yuan, even providing her with more items than we received." Nanxing suddenly sensed an underlying implication in his words and inquired, "What are you suspecting?" Dan fixed his gaze on her and declared, "I suspect that Boss Qian murdered Sister Yuan. I do not believe in curses, so I can only conclude that someone here killed Sister Yuan. If that is the case, then we must identify the most suspicious individual, and it has to be Boss Qian." Dan spoke with unwavering certainty, as if he was convinced that Boss Qian was indeed the culprit. Nanxing remained silent, casting her eyes over the people present, each one seemingly capable of having slain Sun Yuan. Lao He accused Jin Wang. Sun Fong pointed at Lao He, while Dan insisted it was Boss Qian. Did Boss Qian harbor his own suspicions about the true murderer? Despite the pervasive doubts among them, they appeared to be in a state of mutual trust. She was neither a police officer nor a detective, nor did she intend to hunt for clues or capture the perpetrator. Her sole objective was to uncover something that connected her to Sun Yuan, to borrow a life and resurrect her. Once that was accomplished, the rest would not concern her. After finishing her biscuits, Nanxing picked up her backpack and stood up. Dan asked, "Aren't you even going to drink water?" "I am just going to wander nearby," she replied. The group watched her depart, and once she was gone, the atmosphere grew considerably colder. After a while, Jiang Zheng finally spoke, "I have booked a flight. Once Yuan's 7th day has passed, I will leave." The others fell into a deeper silence until suddenly, Boss Qian let out a cold laugh. "The murderer." Jiang Zheng was momentarily stunned, his expression transforming into one of fury. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions towards Yuan. You were the one who went to the cabin at Sambao Mountain that day, weren't you?" "I returned with firewood and heard someone fleeing the cabin." "That person was you?" Boss Qian, infuriated, slammed down the clay pot and sneered once more. "What candle burned out? What person ran from the cabin? Those are all fabrications. Clearly, you are the one who killed Yuan." Jiang Zheng, seething with rage, was about to strike him when he saw Sun Fong, who had remained silent, charge at Boss Qian, landing a punch squarely on his face. Boss Qian fell to the ground, nearly losing his teeth from the blow. Sun Fong seized his collar and delivered another punch, with Jiang Zheng joining in, leaving Boss Qian utterly defenseless against their assault. Dan was horrified, but fortunately, Lao He reacted quickly and rushed over to break up the fight. The area below Baozhu Mountain descended into chaos, the cries of startled birds shattering the air. Nanxing, who had not ventured far, heard the commotion at the camp but did not turn back. Instead, she caught a fragment of a conversation. Jiang Zheng had mentioned that he heard someone fleeing from the cabin where Yuan had been. At that moment, when Jiang Zheng approached the front door, that person could only have escaped through the window. What had that person done? Had he killed A Yuan? After A Yuan's death, that individual must have returned and erased the footprints left in his hasty escape. Nanxing raised her gaze to the scorching sun, its rays blinding and disorienting. She mused that some individuals were far more terrifying than the curse of Jin Wang. Retracting her gaze, she heard steady footsteps approaching from one side. Peering through the sunlight, she spotted someone coming from the foot of Sibao Mountain. The figure carried a bag on his back, with several tools protruding that could not completely fit inside. He walked against the light, casting a shadow on the ground resembling a thousand-armed Buddha. Qiu Ci, distracted by the stones on the ground, sensed someone watching him and looked up, smiling. What a coincidence. I just said not to say goodbye. Chapter 7. The Gluttonous Wine Cup. 7. If not for the fact that Nanxing truly could not fathom a reason for being followed, for the flight ticket not being booked by her own hand, and for the splashes of water being beyond human control, she might have thought that Qiu Ci was secretly infatuated with her. Qiu Ci remarked, if it weren't for this strange coincidence, I would have assumed you were secretly following me. Taken aback by his words, Nanxing chuckled softly. Seeing her smile so coldly, Qiu Ci laughed as well. All right, now I know you're not secretly in love with me. Nanxing asked, which direction are you headed? Qiu Ci casually pointed southeast, to which Nanxing promptly turned around, saying, I know you want to go that way. Qiu Ci let out a surprised laugh. You go ahead. I'll set off in half an hour, definitely not southeast. If we meet again, you should match your birth date with mine. Perhaps there's a grand fate awaiting us. Seeing her walk away without responding, Qiu Ci sat down cross-legged, picking up stones from the ground to arrange them. The stones were plentiful, and the formation he created was merely 2 palms wide, yet the design could encompass the entirety of Baozhu Mountain, a Tai Chi Bagua diagram. The yin-yang fish within the arrangement swam gracefully, 2 black and white fish flicking their tails playfully upon the stone formation, as if alive. The final resting place of the fish did not point southeast. Qiu Ci thought of that cold and aloof starry girl, letting out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to be suspected of stalking her. He reached out to scatter the stones, causing the yin-yang fish to vanish in an instant. Baozhu Mountain connected in a circle, and emerging from this circle, 300 to 400 meters away, was still more mountain. Nanxing glanced back, not spotting Qiu Ci's figure. She removed her backpack and extracted a sheet of black paper from a hidden compartment, igniting it until it turned to ashes. The paper caught fire quickly, and as the flames faded, what should have turned to gray instead transformed into a white sheet. It seemed as though the fire merely stripped the black paper of its color, and faintly, the scent of ink wafted through the air. Nanxing tossed the paper into the air. It floated gracefully, untouched by the wind, drifting away. She hurried to follow the direction the paper was flying, keeping pace with its journey. The paper glided over a wide, dried-up riverbed, coming to a stop on the opposite side. As Nanxing leaped down to the riverbed, she remembered having climbed over it before. Lao He had mentioned that the river once flowed with water, but during the Qing dynasty, its course was altered, leaving the riverbed parched. Originally, the river was not this deep, but gold had been discovered here, and gold diggers frantically excavated the sand to wash nearby, deepening the riverbed in the process. Standing amidst the nearly human-high riverbed, Nanxing gazed into the chasm. It was so deep that she felt ensconced in steep cliffs on either side. The sounds of wind, beasts, and birds echoed through the canyon, creating an eerily chilling atmosphere. As she ascended the riverbed, the white paper began to flutter again, like a diligent guide, leading her into another forest. This mountain shared a similar geological structure with Baozhu Mountain, yet its slopes were not as steep or perilous. However, it appeared that no one had traversed this area, as there were no visible paths, only obstructing thorn vines that could snag clothing and leave cuts if one was not careful. The white paper danced through the air like snowflakes caught in the wind, and Nanxing occasionally glanced at its direction while checking behind her. There was no one following her. The paper soared to the mountain's peak before starting its descent. Upon reaching the base of the mountain on the opposite side, the paper came to a halt, lingering momentarily before instantly turning to ash. Nanxing was momentarily stunned, not expecting this outcome. She had observed the shape of the mountains across the way earlier. Although their contours undulated like a dragon, they resembled a startled snake. While a dragon vein may be auspicious, A serpent-like form was ominous. Snakes are timid and retreating. Entombed here would only lead to misfortune to the utmost degree, even to the destruction of a nation or family. No one would choose such a place for burial. Yet, the spot where the paper had settled was precisely here. Nanxing crouched to examine the ground, just as she grasped a handful of soil. Her movement halted. She turned to look behind her. The sound of grass rustling, 2 meters high, indicated someone was approaching. She glanced at the soil in her hand, pulled out a bag from her backpack, and stored the dirt inside. Once she placed the bag back into her backpack, the person finally emerged, a surprising figure. Edan. He brushed aside the thorny vines and, snaring his legs, smiled upon seeing Nanxing, and said, "I saw you climbing up the mountain and wanted to tell you there's a shortcut here, but you were moving too quickly. I came through the shortcut, and I still couldn't catch up to your pace." Nanxing understood. No wonder she hadn't seen anyone behind her earlier when Edan appeared. "Sister Nanxing, are you searching for something? Where are you headed? I can take you. I know this area well, just wandering around." Nanxing replied, "Let us go back." Sure. Edan held a long, shiny machete, swiftly clearing the obstructing underbrush as he led the way. After a while, he asked, "Sister Nanxing, you're not here to pan for gold, are you?" Following the slender young boy, Nanxing inquired, "How can you tell?" Edan immediately burst into laughter. "Of course. There's no gold digger like you, without a pan, without a machete, and carrying a heavy backpack up the mountain. Then what do you guess I'm doing? I don't know, but you're definitely not Lao He's niece. Lao He is famously unattractive, and you, Sister Nanxing, are too beautiful to possibly be related by blood. Besides, Lao He treats you with such courtesy. He doesn't seem like a relative at all." Sin spoke. He noticed grass obstructing his path ahead and raised his hand to cut it away. To his surprise, concealed beneath the grass was a thorny vine, which ensnared his hand as he plunged it into the foliage. The sharp thorns pierced his flesh, causing him to withdraw his hand in an instant. In his haste, the vine, being remarkably sturdy, did not break free, and the force of his pull sent the knife flying from his grasp, striking the top of Edan's foot and inflicting a deep gash that immediately bled profusely. Staining his shoe crimson, wincing from the pain, Edan sat down hurriedly and removed his shoe, which now bore a gaping wound, and blood gushed forth like a fountain from his foot. Nanxing, in a flurry, tore a handful of grass nearby to staunch the bleeding and rummaged through her backpack for medicine and bandages. Fortunately, Edan remarked with a pale face, the shoe provided some protection. Otherwise, my foot would have been utterly ruined. Nanxing cast him a glance, finding his optimism somewhat amusing, yet pointedly noted, "But the shoe is beyond repair." Edan felt a pang of sorrow and inquired, "Is it possible to patch it up? Shoes are quite expensive, and I cannot afford to replace them immediately." He reminisced about his sister, Yuan, who used to mend his shoes and clothes, treating him as if he were her own brother. "No one will ever help me fix my shoes again." Edan lamented, his thoughts drifting to Sun Yuan, and a flicker of resentment ignited within him. "Nanxing, Boss Qian is the true culprit. He is indeed the murderer. Why do you not suspect him? You ought to relay these words to the police." He added, pausing momentarily. Nanxing, noticing that his foot had ceased bleeding, applied some medicinal powder and wrapped it in bandages. Just then, footsteps approached. Engrossed in her task, Nanxing did not have the opportunity to stand and see who was coming, and the newcomer, unaware of the presence of others, parted the grass only to find 2 individuals before him, slightly taken aback. Nanxing looked up, their gazes locking and giving rise to a significant misunderstanding. With a raised eyebrow, she finished wrapping the bandage and said, "All right, let him ride on your back. He will eventually make his way back to the camp." Qiu Si hesitated. "This is not the southeast. You have taken a wrong turn. He is truly not a stalker." Nanxing shot him a sidelong glance as she grabbed her backpack and machete, declaring, "I'll clear the path." Qiu Si, bemused, thought to himself that it was futile to remove the label of pervert that clung to him, and he called out to her as she strode away, "Hey, give me your coordinates." Nanxing did not look back. She understood that Qiu Si was not pursuing her, yet she could not fathom why their paths seemed to align so perfectly. Furrowing her brow, she turned to glance at Qiu Si, who stood gazing into the distance, observing the spot whereby she had lingered moments ago. Before long, he withdrew his gaze, muttering about enemies, before finally hoisting Edan onto his back. As they returned to the camp, Boss Qian was basking in the sun on a bench at the entrance. Upon noticing the unfamiliar face, he inquired, "A newcomer? You seem unfamiliar." Having dealt with the entire Baozhou Mountain, he recognized every face that crossed his path, and those he did not recall must be new arrivals. "Indeed, a newcomer," Qiu Ci replied, gesturing to Adan. "Where do you reside?" Adan pointed to a nearby cabin, and Qiu Ci carried him inside. The room was narrow but meticulously arranged, adorned with fresh flowers nestled in the wooden crevices, lending it an air of elegance. After setting Adan down, Qiu Ci stepped outside to survey the surroundings, which were filled with small wooden cabins. Boss Qian, a shrewd businessman with an acute sense of observation, promptly declared, "There are plenty of vacant rooms. Feel free to choose any you like, then I shall not be polite." Qiu Ci replied, noticing Nanqing standing at a distance. Boss Qian, with a knowing smile, remarked, "It seems you two are acquainted." "Sort of," Nanqing responded, casting a curious glance at Qiu Ci, increasingly perplexed by the situation. Qiu Ci smiled back. Remaining silent, sensing an intriguing story between the two, Boss Qian probed, "What are you pondering, my friend? Are you contemplating how to win over that beauty? I can assist with that. Facilitating romance is my specialty." Qiu Ci sighed and replied, "I am wondering where the Yellow River flows. I would like to take a leap into it, wash away the suspicion of being a stalking pervert." Chapter 8. The Feast, Part 8, Tonight. Boss Qian hosted a feast to consume all remaining provisions before replenishing supplies tomorrow. The meal consisted primarily of barbecued items, and though most were vegetarian, the mere presence of vegetables delighted Lao He and the others. Boss Qian instructed Lao He to wash the vegetables by the nearby river and asked Nanqing and Qiu Ci to gather firewood. Lao He quickly departed with a basket, but Nanqing remained motionless. "Nanqing, aren't you eating?" Boss Qian queried, noticing her seated cross-legged on the ground. Engrossed in a map, "I am not hungry," she replied without looking up. Boss Qian felt a twinge of awkwardness. She was indeed an outsider, likely still full from her previous meal. He mused that had she been confined to Baozhou Mountain for a week, she would have eagerly helped gather firewood at the mere mention of a feast. Qiu Ci rose, stating, "I'll gather some. I want to eat meat." Boss Qian wished to avoid a scenario where a group of men feasted while leaving a lone beautiful girl to sit idly by. After a moment's thought, he placed his phone and candle in front of Nanqing, saying, "Just keep an eye on these for me." He glanced at Jiang Zheng and Sun Fong, resigning himself to the notion that they would serve as mere mascots for the evening. Being the host was indeed a tiring endeavor. The campsite lay at the foot of Baozhou Mountain, where timber was abundant. Qiu Ci quickly amassed a pile of wood and could see the campfire flickering in the distance, its glow illuminating the silhouettes of people. Someone sat cross-legged, slightly bowed, studying a map. It was Nanqing, the girl whose path had been synchronized with his since the flight. Until recently, their routes had mirrored each other. They first explored Sanbao Mountain, a place steeped in the legend of the Golden King, yet without taking any action. Then they headed straight toward the mountain's outskirts, not to the auspicious burial site one would expect, but rather to a serpentine mountain, akin to his own destination. He had been guided there by the trigrams, but what had drawn her? He felt he could not dismiss this mystery before him without becoming an obsessive stalker. "Have you gathered enough firewood? Bring some over to start the bonfire." Done. Once the bonfire blazed to life, the atmosphere for grilling was established. Despite it being late autumn, the mountain air had grown as chilly as winter, though the surrounding hills shielded them from the cold winds, being far from the river that wound through the mountains. Nanqing observed everyone gathering in a circle, yet Adan was noticeably absent. The group busied themselves with the food, neglecting to call Adan out. She felt responsible for Adan's injury and decided to fetch him. Upon opening the door, she found Adan sitting at the edge of the bed. Above the bed, a wilted flower drooped. Nanqing's pupils dilated. The flower was identical to the one in Sun Yuan's room, although this one had been picked 2 days later, thus it had yet to perish. "What's wrong, Sister Nanqing?" Adan inquired. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the boy's face, rendering half of it nearly unrecognizable. "Dinner is ready," Nanqing announced. Lao He peeked in, saying, "I'll carry him out. You should go sit down." Shortly after, Lao He emerged with Adan on his back. And as Nanqing closed the door, she cast one last glance at the flower. The flower arrangements in both wooden cabins were identical. The crackling timber emitted a series of pops and snaps as the wine bottles were uncorked and the food sizzled on the grill. Dan, unable to wait for the food to be fully cooked, began to eat, ignoring the scalding heat that burned his mouth. Boss Chin chuckled at the sight of Dan devouring the food messily, remarking, "The food isn't even cooked yet, and there's no salt. It must taste terrible. If you spent some time in a net addiction rehabilitation center, you'd know just how delicious this food is." The vegetables were not quite done. Yet Dan appeared quite satisfied. Lao He commented, "We've been out for quite a while, but you still can't stop talking about the rehab center." Dan remained silent, shivering slightly in the intense heat of the fire. Boss Chin shifted the conversation, noticing Chiu Ci diligently grilling the few skewers of meat. He had taken one for himself without hesitation. Having spent years on the road, Boss Chin possessed a certain camaraderie and did not mind. Instead asking, "Chiu, are you here to strike gold?" Chiu Ci replied with a smile, "You don't mind having an extra competitor, do you?" "Hey, that's a question for Lao He. The more, the merrier. I'm heading out to restock tomorrow." "Do you need me to bring anything?" He added with a grin, "Just remember, prices here are 3 times higher than outside. I won't need anything right now, but I'll reach out if I do." "All right." Boss Chin handed him a bottle of wine, saying, "Drink up. There are only 3 bottles left." Chiu Ci accepted it without hesitation, prying it open with his teeth. After sitting beside the bonfire for a while, the wine had warmed up, altering its flavor. He decided to set it behind him to cool before drinking. "Tonight, there are no ghostly songs," Lao He remarked, wrapping himself tighter in his clothes as he gazed towards Sanbao Mountain. Noting the absence of the ethereal flickering lights, Zhang Zheng, who had remained silent until now, also stared into the distance. After a long while, he commented, "Ever since Ayuan passed, there have been ghostly songs emanating from there. Yet tonight, none can be heard." Sun Fong paused, seemingly recalling something, but remained silent. Lao He spoke up, "Are you suggesting someone is masquerading as a ghost to frighten people?" Zhang Zheng nodded, while Lao He added, "But who would go to such lengths just to scare others? Who knows?" Zhang Zheng glanced at Boss Chin, noting the large bruises on his face, and ultimately decided, "Sell me a bottle of wine." Having just been beaten earlier by them, Boss Chin remained unfazed and tossed the wine to him, saying, "No charge. I'm treating you." He urged Old He to pass the last bottle of wine to Sun Fong. Hoping to treat him to a drink, Sun Fong declined, pushing it back. "You know I don't drink." The wine returned to Old He's hands, and Boss Chin did not retrieve it. He hummed a tune while roasting meat, remarking, "This Baoju Mountain is quite eerie." Chiu Ci asked with a smile, "Is Boss Chin referring to the matter of the Golden King?" "They say the Golden King is in Sanbao Mountain, yet, according to feng shui, it is not an ideal burial site." Boss Chin replied, "You seem to understand. It is indeed not a feng shui treasure land. I have heard some tales. The Golden King wished to be buried in Longwang Mountain, which is upstream from this river and visible upon leaving Baoju Mountain. There are 2 mountains there, both part of the dragon vein. One resembles a dragon, the other a snake. The dragon mountain benefits descendants, while the snake mountain brings ruin to nations and families. Those unfamiliar with the craft easily confuse them, mistakenly believing it to be the legendary tale of the twin dragons playing with pearls." Nan Xing listened quietly, acknowledging the truth in his words. It is said that upon discovering the 2 mountains, the Golden King was ecstatic, but before he could arrange for his burial, an earthquake struck, burying him alive nearby, along with the treasures he had brought, leaving him with no chance to enjoy them, leading to his resentment and a curse upon all who approached his treasures. Dan asked, "So there might be many treasures buried beneath Baoju Mountain?" Old He, as usual, refuted Boss Chin's claims, saying, "How could that be? If there were truly treasures, the gold miners who once dug 3 feet into the ground would have found them long ago. Even Qin Shi Huang's tomb was discovered by farmers tilling the land, let alone someone like the Golden King, who was suddenly swallowed by a geological disturbance." Dan snapped back to reality. "That makes sense. Hey, Old He, do you even understand what atmosphere means? At this late hour, should we not be sharing ghost stories instead of jokes? This bunch of youngsters is enjoying themselves, and you have to spoil it." Boss Chin scolded Old He when a gust of wind suddenly swept down from the mountain, carrying a mournful sound, as if countless people were weeping softly, causing a momentary hush. Chiu Ci finished roasting a skewer of meat and sat beside Nanxing. Offering it to her, "The stalker has returned." Nanxing hesitated, refusing, I don't eat meat. Qiu Si was surprised. You don't eat? How can you resist such delicious meat? He expressed his regret and consumed the skewer himself. Continuing, I heard there has been a murder here recently. Since you are neither a gold miner nor a tourist, are you perhaps a police officer? Nanxing tilted her head, scrutinizing Qiu Si, suspicion lacing her voice. This case was never reported, nor has anyone disclosed it. How do you know about the murder? There is no impenetrable wall in this world. Qiu Si easily deflected her inquiry, adding, moreover, I have been here for half a day, and chatting with old He and the others has provided me with bits of information. But you, on the other hand, would not be able to gather anything, as you are quite the taciturn one. Nanxing glanced at him. Qiu Si had leaned in closer, nearly brushing against her cheek. Had he not spoken up immediately, she might have twisted his head off this morning, when I descended from Sambao Mountain. I saw someone sneaking up the mountain. He is following you. Coincidentally, the one who was following you just now is the same person. Nanxing turned her gaze to the youth sitting across the campfire. Adan was still voraciously devouring the undercooked vegetables. Qiu Si laughed and returned for more wine, and he did not come back, fearing that the taciturn girl might genuinely believe he was harboring feelings for her. Boss Qian's rations were dwindling, and the group ate ravenously, soon finishing all his stock. The campfire gradually dimmed, and everyone returned to their quarters to sleep. Just as Nanxing was about to go back inside, Sun Fang approached, whispering, How long until we know about a Yuan situation? At the latest, 3 days, at the earliest, perhaps tomorrow, she replied. Sun Fang nodded with reddened eyes, taking a few steps back before turning, his throat stiff as he said, If you are deceiving me, I will kill you. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Nanxing did not blame him, yet she could not condone his approach. The spacious camp was lit by flickering candles, one by one swaying in the gentle mountain breeze, warding off the creatures of the deep woods that sought to descend for food. Before dawn, amidst the rising chorus of snores, Nanxing had already slipped out through the window. She took a moment to glance at Qiu Si's cabin. It was quiet, and only then did she head towards the Snake Mountain she had discovered the previous day. Boss Tao had mentioned that Qiu Si was searching for the whereabouts of the owner of the Qiming sword, suggesting that their quests might very well lead to the same place. Before he could reach her destination, he needed to uncover ancient artifacts linked to Sun Yuan. Otherwise, the situation could change drastically and become quite troublesome. Inside Qiu Si's cabin, the candlelight illuminated the humble wooden interior, yet no one was present, for there was no one inside. Chapter 9. The Feasting of Wine Cups. 9. Outside Baozhu Mountain, the serpentine peaks raced along the river, undulating in the faint glow of the rising sun, exuding a vigorous momentum. Nanxing returned to the spot where the white paper had vanished yesterday, crouching down and pressing her fingers into the grassy earth. Her palms pulsed in rhythm with the vitality beneath, akin to a living heartbeat, thump, thump. There was life beneath, not human, not beast, nor ghost, but ancient artifacts buried deep within the ground. They possessed life, yet few could sense their living essence. Only living antiques could survive to see the day they left the earth, whether unearthed by archaeologists, stolen by tomb raiders, or discovered by unsuspecting intruders, in the vast river of time. The antiques that perished turned to yellow clay and red earth, vanishing entirely. Visiting a museum, one often feels the exhibited artifacts are as lively as living beings, and it is not without reason. Nanxing brushed the dirt off her hands, then pulled out a piece of black paper and ignited it. The flames extinguished, revealing a white paper, as the white paper touched the ground. Its corners formed feet, traversing through the dew-laden weeds. It swayed its head as it moved, parting the grass, creating a soft rustling sound, akin to the paper murmuring. Observing it glance left and right, Nanxing pondered and inquired, Are there many false paths? The paper responded with soft sounds, as if acknowledging her question. No paths? Nanxing furrowed her brow. The white paper, dampened by dew, grew heavier and softer until it could move no longer, collapsing onto the ground, gasping as it tapped the surface with an edge before dissipating into vapor, merging with the cold dew. Nanxing squatted where it had vanished, scooping a handful of soil to smell, confirming that it was a viable entrance. On the other side of the mountain, 2 fish darted swiftly through the forest, their eyes sharp, exploring their surroundings. Their massive bodies glided silently through the woods. Qiu Si slightly raised his head, observing the path they traced, committing it to memory. The colors of the black and white fish gradually faded, disappearing into the air, leaving an eerie silence in Xiuxi's mind. The map had begun to form. Beneath this mountain lies a grand ancient tomb, housing the owner of the Qi Ming sword he sought. Along with even more ancient artifacts in the Taiji Bagua diagram, there is a young fish, represented in white, a yin fish, represented in black. The white fish possesses a black eye, while the black fish has a white eye. The white eye leads to the realm of the living, while the black eye leads to the underworld. Gazing into the distance, Xiuxi spotted the black eye, the entrance leading to the underground palace. The sun had risen, and the campfire from last night had yet to extinguish completely. Old He, feeling a chill as he awoke, noticed the embers still glowing and approached to warm himself. Adan soon emerged as well. Taking a swig from his water bottle before glancing back at Nanxing's cabin, where the candlelight still flickered, he spoke up. Sister Nanxing doesn't he seem like a gold miner? Old He? Did you and Brother Fong lie? Old He did not respond, prompting Adan to continue nonchalantly. Sister Nanxing must be the police officer you invited. Undercover investigating, right? Why is this little brat so chatty? Old He turned to look, saying, a girl should sleep quietly. Listen to the snores coming from Boss Qian's room, and also from Jiang Jing's. Both are notorious snorers. Having said that, he failed to recognize any issue with his words. But Adan paused, once again staring at Boss Qian's cabin, where indeed the sound of snoring was present. He lowered his head, rolling his eyes, then abruptly looked up, exclaiming, Boss Qian has always snored, hasn't he? Indeed, but that fellow refuses to admit it. How could he know if he is asleep? It's a plight for those sleeping beside him. Noticing Adan's pale complexion, Old He asked, what are you thinking about? Adan bit his teeth together, saying, since Sister Ayuan passed away, the mountain has been filled with ghostly wails, and a ghostly light has been flickering since that night. Boss Qian has been going to bed early and rising late. Yet his snores have vanished at night. Old He was taken aback, feeling a chill in his palms. He quickly covered Adan's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. What could Boss Qian's ghostly antics mean? Regardless of the reason, he must not let Boss Qian discover anything. Old He knew that Sun Yuan was not necessarily killed by the Golden King. If not, then there must be a murderer here. The early to bed, late to rise Boss Qian, the sneaky Boss Qian, the suddenly generous Boss Qian, all were highly suspicious. On the night Sister Ayuan died, I saw Boss Qian leave as soon as darkness fell. Adan pushed Old He's hand away, reiterating emphatically, Boss Qian killed Sister Ayuan. Old He was stunned, looking at the boy's earnest face, suddenly finding Adan far more terrifying than Boss Qian. On the night Sun Yuan died, Old He had been playing cards with Boss Qian, and they did not part ways until nearly midnight. Whether Boss Qian had killed Sun Yuan, Old He was uncertain, for he had the alibi of being occupied. But as soon as darkness fell, he ventured out. Such is undoubtedly a falsehood. Adan is lying. Conversely, it is entirely plausible that it was Adan who stepped out into the night, for he could not possibly be unaware of his card game with Boss Qian. The commotion so loud that only a deaf person could fail to hear it. Is he concealing something as well? Old He suddenly felt a piercing pain in his head, as if it might split open. Among all the acquaintances he had known for so long, not one resembled a human. They were all specters. Mere phantoms. The hills near the dry riverbed echoed with the calls of birds, circling in flight, stirring the rustling leaves. A gentle breeze seeped into the mountains, producing faint sounds in the desolate, empty crypt, reminiscent of a mermaid's melancholic song at night. Nanxing stood outside the mountains, already able to hear the whispers of the crypt from her position at its entrance. In any burial ground, a stone tablet serves as the threshold. For those without one, one must seek the entrance. This ancient tomb was peculiar. Its entrance appeared more alive, designed for the living to enter rather than the dead. Nanxing recalled the legend Boss Qian spoke of the previous night, faintly sensing a connection. Perhaps this ancient tomb was not a typical burial but rather a forced entombment, with the entrance firmly established. Nanxing set down her enormous backpack, faced the entryway, and leaned forward, almost colliding with the mountain's in that instant. The entrance to the crypt opened wide, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing Nanxing whole. Instead of descending face first, as she entered the crypt, she almost flipped 90 degrees, her soles once again facing the earth. The realms of yin and yang converged and birthed. before Nanxing could even open her eyes. The frigid air laden with dust enveloped her. She slowly opened her eyes, igniting the eternal lamp in her hand, revealing a scene of collapse and ruin. In the distance, towers had crumbled, tiles lay scattered, and the crimson pillars of the hall had fallen to the ground, with only a single support still resisting the pressure of the mountain's debris. The palace's bracketed beasts gazed skyward, as if still guarding this dilapidated brick city. There was no one present, not even a specter. It was desolate and silent. With each step Nanxing took, she displaced the dust surrounding her, leaving deep imprints of her footprints on the ground. Clack, her foot unknowingly stepped on something, producing a sharp sound. She crouched down to clear the thick dust, revealing a segment of bone beneath. As she gently brushed away the dust, she uncovered the skull of a person, whose skeletal remains were blackened, poisoned to death. Nanxing sensed that the ground she tread upon was uneven, and as she continued to sweep away the dust, more bones emerged, some with severed necks, others poisoned. She finally halted, her suspicions rising that this grand hall was strewn with the corpses of the deceased. Even Nanxing, who had entered ancient tombs before, felt a chill run down her spine. She had heard tales of how, upon the completion of a tomb, the master would have the workers killed to accompany the dead, yet witnessing it firsthand was a first for her. Suddenly, the eternal lamp began to sway, finding direction in the windless crypt. Holding the lamp, Nanxing proceeded toward the direction it swayed. She stepped over the scattered remains, moving forward from the entrance of the palace. Traversing the lengthy hall, she ascended the stairs, step by step, towards the throne where only the master of the crypt could sit. Upon the grand chair carved from jade, there lay another lifeless body. This one, too, was blackened. Nanxing was taken aback. She had assumed that the tomb's master had slain the inhabitants of the hall. Yet now the master lay dead. Approaching the throne, her gaze fell upon the eerie fingers grasping a wine cup. She brushed away the dust that had settled on the cup, revealing its appearance from millennia ago. A bronze vessel adorned with the popular beastly motifs of that era. The fusion of bronze and divine beasts evoked a solemn atmosphere, perhaps reflecting the master's mysterious authority or his wealth and status. Such a bronze beast-patterned wine cup would not be surprising for a tomb owner of considerable means. As she observed the beastly motif, she recognized it as a taotai. Since ancient times, taotai has signified numerous meanings, often associated with auspiciousness. Yet, in Nanxing's eyes, it primarily represented the insatiable greed of a creature that ultimately consumed itself. On this taotai wine cup, she perceived the same essence that lingered in Sun Yuan's wooden house. An insatiable desire. This artifact was precisely what she sought, the only object capable of reviving Sun Yuan. To steal its essence could grant her the power to bring Sun Yuan back to life. The wine cup seemed to sense the impending theft, suddenly shaking violently as if attempting to flee from the skeletal grasp. As it shook, the once lavish garments upon the skeleton shattered, falling into tatters like decayed fabric, stirring up clouds of dust. Nanxing's expression turned cold as she reached out to grasp the fleeing wine cup. The cup jolted violently, as if the dried-up vessel was filled with wine, gradually brimming with shimmering liquid, sparkling and iridescent. The taotai etched upon the cup opened its greedy maw, vividly animated. The palace quaked with increasing intensity. Yet no pillars or towers collapsed. The exquisite wine overflowed from the cup, cascading onto the ground, transforming into a long river that flowed eastward. Nanxing's gaze followed the river, and she spotted two fish swimming across, one black, one white, anxiously entwined around a man. She paused momentarily, realizing that Qiu Ci had not heard her, his attention still fixed on the tumultuous waters. "Qiu Ci?" Nanxing shouted urgently. Qiu Ci snapped back to reality, only to see Nanxing, her eyes wide, rushing toward him. Before he could greet her with a smile, she grasped his shoulders and shoved him toward the river. Qiu Ci, startled, felt a chill run down his back as he plunged into the water with a splash. Yet there was no sound of water. Instead, the hurried footsteps echoed in his ears, accompanied by the relentless sound of galloping hooves, interspersed with the feeble cries of peddlers. The bustling capital of Qi, under the blazing sun, could not dispel the ominous clouds looming over it, foretelling its imminent engulfment by the powerful Qin state in the year 221 BC, when the Qin state was at the height of its power. Among the 7 warring states, only Qi struggled to stave off the threat of being consumed by Qin. Chapter 10. The Taotai Wine Cup. 10, 13 city gates, intersecting roads, and throngs of people like an ocean. The faces of the common folk bore a hue reminiscent of the earthen houses they inhabited. Ever since the Qin army annihilated Yin, they had stationed their forces in the ruins of Yin, casting a watchful eye on Qi to the north. The atmosphere was tense in both court and commoner alike. Yet there was no room for regret. The ambition of Qin to unify the realm was known to all. The people of Qi now found themselves shrouded in gloom, uncertain whether to flee or to fight, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. Those traversing the streets could not see the living souls of millennia to come. While Nanqing and Qiu Ci perceived them clearly, with Nanqing also noticing the 2 large fish, one black and one white, swirling around Qiu Ci, devoid of eyes. Qiu Ci inquired, "What place is this, Qi?" Nanqing replied. Qiu Ci understood he was in the realm of shadows, yet the inhabitants appeared so vividly alive, reminiscent of the ancient Qi state, with people who seemed entirely corporeal. Observing the clouded expressions on their faces, he began to comprehend, asking, "What year is it?" 221 BC. Anyone who had earnestly attended history class should recall this year as the time when the Qin state unified the 6 nations. The illustrious and strategic Qin Shi Huang ended the chaos of the feudal states and propelled China into an era of unification. With standardized roads and scripts, and the construction of the Ling Canal to connect water systems, even the infamous book burning and the persecution of scholars could not erase his achievements. Qiu Ci absorbed the entirety of his surroundings with wonder. Astonishment was all he felt. He had no desire to ponder how he had arrived here. His passion for ancient artifacts was overwhelming, yet to stand amidst an ancient nation was a rare fortune indeed. Thus, he decided to savor the sight before contemplating the reasons for his presence. Nanqing noticed that he asked nothing, merely absorbing all that surrounded him like a sponge. It was a thirst for knowledge, not an intent to plunder. His gaze did not possess the hunger of possession, but rather a genuine desire to understand. Nanqing found this somewhat surprising. She had encountered many greedy individuals, particularly while dealing with valuable antiques, where the avarice of people was all too evident. However, there was no trace of greed in Qiu Ci's eyes. As the streets began to warp and the pedestrians walked backward, everything retreated rapidly behind them. The cacophony surged forward at an accelerated pace, the chatter morphing into a chaotic murmur in their ears. The Qin army was assaulting the western front of Qi, while Qi's forces were stationed there. However, Wang Jian led the Qin troops southward from Yin, employing a deceptive tactic that allowed the Qin forces to advance with unimpeded momentum, arriving at the gates of Linzi. Unlike Zhao and Chu, who had fiercely resisted, the king of Qi surrendered, leading to a defeat without battle. The people of Linzi lamented the fall of their nation. Many had already fled in carriages laden with jewels. The owner of countless treasures was not only the prime minister of Qi, but also the uncle of the king of Qi, who had persuaded the king to capitulate to Qin. Half of the riches in those dozens of carriages had been plundered from Qi, while the other half came from generous bribes from the king of Qin. The king of Qin had tasked him with convincing the king of Qi to surrender, and he succeeded. Qi's surrender brought him no loss at all now. He sought to transport the treasures in his carriages to a paradise, intending to live lavishly for a lifetime. What was the nation to him? What was family? With these gold and silver treasures, he needed nothing else. Hoshing's raucous laughter mingled with the sounds of the galloping horses, sounding foolish and laughable to Nanqing. Even a child could grasp the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold, yet Qi seemed oblivious. A child could also comprehend that sacrificing the substantial for the trivial was foolish, yet Hoshing did not understand. Qiu Ci observed the speeding carriages, the dust they kicked up reaching nearly 2 meters high. Had Qi offered assistance to Zhao during the Battle of Chongping, perhaps they would not have fallen so swiftly. Nanqing let out a cold smile. In the past, whenever Qin annihilated a nation, Qi remained unperturbed and even sent envoys to offer congratulations. When Qin invited Qi to jointly declare an emperor, Qi gladly acquiesced. Foolish and malevolent, that aptly describes Qi. Qiu Ci chuckled and replied, but Duke Huan of Qi was quite remarkable. Yet, in his later years, he relied heavily on treacherous ministers, displaying a lack of discernment. After all, no one is perfect. The rhythmic clang of iron tools echoed through the mountains as carts made their way southward. traversing numerous peaks and entering a valley where the mountains surged like a tempest. The guards and servants enlisted the skills of local craftsmen, urging them to carve through the woods. Soon, the mountain was hollowed out, and countless timbers were carried inside, adorned with gold and jade, embedded with precious gems, transforming into a resplendent underground palace. Nanxing looked up and surveyed the scene. Across the way stood Baozhu Mountain, while here lay the mountain range she had just entered. This truly was the ancient tomb of Ho Shang. Qiu Xi examined a few Qiming knives in his hand and smiled. Boss Tao is indeed a genius in the realm of antiques. Even his speculations were correct. Who provided you with the Qiming knives? If the other party could unearth such tangible treasures, how could they be unaware of the tomb's location? Where did they excavate it from? Qiu Xi chuckled. Ah, it is rare to hear you speak so much in one breath. While I long to share with you, I cannot divulge. Nanxing disapproved of such evasive responses, yet Qiu Xi was a man who would not speak unless he desired to. She could not resort to extreme measures against him. The two fish swam playfully around Qiu Xi, their tails brushing against her repeatedly. Although she felt no physical sensation, the sheer absurdity of being slapped by fish tails was quite vexing. Could you please make your fish stop? Qiu Xi, who had remained indifferent, paused slightly. You can see my fish? The fish tail swished again against her face, and Nanxing replied, I can see them. Qiu Xi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Indeed, since you can enter an ancient tomb, it is no surprise that you can see them as a person of the Xinmen. Let them go, or I shall catch them for braising. Do not frighten them. They are not carp, and braised fish is not palatable, Qiu Xi advised, casting a glance at the wine cup in her hand. It was a bronze wine cup adorned with a pattern of Tao Tai. Exquisite and small, filled with wine, one could easily finish it in a single gulp. Suddenly, he recalled the great river he had seen in the ancient tomb, which seemed to flow forth from this cup. What kind of cup is this? A Tao Tai wine cup. The piercing gaze of the Tao Tai on the cup fixated on the soon-to-be constructed palace, as if it were a living entity. Bound within the confines of the vessel, Nanxing brushed her finger across its eyes, which remained open, filled with insatiable greed, as if they existed in an era where they thrived within the cup. Qiu Xi frowned slightly. What do you mean? An object may endure through the ages, possessing countless owners, yet it does not retain all memories. It merely selects a singular, most profound memory to carry forth. Are you suggesting that every object possesses life? Indeed. Every object has its own existence, even those ancient artifacts buried for millennia. However, some artifacts, once unearthed, gradually fade from memory and become oxidized, ultimately vanishing. Qiu Xi suddenly grasped the implication and inquired. Completely perish? Yes. Qiu Xi felt that the events of the day were enough to etch themselves into his memory for a lifetime. He regretted not revealing his identity to Nanxing earlier, as well as the source of his Qiming knives, leaving him unable to ask her how she had discovered this place. Yet, shedding his shame, he resolved to press on. Who are you? Truly? How do you understand all of this, and what brings you here? The stunning beauty cast him a sidelong glance, and, as expected, she coldly offered him a derisive smile, as if that were her answer. Qiu Xi chuckled and ceased his inquiries. This palace had been completed, its granaries overflowing. Even amidst the chaos outside, this secluded wilderness remained undisturbed. A man clad in resplendent attire sat upon a throne. Surveying this fortified utopia, a smile growing upon his lips in the past, when the Zhao and Chu states stubbornly resisted, what was their fate? I, Ho Shang, shall never follow that path. As for Qi, it is but a place for gathering treasures. If it possesses gold and silver, I shall do as I please, even selling the entirety of Qi to Qin. The guards wielded their blades, the tips still dripping with blood, droplets falling back onto the lifeless bodies at their feet. Many lay sprawled on the ground, artisans who had come to construct the underground palace, now all slain with severed throats. There was no trace of compassion in Ho Shang's eyes. He chuckled softly, his sinister laughter echoing through the opulent utopia, leaving both Nanxing and Qiu Xi feeling unsettled. Raise your cups. With a flourish of his sleeve, Ho Shang commanded, those who follow me shall never suffer loss. From this day forth, you shall indulge in this wealth and prosperity together. The guards raised their swords in unison, calling out in fervor. 2 jugs of wine were presented, one sent to the guards and the other remaining in Ho Shung's hands. He filled his cup with the splendid wine and raised it in a toast to the crowd. The guards drank deeply, and the exquisite wine coursed through their bodies like a venomous spider, consuming their flesh and blood from within. The palace of the Utopia reverberated with the agonized cries of the guards. Ho Shung observed coldly, unmoved. It was only when the last of the living, apart from him, succumbed to the poison that he descended from his throne, wandering amidst the sea of corpses without a hint of fear. He slowly returned to his place before the throne, resuming his seat and pouring himself another cup of wine. The wine given to the guards was laced with poison. His own cup held no such peril. He drank again, his eyes void of any compassion. Those who would betray Qi will one day betray me. How could I trust you? Yet, he also did not wish to treat them poorly. This underground palace was a gift to them, an offering for their spirits to enjoy in the afterlife. He chuckled softly. The underground palace lavishly adorned, yet he could take away far more gold and silver. Leaving behind a palace for them could be seen as a means of pacifying their restless spirits. Qiu Xi sighed. When I discovered the underground palace, I found it peculiar that someone would choose to place a tomb within this ominous snake mountain rather than the adjacent dragon mountain. It turns out that from the very beginning, Ho Shung intended to poison those who followed him here. Greed. Nanxing stared at the wine cup in Ho Shung's hand, the very Tao Tai wine cup. Had Sun Yuan also perished under the weight of avarice? Was it her own greed, or that of her murderer? Suddenly, Ho Shung's cold laughter turned into a violent cough, blood splattering from his mouth like thick ink. He was momentarily stunned. This wine was his own concoction, and it should not have been poisonous. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the cup in his hand, the Tao Tai seeming to grin, its maw opening wide, eager to devour flesh and bone. Among the countless treasures sent by the king of Qin, this Tao Tai wine cup had been placed at the very top, with specific instructions that this cup was unique in the world. A splendid vessel suited perfectly for him. Ingzheng Ho Shung clutched the poisoned cup tightly, slumping on the throne, his gaze fixed until the end on the exit of the underground palace. A tomb prepared for others had become his own grave. How absurd! As the grass grew and the willows swayed, the seasons shifted, and verdant grass gradually crept in from outside, with birds occasionally landing at the entrance before swiftly taking flight. With a rumble, an earthquake struck, the tremors shaking the forest. The underground palace collapsed, and the doors vanished. 2 years later, the formidable recuperative powers of the forest buried the ruins, and once again, the grass grew and the willows swayed. The seasons turned. The sound of rushing water faded away, and Qiu Xi suddenly realized that they had returned to the original underground palace, yet the river was no longer present. Everything felt like a dream. He did not know how they had entered, nor how they had exited. The Tao Tai wine cup in Nanxing's hand had lost the luster it once held upon her acquisition. She stowed the cup away, ready to return to Baozhu Mountain and resurrect Sun Yuan. Chapter 11. The Tao Tai wine cup. 11. Seeing her prepare to leave, Qiu Xi followed suit. Yet, after only a few steps, Nanxing stopped, turned, and asked, "Are you not staying behind to dig up someone else's grave?" Qiu Xi chuckled, "Digging graves? Tomb raiding? Why not guess that I am an archaeologist? Archaeologists would never trespass as recklessly as you." Nanxing retorted, "This place is vast. Ho Shung's treasures must be hidden within. Then why follow you? After exerting such effort, I would gain nothing. Yet, more than the treasures that cannot escape, I am more intrigued by what you intend to do with that wine cup." Nanxing regarded him with a scrutinizing glance, entirely unable to discern his identity. After a moment's contemplation, she stated, "Every matter requires a transaction. I will let you follow if you lead me out." Qiu Xi understood her intent. If she could enter, exiting would likely pose no difficulty. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could not shake him off, so she sought his assistance to leave, likely to observe how he had gained entry. He smiled, agreeing with her sentiment that all endeavors require a transaction. He picked up a sword from the dusty ground littered with corpses and drew a Taiji Bagua diagram in the dirt. The two fish suspended in the air immediately returned to the drawing, swirling and swimming. The black eyes of the white fish faded, while the white eyes of the black fish emerged. This was the path to the realm of the living. Nanxing furrowed her brow, watching intently, when suddenly, Qiu Xi seized her hand, and before she could resist, he pulled her forward, drawing her into the realm of the white-eyed fish, in an instant of white light. The sounds of the forest's creatures filled her ears. Upon opening her eyes, they found themselves outside the underground palace, with no signs of excavation behind them. Oh dear. Qiu Ci observed her hand and remarked, "Your hand is truly cold, even colder than when we were on the plain." Nanxing's eyes turned cold as she withdrew her hand, choosing to ignore him and return to the camp with her wine glass. The sky was nearly dark. She had left in the morning and was now returning in the evening, though the temperature remained consistent. The two fish had vanished, as if they had never existed. Nanxing understood that the Tai Chi Bagua diagram was no simple matter, yet Xiuzi wielded it with remarkable ease, not merely through practice, but also requiring innate talent. Had this been in the past, the Nan family would have certainly taken him in as a disciple. On the vast expanse of flatland, he was anxiously discussing with Boss Qian whether they should search for Nanxing, who had been out for a day. Boss Qian, however, was not in a hurry. He had already begun preparing dinner. Noticing that he was so preoccupied that he neglected to cook, fixated on scanning the mountain tops, he remarked, your performance is a bit too convincing. She's not truly a gold seeker. A lone female detective investigating a case hardly requires your concern. She is not a police officer, he retorted. How can she resemble one? Boss Qian smirked derisively. In every way. Just look at her poised demeanor, her agility in navigating the mountains. Setting that aside, you and Sun Fong sneaking out at midnight to fetch her is rather suspicious. Dante, you think? You might be excused, but Sun Fong, having lost his sister, should not have the leisure to accompany you, claiming to be a gold seeker. It's simply too implausible. You two must have secretly reported the case. And she is disguised as a civilian to investigate. Isn't she? He fell silent. At least he hadn't guessed incorrectly. However, with Boss Qian's speculation, one had to wonder if others shared the same thoughts. It was likely, which explained why everyone had been so courteous towards Nanxing. Look, Cao Cao has returned, Boss Qian announced, prompting He to glance over. Indeed, he saw Nanxing, accompanied by Qiuzi, who had joined the camp just yesterday. How had these two ended up together? Had they gone out together in the morning? There had been no indication that Nanxing had brought a companion. Could this be Boss Tao? He hurriedly approached and asked, "Where have you been? Why didn't you say a word?" Nanxing paused, surveying the sparsely populated camp, and said, "Could you please gather everyone? Just tell them that I have found something that can resurrect Sun Yuan." He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, yet his excitement at the prospect of capturing the murderer surged within him. He nodded repeatedly. "All right, I'll summon them right away." Qiuzi looked at her, astonished. Resurrection? Before coming here, he had conducted thorough research and was aware that someone had died, but he hadn't anticipated that Nanxing was here for this very matter. As he pondered, connecting the dots, a startling thought struck him. Could she be a life thief? Such individuals could steal life from antiques and extend the existence of the deceased. He had always thought it to be mere folklore. Never did he imagine it could hold truth. Soon, those summoned gathered, their expressions a mix of confusion, shock, and skepticism at the mention of Sun Yuan's potential resurrection. The dressing table that Sun Yuan used had been moved outside, hastily constructed from a few wooden planks, soon to serve as an altar for her revival. Everyone fell into a tacit silence, for they were all adults and sensed that Nanxing would not jest about such matters. Yet, the notion of reviving the dead was simply preposterous. They had all witnessed the gruesome manner of Sun Yuan's death. How could a person, whose skull had been shattered, possibly return to life? Suddenly, Boss Qian let out a dry laugh. "What, are you planning to scare the murderer into revealing themselves with some supernatural antics?" "Resurrection sounds far too terrifying," Adan quietly remarked. "Isn't sister Nanxing a police officer?" "I thought so too, but it turns out she is some sort of charlatan." Boss Qian scoffed disdainfully, expressing his contempt. He had believed this undercover agent would uncover the murderer, but it seemed she was merely a trickster. If the culprit truly feared such supernatural deceptions, they would have long since confessed. Sun Fong remained silent, fixated on the table used by his sister. He found himself torn between belief and disbelief. When that so-called Boss Tao had contacted him, he had initially thought it was a scam. Yet, after being shown news reports of several cases, he began to consider that perhaps it was not a fabrication. He yearned to personally bring the murderer to justice, rather than entrust the matter to the police. He had never voiced this sentiment to anyone, fearing that if he did, they would report it, and then he would be left waiting for the verdict, unable to avenge his sister. After all, he had no desire to continue living. Jiang Zheng leaned against the doorway, occasionally glancing at Nanxing and then at the table. He recalled that he had crafted this table for Ah Yuan. Now, it would serve as an altar for her resurrection. Nanxing placed the Taodai wine cup on the wooden table, meticulously tracing runes around it with her finger. Her earnestness was so profound that it nearly convinced the onlookers. Boss Qian could no longer contain himself. How exactly do you intend to resurrect Ah Yuan? We are in the 21st century. Stop fooling around. If she were truly a life thief, she wouldn't be fooling around, Chotzi interjected. Have you heard of the Nam Pavilion murder case? The Taiying serial case and the Guangying cinema case. Although they were never officially reported, their impact was significant, and there was a common thread: rumors of the deceased returning to life, though the authorities denied it. Boss Qian, a man well-versed in both the world and the internet, was indeed aware of these stories. He found himself instinctively believing, primarily because he could not fathom Nanxing's motive for orchestrating such a spectacle. Without a purpose, the ritual would be entirely meaningless. What is a life thief? Jiang Zheng pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Boss Qian furrowed his brows and replied, I've heard they can help people steal life, essentially prolonging the dead's existence, but there are conditions for the transaction. Old, he interjected, in simple terms, Ah Yuan will soon return to life and identify the murderer. Jiang Zheng was taken aback, and Dan mirrored his surprise. The dead can come back to life? Old, he nodded. If this is indeed true. Boss Qian suddenly mocked Jiang Zheng, who was astonished. Oh, why is the man who adores his fiancée surprised rather than delighted? Jiang Zheng shot him a glare, filled with ire. Of course I'm happy, but how can such a thing exist in this world? I don't want to be disappointed. A splash of water echoed from an unknown source, interrupting the heated discussion. The sound of water rippled, growing increasingly conspicuous in the dimming twilight. Look at that cup! Old, he exclaimed in disbelief, and the others quickly turned to the table, where the once dry wine cup was slowly filling with water. Not only was it filled with liquid, but a faint aroma of wine wafted from it, unmistakably a fine vintage, gently swirling within, spilling over like a fountain cascading outward. Those gathered around the table hastily dodged the encroaching wine, and those unable to evade felt the liquid rush over their legs, yet their feet remained completely dry. This wine was an illusion. The moonlight shone brightly, and the exquisite wine flowed abundantly. The woman in white appeared atop the altar. Sun Fong froze, and the others stood in shock. It was Sun Yuan. The sudden appearance of Sun Yuan startled old he and the others greatly. Only Sun Fong, with a lump in his throat, reached out to touch his sister's face, but his fingers merely grazed through the air, leaving only a chill in their wake. He stared in disbelief at this vivid apparition, unable to voice his anguish. Is this a trick? Boss Qian held his breath, attempting to touch her, but his fingers grasped nothing. Sun Yuan sat barefoot on the table, her hollow eyes giving her an eerie appearance. The crowd watched intently, tension mounting, when suddenly, Sun Yuan's head spun around, causing old he and the others to step back in fright. It must be a projection, Jiang Zheng speculated, observing Nanxing's hands, which held no equipment. The only item on the table was an old wine cup. Sun Yuan opened her mouth, and her head abruptly twisted, turning a full 180 degrees, her vacant eyes fixating on Jiang Zheng behind her. Jiang Zheng was struck with terror, horrified as he locked gazes with her. Nearly entrapped by her dark, hollow stare, he mustered all his strength to turn his head away, gasping for breath. Boss Qian seemed to sense something amiss and angrily seized Jiang Zheng by the collar. Exclaiming, You killed Ah Yuan! Impossible! Sun Fong gasped. How could Jiang Zheng be the murderer? You were about to marry her. Ah Yuan cherished you so much and treated you so well. How could you kill her? I did not. I did not kill Ah Yuan, Jiang Zheng shouted, shaking off Boss Qian's grip. I didn't kill her. Who told her to play around with me, hiding in the cave? Who said there was a treasury inside, dragging me to see it? Why didn't she keep it all for herself? There was gold everywhere in that cave. Jiang Zheng laughed maniacally, his hands grasping at imaginary gold, his eyes wide as he spoke. Ah Yuan said she wanted to go down the mountain to tell you that she was thinking of you, her brother, even wanting to share all that gold with you. No. I have endured here for so many years. The gold I panned is barely enough to survive. How could I face bringing her back home and asking my parents for money to marry her? I told Ah Yuan to save that money for our wedding. But she refused. She insisted on telling you, and no matter what I said, she was determined to inform you. But here, there are only gold seekers, and the gold would be divided immediately. Old He, in disbelief, asked, "So you killed Ayuan? To hoard the gold for yourself?" "I did not kill her. She killed herself," Jiang Zheng lamented, his thoughts consumed by the gold. Each thought a dagger to his heart. "I urged her to wait until morning to descend. But if it was truly morning, the gold would vanish." Old He's voice rose sharply again. "So you killed Ayuan?" His words rang like a tolling bell, forcing Jiang Zheng to meet his gaze. His eyes reddening as he vehemently retorted, "I did not kill her. She killed herself." The most affected is Sun Fong. He believed that the least likely person to be the murderer was, in fact, the true culprit. Not a single tear could escape his eyes, which felt parched, leaving only pain in their wake. He understood that his sister must be suffering even more, having been killed in such a cruel manner by the one she cherished. "Why did you strike so ruthlessly, Ayuan? There isn't a single good part left on her head. Why did you do this?" Each word from Sun Fong dripped with blood. It was anger, heartbreak, and incomprehension. Her fate was too resilient. Jiang Zheng shook his head. "I only struck her twice. But when I returned after going out, she was still alive, so I had to strike again. No less than 10 times. "You've lost your mind," Lao He exclaimed sharply. "That is a person." Jiang Zheng did not look at Lao He. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Sun Fong, filled with resentment. "You claim to treat me as a good friend. Yet why didn't you tell me that you had summoned the soul-thieving master?" Nanxing glanced at Jiang Zheng, who had gone mad with fear. If he had known his identity from the start, would he not have sought an opportunity to kill her? "You never regarded me as a friend. Ayuan never loved me." Lao He, unable to endure it any longer, rushed forward and delivered a heavy punch to Jiang Zheng's face. "The reason he didn't tell you is that he feared you would secretly make a deal with the soul-thieving master. But who would have thought you were the murderer?" Staggering back from the blow, Jiang Zheng began to laugh maniacally upon hearing those words. Who would seek out a soul-thieving master for her? "I wouldn't, even if I am not the murderer. I wouldn't seek one out." Sun Fong, overwhelmed by immense pain, was shattered by this statement. In a fit of rage, he grappled with Jiang Zheng, but Dan rushed forward to assist, while Boss Qian turned back into the house to fetch a rope. Binding the frenzied Jiang Zheng, and didn't he forget to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to his face. Suddenly, Sun Fong drew a knife he had carried with him for days, intent on plunging it into Jiang Zheng's heart. However, before the blade could pierce his chest, a hand seized his wrist. Chiu Si's expression darkened as he said, "If you kill him, you will also face imprisonment." Boss Qian spat on Jiang Zheng with great force, declaring that is too lenient. He desires face, so let us send him to the police station and ruin his reputation. Lao He hastily added, "Yes, they say a life is exchanged for another. You are exchanging 2 lives for one, which is not worth it." Yet Sun Fong still did not release the knife. The mere thought of his sister's tragic demise prevented him from waiting for the court's judgment with peace of mind. Seeing the fury in his eyes, Chiu Si paused and gently asked, "If you die, who will tend to Ayuan's grave? Who will remember her?" Sun Fong was taken aback, and after a long silence, he finally lowered the knife. Lao He quickly snatched it from his hands, drenched in a cold sweat. Everyone sighed in relief. The Dan suggested, "Let us hurry and bring him to the station in town to avenge Sister Ayuan." But Sun Yuan had not yet resurrected. Upon hearing this, they all turned to Nanxing, who lifted his brows slightly and said, "The ritual has not concluded. Sun Yuan has yet to personally identify the murderer." Everyone fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 12. The Gluttonous Wine Cup. 12. No one anticipated that Sun Yuan had not truly resurrected. Lao He urgently asked, "Is the murderer not Jiang Zheng?" He confessed, "Jiang Zheng claims to be the murderer, but my task is to ensure Sun Yuan is resurrected to identify the true culprit herself." Dan interjected, "Since we already know the murderer, there is no need to continue. Otherwise, it would be too cruel for Brother Sunday." But Sun Fong choked on his words. "I want to see Yuan. Even if only for 10 minutes, I wish to see my sister once more." Knowing it would merely be a semblance of her spirit, he still yearned for one final glimpse. This separation would indeed be eternal. To have Sister Ayuan resurrected to identify Brother Jiang would be cruel for her as well. Dan shook his head, deeming it too harsh. Nanxing cast a sidelong glance at Adan, who was fervently dissuading him, and stated, Sun Yuan will not have any consciousness. Although she may seem alive and can identify the murderer, it cannot be considered a true resurrection. Qiu Ci pondered and asked, is it akin to being incomplete in spirit? Precisely. Moreover, once the ritual commences, it will not cease. Nanxing's fingers, resting on the table, gently traced outward, completing the final stroke of the rune. Sun Yuan's hollow eyes gradually regained flesh and the brightness they once held at Yuan. Sun Feng finally shed tears. His sister, with whom he had shared his life since childhood, was gone. He did not know how to continue. Should he keep searching for their parents? If he found them, how would he explain that his sister had died? The wine in the gluttonous cup calmed to a stillness, swirling like a water dragon around the resurrecting Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan, who killed you? Nanxing asked in a deep voice. Sun Yuan's head slowly turned, her gaze lingering on each face present. When it fell upon Jiang Zheng, her right hand began to rise. Jiang Zheng, frenzied and restless, fell silent as he saw Sun Yuan pointing at him, staring blankly at the face he knew so well. Filled with regret, I'm sorry, Yuan. Jiang Zheng's epiphany came too late. The moment he harbored murderous intent over the gold in the cave, it was already too late. Lao He let out a heavy sigh, suddenly noticing that Sun Yuan's left hand was also raised, pointing at another person. Not only Sun Feng, but even Bosch Qian was taken aback. Dan looked at the finger directed at him, paused, and awkwardly forced a smile. Why are you pointing at me? Lao He couldn't believe it and turned to Nanxing, asking, is there an error? Nanxing's cold gaze flickered, his eyes terrifyingly frigid. Bosch Qian was the first to react, lunging forward to grasp the boy by his collar, bellowing, you are also a murderer. You conspired to kill Yuan. I didn't. Relying solely on the testimony of a dead person. Doesn't that seem ridiculous to you? Where's the evidence? Dan shouted. Let go. Jiang Zheng seemed to recall something, asking, that night, I only struck Yuan's head twice before heading to the cave. But when I returned, I heard commotion from the wooden house. I thought Yuan had come back to life. So I struck again. It wasn't Yuan who revived. It was you who escaped from the house. Wasn't it? Sister Yuan was not dead at that time. Dan erupted in anger. She merely fainted. I loved Sister Yuan. I adored her, yet she did not love me. Sister Yuan, why didn't you love me? Why did you choose Jiang Zheng? I treated you so well. Why did you choose him? Why did you go out at night? You were shameless. You deserved it. Nanxing recalled the position of the small flowers in Dan's room, identical to those in Sun Yuan's. Perhaps Dan had secretly entered Sun Yuan's room, driven by the obsessive desires of a lovesick admirer, to spy on her. Bosch Qian was enraged. So you killed her? Haha. Dan provocatively stared at them. I merely visited that little wooden house, but there's no evidence proving I committed murder. You must remember the footprints outside the window of the wooden house on Sanbao Mountain. Nanxing coldly stated. The footprints are small, akin to a woman's shoe size. Dan froze, quickly recovering. What footprints? Even if you returned afterward to erase the footprints, you acted too hastily. The soft mud outside the wooden house left deep impressions. As long as we dig away the covering soil, the footprints will remain. Qiu Ci smirked slightly, adding, a footprint can reveal a person's shoe size, as well as the pattern on the sole. Dan was taken aback. If Sun Yuan did not like him, why had she treated him so kindly? I like you, Sister Yuan. Yet she did not reciprocate. She loved Jiang Zheng and planned to leave with him to marry. On that fateful night, he watched her leave with Jiang Zheng. He followed but saw Sun Yuan, her head injured from a stone. Fearful yet unwilling, he hesitated. When she awakened in pain, begging for his help, he wished to save her, but the thought of her relationship with Jiang Zheng held him back. Sister Yuan, do you like me? She hesitated. Her instinctive response shattered his remaining rationality. The bloodied stone lay nearby, as if tempting him to pick it up and kill Sun Yuan. He lost count of how many times he struck her. Consumed by hatred, Dan knelt on the ground, silent for a long time. Without a trace of regret, it was her fault, Dan declared, laughing maniacally. A sound unbefitting a youth. The bird returned to its nest, soaring across the dim sky, reminiscent of the bird he had seen in the rehabilitation center when he was barely hanging on. How free it is! Who will come to take me away? No one. He was abandoned. No one cared for him. His laughter gradually faded, and the dazed Dan gazed into the distant, murky Sanbao Mountain, whispering, "Yes, I killed her." This unexpected outcome plunged everyone into profound anguish. Boss Qian bounded Dan, but even if he were not restrained, he appeared as if he had lost his soul, dazed. The torrent of wine had come to a halt. The once tumultuous waters now silent, the night once more descended into stillness. Sun Yuan appeared even more ethereal than before. Sun Fong watched her slowly lowering hand, realizing the moment of parting was nigh. Trembling, he asked, "Can she be given more life? I could offer 10 lifetimes of my eyes, even if it means becoming blind for eternity." "No," Nanxing coldly interrupted. "If you do not bid her farewell quickly, you will never have the chance again." Sun Fong was taken aback as time slipped away, Sun Yuan on the verge of disappearing. He hesitantly extended his hand, brushing it lightly over her head, suppressing his sobs as he whispered, "Yuan, I will continue searching for Mom and Dad. For the way home, you go ahead. Your brother will come soon." Expressionless, Sun Yuan remained silent and still. Nanxing had long grown accustomed to such scenarios. A life stolen from an antique could not restore a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits. She could only instruct the deceased to perform one task, if the employer insisted that the only requirement was to identify the murderer. Then the resurrected individual would speak solely to point out the culprit. Sun Fong was acutely aware of this. He could only endure the pain, forcing himself to gently stroke his sister's head, just as he did in their childhood. They stood at the muddy road by the village entrance, waiting and waiting, as he bent down to reassure her that their parents would soon return. A breeze caressed the air, and a single tear fell into the once again parched gluttonous wine cup, sinking to the bottom. Sun Yuan vanished entirely. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sun Fong sank to the ground in tears. The sun rose, as always, casting its light over the entire Baozhou Mountain, bright and radiant. Old He, who had not slept all night, saw the light streaming through the window and stepped outside for some fresh air. Yearning to bask in the sun and warm his body, or rather, his heart as he emerged, he spotted Boss Qian sitting at a distance, smoking. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the ground was littered with cigarette butts. At least 3 packs had been consumed. He sat beside him, lit a cigarette from Boss Qian's stash, and patted his pockets, realizing he had no lighter. Boss Qian chuckled derisively, calling him foolish, and produced his lighter to spark the flame. Old He took a deep drag and soaked up the morning sun before eventually asking, "Were you the one masquerading as a ghost at Sanbao Mountain these past few days?" "Indeed," Boss Qian replied. Exhaling smoke, "As soon as night falls, I head there, light a few candles, and sing with all my might." "Why do that?" "I have this nagging feeling that Yuan was murdered, and I wanted to see if anyone would show signs of guilt." "Why do that?" Old He repeated, though his inquiry had shifted in meaning. The cigarette but in Boss Qian's hand burned his fingers, but he was oblivious to the pain, gazing silently at the distant mountains for a long while before finally saying, "I like Yuan." He offered a self-deprecating smile. "I know Sun Fong doesn't like me. He thinks I'm a greasy businessman who wouldn't treat Yuan well, but I truly care for her. Yuan has such a beautiful smile and she is so kind. Yet, Sun Fong forbade me from being good to her and even beat me up. That kid packs quite a punch." Old He did not share in the laughter. A weight settled in his heart this is why Yu Haven T left Baozhou Mountain in the past 2 years. A true businessman would have long departed when there was no profit to be made. He had always found it strange that someone as shrewd as Boss Qian would remain in Baozhou Mountain. At last, Boss Qian flicked away the cigarette, but instead, "I won't be staying in Baozhou Mountain any longer. It's meaningless." Old He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is meaningless." The 2 men gazed at the fully risen sun, feeling no warmth emanating from its light. It was so cold. Sun Fong had kept vigil over Jiangzheng and Adan throughout the night, waiting for dawn. When the sun rose, he would leave Baozhou Mountain and take them to the police station. When Nanxing arrived, Sun Fong's weariness was more profound than before. There was no hint of relief from having captured the murderer. Nanxing understood that even with vengeance exacted, Sun Yuan would not return. Outsiders would believe that the scales of justice had been balanced, but who truly desired the murderer's life? Those who had lost loved ones yearned for the return of the deceased. Otherwise, no measure of satisfaction could be found. Seeing Nanxing emerge from the house, Old He tossed aside his cigarette and rushed over. Sun Fong also stood, aware that they had reached the final step of their transaction. He was to relinquish his eyes. And in the next life, he would become blind. He pondered whether his sister would have a next life and if he would be able to find her. Nanqing said, "It's time to give up your eyes." "All right," Sun Fong replied. "How do we proceed with the exchange?" It was then he realized she was not looking at him but rather at Old He, who stood beside him. Old He glanced at him, smiling as he said, "The one making the deal is me, not you." Sun Fong was taken aback. "Why would you want to make such a deal?" "It's what I owe your siblings," Old He replied with a smile. His face etched with the lines of past memories. "I knew your parents." Chapter 13. The Gluttonous Wine Cup. 13. Sun Fong had never contemplated this, left utterly speechless. Old He paused for a moment, seemingly gathering immense strength to recount the events of yesteryears. "Over 20 years ago, I worked in the same factory as your parents, sharing a dormitory next door to theirs. They treated me with kindness, as if I were their own brother, always sharing their food with me. When I fell ill, they were the only ones who cared. But then, just before the new year, they were killed. They were victims of a home invasion. Their money was stolen and their lives taken. The police came to the factory to interrogate us, asking who had seen the murderer. I said I hadn't seen anything, but that day, I did see." Old He was unable to contain his tears, repeating, "I saw him. I saw the murderer. I had been feeling unwell and returned to the dormitory to rest. I heard commotion from the neighboring room and peeked through the window, where I saw your mother lying on the ground, her throat slit. Your father was fighting with someone, and I initially intended to intervene, but the door was locked. I wanted to call for help, but the assailant was a towering figure. In an instant, he killed your father. When the murderer looked outside, I was terrified and fled. I still remember the moment the police carried your parents away. Their eyes were wide open, staring at me. I knew they were looking at me, but I was too afraid to admit I feared I would be killed too." Old He revealed the secret he had harbored for 23 years. Unearthing tears he had restrained for so long, collapsing under the weight of his memories. He recalled that fateful day. Succumbing to tears, he had come to Baozhou Mountain to escape the world, yet he had never been able to let go of the past. He had deceived himself all these years, pretending that the incident had never occurred. Only after Sun Yuan's death had he learned from Sun Fong about their siblings' purpose for coming here. Every detail aligned with the tragic story of the young couple from years ago. Sun Fong and Sun Yuan were their children, yet they remained unaware that their parents, whom they had searched for so long, were no longer alive. "Did you catch the murderer?" Sun Fong asked, his tone unnaturally calm. "Yes, but I shouldn't have left that day. I wouldn't have allowed the murderer to roam free for 2 years." Old He could not release himself from this burden. Even with the capture of the murderer, the shackles on his heart remained. "Not now, nor ever. They must resent me for fleeing. I shouldn't have run." "They do not resent you," Nanqing interjected softly. "They are here, always with you." With her gaze slightly raised, Nanqing looked towards the figures behind Old He. From the moment she had first encountered Old He upon stepping out of the car, she had noticed the presence of a young couple in their 30s trailing behind him. They had been following him for quite some time. Sun Fong remained oblivious. The couple he had seen on television years ago were indeed his parents, but they were already deceased. The reporter interviewing the gold miner in Baozhou Mountain was Old He. Sun Fong had not been mistaken. Old He froze, and Sun Fong turned his gaze to his back, yet saw nothing. Old He began to tremble, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him. Turning his face pale, he was not afraid. Rather, he understood that they had indeed not forgiven him. "I'm sorry. I am so sorry. They do not hate you," Nanqing assured him, observing the ethereal presence dispersing around Old He. "They wish to ask you to tell their 2 children that they will return home a little later." As she finished speaking, the young couple nodded at Nanqing before transforming into wisps of smoke, departing for their next life. Devoid of their souls, they could not recognize the person before them as their son. They would always remember that they could not return, yet their child still awaited their return in the village. They could not keep him waiting for so long. It was far too cold. For this message, they had waited a full 23 years. Sun Fong watched as the smoke dissipated, realizing it was his parents departing. After so many years of searching, he finally had an answer, yet this revelation weighed heavily upon him. Old He felt a warmth envelop him. The morning sunlight remained the same, but the accompanying chill had vanished, and his body felt significantly warmer. Your parents did not abandon you. Tears streamed down Sun Feng's face. After searching for so many years, he had finally heard the words he longed to hear. Yet his sister would never hear them again, mulled he. Knowing where Sun Feng's hometown lay, planned to accompany him to report to the police before returning home. Your grandparents are still alive. They will be overjoyed to see you. They have been searching for you, but time has passed so long that perhaps the information didn't match up completely. They haven't spoken of it for years. We can discuss it when we return. Old he reassured Sun Feng, instilling in him the courage to go back and the hope to live on. Boss Qian leaned in and whispered, "Did you send them money? No wonder you're so stingy." "Hey, I'll never call you stingy again." As he spoke, he slipped a card into Old He's hand. The password 6 zeros. "Here is a little money. Consider it a gift for the 2 elders. 6 zeros. Old he responded. "You really aren't afraid of being robbed?" "Hey, if it gets stolen, I'll just earn it back." Boss Qian, unburdened by material possessions, waved goodbye as he rode away on his dilapidated bicycle, leaving Baozhou Mountain behind. Once Boss Qian was gone, Old he felt a sense of emptiness. He looked down at the bank card, contemplating the password, his heart trembling. Was it a 0? Or a circle? Old he mused that Boss Qian truly cared for Sun Yuan. The sound of a police siren pierced the air, and as Sun Feng heard it, he slowly turned to gaze at Baozhou Mountain, its majestic peaks now devoid of anything worth clinging to. Old he patted his shoulder and said, "Let us go." Sun Feng nodded and said to Nanxing, "Thank you, him." Nanxing replied, "Goodbye." Jiang Zheng and Adan were escorted into the police car, while Sun Feng and Lao He also got into the vehicle, departing from the treasure-laden Baoshan, which had driven countless fortune-seekers to madness. Nanxing placed the reward from the transaction into her cup, only to notice a single tear within the opulent chalice. She paused, recognizing that this tear belonged to Sun Yuan. A soul that should have been devoid of emotion had shed a tear. She gazed for a while before sensing someone emerging from Baozhou Mountain, who then tucked the chalice away. "Miss Xingxing, you haven't left yet. Would you like a ride?" Nanxing did not turn around but replied, "No, I hope we are not on the same flight on our way back." Qiu Xi chuckled, "The way you say that makes it sound as if I truly am a stalker. Not a stalker, but an eavesdropper. I haven't even complained about you disturbing my sleep with your noise outside my window early in the morning." Qiu Xi approached her, surveying the desolate and spacious road devoid of people, and asked, "Why did you inform them about that couple following them? It wouldn't have mattered if you hadn't, since they wouldn't have noticed." Nanxing shot him a glance, thinking him a stalker and a chatterbox. She replied, "Because I wanted you to eavesdrop a bit more." Qiu Xi chuckled silently. "Did you call for a car?" After a moment of silence, Qiu Xi turned back to look at the mountain and asked, "Do you know why this place is called Baoshan?" Intrigued, Nanxing inquired, "Why?" It was originally not called Baoshan. The name was not intended to emphasize that this mountain is a treasure, but rather derived from Baoshu city cake, meaning to eliminate greed. Just like the Taotai, excessive greed consumes one's very being. Baoshu city cake, Baoshan, and yet those who come here misunderstand it. Qiu Xi turned to face her, smiling as he said, "Extend your hand." Without even glancing at him, Nanxing refused to comply so cold. Qiu Xi remarked, "After I encountered you at Sambao Mountain, my fish discovered a cave on the way down. Inside that cave, there was a great deal of gold, dazzling and resplendent. Likely the very treasure Jiang Zheng and Sun Yuan had discovered." "Indeed," she replied, "but that is false, fool's gold." Qiu Xi extended his palm towards her, revealing a brilliant golden stone that captivated the eye. Nanxing was taken aback, falling into a moment of silence. Fool's gold is not true gold. It is merely pyrite, the most common sulfide mineral on Earth. Its golden hue may resemble real gold at first glance, yet it possesses almost no value. Thus, Jiang Zheng did not even take a proper look before killing Sun Yuan, driven by his own greed. Nanxing stated, "The Taotai is also a creature of greed, and thus the relic that resurrected Sun Yuan is that very Taotai chalice." Qiu Xi sighed softly, his hand tightening before it opened, revealing that the fool's gold had shattered as the wind blew. It seemed to mock humanity's greed, scattering golden dust everywhere. In the distance, 2 cars approached. One was to pick up Qiu Xi, while the other was the driver who had brought Nanxing, the same driver whose business card she had utilized. Before getting into the car, Nanxing pondered for a moment and said, "Goodbye." Qiu Xi replied with a laugh, Perhaps we should refrain from saying goodbye. That phrase felt ominous to her. She did not understand it at all. Nanqing paused and resolutely stated, "No, goodbye." Qiu Si laughed even more heartily, saying, "Very well then, goodbye." As Nanqing entered the car, the driver remarked, "See, I told you, a delicate girl like you shouldn't be out mining for gold. You won't last long. They say there's been a murder here." When I arrived, the police car was roaring away, carrying several people. He chattered on, while Nanqing's gaze followed the passing vehicle. Qiu Si was in that car, a Range Rover, a 7-digit vehicle. The further they drove from Baoshan, the warmer Qiu Si felt, uncertain whether it was his body or heart that was warming up. He sat casually in the car, trying to make himself comfortable. The driver drove steadily, but Li Yuan, sitting next to Qiu Si, had never seen him look so fatigued. Qiu Si handed him a map and continued to rest his eyes, saying, "The tomb of Hosheng. This is the map that Li Yuan took it, glanced briefly and asked, "Why are you so tired this time?" After a prolonged silence, Qiu Si opened his eyes and asked, "Brother, are you familiar with the term life stealer?" He wished to understand what a life stealer was and who Nanqing truly was. How could she enter ancient tombs, steal life from relics, and even resurrect the deceased? Chapter 14. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 1. Shanghai was not experiencing rain. It was a sunny day. A blazing sunny day, the sun scorching like an autumn tiger. Nanqing detested rainy days and also the sweltering heat. As soon as she disembarked from the plane, she unfurled an umbrella, returning to Tianzifang, where she once again beheld the grand clock standing at the end of the alley. The pendulum swayed slowly, as if casting some hypnotic spell. The heat made Nanqing feel a bit drowsy as she wandered through the alley of Tianzifang, slowing her pace until she reached the door of Tao's antique shop. Spotting the door ajar, her burdened heart lightened a little. A sudden bark interrupted her thoughts, causing Nanqing to turn her head towards the right side of the door, where a large yellow dog squatted, panting at her. The dog seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment's contemplation, she realized it was Qiu Si's dog. Why was his dog here? Could it be that he had returned? Furrowing her brows, Nanqing locked eyes with the dog, seeking answers from it. The person inside heard the barking and hurried out. Upon seeing her, he scrutinized her for a moment before smiling and asking, "You must be Miss Nanqing, right? You look just like in the photo." "No, you're even more beautiful than in the picture." Nanqing regarded the unfamiliar face before her. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, smiling with a hint of professionalism that exuded a faintly greasy vibe. Yet he clearly recognized her, having just come out from inside. Her heart sank again as she inquired, "Why are you here?" "Where is Boss Tao?" Feng Yuan smiled and said, "He has temporarily entrusted the shop to me. I will handle matters moving forward, including contacting employers for Miss Nanqing and managing any aftermath." Nanqing fell silent, and after a while, she asked, "Where is Boss Tao buried?" "Huh?" Feng Yuan reacted, quickly waving his hands. "No, no, no. He just had surgery, and everything went smoothly. He just can't overexert himself, so he entrusted us with this." Nanqing finally raised her gaze, stating, "You needn't inform Boss Tao of what I just said." Upon entering the shop, Nanqing retrieved the Taodai chalice from her backpack and carefully placed it on a shelf in one corner. There were hundreds of antiquities here, from various eras, different materials, and distinct employers, each with its own tale. Noticing that there was water in the chalice, Feng Yuan, showing remarkable insight, reached for a handkerchief to wipe it, but was halted by Nanqing. "It contains water, and antiques must not come into contact with it. This is not water. It is a tear, the last tear shed by Sun Yuan before leaving this world." Nanqing stopped his hand, directly preventing it from reaching the shelf. Feng Yuan was perplexed but recalled that Boss Tao had instructed him to comply with whatever she wished. Suddenly, he remembered something, smacking his forehead and saying, "Look at me, so focused on work that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Feng Yuan. Yuan as in source, and I am a distant relative of Boss Tao." Nanqing glanced at the business card. Feng Yuan? Identity intermediary. Title, manager. Feng Yuan thought they could start working, but Nanqing kept holding her phone, seemingly texting someone. After a while, Feng Yuan asked, "Miss Nanqing, who are you chatting with?" "Boss Tao," she replied, putting down her phone. "IVE confirmed that you are not a fraud." Feng Yuan wiped his brow. If he were a fraud, he would have already emptied the antique shop rather than remain here. "Then shall we take a look at the new employer's information?" "They are quite anxious, And they have offered 3 pairs of eyes as payment point. 3 pairs of eyes? Nanxing echoed, intrigued. They have set 3 conditions? No, only one, Feng Yuan explained. But they insist on providing 3 pairs. Nanxing paused momentarily. She had managed hundreds of transactions, each involving a single pair of eyes corresponding to one condition. Even if someone were to offer 2 pairs for 2 tasks, it would not be allowed. A person could only be resurrected once and complete one task. However, this was the first time she had encountered a situation where 3 pairs of eyes were offered for a single task. Feng Yuan elaborated, the employers are 3 siblings with the surname Zhang. Their father passed away unexpectedly while they were traveling, and he was the founder of the Wang Hai Group, a wealthy magnate. However, he left no will, and the 3 siblings are vying for the entire inheritance. Nanxing frowned and asked, the whole thing? Feng Yuan sighed. Yes, if it were me, I would simply take my share. A third is still a significant sum. Isn't it? Why must they tear each other apart? Haven't they hired a lawyer? Feng Yuan explained. Hiring a lawyer would negatively impact the group, consume time and effort, and cost real money. Who knows how much they might lose? When Boss Tao instructed me to contact them, they agreed immediately, demanding only one thing: urgency. Nanxing understood now why this transaction involved 3 pairs of eyes. The siblings were unwilling to make this deal individually. Thus, they ultimately decided to each offer their next life's eyes in agreement. In truth, their father had intended to draft a will for the distribution of assets, saying he would do so after their family trip, but unexpectedly passed away on the journey. Hence, the 3 of them wished to know their father's intentions regarding the distribution of wealth. After briefly introducing Feng Yuan, she handed over the materials and inquired, do you have a general understanding now? MHM. The compensation consists of 3 pairs of eyes, with the condition being the resurrection of the old gentleman, allowing him to explicitly state how the assets are to be distributed. Indeed, as per the usual arrangement, they provide the payment and the goods, Boss Tao collects the money, and you receive the goods. Naturally, this time I also expect my commission. Feng Yuan asked, when can Miss Nanxing set off? They require a meeting at the destination before nightfall. I have some matters to attend to. You may depart first. Understood. Feng Yuan provided all the necessary information to Nanxing, and soon after, he tidied up his desk. I will head to the airport now. I've already booked your flight ticket. Once you land, give me a call, and I'll find a place to pick you up. All right. Nanxing noticed that despite his somewhat professional demeanor, he worked efficiently and was thoroughly knowledgeable about her profession, exhibiting no signs of surprise, which indicated he had not simply accepted her occupation based on Boss Tao's words. She lowered her gaze once more to the business card in her hand, slowly flipping it over to reveal the words on the back. Yin Yang Agency. Raising an eyebrow, she observed that Feng Yuan had already exited, yet the bell in the shop remained silent. Oh, Miss Nanxing, Feng Yuan called back as he stepped out of the shop. When you visit Boss Tao at Ren Hospital, please take the dog with you. Inform him that both you and I are heading out, and that his dog has no one to care for it. He should find someone else to foster it. I won't be going to the hospital. Nanxing replied, isn't that his dog? Not Xiuxi's? So she scolded the wrong person last time? Feng Yuan chuckled and said, it is indeed his dog. It's quite obedient. The leash is hanging on that rack. I must take my leave now. I'll see you later. He patted the big yellow dog on the head, holding a briefcase in one hand while pressing his hat down with the other, and departed. Nanxing sat for a while, ensuring he had truly left before picking up the dog leash. As she stepped out, the bell remained quiet. The big yellow dog barked at her presence, causing the bell to jingle. She looked down at it. The dog sat upright, its back straight, gazing up at her. The last time she saw it was on a rainy day when its fur had been drenched and matted together. Presumably, Feng Yuan had taken care of it, giving it a bath and a haircut, making it look fresh and tidy. Nanxing took out the dog leash and asked, are you going to see Boss Tao? Woof woof. Nanxing nodded. I'll follow your lead. The hospital prohibited dogs from entering, likely due to the influx of pet owners. So there was a temporary duty room specifically for leashing pets. Nanxing secured the dog in the duty room before heading to visit Boss Tao. The hospital was permeated with the strong scent of disinfectant, and upon entering the inpatient department, nearly everyone wore masks, obscuring their faces except for their eyes. Boss Tao had just undergone surgery and was still in the observation period, not permitted to leave. When Nanxing entered, he was half reclining on the bed, lost in thought. Only when she approached his bedside did he come to his senses. You've returned, HM. This phrase was always heard when she walked into the Tao family's shop. Now, hearing it in the hospital felt oddly unsatisfactory. Nanqing sat down and said, "The dog you raised wants to see you, but the hospital won't allow it inside. It's leashed outside." Boss Tao chuckled. "Oh, how did it go this time? Was it smooth?" Feng Yuan must have told you everything. Of course, Boss Tao was aware of everything, but in conversation, if one claims to know everything, what is there left to discuss? Nanqing was evidently not adept at small talk, capable of stifling the conversation with a single sentence. He gazed at her with a grandfatherly look, reflecting on his fears before the surgery. If he were to pass away, what would become of Nanqing? Akin to a concern for his granddaughter. After a while of silence, Nanqing noticed some apples and asked, "Can you eat apples?" "Not yet," Boss Tao replied. "Are you heading out again soon?" Nanqing inquired, "When will you be discharged?" "It depends on the situation." Boss Tao then asked, "Have you packed everything?" Nanqing pondered for a moment before asking, "How did you find Feng Yuan?" "He's reliable. As for how I found him, there are indeed a few trustworthy individuals in this line of work." Boss Tao explained. "Feng Yuan is a good agent, albeit rather timid. Do not be too harsh with him." Nanqing was not fond of the hospital's scent, which made her nose uncomfortable and her heart uneasy. "Go take care of your affairs. I'll rest here." "What about the dog?" Boss Tao glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "Take it back first, feed it well before you leave, and I'll have someone look after it temporarily." Nanqing nodded, glancing back at Boss Tao as she exited the ward. He seemed much older after the surgery, reminiscent of his great-grandfather. She had also bid farewell to her great-grandfather in a hospital. Surrounded by the same disinfectant smell, Nanqing remained silent for a long time. Just as she entered the elevator, her phone buzzed with a message. "Hello, your ticket from Shanghai has been issued." Nanqing withdrew her gaze. Placing her phone away, she would be setting off for a new city the following day, further south, which meant it would be warmer. Chapter 15. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 2. Sisui Island is not far from the mainland. It takes merely 10 minutes by ferry. The sea surrounds the island, isolating it from the bustling city center in the distance. The shimmering water creates an illusion of the island dancing in the bright morning light. With the city's vigorous development of tourism, this unique little island has also been developed, becoming a distinctive tourist destination, attracting a steady stream of visitors. The island's 3,000-year cultural heritage, coupled with extensive promotion, has drawn countless artistic souls seeking a moment of tranquility away from the bustling metropolis. Nanqing was not an artistic soul and did not seek tranquility. She stood in line at the ticket window for quite some time, ultimately securing a ferry ticket to the island for 35 yuan, just as the driver had mentioned when she took the high-speed train. The driver, a chubby man, filled the driver's seat, his seatbelt digging into his soft belly, reminding Nanqing of Zhongzi from the Dragon Boat Festival. It used to cost only 8 yuan, and now it was 35. Prices had skyrocketed. The driver was quite talkative, as most short-distance drivers tended to be. He asked Nanqing where she was from, and upon learning she hailed from the north, he began enthusiastically recounting his experiences in the northern regions, describing the comfortable summers and winters, with breezes that were dry and did not induce sweating. He concluded with a lament, "No wonder you northerners don't like to bathe, unlike us southerners. We can't stand a day without a wash." Leaning against the window, Nanqing glanced at him, questioning the regional stereotypes. The chubby driver continued to chatter away, speaking freely to a passerby without any accountability. He then inquired how long Nanqing would be staying and, upon learning it was a few days, promptly devised a travel itinerary for her, enthusiastically recommending various attractions. While waiting for the ferry with her ticket in hand, Nanqing realized she had left her phone in the car, likely due to the driver's incessant chatter distracting her, causing her phone to slip from her pocket unnoticed. In this digital age, being without a phone felt akin to being shackled, limiting her freedom and comfort like an antique. Unable to purchase tickets online, she had to adhere to the conventional queue, standing under the scorching sun. She could only be relieved that she had only lost her phone and that her wallet remained with her. The ferry approached from the opposite shore, gliding gracefully through the water under the sunny sky, as the ramp slowly descended, allowing passengers to disembark amidst the lively chatter. Once the tourists from the ferry had disembarked, others began boarding. Nanqing feared the vessel might not accommodate her, yet the ferry, akin to a lion, continuously swallowed the incoming tourists, filling to capacity, albeit with an unpleasant odor. traveling in a crowded city during hot weather posed a significant challenge for those sensitive to smells. Nanxing rubbed her itchy nose, uncertain how much longer it would take to reach the shore. The lion-like ferry carried a full load of passengers, slicing through the water at a leisurely pace toward the bustling little island. As soon as the boat docked, tourists hurriedly disembarked. It was just past noon, and the sun blazed down like hot chili oil, scorching the heads of the visitors. The island was filled with people slathered in thick layers of sunscreen, their necks bare and tanned, which appeared quite comical from a distance. Nanxing adjusted her hat, which had been askew from the crowd, officially stepping onto the island. While observing the island from the ferry, it had appeared lush and green. However, upon arriving, aside from a large, leafy tree at the dock, she encountered no more trees after walking for a while. Should I buy a map? Sisui Island is quite large. A map would be convenient. A middle-aged woman selling maps approached her, walking alongside Nanxing as she recommended the product, noticing her lack of interest. Are you looking for local delicacies? Need hotel accommodations? It's all listed in here. Quite a bargain. With this map in hand, you'll conquer the island. Seeing that Nanxing remained uninterested, she added, it even includes introductions to scenic spots and 5 complimentary postcards. Finally, Nanxing paused, and the woman noticed she had piqued her interest, cheerfully saying, why not buy a copy, young lady? Nanxing glanced at the woman's hands, the travel brochure wrapped in square paper, the cover a dull yellow with a depiction of a corner of the island, prominently featuring the words Taste Sisui Island. How much is it? She inquired. Not expensive, 18. That's too pricey. Then 15. Nanxing knew there was room for further negotiation, but seeing the woman drenched in sweat from the sun, she handed over 15 yuan. She accepted the brochure and placed it in her backpack, intending to contact Feng Yuan, but upon reaching for her phone, she remembered she had left it in the car. She inquired, may I borrow your phone? The older sister shot her a glance, instinctively covering her bag, and replied, I don't have a phone either. With that, she promptly walked away. Nanxing now felt the sun beating down even more fiercely, causing her head to throb. After asking several shops, each proprietor became wary upon hearing her request to borrow a phone, all insisting they had none. The absence of trust among people was palpable. Nanxing took a seat beneath a large tree at the dock. The flight ticket had been booked by Feng Yuan, who was aware of her landing time. Estimating the time it would take her to travel, she assumed he would likely come to the dock if he couldn't reach her. Unfortunately, after waiting for an hour, Feng Yuan did not appear. Nanxing decided to seek out a small shop with air conditioning to grab a bite and rehydrate. Just as she stood up, she felt a wave of dizziness. Frowning, she walked a short distance and spotted a snack shop with its glass door closed, presumably air-conditioned, so she entered. Upon opening the door, a refreshing chill greeted her, and the sudden temperature change made her shiver. After sitting for a while, she began to feel somewhat better, yet among the bustling crowd, Feng Yuan's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Instead of Feng Yuan, she spotted another acquaintance, but she hesitated to approach him, fearing it would make her appear like a stalker. Qiu Ci moved swiftly, soon disappearing into the throng, while Nanxing continued to observe the crowd from her seat, hoping for Feng Yuan's appearance. After finishing a glass of water and a light snack, she noticed the shop was bustling with customers. Having sat there for half an hour, she felt the waitress scrutinizing her. Nanxing remained as still as a mountain for another half hour, causing the waitress to become more attentive, repeatedly asking if she needed anything to eat or drink, clearly implying it was time to leave if she wasn't going to order. Stepping back outside, Nanxing was met once again with the sweltering heat. The alternating sensations of hot and cold only exacerbated her dizziness. It was challenging to wait idly for Feng Yuan, but perhaps she could inquire about the residence of the Zheng family siblings. The Wang Hai group had a considerable reputation. If Old Master Zheng were indeed present, the locals would likely catch wind of it. However, her indirect approach proved futile, as the Zheng family seemed to be operating in secrecy this time. Inquiring at various shops and with patrolling individuals yielded only bewildered expressions. Nanxing pondered how losing her phone had led her to such a predicament. The rapid advancement of society made her feel somewhat estranged. It was as though without a phone, many tasks became insurmountable. From ancient times to the Qing dynasty, people had triumphed over nature, yet it now seemed technology reigned supreme. Though Four Water Island was not small, with tourists swarming like the ocean, Nanxing realized that if she couldn't locate Feng Yuan or the Zheng family, Her only recourse would be to visit the Enyang intermediary office tonight to retrieve Feng Yuan's contact information. Nanxing? Leaning against the wall, she looked up to see Qiu Si, who unexpectedly seemed less bothersome upon their encounter. Qiu Si had initially intended to tease her about potentially stalking him, but upon seeing her pallor, he refrained and asked, "What's wrong? You look like you might be suffering from heat stroke." Nanxing frowned, feeling heavy-headed and nauseous. Qiu Si glanced around and noticed a shop nearby, suggesting, "Why don't you sit inside while I fetch you some medicine?" "Wait," he paused as she grabbed his hand. Placing a bill in his palm, he couldn't help but smile. This girl was both aloof and discerning, unwilling to owe anyone anything, even while feeling unwell. He shook the money, saying, "The leftover amount for the medicine will count as my errand fee." Nanxing, having the same intention, returned to the shop, eliciting another round of scrutiny from the waitress. She ordered 2 cold drinks. And just as they arrived, Qiu Si returned with a package, handing her a bottle of medicine. Huaxiang Zhengqi water.it tastes terrible, but it's effective. After consuming a bottle of the medicine and resting a bit longer, she finally regained some strength. Qiu Si asked, "It's not that hot today. How did you end up with heat stroke? Were you out in the sun for too long?" "Yes," Nanxing replied, glancing at him, contemplating borrowing his phone. "Waiting for someone?" "Yes," she confirmed. Qiu Si pondered for a moment before saying, "Someone like you, who handles tasks so efficiently, wouldn't he wait idly unless something was amiss? Let me guess. My phone is lost." She hesitated, recalling Feng Yuan's insistence on meeting soon. She was eager to finalize the transaction and obtain the goods, wishing to delay no further. Finally, she swallowed her pride and asked, "Do you have a phone?" "I do." Qiu Si placed his phone before her, then queried, "Didn't you borrow someone's phone? Did you really wait under the blazing sun?" As she unlocked the phone, she found it had no password or pattern lock. Checking Feng Yuan's business card for his number, she replied, "I asked, but no one would lend me one." Qiu Si, intrigued, remarked, "Logically speaking, anyone would be inclined to help a beautiful person in need. You didn't manage to find anyone willing?" "8 people," she replied. "8 people refused to lend you a phone?" He echoed in disbelief. "Yes." Qiu Si continued, "How did you ask? Could I borrow your phone for a moment?" Her phrasing seemed innocuous, yet something about it struck him as peculiar. Qiu Si appeared to recall something and inquired, "What expression did you use when asking?" "What expression?" Nanxing met his gaze, while Qiu Si observed her with an indifferent face and aloof eyes, as though keeping her at arm's length. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, asking, "Was it like this?" "Yes," she affirmed, "if it were me, I wouldn't lend you my phone either, even if you were stunning." Nanxing dialed the number. She was greeted with an urgent voice on the other end. "Miss Nanxing, why is your phone off? I've been waiting for you at the dock for ages without seeing you. Where are you? I'll come to get you." "Stay where you are. I'll be there shortly." Nanxing turned to check the shop name, but Qiu Si interjected, and she still stepped outside to ascertain before informing Feng Yuan. He adamantly instructed her not to move and hung up, seemingly hurrying over. Upon returning, she found Qiu Si had settled the bill. Nanxing had yet to return his phone when it vibrated unexpectedly, the screen lighting up. Glancing at the caller ID, she recognized Li Yuan, and as she pondered, it felt vaguely familiar. Qiu Si took the phone, listened for a moment, then said, "I'll meet a friend and be over in a bit." Before hanging up, after ensuring she was all right, he said, "I'll take my leave now." "Goodbye, goodbye," Nanxing replied, adding, "Thank you." Qiu Si was slightly taken aback. It seemed she wasn't entirely devoid of warmth. He mused that she was quite endearing once her prickly exterior was stripped away. He thought for a moment and added, "If that person doesn't reach you, call me. My number is 1. Nanxing didn't pay much attention, as she believed Feng Yuan wouldn't be that unreliable. After Qiu Si departed, she lingered a while longer. When an out-of-breath Feng Yuan finally arrived, nearly collapsing onto a chair as he gasped, "So it turns out you were at this dock. I've been waiting for you at another dock forever. I thought I would die from the heat." "There are 2 docks?" No wonder. Nanxing surmised he would check the docks if he couldn't reach her, though she hadn't anticipated there being 2. She quickly explained, "I lost my phone. I'll buy a new one later. Let us not dwell on that. Let us go. I'll take you to the Zheng family's villa. They're about to go mad with worry." Feng Yuan, both frustrated and anxious, stood up and urged, "Let us go quickly. If we delay any longer, the Zheng siblings will dock my commission." Losing money equated to affecting performance, which in turn impacted the year-end bonus. This was absolutely unacceptable. Nan Xing beckoned the waitress to settle the bill, only to be told, "The gentleman from earlier has already paid." "Oh," she said, putting away her wallet before exiting with Feng Yuan. Remembering the call, she asked, "Have you heard of Li Yuan?" As they walked, Feng Yuan replied, "Li from Don, Yuan from Far? Of course, I've heard of him. He is the heir to the Yuanyang Group, the eldest grandson of the Li family." Nan Xing suddenly understood why he seemed familiar. While the Zheng family was well known, they paled in comparison to the Li family, highlighting the latter's vast enterprise and substantial wealth. What was the connection between Qiu Ci and Li Yuan? Regardless, Nan Xing realized she had grown to dislike Qiu Ci less, especially since he had willingly lent her his phone despite her initially unfriendly demeanor. It was hard to harbor ill feelings. Chapter 16. Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 3. The Zheng family's arrival was remarkably discreet, and the residence they occupied was similarly quiet, an independent villa near the seaside, spanning around 400 to 500 square meters. With a garden of over 700 square meters, As Nanxing and Feng Yuan entered through the front gate. A patrol vehicle approached to escort them around to the seaside garden, where the Zhang siblings were to meet. Upon reaching the backyard, they found it empty. Beneath the pavilion, there were tables and chairs, perfectly positioned for enjoying the ocean view. Feng Yuan whispered, "The Zhang siblings are causing quite a stir. The news of old Master Zheng's passing hasn't been made public yet." Nan Xing sensed an air of death emanating from the villa. She raised her gaze towards the French-style residence. Serene and elegant, yet within it lay a dark turmoil. She asked, "There's discord among them. They must need someone to take charge. Who is currently in charge of the Zheng family?" Just as Feng Yuan was about to respond, he noticed someone approaching from a distance and quickly stood up, leaning towards Nan Xing to whisper, "The person in charge has arrived." Nan Xing turned her attention to the group approaching, noting that they were all dressed as servants. But the leading elderly matron particularly caught her eye. The elderly lady's attire bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. She appeared to be in her early 70s, her hair completely transformed into silvery strands, elegantly coiled up at the back in a remarkably tidy manner, indicative of her meticulous attention to decorum and cleanliness. Despite her advanced age, the matron exuded vitality. Her eyes sparkled with life, a testament to the vivacious grace she must have possessed in her youth. As she led her servant forward, a gentle smile began to grace her lips from afar. Upon nearing, she inclined her head slightly and spoke, "You must be Miss Nanxing. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. My surname is He, and I serve as the steward of the Zheng household. You may address me as Steward He, or if you prefer, simply call me Granny He." Nanxing reciprocated with a slight nod. Acknowledging her greeting, Granny He continued with a smile, "I have dedicated 30 years to the Wang Hai Group. As I aged, old Master Zheng entrusted me with the responsibility of managing the Zheng family affairs. Confident in my ability to oversee their well-being. As she spoke, she gestured for someone to bring forth tea. Feng Yuan leaned in once more, whispering, "Granny He was a top-tier veteran during the inception of the Wang Hai Group. Her words carry significant weight within both the group and the Zheng family." Granny He invited them to take their seats before she settled down herself, her every movement resembling that of the mistress of the Zheng family. Nanxing recalled from her research that old Madame Zheng had been in poor health, and the youngest child had tragically passed away at a tender age, leading old Master Zheng to remain unmarried thereafter. Although many rumors circulated regarding old Master Zheng and Granny He, they remained merely rumors. After a brief exchange, Granny He's smile faded slightly as she turned to someone nearby and remarked, "Please inquire with the three of them if they require my invitation to emerge. If so, I shall gladly go and summon them." A servant promptly hurried to convey the message to the villa. Soon, figures began to emerge from the villa. The first to appear was Zheng Wang, the eldest son of the Zheng family, aged 41. He bore a striking resemblance to his father, tall and robust, his presence commanding. Following him was the youngest son, Zheng Hai, 35 years old, who inherited the delicate features of old Madame Zheng, though his small nose and thin lips rendered him somewhat sharp in appearance. Finally, leisurely stepping out was Zhang Xiao, the eldest daughter at 37, who possessed beauty but whose high cheekbones and arching brows suggested a temperament that might be less than agreeable. The trio emerged one after another, each wearing increasingly somber expressions. Granny He feigned ignorance to their demeanor, beckoning them to approach the round table and introducing them to Nanxing. "We have heard whispers of the soul-stealing master. but we presumed it to be mere trickery of the Jianghu. It was not until Boss Tao reached out to us, bolstered by Manager Feng's assurances, that we decided to give it a try. This is currently the most prudent course of action, we believe. And we kindly ask Miss Nanqing to keep the news of our old master's passing confidential. It must not leave this room, lest our agreement be rendered void. In that moment, Granny he seemed to transform from the steward of the Zhang household to the authoritative figure of the Wang Hai group. Maintaining her politeness yet adopting a noticeably stern tone, she inquired of the three siblings, "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Wang asked, "When can the transaction be completed?" Nanqing replied, "No later than 3 days." "That is too slow," Zhang Xiao interjected, furrowing her brow. "We are paying a substantial fee for your services, yet you require 3 days." Unfazed by her aggressive tone, Nanqing replied, "You may hire someone else." Zhang Xiao, accustomed to mocking others, found herself momentarily silenced, her eyes wide with surprise. Feng Yuan quickly interjected, "Miss Nanqing is merely jesting, and so too is Miss Zheng. While the cost of this transaction is indeed significant, it is far more economical than those exorbitant legal fees. As for the timeline, 3 days is hardly excessive. Would you not agree? This is a specialized task that cannot be executed by just anyone." Zhang Xiao, having always been indulged and unrestrained in her speech, appeared to Granny he as a spoiled child of 10. A mere glance from Granny, he caused Zhang Xiao to fall silent. It was Zhang Hai, who had remained quiet until now, who inquired, "Has a place been arranged for Miss Nanqing to stay? After such a long journey, you must be weary. It would be best to rest before proceeding." Nanqing replied, "I intend to remain in old Master Zheng's room for half the day." Granny he nodded and instructed someone nearby, "Please make the necessary arrangements." Observing that his good intentions were disregarded by the enchanting visitor, Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow. Once the servant had escorted Nanqing and Feng Yuan away, he withdrew the warmth from his expression, stating, "I shall return to my room." With his departure, Zhang Wang and Zheng Xiao followed suit. Retreating to their respective quarters, Granny he gazed into the distance, where the sea occasionally churned with waves. She stared vacantly, lost in contemplation. Old Master Zheng's room was located on the 3rd floor, with a balcony facing the sea. The room was spacious, adorned with bookshelves on 3 sides, filled to the brim with literature, and upon entering, one could immediately inhale the scent of books. The body of old Master Zheng was not present there. It had been placed in the ice storage originally intended for preserving fruits. The room had not been tidied, yet when Nanqing entered, she noticed signs that some areas had been rummaged through. Had the 3 Zheng siblings been searching for a will? The atmosphere within the room was eerily calm, devoid of resentment or signs of foul play. It seemed he had passed away due to natural causes. Knock, knock. The person at the door did not wait for a response before entering. Feng Yuan glanced towards the entrance and saw it was Zheng Wang, the eldest son of the Zheng family, who greeted him courteously. Zheng Wang returned the courtesy, but upon noticing that Nanqing had not turned to acknowledge him and was instead surveying the room, he asked, "Miss Nanqing, have you discerned anything?" Feng Yuan quietly shushed him, prompting Zheng Wang to fall silent. After a moment, he continued, "I have prepared a gift for Miss Nanqing. Earlier, there were too many people, and I could not find the appropriate moment." Feng Yuan accepted the box on behalf of Nanqing and opened it. Revealing a diamond necklace, he was taken aback and presented it to Nanqing. Nanqing glanced at the harshly cut diamonds, finding them rather glaring, and quickly averted her gaze, stating, "I do not require money. I only need my sight. Regrettably, I possess but 1 pair of eyes. Otherwise, I would gladly offer them all to you, Miss Nanqing." Feeling somewhat exasperated by his interruption, Nanqing asked directly, "Is there something you wish to convey, Mr. Zheng?" Zheng Wang, seeing her forthrightness, dispensed with any pretense and declared, "As my father's eldest son, I was his favored child. The members of the group recognize my capabilities, and I consider myself far more suited to inherit the family business than my brother, who flits from flower to flower, or my sister, who is spoiled rotten. Therefore, when my father is revived, I implore you, Miss Nanqing, to consider my requests. I will grant you whatever you desire. The terms of the transaction are set by you. I can only facilitate his revival and fulfill your conditions. Beyond that, your father will utter not a word." Zheng Wang asserted, "If you possess the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased, even if only for 10 minutes, how could you not be capable of altering the will? Whatever you wish, I will grant it." Feng Yuan sensed that if Zheng Wang continued, Nanqing's temper would surely flare, prompting him to interject. Mr. Zhang, you are undoubtedly exceptional, and I am certain old Master Zhang will hold you in high regard. Thus, there is no need to worry about any bias regarding the distribution of the estate upon his revival. Zheng Wang, perceiving the indirect rejection, frowned. Why is my elder brother here? Zheng Hai, who had been lingering at the door, recognized his brother's voice, the tone laced with sarcasm. He recalled that previously, Zheng Wang had expressed reluctance to enter their father's room due to its supposed bad luck. Zheng Wang turned to him, his eyes icy. And what brings you here? I never claimed it was unlucky, Zheng Wang responded, casting a cold glare over Zheng Hai before departing. Zheng Hai chuckled and remarked to Nanqing. Miss Nanqing, you are naturally beautiful. Yet why do you dress so plainly? Had I known a great beauty was to arrive, I would have prepared the finest garments and jewelry for you, worthy of your allure. Feng Yuan, observing Nanqing's restrained expression, feared she might wish to strike this oily playboy. He felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Stepping between them, he presented his less than appealing visage to Zheng Hai, stating, Miss Nanqing must not be disturbed during her work, as it would impede progress. Surely, Mr. Zhang is eager to receive the will directly from old Master Zheng's lips? Zheng Hai hesitated momentarily before replying. I am not like my elder brother or sister. They covet wealth, but I do not doubt why love for my father runs deep, and his passing has left me heartbroken. I struggle to sleep each night. I hope Miss Nanqing will convey my fond regards to him, as I miss him dearly. Rest assured, I will. Feng Yuan coaxed gently. Please excuse yourself, Mr. Zhang. Finally, he managed to usher the playboy out. Nanqing felt increasingly exasperated by the Zheng family, coldly asking, I hope that Miss Zheng won't be joining us as well? Feng Yuan reassured her. Miss Zhang is quite the airhead, preoccupied with her appearance, concerned only with her beauty and wrinkles. She will not come here, so do not worry. Just then, the sound of Zheng Xiao's voice echoed from the corridor outside. Feng Yuan's head felt as if it had doubled in size. He rushed to the door to peek out and confirmed she was indeed approaching. As he pondered how to explain things to Nanqing, he turned only to find she had already left the room. With a window facing the sea wide open, the ocean breeze swept in, causing the curtains to flutter gently. Feng Yuan was taken aback. Had Nanqing been driven to leap from the window? Chapter 17. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 4, the pristine beauty of Four Waters Island unfolded before her. With tall, straight palm trees reaching toward the azure sky. Having escaped the Zhang household, Nanqing walked along a lengthy forest path. Despite the chatter of tourists passing by, it was a welcome reprieve from the incessant bombardment by the three Zhang siblings. Emerging from the woodland path, she encountered three smaller paths leading to a larger road, and she chose the most secluded of the three. Within that path, there were further narrower routes, and she wandered aimlessly until she stumbled upon an uninhabited alley. Retrieving a piece of black paper from her backpack, she set it alight. As the flames consumed the paper, a white sheet revealed itself. Lifting a corner of the white paper, she inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before selecting a direction to proceed. After walking for a time, she felt uncertain again and changed course. After several back and forths, she found herself unable to ascertain her bearings. In a fit of rage, she collapsed onto the ground, smoke billowing around her as she incinerated herself. Nanqing had undertaken countless tasks, yet it was rare to witness such a spectacle. The antiquities capable of facilitating trade were not necessarily buried deep underground. However, those who had previously encountered Baizhi, only to self-immolate, had done so due to the profound depths of the tombs, rendering Baizhi incapable of sensing their presence, which consequently led to their fiery demise. This small island bore no trace of ancient tombs, suggesting that the artifact in question was not sealed within a subterranean chamber. The only plausible explanation remained that the relic, intricately linked to old Master Zhang, the very object that could resurrect him, had been sealed away by some unseen force. Seeing that Baizhi was nowhere to be found, Nanqing rummaged through her backpack and produced a long box. The box was about the length of an arm, slender yet no wider than 2 fingers. Upon opening it, she discovered a long-haired brush nestled within, accompanied by a small container of vermilion at its base. She gently tapped the brush against the vermilion and slowly released her grip. The brush, now imbued with vermilion, stood upright, spinning in a circle before ultimately tilting towards the north, tracing a crimson virtual line directly northward. Nanxing tucked the vermilion brush back into her backpack and proceeded to follow the red line northward. The path was bustling with tourists, yet they remained oblivious to the presence of the crimson thread. Not venturing too far, she traversed 2 narrow alleys and 2 main roads, entering yet another small alley. Upon emerging, she found herself before a structure teeming with visitors, a notable tourist attraction. She lifted her gaze to behold an ancient-style plaque boldly inscribed with the word museum. Understanding why Baiji had been unable to locate the artifact before self-immolating, Nanxing realized that the museum housed a plethora of antiquities, typically sourced from various tombs or private donations, resulting in a chaotic energy that disrupted the tracking aura. Unlike the relics within a tomb, which had coexisted for centuries, their energies had long since harmonized. Purchasing a ticket at the entrance, she entered the museum as a mere visitor. The terminus of the red virtual line pointed directly to the artifact she sought, as well as the 10 minutes of life she needed to pilfer. While the island itself lacked any genuine antiquities, the city was rich in them. To facilitate visitor engagement and understanding, several items had been transported to Shuisu Island. The museum's atmosphere was a cacophony of various ancient energies, with an almost palpable tension that echoed the sounds of quarrels. "Hey, you over there, keep your distance. Why do you get to share space with my bronze sword? Not a chance, I'll smother you to death, in my prime. I could have traded for a wild boar. Pfft, now you're just a pile of broken shells. So many people here. This crowd is nothing. In my day, a mere command would rally 1,000,000 troops to my side. What's this about a tiger talisman from the Warring States period, acting all high and mighty?" Silence, silence, as Nanxing walked. She listened to the antiques bicker like children, their age belied by their juvenile squabbles. She glanced over the rows of artifacts, maneuvering around a glass display case until she reached a dead end, the very spot the red line pointed towards. With measured steps, she approached the displayed artifact, only to find it eerily silent, devoid of the lively energy typical of ancient objects, and almost on the brink of fading away. It was an incense burner, an object used by ancient peoples to burn aromatic substances. The bronze burner was petite, approximately the size of a palm, intricately adorned with carvings of koi fish, a remarkably crafted incense burner. Turning on her heel, Nanxing exited the museum and dialed Feng Yuan. The phone, a gift from Feng Yuan, was far larger than her previous one, feeling almost cumbersome in her hand. A modern device resembling a brick. Feng Yuan, hiding behind the Zheng Villa and spotting the incoming call, hastily answered, his face a mask of distress. "Could you at least give me a heads up before you jump out the window next time?" "Zhang Xiao thought I was hiding you and was furious," he lamented, detailing his woes before inquiring, "How goes your progress?" "I've located the artifact linked to Old Master Zhang, but it's housed within the museum." "What now?" "Before nightfall, send me the architectural layout and blueprints of the museum. I'll be waiting at the shop where you picked me up." Feng Yuan paused, piecing together her intentions. "You're not actually planning to steal from the museum, are you?" The call ended abruptly. Nanxing glanced at the sky. There were still 3 hours until darkness fell. She needed to return and gather the line, lest it remain exposed, though it seemed unlikely anyone would perceive it. The possibility of discovery posed a risk. She hastened back, weaving through the bustling streets until she returned to the previously deserted alley. However, it now bore the presence of another. Sensing someone's approach, the individual turned to regard Nanxing. Upon making eye contact, neither was surprised that the other could perceive the red line. "Are you feeling better?" Qiu Si smiled as she briskly walked past, appearing to have improved. As Nanxing prepared to retract the red line, she hesitated at the thought of Qiu Si. Since he had already witnessed her ability to traverse the ancient realm, a mere red line seemed inconsequential. Thus, she resolved to gather it openly, no longer concealing it. However, Qiu Si's ability to perceive it still astonished her. What was his true identity? Why could he see everything, yet appeared to be an outsider? Evident in his confusion both in the tomb and earlier, observing her deftly coiling the line, Qiu Si noted her calm demeanor, exuding a serene grace reminiscent of a refined young lady, a rare sight indeed. He found himself stealing glances, lest she retreat into her usual aloofness. "Don't stare at me." Were it not for her need to retrieve the line, she would have avoided letting a man observe her. Qiu Si chuckled, diverting his gaze. "Aren't you curious about who I am? Would you tell me if I asked? Let us make a trade then. You reveal your identity, and I'll share mine. Though it sounded enticingly equitable, Nanxing remained silent, simply stating, I am a life thief. You already understand this. Are you truly prepared to make a disadvantageous deal? Qiu Ci replied. While I comprehend that you can extract 10 minutes of life from antiquities for the deceased, the mechanics of this theft, the reasons behind it, and its ultimate purpose remain a mystery to me. At least, I am unaware. Hence, let us engage in a transaction. No, Nanxing resolutely declared, her refusal anticipated. Yet, Qiu Ci sighed. Is there truly anyone devoid of curiosity in this world? Having finally coiled the line, Nanxing announced, I must take my leave. Where do you intend to go? Wherever you go, Qiu Ci replied as per our usual arrangement. I will venture in the opposite direction. Nanxing nodded, heading towards the dock. Qiu Ci waited for her to depart before proceeding in the reverse direction. After navigating several alleys and passing the museum, he cast a glance back, aware that the act of stealing life required antiquities, and recognizing that aside from the Yang Villa, the museum was the most abundant source of such items. He couldn't help but scrutinize the place further. Behind the museum lay the Yang Villa. He pressed the doorbell, and a servant opened the door, bowing slightly. Mr. Yang and M.R.Li are waiting for you. Feng Yuan worked swiftly, assembling the necessary documents before nightfall. He truly was a diligent worker, having not sipped a drop of water during his research. Now seated, he downed a large glass of water, regaining his composure, as Nanxing examined the blueprints he handed her. She noted the building's age. Has the museum been established for 30 years? It seems much younger. Feng Yuan remarked, your eyes are sharp. It was renovated 2 years ago, but the architectural design remains unchanged. Renovated? Feng Yuan elaborated, a private collector named Yang, feeling the museum appeared too antiquated, generously sponsored the renovations and donated several priceless artifacts. A truly magnanimous collector. Unfortunately, Nanxing raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, due to a horse-riding accident in his youth, he has been paralyzed from the waist down for 7 or 8 years and relies on a wheelchair for mobility. Feng Yuan paused. His villa is located just behind the museum, not far away. Understood. Feng Yuan glanced around cautiously and whispered, are you truly planning to steal from the museum? If caught, the consequences would be dire, not to mention it's a national resource, immoral, to say the least. You should return to the Zheng family, Nanxing replied, I will handle this. But are you really going to steal? Nanxing hesitated, causing Feng Yuan to sense a murderous intent in her demeanor, prompting him to gulp some water. Fearing for his safety, she took a moment to calm her frayed nerves. In the past, Boss Tao had never pressed her with questions. Even if she claimed she was going to steal an aircraft, he would simply say, go ahead. She contemplated finding a new agent. Feng Yuan, aware of her aversion to lengthy explanations, cautiously stated, it's fine if you don't want to share, I will return it, undamaged, and no one will ever know. Nanxing patiently assured him, Do you have any further questions? Feng Yuan quickly shook his head, refraining from inquiries, fearful she might produce a 30-meter-long blade and threaten him. I'll await your news. Contact me by phone. Very well. The museum closed at 6 o'clock in the evening, with 2 security guards patrolling, though most remained in the monitoring room. It was not like the dramatized portrayals of continuous patrols. The museum lacked any advanced electronic security systems. Nevertheless, it was riddled with surveillance cameras, making it nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate without being recorded. The night deepened, reaching the stroke of 2 a.m. The island of Four Waters has seen a significant decline in visitors. Before darkness fell, Nanxing found herself in the alley, gazing at the ominous cloud looming above. As the dark cloud drifted past, the earth was engulfed in shadows. She approached the grassy area near the museum, which lacked surveillance cameras, and retrieved a stack of black paper from her backpack. The black paper scattered, adhering to the back door of the museum and climbing upwards, concealing itself behind the camera. In an instant, Nanxing dashed over to unlock the door, accomplishing the task in a mere 5 seconds. The black paper paved the way, effectively shielding the cameras, while Nanxing sprinted through each segment of her journey in just a few seconds. Once she passed, the black paper immediately dispersed. Inside the surveillance room, the cameras flickered between darkness and light, as if malfunctioning. The security guard remarked, it seems the surveillance is broken. We'll need someone to repair it tomorrow. Another individual suggested, I'll go on a patrol. The cameras remained dark for several seconds before returning to normal. The guard conducted a thorough patrol, discovering nothing amiss. Upon reaching the back door, he found it securely locked, With no unusual occurrences, just 3 seconds after Nanqing's departure, she remained pressed against the wall of the back courtyard, listening to the receding footsteps of the guard. Only then did she glance down at the fish-patterned incense burner in her hands. Within the museum, the neighboring artifacts curiously observed the arrival of this new object. "Little brother, where has that burner gone?" inquired a Qing dynasty cloison piece. "That woman just now, who was she? She seems quite mature." "Older than me," it continued. "You still dare to call it little brother? Such lack of respect," interjected a Song dynasty white porcelain bowl. "You ought to address it as elder brother. It is of my generation." Nearby, the black paper remained motionless, standing like a mountain in the spot where the incense burner had been, appearing just as it did before, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 18. The Fish-Patterned Incense Burner, Part 5. Though the clock struck 3 in the morning, the three Zhang siblings rose swiftly upon receiving news of Nanqing's return. Her arrival signified that the old master could soon be revived, and thus they would not dawdle as before. Feng Yuan, who had kept a vigilant watch over the museum throughout the night, finally exhaled in relief upon seeing her return. However, his heart skipped a beat at the sight of the object she held. A sense of dread washed over him. Goodness, she really has stolen something back. The museum will surely be in an uproar come morning. Wiping his brow, he approached her, asking, "Is this the object that can bring the old master back to life?" "Yes," Nanqing replied, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the burner in her hands, sensing something was amiss. "It possesses life, but it feels fragile, almost wrong." Noticing the three siblings had descended, her frown deepened. "I need to visit the old master's room. I must request that you stay away." She dashed up the other staircase, and the three siblings, eager to inquire about the situation, were halted by Feng Yuan's quick intervention. He firmly stated, "Miss Nanqing still needs to complete certain rituals. If you disturb her, it will jeopardize everything." Zhang Xiao asked, "How long will it take?" Very soon," Feng Yuan assured. Zhang Wang added, "It would be best if we could complete it tonight. Monday is just around the corner. Once we learn of our father's will, we can strategize and minimize the group's losses." Zhang Hai scoffed, "You have quite the plan, brother." Zhang Wang chose not to engage in banter, deeming it a waste of breath. Upon entering the old master's chamber, Nanqing swiftly closed the door and placed the fish-patterned incense burner down, beginning to draw talismans around it. Yet, despite her efforts, the talismans manifested without any response from the burner. Nanqing's suspicions were confirmed. Moments later, Feng Yuan knocked and entered, observing her crouched on the floor, gazing intently at the burner, now encircled by talismans. Noticing her grave expression, he stood silently for a moment before asking, "What's wrong?" Nanqing handed the burner to him, stating, "This burner is a replica." Feng Yuan was taken aback. "Impossible. How could the museum possess a counterfeit?" "Of course, the museum can have fakes," Nanqing explained. "They replicate certain vulnerable artifacts that cannot be publicly displayed for protection. But they never disclose this to the public." Feng Yuan understood. After all, visitors only viewed items through glass, and discerning authenticity with the naked eye was challenging for the average person. He inquired, "Does this burner fall into that category?" Nanqing met his gaze with a trusting look. Feng Yuan immediately grasped her meaning and pulled out his phone, saying, "I will have someone investigate right away." The information arrived swiftly, and Feng Yuan handed her the phone, allowing her to peruse the museum's preservation register. Yet, to her dismay, there was no mention of the fish-patterned incense burner. Furrowing her brow, Nanqing pondered how an authenticated antique could be a counterfeit, one that had even deceived the museum staff. Was there truly a thief who would steal a burner? The piece wasn't particularly ancient, and the museum housed far more valuable items. There was no rationale for a thief to solely target a less valuable burner. Moreover, the counterfeit was crafted with remarkable skill, likely commissioned from an expert. The cost of hiring such an expert could easily surpass the price of 2 genuine burners, if the real burner wasn't simply stored away by the museum. The only other possibility was that it had been swapped. The individual responsible for the switch not only had the means to deceive the museum, but also possessed considerable wealth. Nanqing connected the dots. She recalled the direction indicated by the vermilion brush and confirmed with Feng Yuan, "You mentioned this afternoon that the museum underwent renovations 2 years ago, funded by a collector named Yang?" Feng Yuan nodded, "Indeed. And you also mentioned his villa is located just behind the museum?" "Correct." Nanqing contemplated. realizing that the vermilion brush likely pointed toward Mr. Yang's residence. It was merely a coincidence that she had encountered the fake fish pattern burner, which had caused her to overlook this detail. She had been careless. Nanxing resolved to visit Mr. Yang's home, sketching talismans at his doorstep to trace the burner's whereabouts. If it indeed resided there, she would be able to sense it. However, if it truly was there, the situation would be more complicated. Typically, a collector's treasures are kept within a designated space, safeguarded with stringent security measures. This implied that entrance would be restricted to a single door, which would likely have more than just a camera for surveillance. If there were guards, she would need to devise a plan. There would certainly be a way, but first, she needed to confirm whether the burner was indeed with Mr. Yang. Feng Yuan, noticing she was leaving without the burner, hurried to catch up with her. What should we do with this fake burner? Leave it for now. If we cannot locate the genuine one, we will return it. Understood. The Zhang siblings, who had been waiting outside, grew increasingly restless upon hearing the term fake burner. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhang Xiao demanded, "Fake? So there's no way to steal a life? How are you handling this? You're a fraud as well. There's no such thing as a thief of life in this world, only a charlatan." Zhang Hai, who had previously endured Nanxing's cold glares, now scoffed quietly. "Who suggested we hire a thief of life? We might as well have hired a lawyer." Among the trio, only Zhang Wang remained silent, though his expression was equally grim. He continued to treat Nanxing with courtesy, refraining from any sarcastic remarks. "You are being outrageous. I invited her here. Every word of criticism you direct at her reflects upon me." With her late arrival, Grandma He's presence stilled the tongues of Zheng Xiao and Zheng Hai. She stated, "In just half a day's time, is it truly so easy to bring someone back from the dead?" Everyone returned to your rooms. Although they murmured discontent, the three complied and retreated. Grandma, he turned to Nanxing, slightly bowing, "I apologize. The old master has always indulged them. He believed they suffered greatly in their youth, so he has met every wish of theirs since acquiring wealth. In simple terms, he has spoiled them." She sighed gently, acknowledging that she understood this was not the right approach, yet her overwhelming guilt had ultimately led to their spoiled nature. "Miss Nanxing, please do not take their words to heart. Take your time. No one will rush you." Nanxing paid little heed to their mockery, fully dismissing it from her mind. Her thoughts were singularly focused on one matter: visiting the Yang residence to ascertain the burner's location. Grandma, he maintained a strict routine, having awoken in the middle of the night, and now felt quite invigorated. Returning to bed would likely lead to sleeplessness. Noticing Nanxing's alert demeanor, perhaps her own coldness had resonated with her. She suggested, "If you're not tired, would you accompany me for a stroll in the garden?" Nanxing glanced at the time. Ancient artifacts were most active at night. If she ventured there now, the potent aura of antiques in the Yang villa might overshadow the burner's energy, rendering her visit futile. Let us wait until dawn. The nighttime garden was tranquil, filled with the sounds of hidden insects. Grandma, he walked at a leisurely pace, her steps neither hurried nor sluggish, but rather slow. As if her thoughts weighed heavily upon her feet, as they strolled amidst the lush greenery, she remarked, "These trees were seedlings I purchased long ago, planted by the gardener." Nanxing gazed up at the trees, which had flourished for at least a decade. "They are beautiful," she replied. Grandma, he smiled. He adored them as well. She continued, "Everything I organized, he cherished. I am the one who knows his preferences best. Even if he never awakens, I understand how he would wish to allocate his estate, each of his 3 children receiving an equal share. He has never favored one over another, yet each child believes he is partial to the other 2. With a sigh, she added, "He was once so ambitious, unable to relinquish his business. When he finally comprehended the need for reconciliation, it was too late. He passed away on this island he so cherished." Nanxing inquired, "Reconciliation? Reconciliation with this family? He often tells me that his greatest happiness did not come during the wealthiest times, but rather in his childhood when he started from nothing, sitting beneath a tree in the yard with 3 children, lighting incense to ward off mosquitoes while telling them stories to cool off." Grandmother, he chuckled softly, advising not to think that wealthy people can speak without discomfort. Who would reminisce about those impoverished days? Yet, he frequently brings up this memory. Initially, I would laugh at him, but eventually, I ceased to do so. When she recalled the expression on his face as he recounted this past, a picture of his dejection filled her mind. It was evident that he had not yet resolved to let go. After he became aware of his declining health, he intended to divide his assets but made one request: for the children to come and stay with him on Sisui Island for a while. This villa, built over a decade, had never once housed the entire family together. If not for the impending division of assets, they surely would not have come. Inoue anticipated that he would perish suddenly on the island. Leaving no final words behind, grandmother, he did not sigh. Her words were imbued with an unshakable calm, though Nanjing detected an undercurrent of sorrow. The prolonged silence enveloped them, steeped in an air of profound desolation. Nanjing spoke. If old Master Zheng awakens, once the inheritance is divided, it may lead to even greater chaos. The bond among the three siblings will not improve. For now, their only hope is to secure the entirety of old Master Zheng's fortune for themselves. As long as their desires remain unfulfilled, the battle for inheritance will not cease. Grandmother, he observed her, whose words cut like a knife, and smiled. You are indeed a girl of pragmatic and cold disposition. More weathered than this old woman, yet you speak the truth. Nanjing inquired. If you are aware of this, why seek a life stealer? Had it not been for your introduction, those three would have long since engaged lawyers. Correct? Indeed, for now, it merely postpones their falling out. Then why seek me? Grandmother, he paused momentarily, slowly lifting her gaze to the lush trees cloaked in nightfall, and said, I wish to see him once more. Her aged visage belied the youthful tone in her voice. Nanjing's hardened heart softened at her words. What does it matter if one possesses billions? She held no desire for wealth, only the yearning to see him again. Fully aware that it would not be a true resurrection, that it would bring greater heartache, and that another farewell would be even more wrenching. Yet she still longed to see him once more. Chapter 19. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 6. As dawn broke, the ferry to Sisui Island resumed its operations, ferrying tourists from the mainland to the isle. The shops on the island opened their doors around that time. With an influx of visitors came a surge in profits, yet the rent was exorbitant, and no one wished to miss a single tourist. Mr. Yang's residence did not occupy much space. Unlike the Zheng family, who claimed a vast area, it was not situated by the sea but rather in the heart of the island, near the bustling museum, making it far from tranquil in the garden of the Yang family. A man in his 30s sat in a wheelchair, basking in the sun. His facial features were sharply defined, exuding a somewhat rigid air. Though his eyes were closed, he appeared to be deep in thought, suggesting a heavy heart. Breakfast is ready, came a gentle voice, soothing as a spring breeze. Yang Jianghe opened his eyes, bathing in sunlight, revealing a gaze that was both lively and tender, contrasting with his overall demeanor. The young woman speaking had approached him, in her 20s, radiant with youth. She bore an elegant and delicate appearance, her voice imbued with warmth. She leaned down to inform him. I had the mill prepare some soy milk. The bean fragrance is rich, and the kitchen is already cooking it. Yang Jianghe grasped her hand and replied, You've been feeling tired lately, so there's no need to wake up so early. Sleep a little longer. When I woke and didn't see you, I thought you had gone somewhere. Zhao Qian nodded, then added, No wonder I didn't see many people when I returned. Did you call them all to search for me? She leaned in and kissed him gently on the forehead, saying, I won't run away. What are you worried about? If I did run, you couldn't possibly catch me. Indeed, I couldn't. Zhao Qian paused, blocking his view of her legs, and said, I won't run away. There's no need for you to catch me. She moved behind him to push his wheelchair, saying, It's chilly inside. Let's enjoy the sun a bit longer. Mr. Chiu should be awake soon. Yang Jianghe replied, I will discuss the incense burner with Chiu Ci shortly. Zhao Qian fell silent for a moment and said, It's fine if you don't mention it. Last night, he had examined the burner and mentioned that locating its original owner would not be difficult. As long as he could see the incense burner, he would surely be able to trace its origins and identify whose tomb it had once adorned. Zhao Qian remarked. However, the premise for him finding the original owner is that he must examine all the items in your collection. She continued. Mr. Chiu is quite an odd fellow. He goes to such lengths to search for ancient tombs, yet only makes this one request, taking nothing away, merely wanting to look with Li Yuan's assurance. There would be no issues. If there were, Li Yuan's reputation would suffer. Yang Jianghe said, There are cameras in the room. When he enters, we will also be present, so there's no need for concern. Zhao Qian asked, What is the relationship between Li and Mr. Chiu? They share a bond akin to brothers. yet also resemble friends. Art Li is renowned for his caution in the industry, yet he would vouch for Mr. Chiu in such bizarre matters. He came hastily to provide assurance and departed just as quickly. Yang Jianghe extended his hand backward, resting it on her hand atop the wheelchair, and said, "These details need not concern us. You have always felt uncomfortable with that fish pattern incense burner, yet you refuse to let me dispose of it. Let him investigate the reason." Zhao Qian understood that his decision was unchangeable, smiled, and said, "Since you have invited him, I shall defer to your judgment." After basking in the sun for half an hour, a servant approached to inform them that their guest had awoken. Zhao Qian pushed him inside, preparing to have breakfast together with their guest. Qiu Xi descended the stairs and greeted them with a morning salutation. After breakfast, Yang Jianghe inquired, "Did Mr. Qiu feel confident about locating the original owner of the incense burner I showed you last night?" "Yes, but I cannot guarantee the time frame. Moreover, the burner has existed through various dynasties, and the likelihood of similar burners being used as burial items is high, hence the process may take longer," Qiu Xi explained. "If Mr. Yang decides to entrust me with this task, I have but one request. No pressure," Yang Jianghe responded. "Of course, ensuring the task is completed satisfactorily is my sole requirement. I will not rush you." He added, "I will have someone bring over the identification materials for the incense burner shortly." Qiu Xi replied, "I prefer to conduct my own appraisal, as I fear the materials may contain inaccuracies, which would waste time." Yang Jianghe regarded the young man, refraining from mentioning his rudeness, and deemed his chosen expert inadequate, saying, "Being cautious is prudent." After finishing breakfast, Zhao Qian took the key and went to the room designated for the collection to retrieve the incense burner. However, after a considerable wait, Zhao Qian had yet to return. Yang Jianghe, feeling something amiss, noted that his wife typically worked quickly and steadily. Even if she were delayed, she would communicate. He asked Qiu Xi to wait and went to the room to find her. Upon entering, he saw her standing in the center of the room, holding the fish pattern incense burner, completely still. "Qian." Zhao Qian turned at the sound, momentarily regaining her composure. The wheelchair rolled to a stop before her. Yang Jianghe asked, "What is the matter?" "Something feels off," Zhao Qian replied. "Usually when I handle the burner, it feels like needles pricking me, causing discomfort, but today, there is no sensation at all." Yang Jianghe took the incense burner to inspect it. Finding nothing unusual, it appeared to be the same burner. He scanned the room, filled with various collectibles, but saw no issues. After breakfast, Qiu Xi was drinking soy milk, the sweetness just right, the bean flavor rich and aromatic. A product of pure hand-ground milling, filtered so cleanly that hardly any residue was detectable. Noticing Yang Jianghe and Zhao Qian emerge, his expression hinted at something amiss. He set down his cup without first inquiring. "Mr. Qiu," Yang Jianghe approached the table and said, "As I mentioned last night, my wife has a connection with this burner. Ever since she laid eyes on it in the museum, she has felt a bond. After I replaced it, whenever Zhao Qian touched it, she would feel uneasy, which is why I sought your help to uncover the cause. Yet just now, she felt nothing at all. Can you discern anything?" Qiu Xi's gaze fell upon the small burner resting on the table. He indeed perceived something that a red thread, was entwined with the burner. He pressed down on the burner, feeling it tremble slightly beneath his touch. That red thread resembled a crimson sword, encircling it, rendering it unable to breathe. It was the thread Nanjing had collected yesterday in the alley. Had she released it again today? Why? Suddenly, Qiu Xi recalled that Nanjing was a life stealer. Could it be that this time she aimed to steal the life of this burner? No wonder it quivered so. It truly hung by a thread. Noticing his silence, Yang Jianghe asked, "Mr. Qiu, have you discerned something?" I will step outside for a moment. You may place the burner safely." Qiu Xi thought to warn them against theft but refrained, realizing that doing so might lead to capturing Nanjing. Despite her aloof and cold demeanor, she harbored no ill intentions. Qiu Xi rose, following the red thread, which led through the museum and pointed toward the alley. Before he reached the alley he had traversed yesterday, he spotted Nanjing walking in this direction. The two crossed paths once more. Nanjing was not surprised to see Qiu Xi anywhere. She simply walked past him, stating, "What a coincidence," followed by a cold farewell, "Goodbye." With such a frosty greeting and farewell, Qiu Xi found himself amused and turned to ask, "Nanjing, are you here to steal the life of the fish pattern incense burner?" Nanjing paused, turning back to look at him, and asked, "How did you know?" Having just emerged from Mr. Yang's residence, I was nearly terrified by the stove tethered with your red thread. Chiu Si remarked that Mr. Yang enjoys a lively atmosphere, hence he does not mind the proximity of a bustling museum. Similarly, the Yang family garden is tended by numerous gardeners, and the house is filled with many servants, with a constant presence of individuals outside the door collecting rare artifacts. Nanxing slightly furrowed her brow as Chiu Si continued, "I believe you can gain entry. But I recall the considerable uproar caused by the gluttonous wine cup, making it improbable to stealthily abscond with the stove without alerting Mr. Yang. Indeed, the genuine stove resides by the Yang River." Nanxing stated that the incense burner she held was painstakingly swapped from the museum, so even if I were to steal it, I would incur no wrongdoing. Chiu Si responded, "Of course, there is no wrongdoing. However, if it stirs up a commotion, given Mr. Yang's regard for the incense burner, he certainly would not let it go easily. Should a thorough investigation commence, any trace would inevitably lead back to you." His words conveyed a clear desire to avoid her entanglement in trouble. Nanxing was somewhat surprised that Chiu Si had no intention of informing Mr. Yang. Noting her silence, Chiu Si realized he was protecting her. Not wishing to see her take risks, after a pause, he remarked, "That stove is of great significance to Mrs. Yang, not stolen out of greed." Suddenly, he felt that the matters Mr. Yang spoke of and what Nanxing sought to accomplish might be resolved quite effectively. "Nanxing, would you be interested in striking a bargain with Mr. Yang?" "What sort of bargain?" "Mrs. Yang has a connection with that stove, and they desire to understand the nature of this connection. If you can unravel it, perhaps Mr. Yang would temporarily lend you the stove." It sounds rather appealing. However, Nanxing was reluctant to pursue this transaction through Chiu Si. With a lowered gaze, she pondered and suddenly understood, asking, "Your job is not to steal artifacts from ancient tombs, but rather to assist individuals in resolving certain matters. This time, is it about helping Mrs. Yang uncover her connection to the incense burner?" Chiu Si was taken aback by her keen insight, realizing that if he elaborated further, she would deduce everything. He chuckled. "To me, the priceless he sure buy and a bamboo skewer from the Warring States period hold equal worth. The essence is not driven by the value of antiquities, but rather the necessity to engage with them for a particular purpose." Nanxing inquired, "Then why transfer this transaction onto me? How will you fulfill your task?" Chiu Si replied, "I will secure Mr. Yang's agreement to 2 requests, one of which is yours, and the other is mine, so you require me to do nothing." Chiu Si contemplated for a moment, realizing he indeed had the upper hand. Nanxing pressed her lips together and said, "You should consider a career in mediation." Ultimately, she concluded, "I refuse to cooperate." With that, Nanxing proceeded towards the Yang residence, leaving no room for Chiu Si to persuade her otherwise. As Chiu Si watched her retreating figure, he pondered the heavily fortified Yang household, curious about how she would manage to steal it, yet concerned she might attract significant trouble. With these thoughts, he followed her, hoping to assess the situation without witnessing Nanxing's capture. Chapter 20. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 7. The patterns on the stove were faint, depicting several swimming koi. In the past, Zhao Qian would gaze at them, always feeling as if they were truly swimming, circling the stove over and again. But now, the koi were still, no longer pricking her like before. Yang Jianghe observed her as she had been fixated on the incense burner from morning until now, her gaze deep with concern, as if watching her own child. He did not quite understand why she held such a peculiar affinity for this stove, given her disdain for everything else. Despite the fact that every time she cradled it, it felt like a sharp thorn piercing her. She had expressed on multiple occasions that the stove despised her, and each sight of it left her inexplicably distressed. Upon their initial encounter at the museum, he had seen her eyes brimming with tears. The unknown unsettled him, thus he was determined to unravel this mystery at any cost. Qianqian, propped against the table, finally straightened her back, gently leaning against him, saying, "There's been no movement. It's as if it has perished." Yang Jianghe stroked her hair, responding, "Chiu Si has already gone to investigate. Has Mr. Chiu reliable? I have not heard of him ever failing." Yang Jianghe added, "We shall wait and see. If he truly finds nothing, I will continue the search myself." Zhao Qian felt an inexplicable tightness in her throat and softly uttered, "Let it come back to life. I would do anything." How could you say such foolish words? Yang Jianghe frowned, wishing to assert that it was merely a stove, but such a statement would only deepen her sorrow. He altered his words. No one is more important than you. Not even it. Zhao Qian raised her gaze to him, replying, Yes, you are. Yang Jianghe paused momentarily. Even a man of iron would find his heart warmed. He embraced her, his arms wide and strong, despite his immobile legs. Held in such a firm embrace, Zhao Qian felt slightly better and quietly inquired, Will you be going out this afternoon? Do we have guests? No need. Then please do not move. I shall rest for a while. Sleep well. She nestled against him, and within moments, she succumbed to slumber, exhausted from her early morning labor at the mill. Yang Jianghe leaned down and gently kissed her, remaining still, allowing her to treat him as a large sofa. Nanxing had been standing outside the garden for some time, yet she had not found the opportunity to act. Antiquities often invoke superstitions in people, as they are perceived as items excavated from graves, laden with negative energy. Thus, even the most fervent admirer would seldom encounter someone who would sleep with an antique in their arms. Now, she had fortuitously encountered one who would, should the ancient tomb lack a door. She could certainly enter, for that realm belonged to the underworld. However, the abode of the living required adherence to decorum, entering through doors and windows. Moreover, since the item was held closely, there was no feasible way to obtain it. Nanxing resolved to wait until the individual relinquished it. She stood beside the Yang residence, strategically avoiding the surveillance cameras. Yet, after half an hour, then an hour, extending into the evening, the individual still had not let go. It was still not possible. Sounds of conversation drifted from the garden, and the red thread appeared even more vibrant. Nanxing observed the thread, realizing the stove was approaching. She leaned forward to peek through a space in the fence, seeing the red thread leading ahead, moving with the motion of a wheelchair. The thread was held by a pair of delicate, beautiful hands, cradling the fish-patterned incense burner. Following the hand upward, she beheld a young girl. Nanxing's pupils trembled slightly, and the burner quivered in response. Sensing the movement of the burner in her hands, Zhao Qian hastily looked down, but in that fleeting moment, it stilled once more. She sighed softly. It has ceased moving again. Yang Jianghe, accustomed to basking in the sun in the garden each morning and afternoon, turned upon seeing her startled expression and said, Hand the burner to me. Zhao Qian smiled helplessly, relinquishing the burner. Feeling somewhat neurotic, leaning against the wall, Nanxing remained silent for a long while, hearing them traverse to the other side of the garden. She retrieved her phone and dialed Qiuxi's number, although she had not deliberately memorized it. Her excellent memory allowed her to recall it after he had mentioned it once. The phone rang in the room above her, and she glanced up at the chamber overlooking the garden, where it was answered. Hello? I am Nanxing that I have agreed to your terms. A proposal. Qiuxi chuckled, his voice slightly husky as it transmitted through the phone. Where are you? I will come find you. From the position of the window I just jumped down from. The window of the room above soon opened, and Qiuxi leaned out, spotting the starlit girl below. He laughed. I am coming down right now. Wait for me. Qiuxi quickly descended the stairs, and by the time he reached the entrance, Nanxing was already there. He opened the door and remarked, You have indeed changed your mind. What prompted this? Nanxing remained silent and said, Take me to see Yang Jianghe. As Qiuxi guided her inside, he inquired, With your cautious nature, are you not concerned that I might fail to persuade him, thereby exposing your objective? Surely, you do not harbor enough trust in me to approach him directly. He will agree, Nanxing replied. This is his karmic connection. Qiuxi paused. Karmic connection? Nanxing fell silent once more, and Qiuxi had never encountered a girl less inclined to speak than her. He continued. But you mentioned that antiquities choose to endure based on the memories most vividly etched within them. So even if Mr. Yang has a connection with it, that does not guarantee he can uncover that history, right? Wait, why is it Mr. Yang's karmic connection and not Mrs. Yang's? Clearly, it is Mrs. Yang who experiences the sting. Mr. Yang shows no such sentiment. Nanxing stifled a sigh, halting her steps and fixing her gaze on him. Are you an inquisitive child? Qiuxi found himself at a loss for words. Of course not. All right, I shall refrain from asking. Finally, Nanxing found her ears at peace. Upon hearing Qiuxi suggest that the secret of the incense burner could be unraveled, Yang Jianghe and Zhao Qian immediately made their way to the hall. Qiuxi was accompanied by a girl who wore a detached expression, offering no greetings. Zhou Xi addressed them. Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, this is my assistant, Nanxing. She can assist you with the matter you wish to know. However, we require an additional condition. Speak. Once the matter is resolved, we would like to borrow the incense burner for just 1 hour. Yang Jianghe furrowed his brow. For external borrowing? Yes, for external borrowing. Yang Jianghe remained silent, and Zhao Qian also fell into a state of quietude. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. It is not permissible. Zhou Xi responded, I will act as a guarantor. Zhao Qian furrowed her brow and shook her head once more. This matter is not about trust. I hope Mr. Qiu can understand. But why must it be borrowed externally? Zhou Xi replied helplessly, it is necessary. Still, Zhao Qian shook her head. Without a suitable rationale, she could not possibly lend this item out. Not even with Li Yuan's endorsement. She was aware of her husband's business dealings with the Li family and did not wish for him to be accused of lacking respect towards them in the future. After contemplating for a moment, she added, everything else may be lent, but this particular item cannot. Her stance was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Nanxing interjected. Have you heard the rumors of the soul thief? Yang Jianghe frowned, scrutinizing her as he asked, are you a soul thief? Yes, she affirmed. This furnace is an item I require for my task. Without it, I cannot complete my mission. Zhao Qian inquired, why is it specifically this one? I do not know, Nanxing continued, it simply resonates with my aura. Perhaps it is due to the similarities in the nature of both items, or perhaps they share some common experience, which it is, will depend on the memories encountered during the act of stealing a life. This was the first time Yang Jianghe and Zhao Qian had heard such things, and they did not fully comprehend. Even Zhou Xi, who had once ventured into another realm with them, could not grasp the full extent of her words. Stealing a life is indeed a skillful endeavor, Nanxing remarked. Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, I do not need to take the furnace immediately. Please prepare a room for me. Just half an hour will suffice, and I can unravel the connection between the furnace and you. This furnace holds a heart's knot. Once it is untangled, Mrs. Yang, you will no longer feel disheartened upon seeing it in the future. Yang Jianghe looked towards Zhou Xi and inquired, have you disclosed everything to her? No, Zhou Xi replied, equally curious about how Nanxing knew these details, including Zhao Qian's interactions with the furnace. From their earlier meeting, it was clear that she and Zhao Qian were strangers. How could she know so much upon their first encounter? Yang Jianghe did not make decisions for his wife, and after much deliberation, Zhao Qian finally said, if it can truly dispel the doubts in my heart, then you may borrow the furnace. Nanxing nodded. Please, Mrs. Yang, arrange a room immediately and ensure no one enters, even if they hear any commotion. The Yang family was not large, yet there were many vacant rooms. Nanxing chose the quietest one and was about to close the door when Zhou Xi reached out to stop her. Smiling as he said, I wish to observe as well. What if I refuse? She asked. Then I would be quite saddened. Nanxing replied with a light chuckle, closing the door more tightly. Just as Zhou Xi was about to get his fingers caught in the door, he slipped in, exclaiming, how callous! He laughed. After all, I've already accompanied you to the ancient tomb of the warring states. This time should be no different. It is different, Nanxing replied. Entering once costs a life. Are you not afraid? Zhou Xi paused, gazing at her as he asked, how many times have you ventured into such places? Has your life not been significantly diminished? Nanxing had intended to frighten him off. Yet he bypassed that concern and instead expressed worry for her well-being. Shouldn't a normal person feel alarmed and concerned for their life? I was merely jesting, Nanxing said, retracting her gaze and carrying the furnace towards the table within the room. Zhou Xi remained skeptical, hoping she was indeed joking. Otherwise, the incidents he was aware of that could possibly be linked to life-stealing amounted to over 100, compounding into a staggering loss of time. Unbeknownst to him, a fragrance began to waft through the room, subtly enticing his senses and forcibly redirecting his thoughts. As he looked ahead, he beheld the unlit furnace, from which white smoke began to slowly drift. The smoke thickened, akin to the morning mist in a valley, curling gracefully upwards. A young woman approached him briskly, seemingly clad in a flowing gown, her long black hair cascading down her waist. As she quickened her pace, her garments and dark locks fluttered in the air. Just as Zhou Xi regained his composure, he was taken aback to find Nanxing before him. The fragrance grew more intense, and the sound of iron hooves echoed in his ears, transforming the aroma into the scent of gunpowder, placing him upon a battlefield engulfed in chaos. After the fall of the Tang dynasty, 5 regimes succeeded one another, with over 10 factions vying for power, marking a period of great fragmentation in Chinese history known as the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. Chapter 21. The Fish-Patterned Incense Furnace, Part 8, 2 urgent letters, sent with haste over 800 miles, reached the court and the general's residence. When the servant delivered the letters to Hong Yi, she was engaged in preparing incense, intending to light it upon Chu Li's return. He was not particularly fond of incense, yet she adored it, so he always indulged her. However, each time he ventured out, he would wash himself thoroughly 3 times, changing his clothes to completely rid himself of the scent, though it was a hassle. He never complained about her love for incense or asked her to remove it, for it brought her joy. Hong Yi set aside the incense materials and broke the red wax seal on the envelope. Extracting the letter within, a few terse words struck her like a dagger to the eye. With a sigh, she felt as though she bore a heavy chain upon her heart. Chu Li was returned from the border town by his subordinates, brought home in a cart. His legs had been rendered useless by the enemy general, and he would never be able to stand again. Hong Yi did not go to greet him at the door. She waited until he had entered the room, and after everyone had left, she stood outside for a long while before finally stepping in to see him. She forced a smile and said, "The general has returned. I have prepared your favorite dishes." Chu Li sat in a stupor on the small couch by the window, and upon seeing her enter, the forced smile on her face pierced his heart. He reached out to pull her into an embrace, holding her tightly as he whispered, "I am fine. Do not cry." Hong Yi buried her face in his chest, wanting to say something, but her throat tightened, rendering her speechless. She remained silent for a long time before finally pulling away from his embrace, hastily wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She raised her face and said, "I will not cry. You always say you have no time to accompany me, always leaving me at home. Now you are here." Chu Li sighed inwardly, both of them unwilling to address the unspoken truth, each forcing themselves to provide comfort. He had originally planned to marry her once this battle was concluded, to prevent idle chatter from circulating within and outside the residence. Yet now, in this circumstance, he had become a man without use. How could he dare to proceed with such plans? Hong Yi was exceedingly beautiful, delicate, and gentle, and while she could not find another general, she could at least secure a partner with a sound body. In this ever-changing world, he was uncertain whether his current state would allow her to remain stable by his side. Spring brought frequent rains, and the eaves had carved small holes into the ground from the constant drip of water. Hong Yi wished to light some incense, but as she held the incense burner in her hands and glanced at Chu Li seated on the small couch, she hesitated and set it down. "Light it," Chu Li urged. "Surely you cannot sleep without some calming incense. But you do not like it. You always feel that a man should not carry the scent of incense." Chu Li fell silent for a moment, attempting to move his legs, but felt no sensation. Even the slightest movement was impossible. He lowered his gaze and said, "I can no longer venture outdoors. Why should I concern myself with such matters?" Hong Yi paused, placing the incense down and moving closer to kneel beside him on the small couch. "General, do not think that way. You will still lead troops into battle in the future." Chu Li knew his legs were entirely useless. When the enemy had struck him down from his horse, he had thought they would kill him, but instead, they had merely severed the tendons in his legs and left him to suffer. He wished they had ended his life. Yet, they did not, and he was left with the humiliation of living on. When he regained consciousness, the thought of Hong Yi waiting for his return dissuaded him from taking his own life. Hong Yi had no family. If he were to die, she would be left utterly alone, uncertain of the bleak fate that awaited her. Just as it had been before she met him, he fought to survive, knowing that as long as he remained alive, the court would somewhat acknowledge his past merits and provide him with a pension. "General," Hong Yi looked down at his hand, hesitating to speak. "I asked there's something you wish to say?" Chu Li prompted. "General," Hong Yi called him once more, taking a deep breath, "marry me. I want to stay by your side, caring for you, in a rightful manner." Chu Li was momentarily taken aback. Since his return, Hong Yi had been tending to him. Even with servants around, he could see her growing frail. He averted his gaze, returning to his book, and said, "I will not marry you." Hong Yi was stunned. "Why not?" Chu Li remained silent, and after a long pause, Hong Yi was uncertain whether he feared burdening her or deemed her background too humble. After all, she was merely a girl who had fled from another place. Nearly starving to death on the road, he had taken her in as a maid, providing her with food and shelter, which was already generous. Yet she dared to aspire for the position of a wife. Hong Yi felt discontent, her sleep growing more restless by the night. Within a few days, she became even thinner. Meanwhile, Chu Li had resolved to send her away. The message was conveyed by the steward. The general wished for her to leave the residence and no longer remain there. Hong Yi refused to depart, kneeling outside his door for an entire night without uttering a word. Chu Li, equally sleepless, opened the door in the morning to find her still kneeling on the ground. He wished to lift her up but found himself unable to stand. I am a broken man now. My military power will gradually be stripped away. When that happens, not only will I be unable to provide you with wealth and honor, but I fear I cannot even ensure your basic needs. You may leave now, and I will not hold it against you. So it is the general's fear of burdening me that prevents you from marrying me? Hong Yi looked up at him, her face brightening. It is not that you disdain my humble origins. Chu Li was momentarily taken aback. As spring turned to autumn, Chu Li's military authority was entirely revoked. The court, recognizing his past contributions, continued to provide him with a decent pension. Having transformed into Lady Chu, Hong Ye meticulously arranged the monthly stipends. For maintaining the general's residence was no trivial endeavor. She had reduced the number of retainers, intending to save some silver for future contingencies. Yet, Chu Li's health continued to decline. His prolonged illness left him increasingly averse to venturing outdoors, to the point of shunning even the threshold of his own abode. On this particular day, upon awakening, Chu Li found Hong Ye absent from his side. He contemplated summoning a servant, but what could he accomplish by rising? Thus, he lay in wait for her return. Hong Ye, however, had not left the city. Amidst the chaos of war, even the imperial city had become perilous, and the populace was rife with anxiety, preoccupied with their own survival. Draped in a flowing robe, Hong Ye navigated the alleys with her head bowed, her eyes darting warily from side to side. When she finally paused, she had ventured far from the general's residence. Spotting a figure in the distance, she recognized the familiar silhouette and hastened towards it. Upon hearing her footsteps, the man turned to face her, his piercing gaze sending a chill through her. She steadied herself and inquired, "Are my parents well?" "They are," he replied, handing her a letter. Immediately, Hong Ye seized the missive, confirming it bore her parents' handwriting, and exhaled in relief. Yet, her heart soon resumed its anxious flutter. Each encounter with him foretold misfortune. The emperor's directive was clear. It was time to eliminate Chu Li. Hong Ye was taken aback. He is already incapacitated and bereft of military authority. Why can you not let him be? Do you truly believe you can remain his wife? The man's tone was icy, laced with derision. Have you forgotten who has been administering poison to him, causing his disorientation in battle, leading to his downfall? A tremor coursed through Hong Ye's body. She had forgotten, deliberately forgotten. The facade of a fleeing orphan. The very route Chu Li traversed, all meticulously orchestrated by her design. The small incense burner, perpetually emitting toxic fumes, had eroded his health, unbeknownst to him. Kill him, and you may return, fulfilling our original pact and reuniting your family. Chu Li's injuries had already alarmed the court. Should he perish, along with 3 other esteemed generals, it would disperse the morale of both the court and the people, rendering them vulnerable as scattered sand. He placed the poison in her palm. Now, go. Hong Ye stood frozen, gazing at the lethal incense, her palm slowly closing as if she were severing Chu Li's life with her own hands. It took her quite some time to return to the general's residence. He had treated her with kindness, aware of her feelings, and she cherished him in return. Yet, she could not barter her parents' lives for his. Chu Li, should I take your life to reclaim my parents? I shall surrender my own in return for yours. Lost in thought, she remained oblivious to the dwindling number of servants in the estate. Upon reaching her chamber, she overheard Chu Li conversing with his deputy. She hesitated to knock and was about to depart when she suddenly heard her name. People are invariably sensitive to their own names, and Hong Ye was no exception. She instinctively halted, the words within the room clear despite their softness. "General, do we truly have to proceed with this? The lady has committed no wrong." "Yes, Hong Ye has done nothing wrong, but she cannot be allowed to remain." Chu Li's voice was resolute. "I am aware of my condition. I have little time left. Yet she remains a vibrant flower, young and beautiful, and I cannot allow her to tarnish the Chu family's reputation." Thus, after my death, you must take her life to preserve our family's honor." Leaning against the wall, Hongya's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath catching in her throat. Her body trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks as she struggled to contain her voice, retreating step by step along the wall. Chu Li intended to kill her. How could he want her dead? Hongya escaped through the back door, finally allowing herself to weep, her heart shattering. Days passed, and Chu Li could no longer leave his bed. One morning, he awoke to find Hongya at the vanity, her long hair cascading down to her waist, yet untouched by the comb. An unexpected surge of strength coursed through him, and he called out, "Hongya!" She turned, rushing to support him, adjusting the blanket to cushion his back. "Your hair has grown considerably," he remarked, grasping a strand. "When you first entered the residence 2 years ago, it was nearly all tangled." "Indeed, I was quite pitiful back then, wasn't I?" Hongya replied, her gaze lowered. "Had you not rescued me, I might have perished." "What rescue?" Chu Li paused, ultimately refraining from elaboration. Realizing his own feelings had deepened, he shook his head. Releasing her hair, "I am tired. You may leave." Hongya, disinclined to linger, began to braid her hair. "I shall prepare breakfast." Before departing, she, as she had the previous days, lit the incense. The remaining spice in the burner was nearly depleted. She stared at it for a moment, her fingers trembling as she reached out. Once the poison was consumed, he would truly perish, wouldn't he? Hongya harbored affection for him, yet felt a profound sense of betrayal. Resolutely, she took the spice and placed it in the burner, igniting it. The fragrance wafted through the room, entwining the air. A fierce wind gusted from the window, scattering the scent throughout the chamber. Chu Li had begun to enjoy this aroma, for it was reminiscent of Hongya. She often busied herself with household affairs, rarely present in the room. Her absence did not diminish the fragrance, which felt as though she were ever at his side. Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to the noxious smoke, drifting into slumber, never to awaken again. Chu Li was dead. That very night, Hongya took the Chu family's wealth and departed, unwilling even to mourn. She feared witnessing the scene of his burial. He had betrayed her, shown her little affection, yet she had loved him nonetheless and could not bear to see him utterly gone. She intended to take this money and her parents along to live a peaceful life. Vowing never to return to such a sordid existence, "Madam, wait." Having exited the city gates, Hongya encountered Chu Li's deputy. She regarded him, one hand behind her back, concealing a dagger within her sleeve. "Madam, will you not attend the general's funeral? Are you so eager to depart?" Hongya bit her lip fiercely. "I know you intend to kill me, to offer me as a sacrifice alongside Chu Li." The deputy fell silent, observing the hatred in her eyes, feeling a pang of empathy for the general, who would be condemned to her eternal loathing. "The general never wished to harm you. I heard everything. I heard it all. Chu Li feared I would tarnish the Chu family's name and sought to eliminate me. That was a ruse employed by the general." The deputy's throat tightened. "He deliberately allowed you to overhear, knowing you would be reluctant to leave. Yet he is gravely ill, unable to protect you any longer. He feared you would act rashly, preferring that you harbor hatred towards him while taking your leave with the wealth." Hongya stood frozen, shaking her head. "Impossible." "Why is it impossible?" the deputy retorted. "Madam, did you not notice that many servants had vanished that day? The general issued specific instructions for their departure while you were in the alley, so you could overhear our conversation. With his martial prowess, how could he not be aware of your presence outside?" "Impossible." Hongya reflected on the events, realizing this was no fabrication. Yet, she was unwilling to accept it, for if she did, what would that make her? She had killed Chu Li. The general had implored me time and again not to share these words with you. Yet how could I bear to see the woman he cherished despise him for eternity? "Silence," Hongya cried, her voice sharp that I refused to believe it. The deputy gazed at her, anguished, knowing the truth would be too cruel for her to bear. "Take care," he murmured before departing. Hongya felt utterly drained, collapsing against the wall as memories of the past 2 years with Chu Li flooded her mind, tears streaming down her face. "It seems you truly cared for Chu Li, having poisoned him with your own hands, now weeping so sorrowfully." A cold voice resounded from behind her, causing Hongya to pause and turn. "Yet even in your grief, you do not forget to take his money." The man smirked at the large bundle beside her. "You've plundered all his wealth. Do you plan to return it to your parents? Yes, they have suffered greatly as hostages. I hope to never be entangled with you again. Hongya felt an overwhelming surge of anger and revulsion. 2 years? What 2 years? The man pondered, counting on his fingers, and suddenly laughed. They have only endured 3 days of hardship. How could it be 2 years? Hongya froze. What did you say? Impossible. The handwriting was unmistakably her parents'. They had been writing to her all along. She realized with horror that it had all been a charade. Imitating familiar handwriting was hardly a challenge. Overwhelmed with grief, she wept uncontrollably, mourning both her parents and the life she had taken. As she doubled over in sorrow, the man approached, intent on ending her life. Suddenly, Hongya lunged forward, plunging a dagger deep into his chest. The man gasped in shock as the blade pierced his heart, nearly fracturing it. He had underestimated her. Hongya, devoid of fear, was consumed by a profound rage. In the instant, she withdrew the dagger. A short blade pierced her abdomen. The pain pushed her back, and the dying man wavered before finally succumbing to death. Clutching her bleeding wound, she leaned against the cold wall, reminiscing about the warmth she had once found in Chu Li's embrace. She yearned to return to the general's residence. Yet the chilling image of Chu Li's lifeless body lying in the great hall extinguished her resolve. She could not bear to face him. How she wished for his revival, willing to do anything to see him breathe once more. But no matter how many times she uttered those words, he would not return to life. He was gone. And until his last breath, he had been consumed by thoughts of how to ensure her joy and survival. Yet she had mistaken his intentions, believing he truly sought her demise. Outside the city, the clashing of blades and the cacophony of battle rang out, echoing like the onset of war. The vitality of Hong Yi waned, and she glimpsed her father and mother, as well as Chu Li. However, an elusive fragrance wafted through the air, causing the apparitions to dissipate in an instant. She fixated on the incense burner that had tumbled from her satchel beside her. The fish frolicked in the water, smoke swirling around them. Drawing upon a strength she did not know she possessed, she seized the incense burner with her bloodied hand and hurled it forcefully away. The burner landed with a resounding thud, scattering the remnants of its powder into the dust. Even in death, Hong Ye's gaze remained fixed upon the furnace that had incinerated betrayal, unable to close her eyes. Chapter 22. The Fish-Patterned Incense Burner, 9. As the smoke that enveloped the room gradually dissipated, the chaotic sounds of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms lingered in her ears. It was not until the last wisp of smoke vanished that the tumult quieted. Qiu Xi suddenly comprehended why Nanxing had consented to his bargain. Hong Yi was now Zhao Qian, and Chu Li was presently Yang Jianghe, a tale of tragic entanglement. Qiu Xi observed the incense burner, its bloodstains washed away at some unknown moment, and remarked, "When Hong Yi perished, her resentment ran deep. Even after so many lifetimes, the bitterness remains unwashed away." Nanxing reached out to touch the fish-patterned incense burner once more. It no longer trembled, as if aware that she meant it no harm. Qiu Xi inquired, "Do you think Zhao Qian could be a corporate spy sent by her company to reenact past events?" Unable to suppress a glance filled with disdain, Nanxing looked at him. Noticing the look in her eyes, Qiu Xi chuckled. "You traverse through time and know of bygone events, but I am not adept in such matters. I merely excel at locating things, having lived for so long. If someone could comprehend even a fraction of her essence, it would be deemed a remarkable gift." Qiu Xi was far beyond that. If the Nan family still existed, they would undoubtedly take him as an apprentice. His talent was evident, albeit he spoke too much. "Why do you wear such a regretful expression?" Qiu Xi mused as he pressed his hand against the burner, feeling its unusual tranquility. He contemplated before saying, "It absorbed Hong Ye's blood, thus bearing her resentment. It has been restless in Zhao Qian's hands, perhaps because Hong Ye's emotional turmoil remained unresolved. Its newfound calm signifies that her heartache has been alleviated." In other words, if Zhao Qian were indeed a corporate spy intent on destroying Chu Li, the burner would surely not have settled down. Thus, this lifetime's Zhao Qian had indeed come to repay debts and rekindle ties. In the cycle of life and death, everything ultimately returns to its origin. Seeing that Nanxing had already tucked the burner away, he sensed that she intended to descend the stairs. He surmised that Nanxing would not directly reveal to them the tragic entanglement of the past. While he sympathized with Hong Ye's plight, The situation should not have unfolded in such a manner. As the old adage goes, the affairs of the past generations must be resolved by them, especially those of a previous life. Furthermore, the present Yang Jiang still harbored feelings for her. He wondered if Zhao Qian was yet again the reincarnation of Hong Yi from a past life. Only time would unveil the truth. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, who had obeyed Nanxing and remained downstairs with Yang Jianghe, heard movement from above, accompanied by the sudden waft of an unfamiliar fragrance that stirred her emotions into turmoil. Nearly compelling her to ascend the stairs, it was only Yang Jianghe who restrained her, offering soothing words to wait. At last, when she spotted Nanxing and Qiu Ci descending, she hastened forward, momentarily dazed upon seeing the burner again. Yet, like a gentle breeze, it calmed her anxious heart, bringing an inexplicable sense of tranquility. It has been resolved, Nanxing said as she placed the burner into Zhao Qian's hands. It has come to life again, and you shall no longer feel pain, for its emotional turmoil has been resolved. Yang Jianghe approached, asking, "What emotional turmoil?" Zhao Qian cradled the burner, indeed feeling its life force. Devoid of the stabbing pain that had once accompanied it, even the tears it had once evoked were absent. She too inquired, "What emotional turmoil? You and Mr. Yang, in your past life, were a couple, yet fate led you astray, leaving regrets in your wake. And what does that have to do with it? This is the burner you used for incense, and Mr. Yang holds it dear. But why does the burner only recognize me? Because it was you who used it daily. Mr. Yang has spent much of his time leading troops in battle and has had little opportunity to engage with it." Zhao Qian paused, lowering her gaze to him, a slight smile gracing her lips. "So you are a general." Yang Jiang did not dwell too much on the matters of their past lives, whether he was a general or a brute. It was all in the past. He took her hand and declared, "Regardless of our previous identities or the manner in which we missed each other, it shall not be so now." Zhao Qian gently nodded. Indeed. The burner rested quietly in her hands, a faint fragrance wafting from it, instilling a sense of peace within her, free from any lingering pain. She returned the burner to Nanxing, stating, "As per our agreement, we shall lend it to you." She then addressed Qiu Ci, "Likewise, according to our agreement, you may examine the antiques in our collection." "Thank you." As Nanxing secured the burner, she cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Ci, questioning his motives for exerting such effort merely to view the antiques of others. What was he truly searching for? Nanxing pondered silently before advising Zhao Qian, "You should visit the hospital when you have the chance." Zhao Qian was taken aback, asking, "Am I ill?" Nanxing glanced at her abdomen before averting her gaze, saying nothing further. Yang Jiang suddenly realized, his heart racing. He recalled a saying among practitioners that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed, for it would be detrimental to oneself. Thus, he refrained from pressing further, softly speaking to his wife. "You have been excessively drowsy lately, have you not? It has been 2 months since that time, has it not?" Zhao Qian understood, placing her hand over her abdomen, her fingertips trembling in disbelief. As Nanxing and Qiu Ci emerged, Yang Jiang had already summoned a driver to take Zhao Qian to the hospital. They chose a side path, witnessing their vehicle depart along the main road. Nanxing reflected quietly, had Hong Yi been more perceptive, had she noticed sooner that her parents were no longer present? Had she trusted Chu Li a bit more, believing he could never bring himself to harm her, she would not have stumbled into one misstep after another, ultimately becoming a pitiful figure, both pitiable and detestable. Qiu Ci inquired, "Then why assist them?" Nanxing remained silent for a moment before lowering her gaze to the incense burner in her hand, saying, "Go ahead, be reborn." "Be reborn?" Qiu Ci was slightly taken aback. And then he witnessed the burner tremble, a wisp of soul departing. In that moment, Qiu Ci comprehended. The burner contained not Hong Ye's resentment, but rather the spirit of the child that Chu Li and Hong Yi had lost. Neither Chu Li nor Hong Yi were aware, and the present Yang Jiang and Zhao Qian were even less so. The child, who had never been born and whom they had all been oblivious to, had guarded them with its tiny soul, striving to be seen by its mother, seeking to assert its existence. It had waited for thousands of years, finally anticipating their rebirth, now quietly displayed in the museum. It awaited their return, longing for the opportunity to again be their child. Though Nanxing did not harbor fondness for this ill-fated couple, she recognized the child that had been waiting all along. Qiu Xi discovered that Nanxing was more compassionate and warm-hearted than he had imagined. Nanxing halted her steps, turning her head to say, "Do not follow me." Her tone was as cold as steel, leaving Qiu Xi no choice but to stop and regard her, feeling utterly chilled. "Farewell? Yes, farewell." Qiu Xi smiled, refraining from teasing her further. China is vast, yet perhaps they would meet again. Impatience gnawed at them. The Zhang siblings could no longer wait for Feng Yuan to find another life-stealing master. Feng Yuan bore the brunt of their ire, exhausting a lifetime's worth of sweet words, yet he failed to appease them. Change the person. How could you bring back a counterfeit antique as a life-stealing master? You lack even the ability to appraise antiques? Feng Yuan, feeling the weight of their impatience, wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, "It was a slip-up, a mere slip-up. Occasional mistakes are not unusual. Change the person. If you fail again, we will not compensate you in any way and will lodge a complaint against your boss." Feng Yuan despised the word complaint. One complaint meant he would lose his bonus. 2 complaints would cost him his entire year's earnings. He had no choice but to say, "The only life-stealing master I know is Nanxing. Other than her, there is no one else." The Zhang siblings were highly dissatisfied, their doubts about Nanxing's abilities having grown immensely, so much so that when a servant announced Nanxing's return, no one rose to greet her. Grandma He, having endured their bickering all day, felt a pounding headache. Being of advanced age, the noise exacerbated her discomfort. However, upon hearing that Nanxing had arrived, she mustered her energy to stand, knowing she held hope as she saw her carrying yet another burner. Upon entering the courtyard, Nanxing instantly heard their raucous voices. When she entered the room and found them coldly dismissive, she offered no further explanation, stating directly, "We can resurrect old Master Zhang now." The 3 of them sprang to their feet almost in unison. Inside the room were 5 individuals, the Zhang siblings, Nanxing, and Grandma He. Grandma He initially thought this was their family matter. Even though she longed to stay, she refrained from speaking up. She intended to sneak a glance at old Master Zhang after their conversation concluded. However, Zhang Wang believed Grandma He was an elder of the group and the Zhang family, possessing the most authority. If a will were verified through her testimony, the inheritance matters would surely proceed more smoothly, thus he urged her to remain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao and Zheng Hai understood his intentions. 3 individuals, gripped by trepidation, knew that without Grandma He's testimony, the other 2 would deny any wrongdoing. Consequently, they urged her to stay. Observing their indifference towards her status as an outsider and yearning for another glimpse of Mr. Zhang, Grandma He chose not to leave. The ordinary fish-patterned incense burner emitted wisps of smoke, permeating every corner of the room with a fragrant aroma. Zhang Xiao sniffed the air, wrinkling her brow as she remarked, "It is not the scent of perfume, but rather a rather inferior fragrance." Grandma He also caught a whiff and quietly observed, "It resembles that of mosquito coils." Perhaps this was the very essence of what Mr. Zhang had often recounted, the scent of burning mosquito coils while telling stories to his young children beneath a tree during his humble beginnings. "I told you, it's truly subpar," Zhang Xiao retorted. "Who brings antiques to light mosquito coils? Such poor taste." "Hush!" Zhang Wang shot a glare at his sister, unable to endure her incessant chatter. Unfazed, Zhang Xiao returned his glare, infuriating Zhang Wang to the brink of reprimanding her. Suddenly, Zheng Hai recoiled in terror, rendered speechless. Zhang Wang and Zhang Xiao, locked in a stare, turned to see what had caused his fright, only to be rendered mute by shock. Amidst the swirling mist, the late Mr. Zhang appeared, ethereal as if he were still alive. Only Grandma He approached, gazing at him with wide-eyed astonishment, her voice trembling, "You've returned." For a final farewell, the words he wished to convey were not intended for her. "Dad." Zheng Wang was the first to regain his composure, suppressing his fear as he stepped forward. "You've always believed in me. Haven to you. I will take care of everything. You can depart in peace." Zheng Hai, too, snapped back to reality and rushed forth. "Dad, you loved me the most when you were alive. Eldest brother squandered public funds and has an illegitimate child he never told you about. Get lost. You've spent all your money on those women. Don't think I'm unaware." The 2 exchanged accusations, their voices rising in conflict. Zheng Xiao, battling her own terror, sought to demand her inheritance. But her trembling legs rendered her immobile. As the mist thickened, obscuring clarity, Nanxing spoke. Speak. How do you wish to distribute your inheritance? The squabbling brothers fell silent, fixated on their deceased father, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the rightful heir. Mr. Zheng's gaze slowly traversed the room, finally resting on the face of his longtime confidant, Li Li. All the assets are yours. Grandma, he was momentarily stunned, tears cascading down her cheeks. The three Zhang siblings, initially taken aback, soon erupted in unison. Impossible. How could Dad do this? You're not even a Zhang. What right do you have to claim the inheritance? Stung by their words, Grandma, he raised her gaze, her expression fierce, silencing them with her intensity. Yet, in the next moment, they collectively pointed fingers, unprecedentedly standing united against her, suddenly recalling their familial bond. I will not accept this inheritance, Grandma, he declared firmly, not a single cent. The three were momentarily taken aback. Their newfound alliance crumbled, swiftly dismantled by her statement. Dad loved me the most. What gives you the right to claim this money? Loved? Have you ever shown him love? And you? Get lost? The relentless bickering filled the Zhang family villa with a heavy atmosphere of conflict. Nanxing had already emerged. If she lingered any longer, she might leap from the window. Grandma, he continued to gaze at the figure suspended in the mist until he vanished entirely, the fragrance dissipating, and only then did she manage to stifle her tears. He is gone, never to return. Outside, Feng Yuan whispered, "It's quite noisy in there." He then quietly inquired, "Did you get the eyes?" "Yes, that I thought you were about to make a losing deal. They are undeserving." Feng Yuan pondered this, agreeing that such individuals were unworthy of Nanxing's efforts. If it were him, he would have taken their descendants' eyes for satisfaction. A moment later, Grandma, he emerged, having wiped away her tears. If not for the remnants of sorrow etched on her face, one might have thought she had not wept at all. Her resilience astonished Nanxing. "Do you truly not want Mr. Zheng's inheritance?" "No," Feng Yuan, surprised, remarked. "If you refuse, the three siblings will likely tear each other apart over it." "Indeed." Grandma He's brow remained cool, her voice even fainter, as if discussing a matter unrelated to herself. "Let them fight amongst themselves and squander the entire fortune. I am not in need of money. I stayed in Wang Hai Group and remained in the Zhang family only because I cherished Mr. Zhang, yet, until his last breath, his thoughts were consumed by his three children. He brought her into the Zhang family, yet never once mentioned matters of inheritance. Now that he was gone, she desired neither the inheritance nor to be entangled in a battle for it. Deep within, she harbored resentment towards him. Grandma, he sighed, her heart uncheered by her decision. Though you know why he fell ill? Because during the island visit, the three of them were obedient and dutiful, joyfully leading him to believe they had reconciled, that they were once again a united family. However, that night, while I accompanied him on a walk, I overheard them hurling accusations at one another, engaged in a fierce quarrel. "Everything was a lie," were his final words to me. After ascending the stairs, he never awoke again. Her tone was icy. "So why should I allow them to have it easy?" Nanxing seemed to grasp, yet also failed to comprehend. Humanity is often riddled with contradictions. Chapter 23. The Fish-Patterned Incense Burner, Part 10. After Nanxing departed from the Zhang household, the din of the Zhang siblings' quarrels persisted unabated. It was likely that their next step would be to consult a lawyer, igniting a fierce battle for the inheritance. Feng Yuan had completed his task, the funds now transferred, and was set to return with Nanxing. "I still need to return the incense burner to Yang Jianghe. You may leave first," she stated. "Then I shall take my leave." Feng Yuan replied, "Upon my return, the first thing I shall do is cleanse my ears." They nearly developed calluses from all the incessant chatter. Spark of curiosity ignited within Nanxing. "If a customer like that comes again, will you still accommodate them?" "Of course," Feng Yuan replied without hesitation. "As long as it's profitable indeed." This was her own principle. As long as she could acquire the eyes, she would do anything, associating with anyone. Suddenly, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss, observing Nanxing. "Oh, you've started asking irrelevant questions too." Nanxing paused, perhaps influenced by Qiu Ci's incessant inquiries. "I'm leaving. Until we meet again." Feng Yuan, having just felt her warmth, now sensed her chill as if winter had returned. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, Nanxing found Qiu Ci already packed, yet he had not departed. He awaited Yang Jianghe, as well as Nanxing's arrival. He had guaranteed the return of the incense burner and wished to converse with Nanxing further. The more they spoke, the more he could understand her and the craft of the life stealer. Little did they know that a farewell might truly be a farewell. The servant ushered Nanxing into the living room and went to brew tea. She noticed Chiu Ci's presence and inquired, "They haven't tea returned yet?" "No, they're still at the hospital." Chiu Ci asked, "Are you leaving after returning the burner?" "Yes." Nanxing remembered that she could hand over the burner to him. As he wasn't leaving, and it was through his assurance that Zhao Qian had lent it to her. Just as she was about to extend her hand, Chiu Ci interjected, "Do you have something urgent?" "No." "Are you transferring the burner to me?" "Yes." "Then I refuse." Nanxing frowned, asking, "Are you busy?" Chiu Ci smiled, "Not really, but I don't want to transfer it." "Once I take it, you'll leave, correct?" "Of course, that's why I refuse." "Why?" Chiu Ci replied, "Because I wish to converse with you a little longer." Nanxing fixed her gaze on Chiu Ci, seated across from her on the sofa, and after a pause, asked, "Do you think I can't take you on?" Almost thinking she was about to ask if he harbored feelings for her, Chiu Ci was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question, then burst into laughter. Leaning back on the sofa, he assumed a relaxed posture. As if they were merely engaging in casual conversation, devoid of any pretense. "I'm just a bit curious about you, wanting to understand you, or rather, to comprehend the life stealer that, of course, I want to go out of my way to pry. The more we converse, perhaps it may aid in understanding, which is why I wish to talk with you more." Nanxing was uncertain whether he was intrigued by the life stealer or sought to learn the craft. Chiu Ci appeared quite interested in antiquities and metaphysics, and she believed he genuinely wished to learn. She inquired, "And you? Why do you want to see Yang Zhenghe's private collection? When you entered the underground palace, you didn't take those valuable items. You're not a tomb raider, are you? Were you perhaps engaging in some sort of transaction, and after its completion, you could view his collection?" Chiu Ci had sensed that Zhao Qian would prompt him to view the private collection. Knowing that Nanxing would not overlook such a detail, her direct inquiry caught him slightly off guard. It turned out Nanxing could also be curious about others, though her usual demeanor was so cold that one might think her devoid of curiosity or the sentiments typically possessed by a normal person. They say curiosity kills the cat, yet lacking even a slight curiosity is quite abnormal. Indeed, Chiu Ci did not conceal his thoughts. "Your reward is the eyes. My reward is to view their collection." Nanxing fell silent immediately, and Chiu Ci also refrained from speaking. The two were currently aware of each other's knowledge, reaching an impasse. Only one question lingered. What did she need her eyes for? What was his purpose in examining the hidden treasures? Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Qian returned from the hospital. Upon entering, they learned that Nanxing was present, and Zhao Qian quickened her pace, startling Yang Zhenghe, who hastily pulled her back, urging her to slow down. Upon seeing the two, Nanxing remarked, "I have come to return the incense burner. It is placed on the table. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Zhao Qian interjected. "Thank you. I just had a checkup and discovered that I am expecting a little one. Had it not been for your reminder, given my disposition, I might not have realized it until much later, which would not have been good for the baby." Nanxing nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from taking credit. Zhao Qian continued, "My husband and I have discussed it, and we will find an appropriate moment to return the incense burner. It is never right to take someone else's belongings." Nanxing nodded again. Unable to resist asking, "Is there anything else?" Zhao Qian hesitated, wanting to express her gratitude, but upon observing Nanxing's demeanor, which did not seem to seek monetary reward, she felt that mentioning a reward would be inappropriate. Thus, she refrained from speaking further and said, "Let us escort you out." "No need." Nanxing replied, "Goodbye." She took a few steps towards the exit but suddenly recalled something, turning back to Chiu Ci and solemnly stating, "Goodbye." Chiu Ci smiled, "Until next time." Nanxing paused for a moment, chose not to say anything further, and walked away. Watching Nanxing hurry off, Chiu Ci reminisced about her journey from Baozhu Mountain to Shuisui Island. Noting how she hardly rested. What was the driving force behind such relentless effort? Yang Zhenghe remarked, "Mr. Chiu, allow me to show you my collection." Chiu Ci retrieved his thoughts and responded, "Certainly," as Nanxing departed the small island. She returned to the original dock to await the boat. Traversing the busy path laden with tourists, she caught sight of a lush tree at the dock. She had noticed that tree upon her arrival. From a distance, it appeared as a great, open umbrella. For reasons unknown, it reminded her of Grandma He's description of the tree in Old Master Zheng's garden, which always attracted mosquitoes yet was cherished and never cut down. Once, The family lived in poverty but remained content, gathering under the summer night sky with incense burning to ward off mosquitoes, while the three children listened to stories told by their father. Nanxing pondered whether old Master Zhang cherished Shuisui Island as a family getaway, perhaps prompted by memories of those innocent days with his three young children. Perhaps yes, or perhaps no. The fish-patterned incense burner consumed the betrayal of Hongya from years past, incinerating her conscience. Nanxing vaguely understood why it was that the incense burner could resurrect old Master Zhang. Likely, it was because it too had burned his conscience. Old Master Zhang transformed from a life of destitution to one of affluence, employing dubious means in his ascent. Regret came too late, and when Hongya perished, she too found herself in similar remorse, yet it was equally tardy. The only difference lay in the fact that Hongya's children protected her, while old Master Zhang's children ultimately brought about his ruin. The ferry, laden with tourists, departed the island, gliding across the waves toward the bustling shore, gradually distancing itself from the floating island. The grand tree transformed into a mere, vanishing from sight. Upon disembarking from the ferry and passing through the gate, Nanxing heard someone calling out loudly. All the acquaintances she knew were still on the island, so she was certain the call was not for her and did not glance back. Yet, that person was indeed searching for her. "Hey, miss!" The individual stepped directly in front of her, exclaiming, "You've finally made it to shore. I thought I had misjudged and that you had already left." Nanxing recognized the chubby driver who had ferried her over that day. The driver extended his hand, revealing a phone resting on his plump palm. "I only discovered this phone when I returned home to wash my car. But it was already dead. After charging it, I found it locked and unable to access the missed calls, so I had to wait for you on the shore. Oh, I'm so glad I finally caught you." Nanxing paused, observing the driver, drenched in sweat, recalling his earlier ramblings and the words of the Zhang siblings. Some people may speak harshly yet possess kind hearts, while others may speak sweetly but harbor a rotten core. "Thank you," Nanxing replied as she took the phone. Unlocking it, she found it was filled with missed calls from Feng Yuan. She tucked the phone away and asked, "Are you free now? I need to go to the airport." Of course, as they drove, the driver continued to chat, covering topics from the southern to the northern regions, from the skies to the earth. "I'm not in it for the money. I just found driving a welcome diversion from the monotony. I transport dozens of passengers daily, from all walks of life. They converse with me and pay me. It's wonderful. Don't be misled by my jovial demeanor. I once struggled with depression, but I've overcome it now. Life should be lived positively. We ought to be happy and optimistic. No obstacle is insurmountable. After I drop you at the airport, I'll head home. My mother's cooking is delightful, and so is my wife's. I can't bear to eat out." Nanxing listened quietly, his voice imbued with vitality, bringing joy to those who heard him. Upon concluding his story, noticing her swift departure from the island, he remarked, "There's nothing particularly special about this island. It's overly commercialized, indeed. Did you see anything you liked?" Nanxing gazed out the window at the swiftly passing island, the sea shimmering under the autumn sun, reflecting Shuisui Island's beauty. She contemplated for a long time before saying, "The scenery here is exquisite. Had I not encountered you, this place would have been utterly dreadful." The island thrummed with life, with a continual flow of travelers. It was quite lively. Chapter 24. The Human Lantern, Part 1. The mountain path at night was somewhat treacherous. However, autumn had arrived, and the weather had turned considerably cooler. The underbrush was devoid of mosquitoes, sparing them from undue suffering. Though arduous, the journey was still manageable. A group of 6 individuals had come together through a travel platform, seizing the opportunity to embark on a hiking adventure during the weekend. Naturally, they sought out paths less traveled. The leader, a young man in his 20s, forged ahead, discovering a trail beneath his feet, likely trodden by those before him. The area had been abandoned for quite some time, rendering the path indistinct. After navigating small trails for half a day, guided by the bright moonlight, they came upon a clearing where remnants of walls could be faintly discerned. Encircling a substantial area, "Let us spend the night here," he called back to the others. The 5 companions, already fatigued, welcomed the prospect of a resting place without objection. As they approached, peering through a breach in the collapsed wall, they realized the interior was more spacious than anticipated. The building was a single story, with some shattered tiles remaining atop, indicating it had been long uninhabited and was in a dilapidated state. Old houses fear abandonment. Once deserted, they easily become the domain of rats. The sound of scurrying rodents echoed as they entered through the main gate. Among the 6, 2 were young women, and the younger one quivered at the sound of the rats squeaking. Casting fearful glances around, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, she clung tightly to the group, stammering, "This place is too terrifying. Let us leave and camp outside instead." The others replied, "It's said that having a roof over your head is better. Outside is likely far more frightening. With us here, what is there to fear? With such a timid disposition, who would dare invite you next time to be a travel companion?" Everyone was weary and had little patience for the younger girl's dramatics. Aware that she should not have voiced such concerns, she refrained from further complaint, enduring her fear in silence. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast hall, devoid of furnishings except for a deep corridor on the left, rendering it quite barren. Someone murmured, "It's been cleared out completely. Not even a stool remains." Another responded, "If there were any, they'd likely be antiques by now." One person surveyed the walls, noting their weathered and pockmarked state. The pillars were plain, lacking any intricate carvings or even a coat of paint, merely a few wooden beams supporting the structure. Exhausted from their day of travel, they paid little heed to these details. Hastily clearing the ground before preparing to light a fire, a few ventured outside to gather firewood. The mountain wind was biting, and the distant darkness obscured their view of what lay beyond. Instilling a sense of unease, the braver souls scoured the exterior, while the more timid remained in the courtyard, collecting what little they could find. Fortunately, in the mountains, firewood was abundant, and they soon returned, gathering once more in the hall. As the fire crackled to life, the atmosphere lightened, dispelling some of their fears. The firewood snapped and crackled, and someone had brought back damp wood, which soon billowed thick smoke, causing those sitting in the wind's direction to cough. "Move that log. It's choking me." The log in question was the largest, thicker than an arm. The person who had pushed it aside paid no further attention, yet it continued to emit smoke. Swirling above the hall, the group tidied up a bit before taking out their provisions to eat. Once they had satisfied their hunger, someone ventured, "Was this once a summer retreat for the wealthy? We've been walking for so long and haven't seen any other houses. It's possible. Remember, there was a path leading here, as if it had been forged long ago. Who knows how many years it has been abandoned? The grass has grown wild, yet the path remains." The person pondered for a moment, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. "Do you suppose there might be something of value left behind here? Let us scour the crevices of the walls and the cellar. Perhaps we might unearth something worthwhile." Upon hearing this, the others became animated with excitement. The thrill of a treasure hunt was a cherished delight within their hearts. 2 timid souls opted to remain behind to tend the fire, while 4 brave individuals ventured beyond the courtyard, searching diligently. Yet, apart from a yard overrun with weeds, they found not a single coin, leading them to conclude that this was hardly a summer retreat, but rather a hovel erected by a miser. One individual, his hands soiled from the search, lamented, "There is no point in continuing. Let us return to the warmth of the fire and seek rest." "Ah, but there is a path beside the main hall, likely leading to the rear courtyard. Shall we not investigate it?" The other 3 hesitated, but he pressed on. "Since we are here, what a rare opportunity this is." Reluctantly, they acquiesced to his enthusiasm, a familiar enchantment binding them to follow. The quartet returned to the main hall, where the 2 who remained by the fire inquired, "Where have you been?" "We intend to explore the back courtyard." "You should think twice. It is quite dark outside." "What is there to fear? The moon illuminates our way," one replied, leading the charge into the shadows. The others had no choice but to follow suit. The corridor was spacious enough for a vehicle to pass through, yet the supporting columns were old and unadorned, lacking paint or embellishment, giving the impression of a place long abandoned. "Something feels amiss here. Such an expansive area should surely house at least one room," one remarked. "Indeed, it does not seem to have been inhabited. Could it have been built by hunters? What hunter would construct such a large dwelling?" They whispered amongst themselves, an unsettling sensation creeping into their minds. Once such feelings take root, suspicion and dread escalate, casting a shadow over their thoughts. "Wait," a man in his 40s suddenly exclaimed, prompting a wave of anxiety among the group. "What is the name of this mountain?" "Chu Mountain," replied another. The man strained to recall the details, grasping at fragments of memory, but to no avail. After a moment of struggle, he conceded, I believe I have seen news regarding Chu Mountain online. Yet the specifics escape me. The others grew increasingly alarmed, questioning, could it possibly be a terrifying ghost story? His silence only heightened their apprehension, and seeing his grave expression solidified their fears. Let us return to the fire. Safety lies within its warmth, someone suggested. The leader of the group hesitated, reluctant to appear cowardly in retreat. He composed himself and asserted, what era are we in? Ghosts are but myths. I refuse to believe it. We have come this far. We must investigate the back courtyard, asked the de facto leader. His authoritative tone compelled the others to follow, none wishing to remain alone. The corridor extended far, seemingly winding a great distance before leading to the rear. They walked on, and at last, the moonlight revealed the end of the passage, which indeed opened into the courtyard behind. The leader quickened his pace, eager to glimpse what lay beyond and preserve his dignity and authority. He dashed out of the corridor, only to be confronted with the bizarre and shabby backyard of the estate. What awaited them there, however, were rows upon rows of coffins. The wave of horror washed over him. And the others, unable to see his shocked expression, hurried to catch up. Upon entering the yard and beholding the scene, they nearly fainted from fright. The dark wooden coffins were meticulously arranged within the spacious yard. Bathed in the eerie glow of moonlight, which lent an unsettling phosphorescence to the coffin lids, suddenly, a chill wind swept through the area, sending shivers down their spines and prompting them to scream and flee. They raced back to the main hall, desperate to escape this dreadful place, the cold wind chilling their backs and weakening their legs. Almost simultaneously, they burst out of the corridor, seeking solace by the campfire, only to find someone already seated there. Run! There are ghosts! One yelled at the figure by the fire, but in the next instant, someone seized his clothing with terror, nearly in tears. We are all here. He paused, quickly counting the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everyone was accounted for. Then who is that? The figure by the fire stood, clutching a burning stick, and suddenly thrust it into his own chest. The flames ignited within him, revealing a half-human, half-doll apparition that slowly turned to face the terrified SIX. He lifted off the ground, drifting towards them. Its featureless face loomed larger, and with another collective scream, they fled, the timid having already succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground. While the remaining 4 dashed out the door. Some were so paralyzed with fear that they had already fled outside, only to feel a cold wind brush against their necks. They turned to see if the doll-like figure was pursuing them. But instead, they caught sight of a tattered sign hanging above the door, which read Yizhuang. Chapter 25. The Human Lantern, Part 2. Chu Mountain is a place steeped in superstition. It has long been haunted. It is said that in the past, it served as a burial ground, which is why it is considered cursed. Do not speak nonsense. During the Republic era, there was a Yizhuang there on why great-grandfather encountered ghosts while hunting nearby. Is there really such a thing? How can ghosts exist in this world? That belief perished long ago, my friend. I refuse to accept it. Doubt it if you wish, but you will lose, came the retort. Feng Yuan clutched his phone, scrolling through posts on a domestic forum, simultaneously critiquing them. He delighted in browsing supernatural forums, laughing at those who declared disbelief in ghosts, finding their responses to be amusing jokes from his omniscient vantage point. At that moment, a dog barked at the door, but the bell did not ring. Feng Yuan knew who had entered and swiftly tucked his phone away, rising to greet the newcomer. Good morning, Miss Nanqing. Nanqing was still unaccustomed to finding Feng Yuan instead of Boss Tao upon entering. After sitting, she noticed him occasionally glancing at his phone screen and asked, Are you busy? Not at all, Feng Yuan replied with a smile. I am just reading some supernatural posts on X forum. A group of adventurers claimed that they encountered ghosts at Chu Mountain. One described a human-shaped ghost stabbing itself in the heart with a stick, glowing like a firefly. Say that hilarious? He burst into laughter, but the expression of the person across the table remained impassive, freezing his amusement mid-laughter until he could no longer continue. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Is there something you need? Nanqing directly asked. No assignments? None at the moment, Feng Yuan replied. You've only just returned yesterday. Had one been unaware, they might have assumed she had been on leave for a month. Feng Yuan kindly advised, This work is physically demanding and mentally taxing. You must take care of yourself, do not rush into taking on tasks. Rest for a few days. Nanxing pulled out his business card, examining it and pointed to one of the numbers, asking, "Is this the number for your agency?" Feng Yuan glanced at it and confirmed, "Yes." "Very well." As Feng Yuan observed her dialing the number, curiosity got the better of him. "What are you up to?" "Nothing much. I'm just looking to change agents. Someone as diligent as myself." "Hold on a moment." Feng Yuan leaned forward, snatching the business card and concealing it behind his back. "I actually have a job opportunity that I thought you might not be interested in, so I didn't mention it." Nanxing leaned back in her chair, her brows arching slightly as she urged, "Tell me." Feng Yuan settled back down, retrieving a stack of documents from his briefcase. An elderly gentleman named Qiao is seeking his mother, whom he has been unable to locate for years. He has heard of the work of soul retrievers and wishes for you to ascertain whether his mother is still alive. If she has passed, he hopes you might bring her back to inquire about her well-being. Nanxing frowned and asked, "This matter does not seem particularly unique. Why did you not mention it before?" Feng Yuan explained, "There are two reasons. First, the mother and son have been out of contact for 73 years. He has moved several times and possesses no belongings related to her. However, I recall you require something that connects you to the individual." Nanxing replied, "A single drop of blood from a relative would suffice." Feng Yuan realized she was correct. Nothing could be closer than blood ties, for lineage remains unchanged. He continued, "The second point is likely what you would care about. Go on. Mr. Qiao is over 90 years old and in declining health. Time is of the essence. His descendants wish to fulfill his wish swiftly, fearing he may pass before it is achieved. They have summoned several renowned mediums, including you, about 5 in total, I believe. Given your aversion to crowds, I assumed you would not participate." Feng Yuan added, "Moreover, the remuneration varies among them. The one who completes the task first receives payment, so you may not be the first to finish, rendering the effort fruitless." Nanxing regarded him thoughtfully, causing Feng Yuan to feel a twinge of apprehension. He asserted, "Of course, the final decision rests with you. And my payment? Who compensates me?" "Mr. Qiao himself. His descendants are eager to facilitate this transaction. Yet he insists that if it is not he who arranges it, then he will not seek your assistance. It seems your reputation for reliability has ultimately led to your inclusion on the list." Their family, however, was entirely different from the Zhang siblings. Upon contemplating the Zhang family's 3 siblings, alongside the recent uproar surrounding their public disputes that one cannot simply ignore, Nanxing felt a wave of nausea. Mr. Qiao had endured considerable hardship on their behalf. Feng Yuan remarked that Mr. Qiao, being blind himself, had expressed, "In my next life, should I be blind again, it matters not. I have grown accustomed to at this juncture." Nanxing, who had been deep in thought with her brow furrowed, lifted her gaze. "Blind?" Feng Yuan chuckled bitterly and remarked, "But what does a blind person know of getting used to it? In the next life, one must start anew and readapt." Yet the old man is resolute, and his descendants are powerless to change that. "I shall handle this transaction," Nanxing declared decisively as she stood up. "You prepare for the negotiations. I shall take the dog for a walk." Clearly, she intended to visit Boss Tao again. Feng Yuan silently ridiculed this notion as he proceeded to engage in detailed discussions with the Qiao family. Nanxing brought the golden retriever to the hospital, as per routine, leaving it in the duty room before proceeding to Boss Tao's ward. Boss Tao was a prominent figure in the industry, and during his hospitalization, he had deliberately kept his condition under wraps. However, once he was absent from the shop, those seeking him soon uncovered the truth of his illness and surgery. Secrets often thrive in ignorance. If one person remains oblivious, the rest are likely to as well. Yet once one learns the truth, it is akin to the entire world knowing. Upon her arrival, Nanxing discovered the ward overflowing with flowers and fresh fruits. And beside the pillow lay a stack of red envelopes, each inscribed with auspicious phrases. Noticing that Boss Tao appeared significantly improved since her last visit, she refrained from inquiring about his health, instead asking if he wished for an apple. After he declined, he smiled faintly and said, "Why do you not ask if I am feeling better?" "I can see it for myself," Nanxing replied. Boss Tao was well aware that everyone could see the improvement, yet it was customary for people to ask such questions. He had grown accustomed to his interactions with Nanxing, believing there was nothing amiss. However, after experiencing a brush with death, he realized he could not let go of her. He could not relinquish the fact that he had watched her grow up, ultimately wishing to impart lessons on how to communicate and engage amicably with others, just as a grandfather would. He feared she might face difficulties in the future. Nanqing, how do you fare with Feng Yuan? What kind of person is he? Loud, greasy, verbose. Nanqing summarized, and then added, but tolerable. Boss Tao chuckled. Those last two words could redeem everything. He continued, once I recover, I shall return to the shop and send Feng Yuan back. Nanqing paused momentarily. You will no longer be Tao David? No longer. Having lain here for so long, I find my thoughts continually drifting back to the shop. I long to return, to see those antiques daily, waiting for you to complete your tasks as one would await a granddaughter's return home. Nanqing ceased her apple peeling, raising her eyes to him. Granddaughter? Yes, Boss Tao replied. Do you think that just because you are older than I, you can assume the role of elder? That is not the case. If you do not let go of the past, you shall remain trapped in that pit, eternally the young girl you once were. The sharp knife sliced through the thin apple skin, inadvertently nicking her finger, drawing blood. Nanqing set down the bloodied apple, hastily grabbed a tissue to cover her wound, and stood up, declaring, verbose. Nanqing, Boss Tao called after her, knowing that once he broached this topic, she would invariably leave. It had always been thus. He felt powerless to rescue Nanqing from that pit. The one who could save her would not be him. With a heavy sigh, he was consumed by worry. Emerging with a stern expression, Nanqing returned to the duty room to retrieve her dog. She understood Boss Tao's concern for her, yet he had seldom broached such matters in the past. Recently, however, the worry in his gaze had intensified, as if he sensed his time was limited and sought to address all that he had previously neglected before departing. Nanqing did not appreciate this sensation, as though Boss Tao were not long for this world. Upon returning to the shop, she found Feng Yuan absent, yet the documents were laid out on the table. Perusing the information, she noted that the Qiao family spanned 4 generations, with Mr. Qiao having numerous descendants engaged in various fields, each achieving modest success. They were not a family of immense wealth, but they were comfortable. Achieving 4 generations living harmoniously is no small feat. Mr. Qiao, though blind, possessed a clear heart. He must have been a kind and dignified elder, earning the respect and affection of all. Nanqing tucked away the documents. She pondered why Feng Yuan had yet to book her ticket when her phone buzzed with a message. The meeting date has been confirmed. I will pick you up in 2 days. 2 days? Nanqing frowned, but recalling that the Qiao family would be meeting 5 so-called spiritual practitioners simultaneously, she refrained from further pressing Feng Yuan on the matter. After securing her phone, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Woof! Nanqing glanced outside and spotted the dirty golden retriever. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could take the dog for a walk. Over the past few days, she had either walked the dog or taken it to the hospital, even visiting a pet shop to have its fur trimmed and nails groomed. Time had passed rather swiftly. 2 days later, Feng Yuan arrived to escort her, stating, no need to bring anything. We're headed to a nearby nursing home. Arrive promptly at 10. The old man likely lacks the strength to speak much. He will only say it once, and should we arrive late, he may not have the energy to repeat himself. Has he become that weak? Nanqing inquired. Why hasn't he sought out his mother before? As Feng Yuan opened her car door, he explained. Mr. Qiao's father passed away long ago, and his mother raised him alone. He was blind and grew up in poverty, often going days without food. Eventually, his mother said she was going to pick wild fruit from the mountains, but she never returned. Villagers claimed to have seen her in town with another man, suggesting she had left. Nanqing responded quietly, and Feng Yuan continued. Mr. Qiao searched for her for years, but ultimately gave up. He feared that bringing his mother back would only subject her to further hardship alongside him. Yet as he aged, he could not let go of this matter. Before he dies, he wishes to know how his mother fared after leaving, what sort of family she ended up with, Feng Yuan concluded. Ultimately, he cannot let go. If a son cannot let go of his mother, could that mother, all those years ago, truly have let go of her blind son? Nanqing was unsure, as those words from 73 years prior belonged to a time when China was engulfed in turmoil and strife. Chapter 26, The Human Lantern, Part 3. Reaching the nursing home where Mr. Qiao resided required merely a half-hour drive. During the journey, Feng Yuan received a phone call. After hanging up, he informed Nanqing, the old man is critically ill and has just been taken for emergency treatment. He is stable but cannot be seen at the moment. Once we arrive, wait a moment while I assess the situation. Understood. Nanqing thought of Boss Tao, who was also in the hospital. Illness rendered one so fragile. Even in such a state, Mr. Chiao was still searching for his long-lost mother from 73 years ago. Upon arriving at the nursing home, Feng Yuan entered to meet with the Chiao family members while she strolled through the facility. Her gaze fell upon numerous elderly individuals, all aged beyond 60. To her surprise, they appeared to be enjoying themselves, playing chess and cards, practicing Tai Chi, and dancing, radiating joy rather than the despondency she had anticipated. Seated quietly in a pavilion, Nanxing began to understand why Yang Jianghe and Zhao Qian had chosen to build their villa behind the bustling museum. Amidst the clamor and lively chatter, one could find solace, making the heart feel less lonely. She became so engrossed in her observations that when she finally sensed someone approaching, it seemed a considerable time had passed. Her heart sank, and she turned cautiously, only to be met with an all-too-familiar face. Nanxing halted, her tranquility evaporating. "All right, I confess," Qiu Ci stated earnestly. "I have been harboring a crush on you and even following you." Nanxing glanced behind him. There was no one else. She remained seated, arching an eyebrow at him. "Still a creep, I see." Qiu Ci chuckled. "I guessed you might come here. I wasn't he actually stalking you?" Suddenly, Nanxing comprehended, asking, "Is it related to the Chiao family?" "Indeed." Qiu Ci sat beside her. But as he settled, she shifted away. He propped his elbow on the railing, resting his hand against half of his face, appearing utterly at ease, which intrigued Nanxing. How could he be so comfortable in any setting? As if the world were his home? "I remember the Chiao family is not particularly wealthy. They likely don't have many antiques in their possession. What brings you here?" Qiu Ci's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement at her curiosity. A cold and distant girl like her, showing curiosity was an unexpected delight. He chose not to reveal too much, saying, "Mr. Chiao's grandson, Chiao Lang, is the private physician for the Li family. Oh, this is a friendly visit?" "Yes," Qiu Ci affirmed. "While I suspected they would invite you, I did not anticipate your actual attendance." Given the uncertainty of compensation, he smiled. "Why not let me assist you? You can keep the reward. I'll contribute my friendship." "No need." Her predictable rejection was met with Qiu Ci's accustomed acceptance. He added, "However, I can share one thing. All the practitioners invited by the Chiao family are well-known figures in the field." Nanxing inquired, "Such as?" "For instance, there is Granny Han, who claims to communicate with spirits, and Master Gu, who uses tortoiseshells for divination. You've left one out. His name is Shi Balu, but his identity and background are unclear. It seems he requested confidentiality from the Chiao family, so my brother is also unaware." Nanxing looked at him, curious. "Your brother?" Qiu Ci did not conceal the truth, stating, "He is not my biological brother, nor do we share blood ties. Yet he is as dear as a brother." Nanxing recalled the phone call she had received while on Four Water Island, the caller ID displaying Li Yuan, Mr. Li from the Yangjiang River estuary. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Li Yuan." Qiu Ci appeared slightly surprised and asked with a smile, "You know him?" "I saw it on your call log," she replied. "You're quite observant, Miss Xingxing." Unable to restrain herself, Nanxing interjected, "Please do not call me Xingxing." Qiu Ci, unfazed, teased her further, as if by doing so he could bridge the chasm that lay between them. Their repeated encounters had seemingly drawn them closer. He was no longer the icy figure who could freeze one to the core. Just as this thought crossed her mind, someone from the Chiao family arrived to announce that old Mr. Chiao had regained some strength and was ready to receive visitors. The two of them made their way there, and upon reaching the doorway, Feng Yuan, who was waiting for Nanxing, caught sight of her approaching with a man, prompting him to take a longer look. It was indeed surprising that Nanxing would allow someone to walk alongside her, maintaining a distance that was not too great. Were it him, she would likely have kicked him aside. Feng Yuan scrutinized Qiu Ci a few more times, ultimately concluding that he was quite handsome. As he touched his own less than attractive face, Feng Yuan's internal confusion dissipated. "Just wait a moment. Everyone will be here shortly," he said, glancing at his watch. "We're still missing someone named Qiu Ci." Without hesitation, Nanxing headed inside, and before Feng Yuan could stop her, Qiu Ci had already followed her in, offering a smile. "I am Qiu Ci." Feng Yuan paused momentarily, realizing that this was the Qiu Ci associated with the Li family, the enigmatic young man. He recalled that during their time on Four Water Island, Nanxing had inquired about Li Yuan. When did these two become acquainted? Boss Tao had never mentioned it. Inside, a number of people had already gathered, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. a palpable aura of impending death emanating from the frail old man on the bed. His appearance was gaunt, his eyes barely open, clouded and blind. He lay there, still connected to N4, exuding an air of fragility. "You must be Miss Nanxing," said Xiao Lang, Mr. Qiao's grandson, who appeared to be around 30. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a refined demeanor. He approached and shook Nanxing's hand, introducing himself. "I am Qiao Lang. I trust Manager Feng has briefed you on the relevant details." Nanxing nodded. "He has. Please wait a moment. Once my grandfather has finished receiving oxygen, we can begin." After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Qiu Si and acknowledged him as well. Where Nanxing had approached, 3 individuals were already standing there. Feng Yuan took small steps to introduce each of them to her. The man, clad in a long black gown, sporting a pair of small mustaches and appearing to be in his 40s, was known as Gu Daxian, a fortune-teller who wielded 2 tortoise shells to divine the future. Beside him stood an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, with a head full of gray hair, known as Granny Han, a well-known spiritualist with seemingly omniscient abilities. Lastly, at the window stood a man in his late 20s, tall and handsome, resembling Qiao Lang but with a more mischievous glint in his eye, which hinted at a complex mind. This was Shiba Lu, who preferred to keep his identity a secret. Nanxing even suspected that his name was a fabrication. After Feng Yuan introduced them, he notably refrained from mentioning Qiu Si. Once introductions were complete, a nurse entered, temporarily removing the oxygen mask. Warning, he will need it back on in 10 minutes. Qiao Lang acknowledged her, while Gu Daxian remarked, "The old gentleman is quite weak. If you have questions for Mr. Qiao, it would be better to address them directly rather than burdening the elderly." Qiao Lang paused, then stated, "My grandfather is determined to meet all of you." Gu Daxian grasped the implication and fell silent. After the nurse departed, Qiao Lang closed the door and approached his grandfather, whispering, "Everyone is here." Old Mr. Qiao slowly opened his eyes, unable to fully see, his gaze vacant and cloudy. He murmured faintly, "What do you need?" Gu Daxian replied, "We require the precise birth date and time of your mother." Granny Han added, "We need your place of birth, your mother's name, and the year she went missing." Qiu Si interjected, "There is no need for that." As the turn for Shiba Lu and Nanxing came, neither spoke immediately, waiting until they realized they were both waiting for the other to begin. Almost simultaneously, they spoke, a drop of blood. Both paused, the others oblivious to the significance. Yet Qiu Si sensed something amiss between Nanxing and Shiba Lu. He found it surprising that they required the same thing and pondered whether their methods might also align. Qiao Lang remarked, "I will ensure everything is arranged for you," before stepping out to instruct his younger brothers to prepare. After confirming that no one had further inquiries, he ushered them outside. As they were about to exit, old Mr. Qiao's faint voice called out, "Thank you." Nanxing glanced back at him, noting his pallor, the shadows of despair clinging to his brow, indicating that he likely had little time left upon leaving the room. Qiao Lang invited them to the tea room in the sanatorium for a brief respite before he departed. Shiba Lu settled beside Nanxing, and noticing her silence, he finally broke the ice with a polite smile. Inquiring, "May I ask, Miss Nanxing, what method you intend to employ to locate Qiao's mother?" Granny Han chimed in, "Yes, Miss Nanxing. What is your profession?" Manager Feng and Mr. Qiao mentioned that your information is confidential. Leaving us quite curious. You are quite young and beautiful, yet so capable. Gu Daxian interjected. Since the young lady wishes to keep her background private, it would be futile to press her for details. Moreover, isn't Mr. Shiba's identity also a mystery? Shiba Lu was taken aback by the bluntness of a fortune-teller speaking so candidly, a faux pas in the realm of divination. He chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling with mischief, his charm evident despite the audacity of his words. "What Gu Daxian says is true. I have not disclosed my identity, so it would be inappropriate to pry into others' secrets." Shiba Lu turned to Nanxing. "I apologize for my rudeness." However, throughout their time in the tea room, Nanxing did not once meet his gaze. Qiu Si understood Nanxing's thoughts. She was indifferent to others' remarks and actions, yet the matter of the drop of blood weighed heavily on her mind. He addressed the trio, regarding the drop of blood. "Mr. Qiao and his mother have been estranged for 73 years. It will not be an easy task to locate them. However, following their bloodline may yield results. For blood is thicker than water, and perhaps we can uncover some trace." As he spoke, Shiba Lu's smile faltered slightly, seemingly taken aback by Qiu Si's words. The subtle shift in expression did not escape Qiu Si's notice. He had accurately deduced the connection. Nan Xing's gaze, fixed on the wall, was not absent-minded. She had been observing Shiba Lu from the corner of her eye. When Qiu Si mentioned the phrase "a drop of blood," she had already tempered her expression, realizing that Qiu Si's target was not her, but Shiba Lu now. She was certain that, like her, Shiba Lu sought to locate someone through blood. The specific method remained a mystery. Yet the use of blood for such purposes was a practice employed by the Nan family, one she had not heard others utilize. If he employed the same method as she did, it would indeed be a delicate situation. Half an hour later, Xiao Lang returned with the necessary documents, stating, "I implore each of you to fulfill my grandfather's wish as swiftly as possible. I would be immensely grateful." Chapter 27. The Human Lantern, Part 4. Except for Granny Han, who gathered her materials and left, the rest remained at the sanatorium. Xiao Lang had reserved rooms for everyone at a nearby hotel, ensuring each had their own space without disturbing the others. Qiu Si chose not to leave with Nan Xing. He wished to avoid raising suspicions with Shiba Lu regarding their connection, lest he deduce that his inquiry about the drop of blood was related to Nan Xing. Once in his own room, he filled a cup with water, sat cross-legged on the floor, and dipped his fingers into it, drawing the Taiji diagram. Upon completing the final stroke, the yin-yang fish danced, transforming the depiction of the yin-yang world. Qian, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Can, the two fish swirled around, the white fish coming to a halt, while the black eye appeared murky, as if paving a path. The black eye led to the underworld. The opening of the white fish's black eye suggested that Xiao's mother had departed from this world. Qiu Si was not surprised. After all, old Mr. Qiao was of advanced age. If Qiao's mother were still alive, she would be over 110 years old. However, the black eye did not lead to the afterlife. It remained shrouded in chaos, resembling a mire, devoid of a clear path to the netherworld. Qiu Si frowned slightly. Qiao's mother had died but lingered in this realm, yet had not been reborn. All the rooms had been arranged on the same floor, with Nan Xing assigned to the farthest room in the corridor. When she stepped out, she happened upon Shiba Lu, who was on a phone call. He responded with a few affirmations, saying, "You can't just call me back like that. At the very least, you must prepare a feast of my favorite dishes." His tone was light-hearted, reminiscent of a conversation with someone cherished, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor that had been sharp as a blade. Upon hearing the sound of a door closing behind him, Shiba Lu turned to see Nan Xing approaching. He paused for a moment, murmuring to conclude his call, "We'll discuss it when I return home." Before hanging up, he stood at the door, waiting for Nan Xing to pass, and then fell in step behind her. Two individuals traversed the serpentine corridor, coming to a halt before the elevator, yet neither uttered a word. The air was laden with the scent of cheap detergent, and the poorly ventilated hallway felt somewhat stifling. The elevator displayed a fluctuating number as it ascended, intermittently pausing. "This hotel is quite full," remarked Shiba Lu. "The elevator is indeed sluggish." Nan Xing kept her gaze fixed on the elevator doors, catching a glimpse of Shiba Lu's reflection upon them. She slightly raised her brows, sensing nothing particularly distinctive about him. "Miss Nan Xing," Shiba Lu continued, "do you think our paths might align?" With a chime, the elevator arrived. Nan Xing stepped inside, leaving Shiba Lu with a frosty countenance, momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment, she raised her hand to press the button, and the doors began to close slowly. He reached out to stop the doors, which opened once more, allowing him to enter. Observing her icy demeanor, he felt no desire to engage her in conversation. Upon reaching the ground floor, Nan Xing exited the elevator first. Shiba Lu watched her depart from the hotel entrance, noting that their directions diverged. It was then that he dismissed any thoughts of her being lost. If she were tracing a bloodline, she would not stray off course, indicating her methods differed from his. Shiba Lu lingered for a moment before summoning a vehicle to his destination. Meanwhile, Nan Xing, having walked a distance, abruptly halted and retraced her steps, heading in the same direction as Shiba Lu. The hotel entrance was bustling with taxis, and she returned to the hotel's main door to hail a cab. A hotel attendant observed her and promptly dialed a number, reporting, "Mr. Sher, Miss Nan Xing just returned, but she did not head in your direction. She went northwest." "Understood," Shiba Lu replied, hanging up the phone, his brow furrowed. He had assumed she had intentionally taken the wrong route, hence his request for the attendant to keep an eye on her. To his surprise, she ultimately went a separate way. He headed southeast. while she went northwest. Could he dismiss his concerns about a drop of blood? Surely it could not be another of her ruses. Her vigilance seemed excessively heightened. In the taxi, Nanxing instructed the driver. To Chu Mountain. The driver responded with surprise. Chu Mountain? Miss, you've taken the wrong cab. I'm aware, Nanxing replied. Double the fare. Deal. The driver agreed readily, turning at the next intersection towards the southeast. Chu Mountain lay some distance from the city, requiring over 4 hours of driving, particularly during the peak afternoon traffic. The driver, idly waiting, remarked, I've had several passengers heading to Chu Mountain lately. They say it's for an adventure, his words. Nanxing recalled having heard of Chu Mountain. It was mentioned by Feng Yuan, associated with a recent viral supernatural post on a forum. A group of young adventurers had trekked to Chu Mountain, only to encounter a ghost resembling a human, glowing all over. The specter amusingly poked its heart with a torch, laughing eerily at them. The post was compellingly written, eliciting strong emotions, and garnered considerably more attention than typical supernatural tales. However, the quality of the writing also led to skepticism, with accusations of it being a ploy to attract views, resulting in polarized reviews. Recollecting what Feng Yuan had mentioned, Nanxing inquired, What is Chu Mountain like? The driver replied, Chu Mountain used to have a village nearby, quite impoverished. After the reform and opening up, people gradually moved away. It was around the 1990s. He chuckled, adding, Why not ask how I know this? Before Nanxing could respond, the driver continued, Hey, my great-aunt is from there. Unsure how to continue the conversation, Nanxing wished she could applaud to ease the awkwardness. However, the talkative driver dominated the dialogue, rambling on about how the youngsters were too rowdy, claiming they wanted to capture ghosts. His great-aunt was furious, insisting that there were no ghosts, only the mountain deity protecting the villagers. The driver was eager to share everything he knew, regardless of its truth. Regardless, Nanxing gained a basic understanding of Chu Mountain, and as they approached a deserted village about half a mile away from their destination, evening had descended. Once they reached the muddy road leading to Chu Mountain, the driver halted, surprised to find no one waiting, no one to greet you. If I had known you were alone, I wouldn't have taken you. It's getting dark. Don't scare yourself to death. If something happens and the police investigate, they'll trace it back to my cab. Someone waiting? Nanxing asked, inquiring about the fare. She pushed the door but found it locked. The driver insisted. No, this is reckless. You're trying to get someone in trouble. He refused to unlock the doors, even preparing to leave. Just as Nanxing contemplated forcing her way out, she spotted a car stopping behind them. She paused. Was it Shirbalu? The driver remarked that this was a shortcut, one unknown to most, likely allowing them to arrive half an hour earlier than usual. Had he deceived her? Upon seeing another vehicle approaching, the driver finally unlocked the doors, saying, So someone really is here to pick you up. As Nanxing exited the cab, she immediately recognized the individual who stepped out, not Shirbalu, but Gu Daxian. Gu Daxian also recognized Nanxing and halted, turning to question the driver. You said you were taking a shortcut, which most people wouldn't know about. The driver awkwardly chuckled. Well, it seems this driver isn't just anyone. The driver who had brought Nanxing quickly added, You're not just anyone either. The two exchanged awkward compliments, as if a genuine shortcut existed that could indeed save time. Before they could finish their exchange, 2 more vehicles arrived, and from them emerged Shirbalu and Chiosia. Daxian, exasperated, declared, What nonsense shortcut? If I had known there was no shortcut, I would have driven myself here directly. He offered a respectful gesture with his turtle shell and said, I shall take my leave first. After Gu Daxian departed, Shirbalu approached Nanxing, remarking, Miss Nanxing, you certainly are enigmatic, wandering east one moment and west the next, seemingly unsure of your destination. Nanxing had no intention of confronting him directly. Both understood each other's games, rendering any unmasking unnecessary. As Chioci walked by, he overheard Shirbalu's comment and quipped, She's probably just directionally challenged. Nanxing shot a glance at Chioci. She was certainly not directionally challenged. Shirbalu chuckled, his eyes glinting mischievously like a cunning fox. After you. The 4 of them gradually made their way along the path leading to Chu Mountain, each unaware if they were headed to the same destination. In recent days, more individuals had ventured to Chu Mountain, and with the underbrush cleared, they made good progress before nightfall. Nanxing walked at the rear. uncomfortable with the presence of someone trailing behind her, particularly Shirbalu. His enigmatic aura felt unsettling. Qiu Ci walked closely behind her, occasionally glancing back to ensure she was not lagging. After several such glances, Nan Xing remarked, "Mind your own business." Oh, Qiu Ci replied. Just as they reached a fork in the path, Ji Daxian and Shirbalu paused, contemplating, before one headed left and the other right. Nan Xing peered down the left path, where a village faintly appeared in the distance, likely an abandoned settlement near Chu Mountain. The right path led to a modest, lush green hill, presumably Chu Mountain itself. Yet, both paths felt inexplicably connected to Qiaomu. Qiu Ci opened his palm, two yin-yang fishes swimming restlessly, never ceasing their movement. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Any clues?" "My fish seem confused," Nan Xing replied. "Why not stew the fish?" Qiu Ci burst into laughter. Nan Xing produced a piece of paper, flicking a drop of blood she had taken from old Xiao onto the black surface. The flames erupted, turning to ashes which transformed back into white paper. The white paper fell, moving left, then returning, moving right, then back to the center, equally perplexed. Qiu Ci suggested, "Perhaps we should burn it again." Nan Xing chose to ignore him. The little white paper, upon hearing this, scampered over to lightly tread on Qiu Ci's feet before quickly returning to Nan Xing's side. Prompting laughter from him, she crouched down to observe the pouting little white paper and, before it could become too upset, retrieved it. She took out a cinnabar brush and, with the point of the brush, drew a red line directing towards the village. Qiu Ci's fish continued to swim, and after observing for a while, he heard distant thunder from the mountains. It's about to rain. Nan Xing looked up at the overcast sky, confirming that rain was imminent. Let us head left, towards the village. Qiu Ci gazed at the direction indicated by the red line. Realizing it was Nan Xing's decision, he still asked, "Why?" "To seek shelter from the rain." At last, Qiu Ci recognized that Nan Xing was just an ordinary person, afraid of getting wet. Suddenly, he recalled that Gu Daxian had ventured into the village, while Shirbalu had headed towards Tushan. This implied that Shirbalu was likely to be drenched like a rat caught in a downpour. He vaguely came to understand that Nanxing's decision to avoid Tushan might stem from a desire to evade the rain. But it could also be due to an unwillingness to tread the same path as Shirbalu. Yet, there was also the possibility that it was influenced by the red thread of fate. The thoughts of a young woman are truly enigmatic. Chapter 28. The Human Lantern, Part 5. At the entrance of the village stood a stone tablet, weathered by decades of wind and sun, rendering the inscriptions nearly illegible. The original red paint had dripped through the crevices of the characters, resembling a river's tributaries, staining the stone. Only the character for village remained faintly visible, marked by two crimson streaks that, under the gloomy sky, appeared somewhat unsettling. Ji Daxian walked briskly, and by the time Qiu Ci and Nanxing arrived at the village entrance, he had already vanished from sight. Clutching a turtle shell, he moved with a swiftness surpassing that of the old turtle itself. The abandoned village was small, allowing one to see its end at a glance. Houses that had stood vacant for 2 or 3 decades were now overtaken by climbing vines, their original forms obscured. With only the open doors resembling gaping maws, dark and unfathomable, as if concealing countless dangers. Qiu Ci gazed at the house that appeared to wear a giant green hat, finding it particularly amusing. If developed into a quaint tourist attraction and photography spot, it could indeed be charming. The previously sulking paper had begun to move again, and even Qiu Ci's fish swam in a unified direction, no longer lost as they had been at the intersection. Noticing that Qiu Ci was still observing the houses, Nanxing took a few steps before calling out to him. "Hey!" Qiu Ci snapped back to attention. Seeing Nanxing glance at him before retracting her gaze and walking away, he understood that she was subtly urging him to hurry along. He hastened to follow, moving in the direction where the white paper and fish swam. When they finally stopped, they had reached the end of the village, where the houses were already sparsely scattered, making the small building at the edge appear even more isolated. It too was entwined with vibrant vines, leaving only a narrow entrance at the door, while the low, narrow windows were completely covered, resembling a beast with its mouth agape, struggling to breathe. Thud, thud, a faint sound emanated from within. Qiu Ci and Nanxing peered inside together. Moments later, a disheveled figure emerged, cursing, "It's become a rat's nest." Always one step ahead, Gu Daxian was startled to find two people standing outside as he exited. After recovering from his shock, he bluntly remarked, "Do you two possess any skills, or are you merely tailing me, Gu Daxian?" Nanxing replied, "My vehicle arrived before yours." Gu Daxian hesitated, contemplating her words. He couldn't afford to be dismissive, so he added, "Indeed, we are all from the same sect. Except for that old hag Han, everyone else has some talent." And praising himself as well, he resumed his departure, clutching his turtle shell, retracing his steps towards Tushan. Nanxing too intended to go to Tushan. But not just yet. Rain was imminent, and an umbrella would be of little use in the mountains, where the half-height weeds would rebound the rainwater, soaking them thoroughly. The door of the house was either originally low or had been forced down by the rampant vines. She struck a match and bent down to enter, and Qiu Ci followed her inside. Upon entering, he expressed relief that Gu Daxian had come in first to clear away the cobwebs and scare off the rats. With her shoes caked in dust, Nanxing glanced at him, perplexed by how someone could maintain such optimism. The interior was not overly spacious, but all the furniture was pushed against the walls in a typically square hall. One would expect the table to be centered, yet this dilapidated table clung to the wall. Not just the table, but also the stools, wooden racks, and even the incense burner were all situated to one side. The center was completely vacant, with no marks on the floor to indicate where tables had once stood, suggesting that they had never been placed there. Nanxing seemed to recall something and pulled out the documents given to her by Chao Lang. She said, "This was once the residence of old man Xiao. 50 years ago, he left the village with his children to settle elsewhere. He would occasionally return, but after the village became entirely deserted, he never came back, not for at least 30 years. Qiu Ci remarked, "No wonder everything is pushed to the sides. For a blind person, it would be rather unfriendly if it weren't against the walls." His fish had not swum astray, and Nanxing's paper figure had not mislocated either. Yet, curiously, there was nothing here that could lead to any trace of Qiao Mu. Thunder rumbled, and rain began to pour, drumming against the forsaken village. The house leaked slightly, with droplets seeping through the lush leaves, splattering against the dusty ground and forming puddles. Nanxing had already opened her umbrella and walked around the small hall. She ventured further inside and discovered two narrow, dusty rooms, stripped of furniture, with only a few wooden planks standing against the walls. There were no clues to be found, yet she wondered why her white paper had come here. As she pondered, a sudden light flickered outside the house, not from lightning. Qiu Ci also caught sight of the unexpected glow and quickly stepped outside, with Nanxing closely following. They dashed around to the other side. But there was nothing there. There was not a glimmer of light, nor even a single firefly. A flash of lightning illuminated the nearby forest, reigniting the glow. The two hurried towards it, entering the woods. But the firelight vanished once again. From deep within the forest, someone stumbled out, their long gown torn and tattered, having evidently rolled in the mud multiple times, appearing utterly disheveled. Daxian had yet to notice the two. But as he tripped and fell again, nearly hitting his nose, he looked up to see them standing ahead, nearly out of breath. Upon recognizing them, he gasped, "There are ghosts inside, glowing ghosts hiding behind the leaves, staring right at me." His movements were swift, having already dashed deeper inside. Qiu Ci helped him up, his own hands muddy, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the ragged Gu Daxian. "You must deal with these things daily. How can you be so frightened?" "I usually just tell fortunes for others, safeguarding homes and ensuring peace," Gu Daxian replied awkwardly. "How was I to know that thing would dare to show itself and look at me? Its audacity is astounding. That ghost is far too perilous. I'm not playing anymore." Qiu Ci asked, "Are you withdrawing?" "Of course." The thought of that luminescent figure with its glowing green eyes made Gu Daxian feel threatened, and he waved his hand, preparing to retreat. He turned back, clutching his long gown, and said, "You two are quite capable. Let me tell you something. This ghost is connected to Qiao Mu, I calculated, and if this continues, you both will be dragged into the underworld. Be cautious." Daxian left in the rain, dreading the long trek ahead to the road where he could hail a ride. Yet, no matter how burdensome it was, he had no choice but to proceed. He did not wish to take any risks. Nanxing reflected on his words as he departed, and a vague realization began to form in her mind. Suddenly, she noticed another presence beneath her umbrella. Qiu Ci had inconspicuously taken shelter beside her. He was tall, slightly bowing his head. Qiu Ci remarked. Gudaxian does possess some skill. What he said may not be false. Perhaps this time, you will lead me through the past, which he calculated to be the underworld. Changing the subject had no effect on Nanqing. Her tone stiffened as she replied, Go away. Qiu Ci sighed, preferring to stand beside a block of ice rather than be drenched in the rain. With a bold face, he said, I'm afraid of catching a cold. He expected Nanqing to push him away, but to his surprise, she did not. Instead, she extended her hand and placed the umbrella into his grip, choosing to brave the rain herself. Qiu Ci paused for a moment, then quickly caught up, using the umbrella to shield against the incessant raindrops falling from the leaves. Nanqing halted, frowning at him, and said, I am not afraid of catching a cold. I do not need an umbrella. Had it been anyone else, Nanqing would have certainly pushed them away, but in a certain sense, Qiu Ci belonged to those who had assisted her. Moreover, if she were to push him away, he would undoubtedly remain standing there. Rather than force him away, she chose to give him the umbrella and face the rain herself. All right. Qiu Ci grasped her hand, returning the umbrella to her. I won't tease you anymore. He spoke with sincerity, devoid of the previous levity. After returning the umbrella to Nanqing, he walked away, ensuring she wouldn't feel compelled to turn back. Yet, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in his heart, akin to a prickling sensation that could not be alleviated. Nanqing disliked his frivolity, but when he suddenly turned serious, it left her feeling unsettled. Some individuals, when serious, seemed to be angry. The atmosphere between them grew heavy, with only the sound of the pouring rain filling the silence. The rain intensified, and the distant thunder rumbled ominously, echoing through the valley, resembling the roar of a wild beast. Reverberating through the desolate, crumbling village, as they exited the woods, Qiu Ci was nearly drenched, his wet clothing clinging to his back. Observing from behind, Nanqing watched him for a while before hastening to share the umbrella with him. With rainwater streaming down him, Qiu Ci turned his head to regard her, and Nanqing paused before saying, I know, it's late, it's not late. Qiu Ci smiled, twisting the hem of his shirt, water splashing down. As if it truly was a bit late, he reached for the umbrella, casually saying, It was also raining when we first met. My dog splashed you with water. Nanqing's expression momentarily faltered as she replied, I know that wasn't your dog. Then why did you say it was your dog? Qiu Ci was taken aback that she was aware, wondering when she had figured it out. He responded, You were too fierce back then. I was afraid you might make it into soup. Nanqing remained silent for a moment before finally saying, Boss Tao is taking care of that dog. Qiu Ci encountered yet another unexpected twist. At that moment, he was unable to take it away, believing that there would be no further developments. To his surprise, there were indeed more to come. He chuckled softly, saying, As long as Boss Tao is taking care of it, I shall rest easy. The two engaged in occasional conversation, avoiding any further awkward silences. As they neared the village, they had long since ceased to care for the elusive entity that always appeared and vanished without a trace. However, as lightning flashed, it re-emerged in the distance in the blink of an eye. It disappeared once more. Upon returning home, Nanqing recalled the supernatural post about Chu Mountain and took out her phone to call Feng Yuan. The call connected immediately, and Nanqing asked directly, The supernatural post you saw a couple of days ago, could you send me the link? Feng Yuan was both surprised and delighted, astonished that Nanqing had an interest in such matters, and pleased to discover a shared hobby. I'll send it to you right away. By the way, how are things progressing on your end? Desian Gu actually told me he's not participating, claiming there's a ghost. I never expected him to be so timid. Feng Yuan continued to chatter on, and Nanqing promptly ended the call. Moments later, Feng Yuan sent the link. Nanqing opened the post, having already flipped through 7 pages. She furrowed her brow, quickly scanning the content, while Qiu Ci, who was wringing out water nearby, began to read as well. After finishing the 7 pages, Nanqing organized all the information, stating, Chu Mountain, the charity graveyard. Abandoned villages and humanoid-like creatures. Qiu Ci added, They are nocturnal, appearing and disappearing without a trace. There are witnesses, yet no one has ever captured them on camera. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suggested with a smile, Let's set a trap to catch it. This peculiar being seems to be connected to both Qiao Mu and Old Man Qiao in some mysterious way. If we can capture it, perhaps we can uncover Qiao Mu's whereabouts. Chapter 29. The Humanoid Lantern, Part 6. The rain ceased in the dead of night, and Qiu Si's clothes were nearly dry, with him now warming his last shirt. He occasionally glanced at Nanxing, who was leaning against the wall with an umbrella. The umbrella was lowered so much that her face was obscured. All he could see were her hands gripping the handle. The umbrella remained still, indicating that its owner seemed to be in a deep slumber. Qiu Si refrained from draping a garment over her. It was warm, and he was only wearing a shirt if he did so. He would be left almost bare, risking being mistaken for a lecher. Suddenly, the umbrella shifted, leaving Qiu Si with little time to react. Nanxing lowered the umbrella, and upon seeing Qiu Si's bare torso, he remarked, "Pervert." Nanxing paused momentarily before promptly lowering the umbrella. Qiu Si chuckled, feeling his still damp shirt, yet he put it on nonetheless. Before he could fully dress, the umbrella suddenly lifted again, and Nanxing turned her head to look into the room, her pupils slightly trembling. Noticing something amiss, Qiu Si followed her gaze, and a red thread pierced through the wall from outside, landing on a dusty table within the hall. He immediately recognized the red thread. Pondering for a moment before asking, "Is that your red thread?" "Not mine. I've already put mine away," Nanxing replied, approaching the red thread, her eyes fixed on the dancing red particles atop it, incredulous. "It's impossible. There cannot possibly be another cinnabar pin in the world." As Qiu Si rose and fastened his buttons, he inquired, "Cinnabar pin? Do you remember the red thread I collected on Sishui Island?" "I do." Nanxing confirmed. That red thread was marked with a specially crafted cinnabar pin. Seeing her brow furrowing deeper, Qiu Si asked, "Is there any chance that a similar pin exists?" "No chance," Nanxing asserted, her tone resolute. "This is a unique technique of the Nan family. In other words, the pin was crafted by my grandfather, and there are only two in existence." Qiu Si was perplexed and said, "You have one, so isn't there another?" "No, the other pin was lost in a great fire," Nanxing replied after a moment of silence. "It was burned to ashes along with my cousin." Qiu Si paused. Nanxing's frown deepened. The cinnabar pin crafted by the Nan family could trace anything. Years ago, her elders had given her one pin and her cousin another. Her cousin had perished in the fire, and the pin she carried must have been destroyed as well. But why? Qiu Si suddenly had a thought, saying, "We might be able to trace it back to its source and see who is using it." Just as during their last encounter on Sishui Island, when he had seen Nanxing retracting the red thread in an alley. If that were the case, then the red thread indeed had a source. Before they could exit, someone approached. Moments later, the wooden door swung open, revealing a tall man who bent down to enter. He immediately spotted the two inside. After surveying them with a somewhat disheveled appearance, he chuckled. "It seems you two know each other well enough to spend the night in the same room." Shirba Lu's smile carried a hint of meaning, yet Nanxing had no inclination to engage. Her eyes fell upon the pin in his hand. It was unmistakably the cinnabar pin crafted by her grandfather. Her grandfather was a remarkable figure in the Nan family, and under his guidance, their esoteric arts not only continued but also saw numerous innovations. The cinnabar pin was one of his proudest creations, gifted to Nanxing and her cousin at their respective full moons. Accompanying them as they grew up, with blood, they could trace paths, and with the pin, they could follow trails. The first encounter was a coincidence, yet the second could not be. Shirba Lu, noticing Nanxing's unwavering gaze, slightly subdued his smile, explaining, "I'm an open-minded person, and I mean no sarcasm. I'm not one of those who believe that men and women can only hold hands before marriage." The atmosphere remained tense, and Shirba Lu felt a hint of embarrassment. It was Qiu Si who broke the silence, saying, "We're here to take shelter from the rain. By the way, how come you aren't drenched?" "I am. But I brought extra clothes." From the outset, Shirba Lu had given the impression of someone exceedingly neat and tidy, a person who paid great attention to his appearance. However, the fact that he had brought extra clothes was rather peculiar. Nanxing asked, "What brings you here from the direction of Chu Mountain?" Shirba Lu initially thought she was still upset and bore a grudge, unwilling to speak to him again. However, her tone was now calm, suggesting she bore no ill will. Women's moods can change as swiftly as the weather in June, he mused. This was once the residence of Qiao Mu, so I thought there might be some clues here. As he spoke, the red thread suddenly changed direction, twisting and turning. Observing this, Shirba Lu stepped outside, moving around the wall. The red thread penetrated the wall, directing itself toward the woods, still writhing. Qiu Si leaned down to Nanxing, saying, The entity the red thread is guiding us to is likely that flickering light spirit that lingered nearby last night. Indeed, Nanxing replied, pondering. What can your fish be used for? Qiu Si considered and responded. Besides making soup. Nanxing pursed her lips, clearly protective. Can we find it? We can search, but we can't capture it, Qiu Si replied. While you were asleep last night, I had them look for it. Nanxing lifted her gaze to him, saying, I wasn't asleep. Then why were you holding the umbrella all this time? She couldn't possibly hold an umbrella just to avoid seeing him bare. Nanxing did not respond, shifting the topic. I sent Xiaobai and Xiaohei to search as well. Xiaobai and Xiaohei. Qiu Si pondered, struggling to recall when she had acquired 2 little divine soldiers. Soon after, Shirba Lu returned. Noticing the 2 standing at the door, he suggested, why don't we share information? The reward can all go to you. He suddenly realized something. You 2 have teamed up. He speculated that they must have joined forces after getting out of the car. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken a taxi together. However, it was surprising that someone as aloof as Nanxing would agree to collaborate. Qiu Si smiled. Yes, we have indeed joined forces, but we do not intend to collaborate with you. Miss Nan has informed me how to track people using blood. Yet you have withheld your methods. How can we trust you to cooperate sincerely? Nanxing sensed that Shirba Lu was at an impasse. He could not accurately determine Xiao Mu's location, and the clues must have reached a dead end here. He could use blood and a pin, and while he showed some talent, it seemed he lacked true mastery, as if he had not received proper training, resulting in his inability to make further progress. Nanxing couldn't shake the feeling that he bore a resemblance to her cousin. Whatever her cousin could do, Shirba Lu could as well. Years ago, her cousin had been playful and young, not as focused on studying the Nan family's esoteric arts as she had been, and due to a lack of talent, she had fallen far behind. Now, Shirba Lu vaguely stirred her long quiet heart, as if she were seeing her deceased sister once more. Shirba Lu contemplated, unsure whether they were probing for information or genuinely seeking cooperation. Ultimately, the mutual distrust led to a decision to withdraw. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you. With that, he departed, leaving behind a hint of regret. Nanxing furrowed her brow. Shirba Lu hadn't come for the reward but seemed to be playing games instead. Suddenly, she had a realization, practicing. Qiu Si inquired, practicing. Shirba Lu had not come for the reward. Otherwise, he would have simply requested an equal split rather than offering the entire reward to them. Nanxing continued. He is deliberately concealing his methods, yet he seems unwilling to give up, making it appear as though he is using Xiao Mu's case as practice. The cinnabar pin is not easy to manipulate, and the twisting red thread is proof of that. Qiu Si asked in surprise, is it not because the object is changing positions? No, Nanxing replied. The red thread created by the cinnabar pin is essentially a shackle, capable of ensnaring objects. While it poses no danger, its aura is formidable, causing most spiritual beings to fear it and refrain from moving. Even if they dared to move, the shackle would hinder their agility. The reason the red thread twists is due to the user's lack of skill. It is difficult to control. Shirba Lu is likely a novice, only partially understanding. Qiu Si nodded in understanding, saying, that pin is indeed quite impressive. Nanxing found herself reminiscing about her grandfather, the most esteemed figure of an era when talents in the art of Qimen Duanjia flourished. He was the one she had admired since childhood and aspired to surpass. Yet, no matter how fantastical the skills, they could never rival the sharp, bloodthirsty blade. Bloodshed, gunpowder, and flames were the final memories she held of her grandfather. If what you say is true, then Shirba Lu would certainly not depart. He does not seem like the type to easily concede. Nanxing's fingers tingled slightly as she pressed down on them, just as she was about to announce that her little Bai and little Hei had traced the white light. She heard Qiu Si say, my fish has found it. Oh. Having her lines stolen left her feeling inexplicably displeased, as if her little Hei and little Bai paled in comparison to his 2 fish. Following the trail, Nanxing re-entered the woods and asked, who did you learn your skills from? Qiu Si replied, the person who adopted me, a kind-hearted old lady. Nanxing paused for a moment, pondering whether he was an orphan. She refrained from further questioning, but if he was adopted and had been taught these skills, it must have been due to the old lady recognizing his innate talent in this area. Upon entering the forest, the trail vanished once more, and the fish and paper fragments resumed their search, losing all connection. This was the first time Qiu Si had encountered something that ran so swiftly. Not even the fish could catch it. Nanxing had already decided against pursuing it. She called out to Qiu Si, saying, "Set a trap." Qiu Si agreed that setting a trap was indeed necessary. Otherwise, there would be no way to capture that fleeting shadow. With a rustling sound, sheets of paper crawled out from Nanxing's backpack, scattering throughout the forest, tightly embracing the great trees. In a moment, they blended in like chameleons, changing to the color of the trunks. Becoming indistinguishable even upon close examination, she retrieved a vermilion brush, dipped it in the cinnabar, and spread the ink, red lines darting forth as she laid down an intricate web. Qiu Si felt that he had no role to play here. He truly lacked skill in capturing things. He squatted beside Nanxing, who was diligently arranging the formation, and marveled at her serious demeanor. "It's wonderful to follow Miss Nanxing. It means there's food to eat." With the vermilion ink nearly exhausted, the red lines covered almost the entire forest. As soon as that light reappeared, it would undoubtedly be ensnared here. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing shattered the stillness of the woods. Nanxing took out her phone and saw that it was a call from Feng Yuan. Upon answering, she heard, "Come back quickly. Granny Han has already found Xiao Mu and is currently taking Qiao Xiancheng to confirm." "Oh?" Nanxing did not take it to heart and continued to tidy her brush. Feng Yuan continued, "It's likely true. Granny Han has never failed. She not only found Xiao Mu's tablet, but also the child she had after remarrying." Nanxing hung up the phone, feeling something was amiss. She furrowed her brow, gazing at the trap before her. Even if she stepped out for a moment, it wouldn't matter. Feng Yuan mentioned that Granny Han had found Xiao Mu. She intended to go and see if the tablet was real. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Si said, "I'll stay here and keep watch. You go ahead." Nanxing nodded and departed from the village to see if Granny Han had indeed found Xiao Mu. Chapter 30. The Human Lantern, Part 7. While en route, Nanxing received a call from Feng Yuan, informing her that Xiao Lang had already left with Granny Han. Consequently, she instructed the driver to divert the route directly to Granny Han's location. Upon disembarking, Nanxing did not see Feng Yuan. He had not waited for her. Another vehicle stopped nearby, and Shiba Lu emerged. He too had received a call and, driven by curiosity, came to investigate. The two merely exchanged slight nods without further pleasantries. As they walked inside, Shiba Lu remarked, "I don't believe Xiao Mu should be here. That's my opinion." "What does Miss Nanxing think?" Nanxing replied. Although her response was succinct, Shiba Lu felt satisfied. After all, Nanxing's demeanor was exceedingly cold and far from charming. He truly could not fathom how Qiu Si managed to endure her and become her partner. The alley was somewhat dilapidated, starkly contrasting with the bustling metropolis outside. It was a quaint, ancient street. As they proceeded, the houses on either side appeared aged. The area was devoid of foot traffic amidst the towering skyscrapers nearby. Upon reaching number 171, they halted. This was the place Granny Han referred to, where Xiao Mu had remarried and given birth to her son. They remained outside for a moment, listening to the cacophony of voices within, predominantly weeping, and faintly heard Feng Yuan's voice of joy. "Wonderful, wonderful! Qiao Xiancheng will no longer have to wander alone." Shiba Lu pressed the doorbell, and shortly, someone came to open the iron gate. A middle-aged woman emerged, her tear-glazed eyes scrutinizing the two, asking, "Who are you looking for?" "Feng Yuan sent us. We also know Qiao Lang." After a moment's thought, the woman suddenly grasped Shiba Lu's sleeve, her voice choked with tears. "You must be a member of the Qiao family, Qiao Xiancheng's grandson?" "I am your aunt." Shiba Lu, taken aback by this unexpected revelation, suddenly understood the situation inside. This was a family reunion. Still grasped by the woman, he observed Nanxing deftly slip away into the interior. How cunning inside! The weeping was even more pronounced, chaotic and loud, with at least a dozen people present. Upon reaching the inner hall, a spacious area filled with people welcomed her. She spotted Feng Yuan and quickly strode over, tugging at his arm, asking, "What is happening?" Feng Yuan, moved to tears by the reunion, sniffled and replied, "It's a family reunion. After Qiao Mu left the village years ago, she encountered the current Feng family and married the male head, having 4 children, who in turn had over a dozen grandchildren. Now, Granny Han has informed them about Qiao Xiancheng, and those working locally have returned to reunite with Qiao Lang." Nanxing frowned slightly. "So soon?" Feng Yuan praised, "Granny Han is quite the expert. She found Xiao Mu overnight. However, the tablet is just a piece of wood. Xiao Mu has been deceased for 30 years. The gentleman from the Feng family has also passed away. And now this is the family of the eldest son living here. Where is the tablet? There. Nanxing pushed through the crowd of excited individuals and reached the end of the hall, where she saw the tablet. It appeared somewhat worn, placed on a small table, with the incense and candles still smoldering beside it. I can tell Grandpa that we found great-grandmother, Xiao Lang exclaimed, gripping the hand of an elderly man. Now he can rest easy. He told me about great-grandmother since I was young. If he knew she lived peacefully for 50 years after leaving, he would surely be delighted. The elderly man nodded vigorously. Indeed. After my mother married my father, she proposed bringing my elder brother to live with us, but you know how chaotic things were back then. It was simply impossible to return. By the time we could. My elder brother was no longer in Xiao family village. Listening to his account, Nanxing realized that the elder brother he mentioned must be Qiao Laoxianxing, so he was the child born after Qiao Mu's remarriage? Xiao Lang continued, Grandpa's health is quite poor. He wishes to meet you all as soon as possible. Can uncles and aunts come to the nursing home? Of course, the elder replied, I also wish to see my elder brother and discuss mother's matters with him. It's just, I hope my elder brother does not harbor resentment towards my mother. Xiao Lang reassured him, Grandpa has never held any resentment towards great-grandmother. The elder sighed, as long as there is no resentment. That is good in chaotic times. One is often powerless to act. Suddenly, Shiba Lu interjected amidst the noisy family reunion, his voice jarringly interrupting the atmosphere, causing the room to fall silent as everyone turned their gaze upon him. Shiba Lu stated, Are you truly the children born after Qiao Mu's remarriage? The elder, visibly displeased, retorted, What do you mean by that? Who would casually claim kinship? This is a significant matter. Shiba Lu replied, It's nothing. Just a suspicion. Xiao Xianxing entrusted us to find Xiao Mu, and within less than a day, you all appeared. That's because of me. Granny Han interjected coldly, her eyes fixed on the audacious young man before her. My reputation cannot be tarnished by your insolence. The people I have sought out have always yielded results. I have never failed. Shiba Lu provocatively countered, Oh, then tell me, who am I and where do I come from? Granny Han scoffed, Why should I debase myself to prove your suspicions? If you don't believe me, you can conduct a blood test. Shiba Lu chuckled lightly, Doctors can also be bribed. The two engaged in a sharp exchange, momentarily plunging the situation into tension. Xiao Lang initially felt that things were progressing too smoothly, yet such matters couldn't possibly be a large-scale fabrication. Moreover, he had thoroughly examined the family tree, and everything matched up. However, now that Shiba Lu had raised the issue, he began to waver. Even if he were deceived, he wouldn't mind paying Granny Han's fee. But he was acutely aware of his grandfather's health. If it turned out these relatives were imposters, his grandfather might not be able to bear it. He couldn't afford to be careless, declaring, Let us do a blood test. Granny Han readily agreed. No problem. There's a problem, Nanxing suddenly interjected coolly. As Shiba Lu mentioned, the doctor could have been bribed beforehand. Granny Han retorted, There are numerous hospitals in Shanghai. Any of them will do. Nanxing looked at her, asking, Really? Granny Han hesitated before responding, Yes, but there's no need for that. Nanxing asserted, This tablet does not emanate the aura of the deceased, which means it is a hastily crafted fake, not Xiaomu's at all. Granny Han, unfazed, sneered, You claim it isn't, so it isn't? Yes, I say it isn't, therefore it isn't. Han Pozi turned to Qiao Lang and said, Let us proceed with the identification, Mr. Qiao. Surely, you cannot simply doubt me based on the words of these two individuals. Very well, Qiao Lang replied, Let the identification be done. If the results indicate a blood relationship, Miss Nanxing should apologize to Grandma Han. However, if the results reveal no such connection, then Grandma Han must apologize to Miss Nanxing and provide me with an explanation. Ding ding ding. A phone rang, its caller pressing a 3-digit number. Grandma Han glanced at Nanxing, who was already on the call, frowning. What are you doing? Nanxing cast her a sidelong glance and replied, Calling the police. Uncle was taken aback and asked, What are you reporting? Nanxing stated, Fraud. If the police verify your identities and ascertain their authenticity, then I shall have nothing further to say. Grandma Han immediately glared at Nanxing, angrily retorting, Why are you targeting me? What a coincidence, Shiba Lu interjected. I just remembered that I have a friend in the police department. I'll ask him to investigate. It'll be quicker than a blood test. So, All of you here, if you are truly innocent, why not visit the police station? A heavy silence fell over the hall, an abnormal stillness that even Xiao Lang began to question. Grandma Han exclaimed, "Fine, investigate, go ahead." The crowd grew increasingly restless, frequently glancing at Grandma Han. Noticing this, Xiao Lang coldly stated, "I'm giving you one final chance. Those who do not wish to be imprisoned for fraud may leave now. You should know that our Qiao family has 3 lawyers, well known in the industry. It would be no challenge to see you behind bars." Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Grandma Han, then at Xiao Lang, whose expression showed no hint of jest, and soon, some began to flee. As one person ran, others followed suit, creating a torrent of escapees. In the end, only Grandma Han remained, appearing as if she had aged a decade in those 5 minutes. She did not flee but fixed a cold gaze on Nanqing, saying, "Can you truly discern that there are no restless spirits here?" Nanqing replied indifferently, "Yes." Grandma Han laughed coldly, "Indeed. I, Han Posey, may not know how to find people, but I do possess some genuine skills. Miss Nanqing, you are nothing more than a lost soul." Nanqing's expression remained unchanged, as if she had not heard. Xiao Lang frowned and said, "Grandma Han, within just one night, you summoned so many people to stage this grand performance, acting swiftly and with remarkable training. Is this how you deceive others regularly?" Grandma Han did not refute him. Instead, she cursed, "As long as your grandfather died without regrets, what does it matter if it's fraud?" Originally, Xiao Lang had intended to give her a chance, but upon hearing her venomous words, his expression darkened, and he coldly said, "Do not think you can leave." With that, he had already called the police. Grandma Han suddenly shoved him aside and attempted to flee, but Shi Baloo swiftly blocked her path, preventing her escape no matter how strong Grandma Han was or how much she threw a fit. She could not break free as he constrained Grandma Han and pushed her back inside. He noticed Nanqing walking out from the entrance, cunningly using him as bait. He left the matter for Xiao Lang to resolve. As it was no concern of his, he quickly caught up with Nanqing and asked, "Can you really see the lost souls?" Nanqing countered, "If you cannot see them, how can you be certain this is not the place where Xiaomu passed away?" Shi Baloo hesitated but eventually replied, "Because all clues point to Chu Mountain and Xiao Village." "Who taught you this?" Shi Baloo fell silent, frowning. At that moment, Feng Yuan emerged, looking anxious. Seeing the two of them there, Feng Yuan approached and said, "That Grandma Han is truly excessive. Does she think this is a reality show?" "Manager Feng, please inform Xiao Lang that I am withdrawing," Shi Baloo said to Nanqing. "Although I am curious about your methods. If you are unwilling to share or cooperate, I concede that your skills surpass mine. I am out of my depth. Continuing like this serves no purpose, so I shall take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance." At last, Nanqing recognized a virtue in Shi Baloo: his nonchalance. Before she could bid farewell, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she answered, and the voice on the other end said, "It has appeared." Chapter 31. The Human Lantern, Part 8. By the time Nanqing arrived at Xiao Village's forest, evening was approaching. The sky was dim, and the rain from the previous day had left the ground soft and muddy. As she walked through the grass, the remnants of leaves fell, dampening her sleeve. Frowning, she pressed on. The gloomy weather after the rain was as uncomfortable as the rain itself. It seemed there was no weather she favored. Returning to the trap-laden area from yesterday, she found no sign of Qiu Si. Neither the fish nor the paper scraps remained, and even the red threads used for the formation had been torn apart in several places. Where could Qiu Si have gone? Nanqing did not strain herself to call him. In this modern technological age, there are many conveniences, such as locating someone. Her phone dialed the number, and the ringtone echoed amidst the towering, lush grass. Almost instantaneously, Nanqing spotted a glowing, humanoid figure darting away from another patch of grass outside the formation. The being was unsettling. It had no face. Someone stood up from the grass and stared at Nanqing. She paused briefly and said, "I didn't know you were hiding there." Qiu Si stepped out from the grass, covered in foliage. Brushing the grass off his clothes, he approached her and said, "It is quite cunning. It has been reluctant to come close. Yet, it is evident it wishes to approach us, but for some reason, it runs away as soon as it gets near. I crouched there for 3 hours. My legs are sore." After recounting his experience, Qiu Si added, "It seems Grandma Han did not find the descendants of Qiao Mu." Nanqing replied, "They are imposters. Those people were merely actors hired by Grandma Han to deceive Xiao Lang for compensation." Chiu Si couldn't help but chuckle. This Grandma Han is truly formidable, orchestrating such a spectacle in such a short time. It seems she has engaged in such schemes before. In no wonder she sought detailed information about the Chow family. She must have put in some effort. Nanxing recalled what he had just said and inquired, "You mentioned it wanted to get closer to us but was afraid?" "Indeed." Nanxing furrowed her brow and found the link to the post Feng Yuan had shared, which indicated the original poster had recently updated. She clicked on the original poster's comments, which amounted to 6 posts. The monster indeed sounded terrifying. "You should not doubt it that I swear on my 30 pounds of excess weight that I saw it with my own eyes. It resembled a human, albeit quite short, likely a dwarfed. It had no face, no features, like a firefly. Glowing, it even poked its heart with a torch. It chased us until we reached the outskirts of Chu Mountain before stopping. Extremely fierce." More comments flooded in, refreshing to 100 replies. "I believe the original poster. 3 years ago, I visited Xiao Village near Chu Mountain to pay respects to my great-aunt. I returned late at night and saw it too. However, it didn't resemble a firefly as the original poster described, but it did look like a dwarf ghost. It wanted to approach me, but I stood still, and it did not move either. Though it was clear it wished to get closer, I noticed its light seemed to flicker, so I built a fire for it. After that, I never saw it again. I wish it well." The 99th comment below was filled with mockery aimed at the original poster. "Come on, that's the original poster's alternate account." "Yeah, standing still? Were you scared, silly? Ghosts are always afraid of fire. Why would it go to warm itself? Nonsense." The original poster faced heavy criticism, yet Nanxing felt that the description of this commenter was indeed from someone who had witnessed the event firsthand. She glanced at the scattered red threads, realizing that the spirit would likely not return here. After reading the posts, Chiu Si pondered and said, "I do believe it genuinely wanted to approach us, but perhaps it was uncertain whether we would harm it, so even knowing there are traps here, it still approached cautiously. Yes, but it seems it won't be returning now." Chiu Si did not argue. During the first 2 encounters, they could still sense its presence nearby, but now it had vanished. Nanxing gazed towards the summit of Chu Mountain and said, "Let us head to the Ancestral Hall at Chu Mountain." The journey from Qiao Village to the Ancestral Hall at Chu Mountain would take half an hour. The once desolate path, long devoid of any pedestrians, has become increasingly difficult to discern among the mountains. Yet recently, an influx of adventurous travelers has revived the trail. Were it not for the recent inclement weather, one might have encountered fellow wanderers along the way. The benevolent establishment known as the Charitable Hall in Chu Mountain was erected during the Republican era. Amidst the chaos and calamity of that time, many wayfarers fleeing from the north to the south perished in the vicinity. In response, a kind-hearted individual donated land and funds to construct this hall, serving as a resting place for the deceased from nearby Qiao Village or for those unclaimed bodies of wanderers returning home. However, after the cessation of hostilities, the flow of passers-by dwindled, and the benefactors who had sustained the hall with their donations eventually passed away, leading to its neglect. Now in a state of utter disrepair, the structure lies in ruins. The outer walls have crumbled, and the sign bearing the name of the hall has been largely gnawed away by rodents. Upon entering, one is met with desolation, as small creatures scurry away, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Nanxing and Xiaozi frequently visit ancient tombs, where the atmosphere is far more unsettling, yet they feel no discomfort here. The sound of the wind is merely that, the wind. The rustling noises are simply caused by small animals. Even if there were supernatural entities present, they would not evoke fear. The strange ambience before them utterly falters. Proving ineffective against their resolve, as the two entered the main hall, they noticed a heap of embers still smoldering on the ground, suggesting it had burned for quite some time, as a considerable amount of ash had accumulated beside it. She recalled the situation described by the original poster, surmising that this fire must have been kindled by those individuals days prior, yet it continued to burn, indicating it could not be remnants from that time. After their departure, someone had evidently continued to stoke the flames. She turned and made her way to the backyard, following the route outlined by the travelers. Upon reaching the rear yard, she indeed discovered several coffins arranged amidst the overgrown grass. In the absence of moonlight, the nearly dimming sky rendered the dark coffins even more mysterious. The coffins were nailed shut, indicating they contained bodies, perhaps those of unclaimed wanderers or individuals who had no home to return to. During that tumultuous time of near national collapse, People of all identities sought refuge. Suddenly, Qiuzi whispered softly, "It has appeared again." Nanxing sensed it as well. She did not immediately turn around but observed the coffins for a moment before realizing it had lingered in the corridor for a while. Prompting her to dash towards ITS, she sprinted into the corridor. She was startled to see a faceless, yellowish paper figure. The figure seemed equally startled by her presence and turned to flee. However, as it attempted to escape, it encountered a stack of black and white paper that swiftly folded into a wall, blocking its retreat. IT tried to leap over the barrier, only to be met with the sweeping tails of two great fish, which knocked it back into the corridor. By the time it sought to escape again, Nanxing and Qiuzi had already caught up, ensnaring it with red threads, effectively binding it like a zongzi. Nanxing believed they had subdued it, but suddenly felt the hand pressing down on it become searing hot, as if set ablaze. Qiuzi, sensing the unexpected heat, immediately grasped her wrist to pull her away, revealing that flames had ignited at the figure's chest, causing Nanxing's hand to burn as well. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, the paper figure sprang back to its feet and shot outside. Before the two could intercept it, a tortoise shell struck it fiercely at its heart. The paper figure stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Caught it!" exclaimed a familiar voice from the thicket, as a familiar figure emerged, Gu Daxian. He had not left but remained concealed, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting. Gu Daxian swiftly approached, capturing the paper figure, and raised a hand to halt Qiuzi and Nanxing, proclaiming, "Hey, I caught it first. You cannot take it from me." Qiuzi sighed. "How can someone be so shameless?" Gu Daxian chuckled lightly. "All's fair in war, young ones. Take note." Just as he reveled in his triumph, he suddenly noticed Nanxing sprinting toward him, seemingly intent on seizing the figure. Startled, he realized too late that her speed was ghostly quick. With a single blow, she struck his head, nearly knocking him out and causing him to instinctively release his hold. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he saw Nanxing pick up the tortoise shell he had dropped and hurl it back at him, striking his head once more. Before he could voice his indignation, he witnessed her scoop up a handful of stones from the ground, prompting him to flee in terror. If he did not escape now, he feared he might be beaten to death. Nanxing pursued him to the entrance, watching as Gu Daxian fled, clutching his head, not daring to look back until he was far away. Finally, she set down the stones and dusted off her hands before returning. Qiuzi regarded her with newfound respect. Nanxing was no ordinary individual. She was likely a supernova. He observed her hands, noting that they had been burned, which should have caused her pain, yet her expression bore no trace of discomfort. Nevertheless, she must have felt it, as her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, suggesting she was merely adept at enduring. Qiuzi himself carried no first-aid supplies, being equally capable of bearing pain. The paper figure, suppressed by the two fish and a pile of paper, had no chance of escape as it watched Nanxing and Qiuzi approach. The flickering flames at its chest dimmed significantly, its breath weakening. Was it fading away? Qiuzi scrutinized its form and noticed a single strand atop its head. No. It was not hair, but a thread. If he were to pull the thread, he suddenly imagined it resembling something. A lantern? Lantern? Nanxing echoed as she glanced over. Indeed, seeing it resembled a human-shaped lantern. The lantern swayed in Qiuzi's grasp, the flickering flames penetrating the now yellowed paper, casting light upon the ground. Suddenly, Nanxing recalled the ever-burning fire pit and the paranormal post. She hurried back to the hall, picked up a torch, and approached the lantern, searching until she discovered a small opening on one side. Cautiously, she inserted the flame inside and found two sticks supporting a kerosene dish. The wicks flamed faint, as if on the verge of extinguishing. She ignited the wick, and the flame flared brightly, revitalizing the lantern's spirit, transforming it into a vibrant entity, akin to vegetation sprouting after rain. Nanxing withdrew the torch and inquired, "Do you know Qiao Nian?" Qiao Nian was the name of the elder Qiao. The lantern, swaying gently in the wind, paused midair. Nanxing reached out to grasp the thread atop it, and a burst of flame surged upward, this time. However, the fire was not scalding. There was no sensation of burning. The flames swiftly enveloped the two, and the moss-covered Qiao village rapidly shed its green facade. The dilapidated homes returned to their earthen state, and the well, once shrouded in floating green duckweed, now gleamed clear. The sounds of livestock, cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, chickens, and ducks filled the air, echoing the bustling life of Chao Village in 1925. Chapter 32. The Human-Shaped Lantern, 9, in 1925. The 14th year of the Republic, China found itself besieged on all sides, with foreign powers lurking like vultures. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood in a small village on the outskirts of Shanghai. News traveled slowly, buffered by the surrounding mountains that dulled the stench of bloodshed. Yet, the villagers here were not faring any better. In these chaotic times, even without direct exposure to firearms or ammunition, life was a struggle. The villagers toiled over their meager plots of land, occasionally hunting wild game, but lacking sufficient oil to cook their meals. Their existence was one of hardship. Moreover, the village's able-bodied men had either been conscripted into the military or had voluntarily enlisted, leaving behind a community largely composed of the elderly, women, and children. Li Chui was among these women, pregnant with a child. She had married her husband just a year prior, a union arranged by a matchmaker after only 2 meetings. With the elders on both sides satisfied with the match. After their marriage, her husband treated her well. He was strong and diligent, never neglecting his share of the farm work. Li Chui felt fortunate to have married well. Whether or not she loved him was inconsequential. All she desired was a peaceful life. However, it was not long before her husband expressed a desire to leave that tranquil existence. He sat by the bedside all night without uttering a word. And as dawn approached, he finally spoke. "Chui, I want to enlist." Li Chui's heart sank. Though she had never ventured far from home, she had heard tales from returning soldiers. Those who returned with severed limbs were often deemed fortunate, while many others were not so lucky. She bowed her head in silence, unwilling to consent. He continued, "Chui, the nation is collapsing. Our home will be lost." Li Chui was taken aback. She understood that he had attended a private school for a few days and grasped the weight of his words. Unlike her, who could not read a single character, she only wished to tend to their modest field and subsist on 2 watery meals a day. He sat in silence for an entire night, while she pondered throughout the day. When he returned home, Li Chui had prepared a bundle for him and baked 2 flatbreads. Upon his arrival, she said, "You go. I will take care of your parents." With that, she turned away, unable to stop the tears from flowing. The absence of a strong man in the household would surely lead to a harsher existence. She did not understand why she had agreed, but his words echoed in her mind. "Chui, the nation is collapsing. Our home will be lost." She still remembered her husband's farewell embrace, a moment of undeniable warmth that revealed her true feelings. She realized she did indeed care for him, rather than merely settling for a life of convenience. After her husband enlisted, Li Chui poured her heart and soul into managing their household meticulously. Within a month, she discovered she was pregnant. Her in-laws were overjoyed. They had prepared themselves for the possibility that their son might never return. With their only son set to leave, there was no way to keep him from going, and they could only let him depart. Now, with the daughter-in-law expecting, at least the Chao family would have an heir. Li Chui too was delighted. Yet, soon rumors began to circulate in the village, accusing Li Chui of carrying another man's child. It was said that after a year of marriage, she had not conceived. Yet how was it that a man, just a month after leaving, had already fathered a child? The elderly couple bore a silent anguish. With no able-bodied men at home, leaving them vulnerable to bullying, Li Chui had initially disregarded such gossip, but as she heard it repeatedly, the whispers in the village became intolerable. At last, unable to contain herself, she sought out the source of the rumors, armed with a chopping knife, and stormed to that person's doorstep, demanding loudly, "Which eye of yours saw me consorting with men? Name one, and I shall die before you, using my blood to prove my innocence." The slanderer, being a notorious gossip, was taken aback by her fierce confrontation at the door. Initially, he attempted to argue, but the villagers, knowing one another, hesitated to point fingers. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, he stammered, unable to articulate his words, and even hurled a few insults at Li Cui. To his surprise, Li Chui charged at him, brandishing her knife in a fit of rage. Had it not been for the villagers' intervention, he might have genuinely feared for his life. Ultimately, he begged for mercy, confessing that he had fabricated the tale, which caused Li Chui to relent. With the chopping knife in hand, Li Chui returned home, her spirit resolute and her demeanor defiant. as the villagers observed her with newfound respect. Once inside, she closed the door and dropped the knife with a clatter, collapsing to the ground in tears. If only there had been a man in the family to stand up for her, she would never have had to resort to such disgraceful actions. After weeping for a time, she resolved to gather her strength before her husband returned, determined to be the pillar of her household. However, due to Li Chui's bold actions, no one in the village dared to spread rumors or bully the Chao family thereafter. As her pregnancy progressed, and she worked the fields with her growing belly, other women, unable to bear her plight, would come to assist her. Life was difficult, yet manageable. Nevertheless, there was still no word from her husband. By the 6th month, winter had arrived, bringing frigid temperatures that were especially harsh for the frail elderly. The village witnessed a series of deaths, perhaps a consequence of the year drawing to a close, as more people returned with news. Each day, Li Chui awaited tidings of her husband, even if it were but a morsel of bad news, as it would be preferable to the silence that enveloped her in just a month. She would give birth. Her in-laws had nearly forgotten about their son, focusing entirely on preparations for the future child of the Chao family. But at that moment, Li Chui learned that Guzi, who had left the village alongside her husband to serve in the military, had returned, yet her husband remained absent. Upon visiting Guzi's home, she was met with a heartbreaking sight. He had lost a leg and an ear, his once robust frame now reduced to skin and bones. Evoking tears from her, upon seeing her, Guzi broke down in sorrow. As he wept, Li Chui's heart raced with dread. Without waiting for him to speak, she hurried away, terrified of hearing something dreadful. Trembling, she made her way home. Her heart gripped by fear. No, her husband must still be alive. Guzi's tears could only signify something else. Holding back her own tears, she entered her home, only to find her mother-in-law hanging from the rafters, lifeless. Her son had perished, and she felt as though she could no longer endure. Her mother-in-law had already visited Guzi's home and learned of her son's demise. Though she tried to push the dreadful news from her mind, the reality of her son's death proved too much to bear. She believed she had mentally prepared herself, but such preparation, even after 20 years, could not suffice. Li Chui experienced a miscarriage, and her child, Xiao Nian, was born prematurely. The fragile infant was delivered by the village women, who offered him his first sip of milk. In those days, Li Chui wished for nothing but to avoid thinking, fearing that overthinking would prevent her from producing milk. Following her mother-in-law's funeral, her ailing father-in-law passed away shortly thereafter. During the day, village women kept her company, allowing her to muster some semblance of strength, but at night, the emptiness of her home became unbearable. Li Chui would break down in tears, cradling her newborn child. As weeks passed, her family from the other mountain valley heard of her plight and rushed to her side, saying, "You are still young, and with no one left in your in-laws, abandon the child. We will find you another husband." Li Chui shook her head, unwilling to part with her child, until she had seen her husband's body with her own eyes. She refused to believe he was dead. She would wait for his return. Her family became increasingly desperate, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, they left her with whatever little money they had. And before departing, they embraced the child. Sensing something amiss, they asked, "How long has the child been born?" "1 month. Why has he not opened his eyes?" The family members, using their hands to lift Xiao Nian's eyelids, discovered his eyes devoid of pupils, and they exclaimed, "He is blind." Li Chui was taken aback. "Abandon him. You will be burdened for life." Yet, Li Chui held her child tightly, refusing to let go, with no other option. They departed, leaving her to care for herself. Thus, Li Chui toiled in the fields with her child, day and night, her body emaciated and frail. The crops she grew were insufficient to sustain them, so when others harvested their fields, she would scavenge for grains, one by one, as best as she could. The meager rations she saved allowed her to raise Xiao Nian. By the age of 3, Xiao Nian was both clever and understanding, and Li Chui's burdens seemed to lighten. Yet, Xiao Nian remained unaware of his blindness. When he played with others, he often heard the taunts of blind boy. Gradually realizing he was different, he grew withdrawn, losing interest in venturing outside or speaking, choosing instead to sit beside the chicken coop in the yard, listening to their clucking. Li Chui did not want her son to succumb to such despondency. Yet she was at a loss for how to guide him. After much contemplation, she exchanged some rice for sugar in the town, which she then distributed among the village children, asking them to play with Xiao Nian. When the village children arrived to invite Xiao Nian to play, he was filled with both surprise and joy. Thus, he spent his childhood. Li Chui wished to enroll Xiao Nian in a private school. But she lacked the funds as the world outside grew increasingly chaotic. With the flames of war encroaching upon the valley, the villagers struggled as well. Summoning her courage, Li Chui approached an elderly scholar in the village, rumored to be a teacher, and implored him to take Xiao Nian as a student. The old man, his eyesight failing and his hand trembling as he held the brush, was elated to find someone still believed in his knowledge and agreed to teach him. Whenever she had the chance, Li Chui would catch fish from the river and bring them to him, or forage for wild fruits on the mountain, offering them to the old man, denying herself even a single bite. At the age of 10, Xiao Nian began to learn characters. Though late, Li Chui felt she had not failed the Qiao family. 5 years later, the old man passed away. Xiao Nian's education came to an abrupt halt, and due to his eyesight, he was unable to attend the school in town. Furthermore, because of his blindness, the knowledge he had gained seemed futile. Villagers mocked him, saying that a blind boy should not pursue an education, and they derided Li Chui's lofty aspirations. Some even claimed Xiao Nian was a harbinger of misfortune, responsible for the deaths of his father, grandparents, and now a burden on Li Chui. Upon hearing these rumors, Xiao Nian withdrew further into himself, and Li Chui, once more, brandished her chopping knife, confronting the naysayers at their home, demanding they silence their tongues. The family in question was notorious in the village, numerous in number, and Li Chui's fierce stance failed to intimidate them. Rather, they threatened to beat her. Yet, Li Chui stood her ground, knowing that retreating would doom her son. She endured the beating, emerging bruised and battered, but ultimately, that family did not gain the upper hand, as the village chief intervened to mediate. Thus, the malicious gossip subsided, and no one dared to mention the matter again, for they all knew Li Chui was a woman of fierce determination. Xiao Nian learned of his mother's confrontation, and when he reached out to touch her face upon her return, he found her gaunt cheeks swollen from the blows. Unable to contain his emotions, he wept. When does one realize they have grown up? Perhaps it is the moment one perceives the frailty of their elders. The following day, Xiao Nian declared to his mother, "Mother, I wish to find work. Anything will do." Finding work for a blind person is no easy feat. Even as an apprentice, others would scorn him. Li Chui felt troubled. While it was commendable for her son to seek employment, she could not care for him indefinitely. Learning a trade was the most secure path, yet no one was willing to take him in, not a single soul. Upon hearing of this, a villager took notice and visited Li Chui, saying, "I believe there is a job well suited for Xiao Nian, though I wonder if he is brave enough." Xiao Nian inquired, "What job?" "I have a relative who has donated a mortuary, not too far from here." "That is in need of a night watchman." Li Chui immediately shook her head. "That job has no future, and being alone there at night is far too dangerous." The villager chuckled, "Dangerous? Not really. Who would steal from the dead? Right? The only issue is that the place is a bit remote. Previous hires have fled within 6 months due to fear. But honestly, Xiao Nian, being blind, is perfect for the job. He won't see anything to be afraid of." Li Chui frowned, correcting him, "It is visually impaired." The villager chuckled again. Yes, visually impaired, I'll do it." Xiao Nian declared, "As long as I can eat. My mother won't have to suffer so much." "Where is this mortuary?" "Not far, just at Chu Mountain." Xiao Nian had secured work, and although it was close by, the journey from home was long for someone who could not see. Li Chui made a point to move the large stones from the path and fill in any potholes she could. Every evening, after finishing her work in the fields, she would escort Xiao Nian to the mortuary, hastily returning to complete her tasks before preparing dinner. Each morning, she would rise early to fetch him home. Xiao Nian, understanding his mother's struggles, wished to relieve her of the burden of escorting him. One evening, he said, "Mother, I can go by myself." Having just returned from the fields, Li Chui did not think much of it, replying, "Wait until I wash my hands, and I will take you." "Mother, I assure you, I can walk by myself." Xiao Nian declared, "I have been counting my steps these past few days. I know when to turn, when to ascend, and when to enter the gate. Over the past 3 days, I have memorized the distance. As long as I maintain the same stride, I shall not falter." Li Chui, still uneasy, agreed upon hearing her son's resolute tone. Xiao Nian took up his cane and ventured out, with Li Chui discreetly trailing behind. Though he walked slowly, he navigated with the precision he had described. recalling every turn, incline, and decline, even remembering to step over puddles. Li Chui felt a swell of pride. Her son was making great efforts for their livelihood and her care. The following morning, Li Chui awoke early and went to the charity home, shadowing him as she did the day before. Xiao Yin continued to walk steadily, albeit at a measured pace, on the third evening. As Li Chui intended to follow him again, Xiao Yin turned and said, "Mother, you have trailed after me for 2 days. You must know I can walk on my own now. Please, do not follow anymore. Rest well and do not worry." Li Chui was taken aback and asked, "Are you aware that I have been following you?" "Of course," Xiao Yin replied. The ears of a blind person are remarkably acute. He knew his mother was concerned and was keeping a close watch. Even without sight, he could sense her presence. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Li Chui acquiesced. For half a month, Xiao Yin returned each day without any issues, finally easing her worries. However, it wasn't long before he bore new marks of injury on his face. When Li Chui inquired, he explained that he had slipped on a wet surface. After several such incidents, she could no longer restrain herself and followed him from a distance again. Once they left the village, Xiao Yin's pace noticeably slowed. As if he were bracing himself against an unseen threat, as darkness fell, Li Chui, aided by the moonlight, observed her son's cautious silhouette, her heart aching for him. Midway through his journey, a group of children sprang from the bushes, hurling objects at Xiao Yin while taunting, blind man, dead blind man." Xiao Yin swung his cane, but he could not strike a single one. Standing there, he was bombarded by their projectiles, fearful of losing his way and his count. He knew that failing to reach the charity home would mean losing wages and missing dinner. "Get away!" Li Chui burst forth, seizing a stick from the ground to chase them off. The children fled quickly, disappearing in an instant. Surveying the injuries on her son's face, Li Chui grasped his hand. Her voice choked with emotion. "Let us not continue this. We shall return home. I will take care of you." "Mother," Xiao Yin replied, "it is the same wherever we go. Finding this work is not easy. It is already a blessing that someone wants me. I may not earn a fortune, but I can at least sustain myself. They provide me with 2 meals, both rice and not just porridge, along with vegetables, and during festivals, even a couple of slices of meat." Li Chui fought back tears and nodded in agreement. Once home, she refrained from weeping. She understood that tears were futile. That night, she did not sleep. The next morning, when Xiao Yin returned, he found Li Chui in the yard, diligently splitting bamboo, creating lanterns. "What are you doing?" "Mother?" he inquired. "I am making you a lantern," she replied. Xiao Yin laughed, wincing at the pain on his face. "Can a blind man make lanterns?" "Blind person," Li Chui corrected gently. Yes, he replied, feeling fatigued and retreating indoors to rest. When Li Chui entered the house to fetch some rope, she noticed a bowl of rice on the table. Once again, her son had skipped breakfast, saving it for her, not even tasting a morsel himself. The charity home provided 2 meals, morning and evening. How could he endure sleeping on an empty stomach? She paused, gathering rope and lantern oil. That evening, as Xiao Yin prepared to leave, Li Chui handed him the lantern. He hesitated, fearing mockery, reluctant to accept it. He was considerate, yet still a youth, filled with youthful pride. "It's dark. I fear for your safety if others might collide with you. Please take it," she insisted. Reluctantly, Xiao Yin accepted the lantern and proceeded to the charity home. As he left the village and walked midway, anxiety crept in, fearing those children might reappear. Yet, to his surprise, they did not. He distinctly sensed them hiding in the bushes, yet they failed to show themselves. Xiao Yin was astonished, uncertain of their newfound obedience. Upon reaching the charity home, he was met by someone carrying a stretcher who startled upon seeing him. "Xiao Yin, you nearly frightened us to death. We thought we had encountered a ghost." "What ghost?" Xiao Yin questioned. "Do I resemble one?" "No, you do not," the person replied, "but the lantern you carry certainly resembles one. Why choose such a peculiar lantern? It appears like a ghostly figure drifting through the hills." Quite unsettling in that moment, Xiao Yin understood his mother's insistence on the lantern. During the day, she had been crafting this very lantern. He was determined to take on this work, yet she had been anxious. So she devised this clever plan. A lantern designed to be frightening, akin to a specter, thus deterring the children from approaching him. Xiao Yin felt a wave of emotion. "Mother," he thought, knowing that with this lantern, Those children had been startled enough to no longer ambush him on the road. The injuries that had marred his face were gone, and carrying this lantern at the charity home was both intimidating and safe. Xiao Yin kept the lantern close, a companion through the night. As days turned into weeks, life for the mother and son began to improve. Though not affluent, they could at least fill their bellies. Outside, however, chaos reigned, becoming increasingly tumultuous. Occasionally, various military forces would pass through the nearby mountains, yet the village remained undisturbed for the time being. 18. Xiao Yin reached the age of potential marriage. Li Chui enlisted a matchmaker, who candidly remarked, "Let me be clear. Good families will not have their daughters marry into your situation. Finding a healthy girl is out of the question. If your son had other shortcomings, it might be bearable. But being blind is quite a significant issue." Li Chui nodded in understanding. She held no unrealistic expectations for a daughter-in-law. The Chow family was impoverished, and she would be grateful for any girl willing to join them. Yet, no girl was inclined to do so in these tumultuous times. Who would choose to follow a blind man? In the event of an emergency, they could not flee, and given the Chow family's dire circumstances, with no brothers to support him, marriage would entail a life of hardship. Li Chui waited day after day, yet no daughter-in-law materialized. Xiao Yin, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to carry his lantern to the charity home. A routine that had become second nature, simple yet fulfilling. He envisioned spending a few more years at the charity home, saving money to apprentice under a master craftsman. He had ideas brewing, perhaps to become a fortune teller, to mold clay figurines, or even to learn the eru. With a skill in hand, his mother would be at ease. As autumn approached, the fruits on the mountains ripened. Early one morning, Li Chui set out with a bamboo basket. Informing Xiao Yin, "I shall gather some wild fruits and will be a bit late returning." Xiao Yin acknowledged her and went back to sleep. When he awoke after dark, it was already late for him to head to the charity home. Normally, his mother returned promptly from the fields, and he would awaken at the slightest sound, rising to wash his face. Today, however, she had not returned. Xiao Yin consumed the porridge left on the table, growing uneasy as time passed without her arrival. Fearing the charity home might dock wages if he was tardy, he lit the lantern and set off to work. At the charity home, he listened to the howling winds of the forest. Feeling increasingly apprehensive, as midnight approached, he could no longer resist the urge to return home. Upon entering the yard, he called out for his mother, but there was no response. Panic seized him as he called again, yet still, silence greeted him. Terrified, he rushed to knock on the neighbor's door, asking them to check if his mother had fainted somewhere inside. The neighbors searched the house but reported no sign of her. Soon, the villagers, armed with torches, set out to search for her. Xiao Yin sat at home, consumed by anxiety, feeling utterly helpless. He could not venture into the mountains, for he would only be a hindrance. For the first time, he felt utterly useless. The villagers searched for 3 days without a trace of Li Chui. On the 4th day, gossip began to circulate that Li Chui could no longer endure her hardships and had fled. Others claimed to have spotted her in town, walking alongside an older man, dressed in fine clothes and adorned with a silver hairpin. Li Chui had been beautiful in her youth, and the rumors suddenly seemed credible. Xiao Yin repeatedly insisted to the villagers, "My mother went to gather fruits in the mountains. She would never abandon me." The villagers retorted, "And the fruits? It has been several months." Xiao Yin had searched the mountains but found nothing. Nearly losing himself in the process, kind-hearted villagers had ventured into the mountains to look for him, but he could not bear to inconvenience them further. He could only wait, day after day. The oil in the lantern was replaced time and again. The bamboo handle was swapped out repeatedly. The paper covering was changed layer after layer. Yet, Li Chui did not return. The mother who had once gathered fruits to nourish him was nowhere to be found. Old Zhao, a donor to the charity home, heard of the situation and noticed Xiao Yin keeping vigil at night and wandering nearby during the day, looking emaciated. "Are you intent on searching for your mother indefinitely?" He inquired. "Did I wish to find my mother?" Xiao Yin replied, "But I do not wish for it to be in the mountains. I hope to encounter her in town, no longer clad in patched garments, but dressed finely with a genuine smile and a silver hairpin adorning her head." Old Zhao was momentarily taken aback. "My mother has suffered greatly," Xiao Yin continued. "I hope she is well." After a lengthy silence, Old Zhao offered, "From now on, you shall work with me." 2 years later, Old Zhao's daughter wed him, and he secured a master for Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian honed his skills, nurtured a loving relationship with his spouse, welcomed children into the world, and later, grandchildren. The lantern had long been left in the family home, now an abandoned dwelling, gradually succumbing to age, decay, and the embrace of creeping vines. His home was lost, and with it, the entire village vanished. 73 years later, at the age of 93, he still had not found his beloved mother. Chapter 33. The Human Lantern, Part 10. As the light dimmed, the kerosene within the lantern ran dry, and all illusions dissipated. In the absence of light, the night in the deep mountains became shrouded in darkness, obscured by the towering trees that absorbed all radiance. Nanxing still held the lantern, now marked by several holes, its half-human stature reminiscent of a leaky showerhead. The once eerie human lantern had completely shed its terrifying hues. She untied the red thread binding the lantern, which remained suspended in midair. Observing them, Qiao Ci sensed its lack of intent to flee and suddenly recalled something, asking, "Why are you staying here?" The lantern drifted forward slowly, glancing back to beckon them to follow. Nanxing began to comprehend, and Qiao Ci did as well. They promptly pursued the lantern as it continued to float deeper into the mountains, illuminating their path. It seemed to be cautious of their pace, moving deliberately slowly. It glided past towering trees. Autumn had arrived, and the fruits in the mountains had ripened abundantly. Unlike before, people were no longer starving and venturing into the mountains to forage for wild fruits. Many had fallen to the ground, filling the woods with a fragrant aroma reminiscent of wine. The lantern floated to a precipice and paused. Nanxing peered over the edge. The drop was not too deep, perhaps over 4 meters high. The adjacent slope was not overly steep, and with caution, descending should pose no issue. As she looked down, she sensed the presence of restless souls. A chill ran through her, and together with Qiao Ci, she began their descent. Upon reaching the bottom, they encountered another small slope, and the lantern continued its descent. Finally, it came to a halt. Before them lay a skeletal figure, sprawled on the ground as if yearning to escape this place. The lantern's light illuminated the forlorn bones. Nanxing closed her eyes slightly. It was Li Chui. Qiao Ci remained silent when suddenly the phone rang inappropriately. "Nanxing? Where are you? Mr. Qiao is on the verge of passing." Upon arriving at the hospital, Nanxing coincidentally saw the doctor emerge, shaking his head at the anxious Qiao family waiting outside, signaling them to enter for a final farewell. Stepping forward, Nanxing intercepted them. Addressing Qiao Lang, "I have found your great-grandmother." Qiao Lang was taken aback. "Really?" "Yes," Nanxing affirmed. "Allow me to see Mr. Qiao." After a moment's hesitation, Qiao Lang, swayed by her unwavering gaze, nodded in agreement. "You may go in." As she entered, she found Qiao Nian lying frail in his sickbed, faint traces of the restless spirit surrounding him. "Qiao Nian, I have located your mother," she declared, opening her palm to reveal a human lantern that sprang forth. The elderly Mr. Qiao, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly sensed a familiar aroma. The burning kerosene released a strange scent, awakening all memories of his youth. He slowly opened his eyes, still clouded and unable to see. Yet gradually he perceived a faint light flickering before him, eventually taking the form of a figure. A gentle-faced woman, carrying a bamboo basket, said to him, "Mother has gone to the mountains to gather some wild fruits. I shall return shortly." Qiao Nian stood in stunned silence. "Mother! Mother wishes to return home, but cannot find the way back." Standing beside the bed, Li Chui stroked his head softly, whispering, "You have grown up, started a family, and have children now. Mother can rest easy." Tears streamed down Qiao Nian's cheeks as he choked with emotion. He wished fervently that Mother had found happiness, though he had always doubted she could abandon him after enduring the most challenging days. He had always believed that Mother had met with misfortune, yet he was reluctant to accept it. Mother is reluctant to leave. Now that she has seen you, she can be at peace. Li Chui, aware of her dwindling time, nodded gratefully at Nanxing, attempting to guide others to find her, but they were all frightened away. She wanted to speak, to explain, but the words eluded her. Upon returning home, she discovered it was empty, save for the lantern she had crafted for her son long ago. She leaned over the lantern, wandering through the channels and village, seeking her son. Yet, she could not find him. No matter how hard she searched, she was unaware of how the young girl had managed to make her speak, but she knew it was this girl who had brought her to seek her son and bid him farewell. Mother! Xiao Nian grasped his mother's hand as he had done in childhood, taking his first steps while she guided him. Yet, the image of his mother began to fade, ultimately failing to take him along. How could she bear to have her son accompany her? Even if he had turned gray with age, she still wished for him to live on. Mother has gone ahead. You must be good. Mother, you will meet again soon, Nanxing assured him. You will find your mother. Xiao Nian nodded slightly, his breath growing weaker. Emerging from the ward, Nanxing gestured for the Qiao family to enter for their farewell. She leaned against the stark white wall, inhaling the sharp scent of disinfectant, lost in silence. Qiu Ci stood nearby, observing her without uttering a word. He could see that Nanxing was suffering. Crying echoed from the ward. Xiao Nian had passed away. A moment later, Xiao Nian emerged from the door, holding the human lantern crafted by his mother, addressing Nanxing. I'm going to see my mother. Nanxing looked up at him and replied, Yes. With no regrets, Xiao Nian departed to seek his mother, carrying with him 73 years' worth of words. Having received his payment, Feng Yuan felt elated, yet it was evident that Nanxing was in low spirits. And even Qiu Ci remained silent. He pondered whether speaking now would earn him a reprimand from Nanxing, concluding that it would undoubtedly lead to such an outcome. Thus, he kept his silence and even offered to carry her belongings. As he retrieved the kerosene lamp, something felt amiss. He examined it closely, frowning as he asked, Huh? Where are the eyes? Nanxing did not respond. Feng Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, You didn't take Mr. Qiao's eyes, did you? No. Feng Yuan nearly jumped in disbelief. That was something you risked your life to obtain. Qiu Ci paused momentarily, while Nanxing shot a glare at Feng Yuan. Realizing his blunder in front of outsiders, especially a professional, he corrected himself. I meant to say, the task you undertook, braving perilous challenges, was for something so valuable, and yet you left the eyes behind. The more he spoke, the more he misstepped, and the more counterproductive his words became. Nanxing had grown weary of him, contemplating whether to check on Boss Tao's health and consider replacing Feng Yuan, this loose-lipped individual. As Qiu Ci noticed her intent to leave, he said, Aren't you going to wrap that hand? Forgetting her own injury, Nanxing glanced at him and replied in a moment. Qiu Ci nodded and added, Until next time. Nanxing offered no farewell or promise of a next meeting. She was accustomed to the idea that they would meet again when the time was right. After she departed, Feng Yuan cautiously followed behind, mumbling incessantly. Reflecting on Feng Yuan's earlier words, Qiu Ci grew increasingly concerned. He recalled what Nanxing had said when she entered the illusion. Each time you enter, you lose a bit of your life. Aren't you afraid? Qiu Ci furrowed his brows. Was it possible that Nanxing was not stealing the life of ancient artifacts but rather sacrificing her own life to extract the memories of the relics, thereby resurrecting the deceased? If that were true, why would Nanxing go to such lengths? In 1945, the 34th year of the Republic of China, autumn had arrived, and the fruit trees in the mountains gradually ripened, their subtle fragrance wafting through the village. Farmers with free time ventured into the mountains to gather fruit, lest they be devoured by birds or picked by others. Li Chui held similar thoughts. Wishing to gather some wild fruits to alleviate her hunger while keeping vigil over her son. Rising early, she awaited his return, stating, Mother is going to the mountains to pick some wild fruits. I shall be back later. All right, Mother, come back soon. Xiao Nian, feeling his way, entered the house and went asleep. Li Chui, with her bamboo basket, entered the mountains. The trees near the village had been stripped bare, leaving only unripe fruits that were inedible. Li Chui was no stranger to venturing deep into the mountains for firewood. She continued to climb higher, spotting some fruits, though there were few to be gathered. She aimed to fill her basket, intending to share with fellow villagers who had helped her with farming tasks. Their kindness deserved some form of reciprocation, and a few fruits, though not worth much, required only a bit of effort. She was capable of that effort. After years of toil, she had become adept at all farm work. If her husband were to return, she might even surpass him in strength. After all these years, she had grown indifferent to thoughts of her husband. Even when she did think of him, it was futile. She was too busy to dwell on it. If he returned, she would be happy. If not, it made little difference. From a distance, she spotted a persimmon tree, its red fruits resembling bright lanterns, strikingly adorable. She hastened her steps toward it, for persimmons were a treasure. Ripe ones could be eaten fresh, while unripe ones could be dried to make persimmon cakes. Her heart filled with joy. She quickened her pace as she pushed through the lush thicket and took another step. Her foot suddenly found nothing beneath it, and she realized with a jolt that she was falling. Before she could even register the danger, her entire body plunged into the underbrush. Beneath the tangled grass lay a low cliff, and as Li Chui plummeted downwards, she encountered a steep slope. Before she could feel the pain, she began to roll further down, the sharp stones mercilessly jabbing at her frail body, inflicting agony that threatened to render her unconscious before she even reached the bottom. By the time she came to a halt on the steep incline, her body lay immobile. She attempted to call for help, but her cries went unanswered. After lying still for what seemed like an eternity, she finally regained some movement and began to claw her way out. Climbing back up was impossible, but she recalled a river nearby, beyond which lay a small village where she might seek assistance. However, she was clearly overly optimistic. The injuries she sustained were far too severe. Li Chui herself was oblivious to the extent of her wounds, and her battered body could hardly support her quest for help. As she crawled, exhaustion and pain overwhelmed her. She longed to rest for a moment, but her eyelids grew heavier with each passing second. In the distance, a persimmon tree hung with bright red lanterns swayed gently in the breeze. They must be sweet, she thought, and her son would surely love them. She had never bought him a single piece of candy during his childhood. She envisioned plucking those persimmons and placing them on the table, where her son would be greeted by their fragrant allure upon returning home. She longed to watch him eat and hear him say, "Mother, these persimmons are truly sweet." Gradually, Li Chui closed her eyes. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the trees as autumn arrived, heralding the onset of falling leaves. Chapter 34. The Sword of Destiny, Part 1. The alley where Tao's shop was located was long and elegant, with the afternoon sun streaming in to disperse the lingering clouds. When Feng Yuan arrived carrying a briefcase, he spotted Nanxing sitting at the entrance, basking in the sunlight, while the big yellow dog sat beside her, gnawing on a fake bone. The sunlight was warm, and the girl was beautiful. For the first time, Feng Yuan realized that Nanxing was merely a young woman, not the cold, unapproachable beauty he had imagined. As he approached, the big yellow dog barked at him, and Nanxing opened her eyes. The deep black of her gaze pierced the afternoon light, momentarily disorienting him. She looked at the hurried Feng Yuan and asked, "Do you have a mission?" Feng Yuan dreaded that question. His performance had consistently ranked first at the agency, earning him the title of a top agent with an impressive success rate. Yet, in Nanxing's presence, he felt inexplicably insecure. In comparison, he felt like the dregs. Dejectedly, he replied, "No." Feng Yuan patted his chest and remarked, "I'll find one soon." "Manager Feng is indeed busy, I understand," Nanxing said. "In the past, Boss Tao only looked after me, but now you have many others to manage, I understand." Feng Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and shifted to sit on a small stool, feeling her words were a mere affirmation cloaked in denial. For she did not truly understand, and a chill ran through him, reminding him of why he was there. He said, "Xiao Lang asked me to come and thank you. He mentioned that his grandfather passed away peacefully, and before he died, he said he had found his mother and seen her, leaving him without regrets in this life." Thinking of the mother who had endured a lifetime of hardship yet remained strong, and of Qiao Nian, who had always cared for her despite rumors that she had abandoned him for a better life, Nanxing's heart, as hard as diamond, softened slightly. She responded with a low then added, "We can look for new deals now." Finally steering away from the subject, Feng Yuan had no choice but to agree. Nanxing then said, "By the way, could you ask Xiao Lang if he can provide me with the information on Shirbalu?" Feng Yuan immediately shook his head. "Of course not. That's covered by a confidentiality agreement." "Well, you didn't sign a confidentiality agreement with him, did you? You can request the information." Feng Yuan suddenly halted, saying, "How could I have signed a contract with him? I don't even know him." Nanxing fixed her gaze on him, making Feng Yuan feel increasingly uneasy on his little stool. "You certainly know him, and you certainly know that he was introduced to the Qiao family through you, right?" Feng Yuan nearly jumped up in denial. "Absolutely not. It's not just him. Even Granny Han and Gu Daxian were introduced by you. No." Feng Yuan insisted. Nanxing continued to stare at him, her eyes like daggers, causing cold sweat to bead on Feng Yuan's brow. He felt defeated in front of Nanxing. He had no dignity left. "None whatsoever," he asked. "How do you know?" I thought I did a good job keeping it all under wraps. Good? Nanxing raised an eyebrow, questioning his misplaced confidence. Your methods are riddled with holes, she said. Do you remember that day when I entered old Master Qiao's hospital room? You introduced each of them to me one by one. Feng Yuan nodded. Of course. What is the issue with that? There is no issue with that, but then you introduced me to them, yet failed to mention Qiu Ci. Outside, you clearly knew he was Qiu Ci. But you didn't say anything once we were inside. Yeah, but what is the problem with that? Feng Yuan replied, then smacked his forehead. Oh, that is the flaw. He had no obligation to introduce Nanxing to someone who wasn't his employer. It wasn't his responsibility, he only needed to have them know who she was. Yet, he had casually introduced her to them, as if they needed to know who she was. This was unnecessary, for he was not their intermediary. And it wasn't required of him. If he had at least introduced Qiu Ci when introducing Nanxing, it would have concealed that he was not the intermediary for the three of them. Once Nanxing saw that he had processed this, she continued, moreover, when Gu Daxian said he wouldn't participate, you were the first to know and even said he told you he was withdrawing. Why did he tell you instead of Qiao Lang? Feng Yuan felt even more despondent. Is there more? Yes. When Granny Han deceived Qiao Lang, you were both anxious and furious, and when you came out, you were beside yourself with rage. Her deception didn't affect you in any way. You are my intermediary, I complete the transaction, and you earn your commission, so you should have been pleased, but you weren't. You were angry, which indicates something. You are also her intermediary. Her fraud has harmed your interests, which is why you are upset. Feng Yuan felt as if he were about to perish from the weight of this revelation. He helplessly asked, then why didn't you expose me at that time? Nanxing replied, your role as an intermediary for several people doesn't concern me. Feng Yuan thought she was oblivious. But it turned out she knew everything. She possessed the perspective of a higher power. He had no choice but to admit, yes, you guessed it. Qiao Lang entrusted our agency. All the people were sourced by us. He then lamented, because of Granny Han, I nearly ruined my reputation as a top agent. As he vented. Nanxing patiently waited for him to finish before speaking again. I need the information on Shirba Lu. Feng Yuan hesitated. That would be unethical. Feng Yuan. Nanxing paused, lowering her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. He is someone I must find, someone I know. You are aware of who I am and what I have been through. I must find him. Feng Yuan had never heard Nanxing speak in such a manner, let alone touch upon her past. Listening made his heart ache, such a strong girl, and he too wished to assist her. He felt a lump in his throat as he said, but I can't. I am a person of professional ethics. Oh? Nanxing instantly lifted her voice and gaze, declaring, I want to change agents. Feng Yuan, who had just felt sorrow and empathy, was now infuriated, exclaiming, go ahead. I can't betray my client's information. Nanxing ceased her inquiries. While she admired Feng Yuan's professional ethics, at that moment, she found him rather distasteful. You may leave. Feng Yuan snapped back to reality and paused to ask, are you truly going to replace me? Nanxing remained silent for a long while before responding, I need to receive a task within 3 days. The implication was clear. She wasn't changing agents. Feng Yuan understood, realizing that Nanxing wasn't a bad person and had no ill intentions, but everyone had their own professional ethics. Initially furious at her coercion, he no longer felt that way and quietly said, I'm sorry, Miss Nanxing. Afterward, Feng Yuan donned his hat and picked up his briefcase, determined to find a task for Nanxing. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in the briefcase, as if something were resting atop it. He looked down but saw nothing. Frowning, he wondered if it was merely his imagination. Once his figure disappeared down the alley, several sheets of paper flew toward Tao's shop, slowly landing in Nanxing's hands. The white paper, having absorbed the ink from the briefcase's contents, revealed a complete document as the ink morphed into tiny characters. Nanxing perused the materials and found the information on Shirba Lu. After reading, she set the paper ablaze. As the paper turned to ash, the ink evaporated into the air, returning to the various documents that had now turned blank in Feng Yuan's briefcase. Unbeknownst to him, after dealing with his grandfather's affairs, Qiao Lang appeared outside a hotel, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the 52nd floor. Upon exiting, he turned directly towards a guest room and knocked on the door. Moments later, someone answered. Seeing the visitor, Qiao Lang greeted, Mr. Li. The one who opened the door was Li Yuan, who stepped aside to let him in. Qiao Lang replied, I won't enter. We just had a death in the family. Please excuse me, Mr. Li. He handed over the briefcase, saying, "This is the information you requested." "Thank you," Li Yuan replied, adding, "You should take a few more days off. There's no rush." Xiao Lang responded, "My grandfather passed away at a ripe old age. Without suffering from illness or regrets, the family is holding up well emotionally, and I will return to work tomorrow." Li Yuan did not offer much persuasion, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Once he closed the door and returned inside, he announced, "The documents have been acquired." By the window sat a figure, Qiu Si, who gazed out from their lofty 52nd floor room, observing the illuminated Oriental Pearl Tower across the way, Shanghai's iconic landmark, unparalleled in its grandeur. He relished the view of the city adorned with myriad lights. Upon hearing that the documents had arrived, he reached out to take them and began to peruse their contents. Li Yuan inquired, "Why did you go to such lengths to retrieve the information on Shi Balu for her?" Qiu Si himself was uncertain, perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps because, seeing Nanxing's profound concern over Shi Balu, he wished to ascertain if he could be of any assistance. Suddenly, Li Yuan appeared to grasp the situation, remarking, "You care for her, and perhaps even harbor feelings." Qiu Si paused momentarily, responding, "Caring, yes. Liking, however, is another matter altogether." With a subtle smile, Li Yuan chose not to press further, suggesting, "You are no longer a child. Perhaps it's time to settle down and start a family." Qiu Si returned a smile, acknowledging the sentiment as he gathered the documents and made his way outside. Just then, Li Yuan's phone rang with a distinctive tone, one set specifically for a certain individual. As Qiu Si walked away, he chuckled, "Sister-in-law is here. I shall not intrude upon your time." Upon opening the door, he indeed found someone waiting at the threshold. He offered a gentlemanly bow, enunciating clearly, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Lin Manfeng, bored and preoccupied with tapping her left toes, glanced up upon hearing his voice and immediately complained, "Your brother is calling out again." Li Yuan chuckled, taking her hand to pull her inside, bidding Qiu Si farewell before shutting the door. The door closed with such haste that it conveyed no desire for him to linger. Left behind, Qiu Si sighed lightly, preparing to seek out Nanxing with the documents in hand. After a 3-hour taxi journey, Nanxing arrived at the relatively secluded Mingzhu community and located Building 11. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 7th floor, wondering if Shi Balu would be surprised to see her. Uncertain if he was home or who else might be present. A nagging question lingered in her mind. Who had given him the vermilion brush? The elevator came to a halt on the 7th floor, and as Nanxing stepped out, she noted that there were 6 households per floor. She found the door number and pressed the doorbell. A middle-aged woman opened the door, eyeing Nanxing through the security door. "Who are you looking for?" she queried. "I'm looking for Mr. Shi," Nanxing replied. The woman frowned, responding, "There is no Mr. Shi here. This is the 7th floor, not the 18th, and there is certainly no Mr. Shi." Suddenly comprehending, the woman became wary, her voice turning stern. "Let me tell you, my husband is home. So do not entertain any ill intentions with that." She swiftly shut the door, and Nanxing could hear the sound of 2 locks being secured. Nanxing paused, comparing this with the information she had pilfered from Feng Yuan. It was indeed the right place. It struck her that the information Shi Balu had provided to the agency was also false. She had been deceived. Chapter 35. The Sword of the Broken Neck, Part 2, Disheartened by the Ruse. Nanxing realized this meant the trail had gone cold. The range of the vermilion brush could extend no further than 1,000 meters, and even if she sent Xiao He and Xiao Bai to search, they could be lost for an eternity. After all, China is vast, and the world even more so. Regret washed over her. She wished she had subdued Shi Balu to extract the truth. As she walked through the alley, she soon heard De Huang's joyful barking. Perhaps Feng Yuan had bought him a bone again. Upon reaching Tao's shop, she spotted De Huang and a man playfully engaging with him. De Huang dashed to her feet, spinning in circles, bouncing joyfully with a ball in his mouth, nudging it toward her. Nanxing glanced at Qiu Si standing at the entrance, no longer questioning his presence but instead asking, "Did you buy that ball?" Qiu Si nodded. "Didn't you say that Boss Tao takes care of him? I thought to bring a small gift." "Then you can play with him," Nanxing replied, raising her hand to decline De Huang's exuberant greeting. She slowly approached the shop's entrance, retrieving a key to unlock the door. Qiu Si bent down to take the ball from De Huang's mouth, tossing it away down the alley. De Huang bolted after it. Eager to retrieve the ball, they entered the shop, the bell jingling merrily. ASGOCI examined the antiques more closely this time. He noted the haphazard arrangement of items from various eras, not displayed chronologically. A thought crossed his mind as he glanced toward the last shelf, where he spotted a Taodai wine cup. Did this imply that these antiques were acquired by Nan Xing during her tasks and then arranged here? Yet he recalled that Tao's shop had been established for hundreds of years, with this particular shop boasting a history of over a century. Surely, Nan Xing could not have been alive for a century. Qiu Ci suddenly sensed something amiss. Nan Xing had not asked him to leave nor accused him of being a stalker. Instead, she simply seated herself in the proprietor's chair, her expression indicating a lack of contentment. He sat across from her, smiling as he inquired, "What's wrong? Has someone upset you?" Nan Xing raised an eyebrow slightly, taking a moment before replying, "The information on Shi Balu is all fabricated." Qiu Ci paused. "Fabricated? Where did you obtain this information?" "From Feng Yuan," Nan Xing replied, then reconsidered. "It wouldn't be due to tarnish Feng Yuan's reputation," so she added, "I may have acquired it." Qiu Ci understood. Thus, the information that Li Yuan had obtained alongside Xiao Lang must also be false. There was no need for him to share this with Nan Xing. After pondering for a moment, Nan Xing asked, "What brings you here?" "To see De Huang." As he spoke, De Huang returned, ball in mouth, and Qiu Ci threw it again, prompting the dog to dash off once more. Nan Xing felt skeptical, yet could conjure no other rationale for his presence. She could not leap to conclusions based solely on suspicion. Qiu Ci turned to ask, "How is Boss Tao's health improving?" "Quite well," she replied. Upon hearing mention of Boss Tao, Nan Xing realized she could inquire if he had connections to locate Shi Balu. Given she was familiar with his appearance, "I must be on my way." Her dismissal was anything but subtle, and Qiu Ci recognized the cue. He stood up, but before he could exit, De Huang returned once again. Upon seeing Nan Xing holding a leash, he hastily concealed the ball in a nearby flower pot, obediently allowing her to fasten the leash. Observing this, Qiu Ci remarked, "Such a good boy. I had considered taking him home, but I lack a place to stay." Only then did Nan Xing piece together De Huang's backstory. When she first encountered Qiu Ci in the alley, De Huang had likely been a stray dog merely following him. She had mistakenly assumed he was Qiu Ci's pet, and when she confronted him, he had probably taken the blame to spare her feelings for De Huang. Later on, De Huang had been taken in by Boss Tao. With this clarity, Nan Xing's impression of Qiu Ci shifted significantly. She refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. Merely curious, she asked, "You have no permanent residence?" "To my knowledge, the Li family possesses numerous villas in Shanghai." "That may be true, but those are the Li family's villas. I bear the surname Qiu." Qiu Ci replied candidly, adding, "Moreover, my brother does not reside at the Li estate but in a hotel, where pets are not permitted." Nan Xing understood that Qiu Ci lacked a fixed abode. Yet it was puzzling that Li Yuan also did not reside at the Li family estate. However, she opted not to probe further. Asking too many questions would imply that she, too, had secrets to barter for information. Together, they emerged from the alley. As Nan Xing awaited her ride and settled into the car, she noticed the thin file folder in Qiu Ci's hand. Wondering what it contained, she thought little of it, shutting the door behind her, saying, "Goodbye." "Goodbye," Qiu Ci replied with a smile. Watching the taxi drive away, he glanced at the documents in his hand, pondering why Shi Balu had gone to such lengths to fabricate his identity. Even if the documents were false, that face could not be. The lead was not entirely lost. There was still more to uncover. Upon arriving at the hospital, Nan Xing found that Boss Tao had just stepped outside for a stroll. His health had improved significantly, allowing him to walk in the garden downstairs, though he still required a nurse's company and could not venture far. Initially, the hospital room housed only Boss Tao. However, another patient had since been admitted. This individual appeared gaunt, likely no more than 50, with an 4 drip attached, engrossed in a book. Noticing Nan Xing's entrance, he glanced toward the door, recognizing she was not a nurse, and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Nan Xing returned the gesture, settling beside Boss Tao's bed. Bored, she began peeling an apple, managing to slice 3 before Boss Tao returned. Upon spotting the 3 apples gradually turning yellow on the table, he asked, "Are you eating?" Nan Xing had no intention of doing so, replying, "You should eat." Boss Tao felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach and resolved to hide the apples once she departed. He asked, "Has Feng Yuan found you any work?" "None," she replied. "He has too many dealings to manage, and is not wholly focused on my affairs," resulting in a slow pace for transactions. With a slight smile, Boss Tao remarked, "He is not like me, however. He is the only one I can connect you with. Though he is verbose, he knows when to keep his mouth shut." Indeed. Nanxing, aware of the other patient in the room, refrained from discussing Shirba Lu, instead engaging in casual conversation. After a brief interval, a nurse entered, noting that the floor was nearly empty. She instructed an aide to fetch a wheelchair for the other patient, informing him, "It's time for your examination." Yang Dachuang set his book aside, addressing Boss Tao, "If my wife comes by, please let her know I have gone for an examination." Understood. Once Yang Dong had left, Boss Tao turned to Nanxing, asking, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Nanxing inquired, "Did Feng Yuan mention the last transaction to you?" He alluded to it somewhat in the midst of their investigation. The Qiao family sought the assistance of 5 mediums, one of whom was named Shirba Lu. His method of locating individuals involved tracing their blood, and he possessed a vermilion brush. Boss Tao paused momentarily. A vermilion brush? He had indeed heard from Nanxing about the origins and uses of the vermilion brush, as well as those who had previously owned it. Furrowing his brow, Nanxing remarked, "However, when I followed up on the information he left behind, I discovered that the address was false. I even suspect that his name might also be a fabrication. It was evident that concealing one's identity was no simple matter. Moreover, the practice of locating individuals through blood and the use of a vermilion brush prompted Boss Tao to inquire, 'Do you have a portrait of him?' 'No, but I can find someone to paint one,' she replied. 'Very well, you seek out an artist and I will investigate further,' Boss Tao instructed. Nanxing hesitated slightly before saying, 'I refrain from seeking a portrait out of consideration for you. Just tell me whom I can approach, and I shall go.' Boss Tao shook his head. 'You need not concern yourself with this matter. There is no need for me to handle it personally. Rest assured, as your grandfather, I wish to spend many more years with you.' Nanxing pressed her lips together. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and a slender woman in her 40s entered without knocking. Realizing her oversight only after seeing Boss Tao and a young woman staring at her, with an apologetic smile, she said, 'I hope I did not startle you both.' 'My apologies,' Boss Tao replied, 'Not at all. De Chuang has gone for an examination and asked me to inform you that I still missed him. It's all my fault. The traffic was terrible. Had I known, I would have taken the subway.' Jiang Fan approached Yang Dechuang's bed, placed her bag on a small cabinet, then filled a kettle with hot water, washed his cup, wiped the table clean, and neatly arranged his bed cover. Her efficiency and diligence were evident. After completing these tasks, Jiang Fan, waiting for her husband, appeared momentarily lost in thought, her eyes reddening as she fought back tears. She quickly composed herself, fearing her husband would notice her distress, and took her bag to step outside for a moment of calm before returning. Once she left, Boss Tao remained silent for a while before saying, "The attending physician has informed me that the success rate for your husband's condition is only 30%. The costs are exorbitant, and success is not guaranteed. The family should discuss whether to proceed with the surgery." Nanxing pondered for a moment before asking, if successful, how long can he expect to live? 3 to 5 years. Boss Tao replied, "Without surgery, he may live no longer than 6 months. The situation was dire. With only a 30% chance of success, the risk of surgery loomed large, while the alternative offered little comfort. If fortunate, one might gain an additional 5 years. However, if it failed, the outcome would be immediate. Even without intervention, there remained a possibility of 6 more months. Upon returning from his examination, Yang Dechuang noticed the tidied bed and brightened. "Boss Tao, has my wife been here?" Boss Tao smiled in response, and Yang Dechuang remarked, "See, I told you. My wife is the most capable person in the world." Nanxing, having heard countless praises from women about their husbands, seldom encountered a man extolling his wife. Yet, the joy radiating from Yang Dechuang's pallid face was filled with pride. In Chapter 36, The Sword of Destiny, Part 3, Jiang Fan, having regained her composure, overheard her husband praising her from the doorway, nearly bringing her to tears once more. She forced a smile as she entered, saying, "How can you praise someone in front of others? Aren't you embarrassed?" Yang Dechuang replied cheerfully, "Embarrassed? It's the truth." Jiang Fan turned to Boss Tao and Nanxing with a hint of shyness, adding, "He just loves to talk nonsense." Approaching the bedside, she noticed her husband's complexion had worsened since yesterday, and her heart sank. Yang Dechuang, noticing her concern, said brightly, "I just had my examination, and if the results indicate I'm fit for surgery, then let us proceed." Jiang Fan, alarmed, responded, with only a 30% success rate. Perhaps we should wait until you're feeling better, but delaying might worsen the situation, Yang Dechuang countered. There's a 30% chance after all. We must try. If fortune smiles upon us, I could live for 5 more years. Enough to celebrate your 50th birthday. Jiang Fan fell silent, torn between hope and fear. A 30% chance might warrant a gamble in business or investment, but when it comes to a human life, that figure felt alarmingly low. We must at least inform Ade and the others, Jiang Fan suggested. Yang Dechuang's expression darkened, and he retorted, what do I need to tell those ungrateful children? I'll only see them when it's time to divide my estate. I've been hospitalized for so long, and not one of them has shown their face. If I die, don't be soft-hearted. Keep the money close to you, for they'll only think of themselves. Jiang Fan quickly interjected, why are you so angry? The surgery hasn't even taken place yet. Don't speak of dying. As the couple exchanged familial pleasantries, Nanxing decided to seek an artist to create a portrait of Shirbelu, intending to return and present it to Boss Teoda. As she opened the door, she encountered a man in a white coat, likely a doctor around 60 years old, who was not Boss Tao's attending physician but rather Yang Dechuang's. Not lingering, Nanxing closed the door and stepped out. Finding an artist was not a daunting task, yet it demanded time. After all, the artist had never seen Shirbelu. Thus, a sketch based on descriptions required several revisions before capturing an accurate likeness of him. This process consumed an entire afternoon. Upon returning to the hospital with the portrait, Nanxing presented it to Boss Tao, who examined it and inquired, how closely does it resemble him? About 90%, she replied. His features suggest cunning, yet he does not appear malevolent. Boss Tao nodded and sent the image to a friend, assuring her, just a moment. It will be resolved shortly. Before Boss Tao's friend could provide any information, 3 young men, all in their 20s, entered without knocking, rushing toward Yang Dechuang's bed and calling out, Dad. Yang Dechuang turned to them with evident disdain. Jiang Fan stood up, saying, You've come. The 3 sons did not take seats but inquired about their father's condition, falling silent thereafter. After a pause, one finally said, Dad, Mom mentioned that the surgery's success rate is only 30%. Yang Dechuang exhaled sharply, responding, Indeed, 30% is far too risky, and even with such a gamble, it would only extend your life by 3 to 5 years. The risk is too great, one son added. Exactly, Dad. A 30% success rate is hardly reassuring. Why not wait to see if other hospitals are willing to take you? Jiang Fan sighed, saying, Dr. Huang, your father's attending physician, specializes in this condition and is well regarded in the country. There is no better option than here. The sons grew agitated, one exclaiming, Mom, but the success rate is only 30%. Yang Dechuang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, Are you trying to prevent me from taking risks, or do you simply not want me to spend money on them? Taken aback, the 3 sons paused before quickly responding, Dad, what are you saying? Even if your surgery costs 50 or 60,000, plus the recovery expenses, that is still just the price of a small, rundown house. How can that compare to your life? And the success rate is far too low at only 30%. Yang Dechuang scoffed, That house was bought with my money. Even if I sell it, I owe you nothing. I've been in the hospital for so long, moving from emergency care to internal medicine and then to surgery. Where have you been? Now that surgery is on the table and money is involved, you suddenly show up as dutiful sons? It's too late. His words were blunt and unyielding, leaving the 3 sons feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet the reality of their father's money kept them from walking away. Fearing her husband's temper would flare further, Jiang Fan urged them to leave. The commotion drew the attention of the doctor's office on the same floor, and soon Dr. Huang appeared, approaching the 3 young men and admonishing. Do you not realize that a patient cannot be upset? You call him Dad. Do you not know how to act like sons? The 3, unafraid of a doctor, retorted defiantly, If my dad dies on the operating table, I'll hold you accountable. Dr. Huang was taken aback by such harsh words coming from a son. Suddenly, a broomstick fell upon one of the sons, causing him to spin around in pain, only to find it was his mother wielding it. Dumbfounded, he exclaimed, Mom, why did you hit me? Jiang Fan glared at him, rebuking, Why would you curse your father? Do you wish to incite a medical mishap? You ungrateful child. With that, she began swinging the broom again, forcing her sons to retreat in defeat. Yang Dechuang fumed after they left, continuing to berate, They're all bloodsuckers, ungrateful wretches. He sighed heavily, turning to his wife. If I die, make sure to keep the money close. Live well for yourself. Jiang Fan frowned, replying, why do you keep talking nonsense? Dr. Huang sighed softly, stating, tomorrow, our surgical team will convene to discuss and schedule the operation. Yang Dechuang nodded, saying, thank you. After the chaos, tranquility returned to the hospital room. Yang Dechuang sighed once more, telling his wife, you should go eat. The caregiver will bring my meal shortly. Jiang Fan, lacking an appetite, glanced at her emaciated husband, fearing that lingering too long might bring tears, and thus she took her leave. Once she departed, Yang Dechuang apologized to Boss Tao for the earlier disturbance. After lying in silence for a while, feeling unsettled, he decided to sit in a wheelchair and requested the caregiver to take him outside for a stroll. Boss Tao remarked, a 30% success rate is indeed quite low. However, it was excessive for his son to utter such words. Having encountered such situations frequently, Nanxing felt little emotional disturbance. Her gaze wandered to the table. Where the remnants of apples had vanished, Boss Tao, as if perceiving her thoughts, let out a discreet sigh of relief. At that moment, a text message arrived, and Boss Tao glanced at his phone before handing it to Nanxing. It contained the current address of Shibalu, which turned out to be a hotel. Nanxing quickly searched, discovering it was approximately half an hour away. She immediately rose and, as she walked, announced her departure, which barely qualified as a farewell. Boss Tao picked up the phone left on the bed. The individual's information was still incomplete. Only the address remained. However, it was a hotel address, and Shibalu might no longer be there. Shortly after, another message arrived from that side, continuing the search. After leaving the hospital, Nanxing took a taxi to the Kane Hotel, located on the 16th floor. Upon entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 18th floor, her fingers hesitated momentarily. The 18th floor belonged to Shibalu. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over her. This was likely another false lead. Perhaps Shibalu had once resided there, but now that the matter concerning Mr. Qiao was resolved, he had likely departed. Nanxing canceled her selection for the 18th floor and pressed the button for the 16th. Upon reaching the 16th floor, she approached the hotel front desk and inquired, hello, has the gentleman in room 1806 checked out? I knocked earlier, but there was no response. The receptionist initially regarded her with a glance before checking the records and eventually replied, he just checked out. Mr. Sure has checked out? Nanxing furrowed her brow. I have crucial information to deliver to him. Mr. Sure? The receptionist verified the details and, with a smile, said, Miss, perhaps you have mistaken the room number? The gentleman in room 1806 does not have the surname Sure. Nanxing paused, realizing Shibalu had indeed been a complete fabrication. She continued to frown, asking, could he be in another room? She scrolled through her phone, pretending to check messages, stating, he was indeed in room 1806. The receptionist patiently explained, but due to privacy regulations, she could not divulge any further useful information. Hotel stays require identification, unless Shibalu had even forged that. However, following the clues, she at least confirmed that the name Shibalu was a ruse. With further investigation, she would eventually uncover the truth she sought. I apologize, miss. The receptionist finally sensed her agitation and suggested, why not ask Mr. Sure directly which room he is in, since you have important matters to discuss with him. You must know his room number, correct? Please inquire, and I will wait here for you. With no other options, Nanxing was about to leave when she suddenly heard someone nearby say, please assist this young lady with her inquiries. I will inform your manager about this matter. If any consequences arise, let him seek me out. The voice was unfamiliar, yet the face she glanced at seemed vaguely recognizable. She had seen it in various financial newspapers. The receptionist appeared somewhat hesitant, but still quietly acknowledged, yes, Mr. Li Yuan, Qiu Si's elder brother. Nanxing hesitated, but ultimately said, thank you. Li Yuan extended his hand, saying, I've seen you before, Miss Nanxing, when you were leaving Baozhu Mountain. Nanxing shook his hand. The grip was perfectly balanced, neither too firm nor too weak, and the duration was just right, neither prolonged nor brief, a quintessential gentleman, or perhaps a typical businessman. Suddenly, Nanxing recalled the receptionist's demeanor towards him, as if he were a regular patron of the establishment. Moreover, Qiu Si had just mentioned that Li Yuan did not reside in any of the Li family's villas, but rather in a hotel. Could it be this very hotel? Li Yuan inquired. What brings you here, Miss Nanxing? Did Qiu Si not inform you? No, I only know that after obtaining the information about Shirbalu from me, he went to find you. Then I saw you appear here, but I remember that the information did not mention that Shirbalu was staying here, so I am unclear about your purpose for coming." Nanxing paused, realizing that Qiu Xi had requested Shirbalu's information from Li Yuan and then sought her out. Yet he had not given her any. No, Qiu Xi had indeed come to the Tao family store. He was not merely there to see De Huang, but to deliver information to her. She recalled the briefcase he had, which likely contained the details about Shirbalu. It seemed he had heard her mention that she had obtained the information from Feng Yuan. Hence, he did not pass it on to her. Li Yuan glanced at his watch and remarked, "I must return to my room." As he spoke, he handed her a business card, saying, "Here is my card." Nanxing accepted it, and the receptionist, noticing that there were no other guests at the moment, quietly asked, "Miss, is there something you wish to inquire about?" Nanxing regained her focus and replied, "I need the identification information of the guest in room 06. "Certainly, please hold on." Chapter 37. The Sword of Throat Cutting, Part 4, Zhao Qi. Male, 27 years old, residence not in Shanghai, but 2 provinces away. Nanxing scanned the information quickly and then looked up at the front desk, asking, "Is there anyone booked for room 1806? "Not yet." "Then I would like to reserve it for one night." Nanxing took the room card, snapped a photo of the displayed information on the computer, and as she walked toward the elevator, she sent the photo to Boss Tao. If her friend's inquiry matched the information from his side, it could confirm that Shirbalu was indeed Zhao Qi. Yet, she could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Zhao Qi was also a false identity. This matter surrounding Shirbalu had escalated from being merely cautious to being cunning as a fox. As the elevator arrived, she stepped inside, and just as she sent the photo, someone behind her remarked, "Miss Xingxing, hasn't anyone told you not to use your phone in the elevator?" Nanxing paused, turning to see Qiu Xi. And suddenly all the words Li Yuan had spoken connected in her mind. Qiu Xi had sought information from Li Yuan for her sake. A jolt of surprise coursed through Nanxing, and she turned her head back, saying, "No." Qiu Xi smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" "Shirbalu previously resided here," Nanxing added, "on the 18th floor." Qiu Xi expressed regret, saying, "I've always stayed on the 19th floor." Upon hearing this, Nanxing felt a tinge of regret as well. They shared a moment of silence before Nanxing continued, "I just booked room 1806 and planned to take a look. It likely wouldn't yield any clues. The hotel was renowned for its cleanliness and service, and it was unlikely she would find even a single hair." The elevator stopped on the 18th floor, and they both exited. Upon reaching the door of the room, Qiu Xi hesitated again, suddenly realizing it might not be appropriate for them to enter together in case someone saw them. Nanxing, not noticing he hadn't followed her in, stepped inside. The bed was neatly made, and the furniture was orderly, suggesting it had just been cleaned. She checked the pillow, and indeed, as Qiu Xi had said, there wasn't a single hair in sight. Typically, she found hotels to be too filthy. Now, she thought them excessively pristine. The room left no trace of any clues. Upon exiting, Nanxing spotted Qiu Xi leaning against the wall, both not entering and not leaving. When Qiu Xi saw her emerge, he inquired, "No clues?" "None." He didn't stay long. "And it's a hotel. It's normal not to find clues. I recall the information didn't mention that Shirbalu was staying here." "How did you find this place?" "The information is false. You know that, so I sought out the artist, had his face drawn, and gave it to a friend. My friend discovered his name is Zhao Qi. And recent information indicates he resides here. By the way, I was able to obtain his accommodation details thanks to your brother's assistance." Qiu Xi appeared somewhat surprised yet puzzled. His brother, who typically didn't engage with strangers, had proactively helped Nanxing. Nanxing added, "I'll return the card at the front desk and then head back to the Tao family store." "All right, I'll return to my room." Qiu Xi pondered for a moment before saying, "I have some connections as well. If Zhao Qi is indeed his real name, perhaps I can investigate further." Nanxing nodded and attempted to send the information she had just captured on her phone to him, only to realize she had missed a step. Qiu Xi noticed and chuckled, saying, "Come, let us at each other as friends." With only Boss Tao in her friend circle, Nanxing hesitated for a moment but ultimately handed over the QR code. "Friend request sent. Friend request accepted. You are now friends and can start chatting." Nanxing noted Qiu Xi's name as Qiu Xi, while he labeled her as Xingxing Girl. After sending him the photo, she proceeded to the front desk to check out. Qiu Xi examined the information, then glanced at Nanxing's default avatar on her phone. After putting away his phone, Qiu Xi felt a slight heaviness, as if the addition of a new person had made it a tad heavier. On her way back, Nanqing received a message from Boss Tao. His friends had uncovered further details regarding Zhao Qi. Turned out he was a wealthy heir, currently holding a nominal position in the family business. Rarely present at the company, and had a penchant for traveling the world in the past 2 years. I have curbed my wanderlust, leaving little to no record of international travel, and even domestic excursions have become scarce. Nanqing contemplated. Zhao Qi indeed resembled a curious and idle scion of wealth, seemingly unburdened by responsibility. If one were to assert that the vermilion brush was merely a tool for practice, it would make sense. The crux of the matter remained. From whence did he acquire this vermilion brush? Reclining upon her bed, Nanqing found herself lost in thought, gazing at her phone. While Zhao Qi's dossier was already quite substantial, she still yearned for more, perhaps driven by the hope of catching a glimpse of her cousin's presence within the records, yet she found none. Suddenly, the screen of her phone illuminated, revealing an unfamiliar dialog box. Upon recognizing the name, her hand trembled, and the device struck her face, causing her to clutch her aching nose, enduring the pain before retrieving her phone once more. It was Qiu Xi, who had sent a plethora of information regarding Zhao Qi. Lying in bed and gazing out at the river view, Qiu Xi soon received a reply, which elicited a smile from him. Whether it was indifference or mere lethargy, he casually remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall embark on a task. Remember to tend to your wound. Until we meet again." Holding her phone, Nanqing did not see any further messages from Qiu Xi. She checked twice, yet the screen remained dark. Eventually, she fell into slumber, unaware that for 2 consecutive days, she would continue to receive tidbits of information about Zhao Qi. During daylight, she would walk her dog and keep company with Boss Tao, while at night she resided alone in the Tao family's establishment. Feng Yuan had also not made an appearance in 2 days, failing to deliver new assignments, leaving her to ponder whether he had absconded. On this particular day, she took De Huang to visit Boss Tao at the hospital. Upon entering the ward, she found the bed of Yang Dachuang conspicuously empty, who had been bedridden for days. She had been deeply impressed by the man who, despite his grave illness, maintained an optimistic demeanor. Regaling his wife with jokes, noticing her gaze linger on the empty bed, Boss Tao remarked, "He was taken into surgery this morning. It has already been 3 hours." Nanqing nodded, glancing at the table, where no apples were in sight. She seated herself beside him, inquiring, "How long until you are discharged?" With Feng Yuan's disappearance, she mused that if he did not return soon, she would seek him out at the intermediary agency. "They are likely searching for you a new assignment. Your line of work is not easily found, after all, as trust is a rare commodity," Boss Tao advised, adding, "You ought to take a breather. After years of relentless pursuit, it is time for you to rest." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Nanqing halt, her gaze transfixed upon Yang Dachuang's bed, enveloped in a long silence. The surgery had failed. Yang Dachuang had passed away. The success rate of such an operation was inherently low. And in her grief, Jiang Fun did not lay blame upon the attending physician. Yet, Dr. Huang was burdened with guilt, as he was nearing retirement. The hospital had ceased to assign him surgeries, but believing the odds of success for Yang Dachuang were slim. He felt uneasy entrusting the procedure to another doctor, thus he requested to perform the operation himself. Alas, the outcome was still a failure. Emerging from the operating room, Dr. Huang turned back to gaze upon Yang Dachuang's lifeless form. Frozen in disbelief for an extended moment, it was only when a nurse called to him that he snapped back to reality, his heart heavy with the tears of Mrs. Yang, drowned in her heart-wrenching sobs. Perhaps had another physician conducted the surgery, success might have been achieved. Dr. Huang was stricken with sorrow, and for the first time in his long career, he found himself unable to endure the weight of death, collapsing into unconsciousness. Hours later, Jiang Fun, accompanied by her family, sought to procure a death certificate for her husband, preparing to send him to the crematorium. N01 anticipated the arrival of her 3 sons, who stormed into the hospital with a fierce demeanor, bringing along a dozen men, seizing a nurse and demanding, "Where is the office of the surgical department? Where is Dr. Huang? Bring him out. He must pay for the death." Just as Dr. Huang had regained his senses, he hurried down the stairs, only to be confronted by the enraged men who grabbed him by the collar and struck him in the face. Shouting, "You killed my father, quack. For the sake of profit from surgeries, you toyed with my father's life. Quack." Security personnel rushed to the scene, confronting the raucous Mob At that moment, Jiang Fan emerged from her sorrow, hearing her eldest son, Ada, leading the commotion. Stumbling into the lobby, she witnessed him grasping Dr. Huang's collar, fists raised, and in a fit of rage, she pushed her son aside, exclaiming, "What are you causing such a ruckus for? Where were you when your father was hospitalized? Where were you during the surgery? Now that he is gone, you bring a crowd to create a scene, pretending to be a dutiful son." Ada protested vehemently, "Mother, this quack killed father. I am avenging him, unfilial son." Jiang Fan raised her hand to strike him, her voice booming, "Is money truly so precious? Stop this nonsense. The consent for the surgery was signed by your father and me. If anyone should be causing a scene, it is I. You should have been thrown out when your father sought to disown you, and I should not have covertly paid off your gambling debts." Ada, taken aback by her shove, retorted angrily, "Mother, you are being foolish. Whose side are you on? This quack killed our father. He must pay, and the hospital must compensate." Overcome with grief, Jiang Fan found her son's unreasonable behavior and public disgrace infuriating, and in a fit of anger, she grabbed a broom and swung it at him. However, Ada, a robust man, easily evaded her strike, seizing the broom from her grasp and yanking it away, causing Jiang Fan to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Ada paused, only to find his uncles and aunts rushing over, pointing fingers at him and denouncing him for his lack of filial piety. Realizing his wrongdoing, Ada relinquished the broom and fled in disgrace. Jiang Fan knelt on the floor, weeping bitterly, heartbroken over her husband's departure and filled with resentment towards her son for his disobedience. Dr. Huang, with bruises on his face from the blows, did not leave. He knelt beside her, wishing to offer words of comfort or apology, yet he found himself unable to speak. If only another doctor had performed the surgery, perhaps it would not have ended in failure. This thought plagued Dr. Huang's mind, as his lifelong dedication to healing had now withered alongside his passion for medicine. His scalpel had extinguished the fervor he once held for the art of healing. Chapter 38. The Sword of the Severed Throat, Part 5. The absence of Yang Dachuang left the ward considerably quieter. His belongings had yet to be collected, and after being roused by her son's anger the previous day, Jiang Fan had only just begun to regain her composure. Upon entering, her eyes were red and swollen, and upon seeing Boss Tao and Nanqing present, with her husband's bed now vacant, tears streamed anew down her cheeks. "Madam Yang, please accept my condolences," Boss Tao offered gently. "Do not grieve excessively." Jiang Fan nodded, choking on her words. As tears flowed, she began to gather her husband's possessions. Moments later, a nurse hurried in, exclaiming, "Madam Yang, your sons are back?" Taken aback, Jiang Fan's anger flared once more, and she abandoned her task, rushing outside. The commotion outside was deafening. The mournful sounds of a funeral procession echoed from below. Nanqing furrowed her brow and approached the window, where she beheld Ada clad in mourning attire, cradling an urn in his arms, flanked by over 20 individuals, one of whom brandished a banner that read, "The Quack Physician, Return My Father," in stark white letters on a black background. A blatant display of public outrage. Boss Tao, having approached her side, remarked, "When his father was alive, it was unknown that his son possessed such filial piety. The hearts of men can be truly vile." Nanqing pondered silently. "Why do they resort to such public outcry? Who can say?" Boss Tao replied. "Perhaps they believe themselves invulnerable to illness, feeling no need for doctors or hospitals. In the days of the Republic, hospitals were a rarity. The impoverished could not gain entry, reserved solely for the privileged. The greater the number of people, the more chaotic the situation becomes. Yet, even amidst the disorder, doctors remain indispensable, as patients far outnumber physicians." Ding dong. The sound of a notification jolted Boss Tao, who instinctively reached for his phone, only to realize it was on the bedside table while the sound seemed to emanate from nearby. He paused. Noticing Nanqing had taken out her phone. "Have you changed the dressing?" he inquired. Nanqing pressed her lips together, replying, "No." She then stowed her phone away and met Boss Tao's gaze, which bore an expression of surprise. "What is it?" she questioned, frowning. Boss Tao hesitated, yearning to inquire whom she had added as a friend. Having known her for so long, he had been her sole companion for the better part of his life. With the advent of social media, she had remained friendless. Now, however, her list of acquaintances had expanded by one. An inexplicable sense of relief washed over Boss Tao, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart, granting him a sense of reassurance regarding his granddaughter's future. Nanqing's attention returned to the ground, where she observed Dr. Huang exiting. After a brief moment, Jiang Fan chased after him, shoving him back inside. She attempted to strike Ada with the broom again, but this time Ada was prepared. With a glance, he signaled others to come forth and restrain Jiang Fan. Had it not been for the timely arrival of hospital security, Dr. Huang would have undoubtedly faced further violence. The scene devolved into chaos once more, as the hospital became a hub of unrest, with individuals taking photographs and shouting slogans emblazoned on the banners. The uproar persisted for a full 2 hours until the hospital resorted to calling the police, at which point the crowd finally dispersed. By evening, as Nanqing departed the hospital, she spotted Dr. Huang seated on a bench in the corridor. His posture was hunched, as if an immense burden pressed down upon his shoulders, rendering him incapable of standing upright, his demeanor steeped in gloom and regret. As Nanqing walked past him, she pressed the elevator button, but Dr. Huang remained motionless, entrenched in his sorrow. Dr. Huang, a fellow physician clad in a white coat, approached, stating, "The director has convened a meeting. The hospital has decided that you should take some time off to recuperate until this matter has settled. Rest assured, the hospital will not compromise on this issue. Nor will it affect your retirement. It is my fault," Dr. Huang lamented. Dr. Huang slowly raised his head, revealing an exceedingly haggard visage. He lamented, "Had I not been compelled to perform surgery for Yang Dachuang and entrusted it to another physician, perhaps it would have been successful." The man paused, firmly grasped his shoulder, and said, "Old Huang, this is not your fault. You are the most authoritative figure in this field. Your thoughts on the matter are misguided. Do you recall the look in Yang Dachuang's eyes at the end? He bore no grudge against you. The success rate of this surgery was inherently low. Had it been conducted by another doctor, the odds would have been even less than 30%. The responsibility does not lie with you. It is not that I am wrong," Dr. Huang trembled, "but rather that I overestimated my abilities. I caused his demise." The elevator arrived and Nanqing stepped inside, still able to hear Dr. Huang's voice, quaking with self-reproached. As the doors closed, only the sound of the elevator's operation remained. Yet, Dr. Huang's trembling voice lingered in Nanqing's ears. The final surgery before his retirement had failed. This would likely become a lifelong burden for him. 3 days passed, and Feng Yuan had yet to appear, not even a phone call. Nanqing had resolved to dismiss him. However, she found little time to ponder Feng Yuan's situation, as the information gathering on Zhao Qi had been increasing, revealing more and more details, particularly about Zhao Qi's fiancé Yi, which piqued her curiosity. Prior data indicated that Zhao Qi was once a notorious playboy, fond of wandering. However, upon meeting a girl named Tang Mi, he settled down and ceased his escapades. The timing of his transformation coincided with 2 years ago. When he met Tang Mi, Nanqing wished to find Zhao Qi, to witness firsthand what had quelled his infidelity and who had ignited his interest in metaphysics. Just as she booked her flight to Zhao Qi's city, the doorbell chimed. With Boss Tao absent and Feng Yuan not arriving, the shop, situated in a secluded area, rarely saw customers. Surprised by the presence of someone, Nanqing looked up to see a well-dressed woman in her 50s, her hair streaked with gray. The woman, upon noticing her, politely nodded and inquired, "Are you Miss Nanqing?" To be found and addressed by name suggested she was no stranger. "Yes," Nanqing replied. The woman continued, "I was sent by Boss Tao. My surname is Zhang, and my husband, Dr. Huang, is a physician." Suddenly realizing, Nanqing asked, "Dr. Huang?" "Yes," Mrs. Huang replied, entering with a slightly weary expression. "Boss Tao has informed me of your situation. Although I do not believe in these supernatural matters, I find myself without alternatives." "You are here for Dr. Huang?" "Yes, I wish to make a transaction." Mrs. Huang showed no fear or hesitation, stating, "I want my husband to understand that he is not at fault in this matter. He did his utmost, and this burden should not rest upon him. If this thorn is not removed, even in retirement, for another 60 years, he will carry this with him. His last surgery before retirement did not succeed." Mrs. Huang had observed her husband's inability to let go. She wished to convey to him that he was not to blame. Yang Dachuang's wife did not blame him either. Everyone knows the success rate of the surgery was merely 30%, which is hardly high. Yet, my husband remains consumed with guilt. muttering "I'm sorry" in his sleep. "Very well," Nanxing replied. "The condition is that you must surrender your eyes in your next life." Mrs. Huang would not hesitate, even if it meant relinquishing her current sight. She nodded gently, though some doubt lingered as she cautiously asked, "Is it truly possible?" "Yes, but not immediately. I still need to locate an object capable of resurrecting Yang Dachuang, which will require some time." Mrs. Huang expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I entrust this to you." As she exited Tao's shop, the bell jingled, the clear sound soothing her troubled heart, as if bringing her a measure of calm. After walking a few steps, she turned back to glance at the peculiar little shop, suddenly recalling her inexplicable belief in all this. Perhaps it was because there seemed to be no other option. Her husband, an exceptionally skilled physician, could not heal his own emotional wounds. She, though not a doctor, wished to cure her husband even once, regardless of the price of her eyesight. Mrs. Huang thought, a flicker of hope igniting within her, praying for success. Meanwhile, Nanxing at Tao's shop closed her eyes in deep contemplation, hoping that the object she sought would not be too far away and would not delay her search for Zhao Qi. Unfortunately, what she could sense was far from that point. Rubbing her forehead, she pondered whether to seek Zhao Qi first or the ancient artifact. After a moment's hesitation, Nanxing resolved to pursue the artifact first. Having booked her flight, she purchased a selection of fruits for Boss Tao and, before leaving, remarked, "You are indeed reliable. Once this matter is settled, I shall dismiss Feng Yuan." Boss Tao replied, "Feng Yuan is not that type of person. Perhaps he is entangled in something. Otherwise, this behavior is uncharacteristic of him." Nanxing remained silent. Boss Tao added, "Be cautious on your journey." "Indeed," Nanxing affirmed, stepping out alone once more. Before she even reached the airport, she received a text from Qiu Ci, a solitary comma. Far away in another province, Qiu Ci awaited her reply. It would no longer be a period, but a string of ellipses. He chuckled softly, amused by Nanxing's stubborn nature. Yet, tonight was perhaps a cause for celebration, as he had finally received a second form of response from the starry maiden. 1 period, followed by a series of ellipses. Once the punctuation ran out, he expected a simple hymn or something of the sort. Others noticed his cheerful mood and asked, "What has you so elated? Chatting with your girlfriend?" "Not quite." Qiu Ci tucked his phone away, gazing into the distance. "What treasure have you unearthed?" "I'm not certain. It appears to be a Ming Dynasty burial site, but we'll only know for sure later." The person clapped him on the shoulder. "Thanks to you, we were able to pinpoint this location so quickly. Do share your secret on how to unearth treasures with mere human eyes, without any detection equipment. It's a secret. Come on, sharing would benefit the nation, but just don't use your skills to assist tomb raiders, or I'll have to report you." Qiu Ci chuckled, watching the bustling crowd engaged in their measurements and assessments of the site. "You should head back." The other man smiled, taking a sip of water before returning to work. Qiu Ci gazed into the distance, speculating that the owner of the burial site was from the Ming Dynasty, possibly even a military general. He pondered what treasures might be discovered, regardless of what was unearthed. However, it would have to be turned over to the state, and as compensation, he wished to visit the museum to see the artifacts not displayed to the public. After that, he would return, wondering if Nanxing had changed her bandages. He felt certain she had not. She was far too careless about her health. Chapter 39. The Sword of Severed Throats. 6. The autumn wind was desolate. Upon disembarking from the plane, Nanxing felt the chill in the air, cooler than that of Shanghai, and as the cold wind hit her, she lowered her head and sneezed. Her health had been deteriorating lately. She grasped her wrist, noting that her pulse had weakened significantly. As she withdrew her hand, her gaze fell upon her palm, wrapped in bandages. She had forgotten to change her dressings. Thoughts of Qiu Ci crossed her mind, although he had reminded her once before his departure and again in a text. She still neglected to do so. "Well, it doesn't matter. I want to run into him anyway. I can change the dressings when I return." Nanxing took a car north from the airport. Upon hearing her destination and noticing her large backpack, the driver remarked, "Are you here for the renowned site?" "Renowned?" She feigned ignorance, but the driver continued, "With that big bag, it's obvious. Haven't you heard about the discovery of a Ming Dynasty burial site? The archaeological team is there, digging up a trove of treasures. They're still excavating as we speak. Domestic media and archaeology enthusiasts have flocked there in droves. But I must say, young lady, what is so fascinating about the belongings of the deceased? Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Everyone will die eventually, Nanxing replied, then asked, have there been any reports on whose tomb it is? No, the driver replied, and that's the strange part. Typically, a tomb owner has an inscription. But this one is curious, plenty of items, yet no name. Surely, it must belong to a military general. The driver spoke with conviction. Why do you assume it's a general? There was a sword found beside him. Unearthed just a moment ago, and I watched the live broadcast. Incredible. After so many years, that sword gleamed brilliantly. The driver continued, but there are also many books, suggesting he was a well-rounded individual. Nanxing listened to the driver's scattered analysis. The destination drew closer. Upon arrival, she could see a roped-off area with a dozen people intently working within it. Some stood outside, watching, most of them mere spectators. Nanxing ventured toward the site, noticing the small white papers fluttering in the air. The treasures within, yet retrieving them under the gaze of so many seemed a daunting task. She approached the crowd, looking towards the burial site. The site was not particularly large, but it held a considerable amount of items, haphazardly placed without any apparent order, as if they had been tossed in temporarily. The artifacts, while valuable in the present day, were likely commonplace cooking vessels in their time and hardly regarded as treasures. However, Nanxing sensed the aura of that treasured sword. Its presence was formidable, and even ensconced within layers of wrappings, it did not diminish in its imposing might. It must be an exceptionally sharp blade, exuding an aura reminiscent of royalty. Yet, this tomb, which appeared rather modest, did not seem to belong to an emperor. It was certain that this sword had once served a sovereign. The sword lay in a box, carefully placed by the archaeological team, and all Nanxing could see were the cloths that enveloped it, unable to gaze upon the sword itself. For the time being, the sword, along with other antiquities, was sent to the Bureau of Cultural Relics for safekeeping. Nanxing turned back to the main road and began to inquire about the local Cultural Relics Bureau. If she could obtain the architectural blueprints, infiltrating the place to steal would not be difficult. However, she would either need to seek out Boss Tao or find Feng Yuan. Not wanting to burden Boss Tao with such matters, she decided it would have to be the mysteriously missing Feng Yuan. Ultimately, Nanxing dialed the number she was reluctant to call. Hello? The voice on the other end was faint, as if its owner had endured a beating. Miss Nanxing, I am unwell. Once I feel better, I will immediately cough, find work for you. Please, do not dismiss me or file a complaint against me. Feng Yuan's voice was weak, sounding as if he had suffered not just one beating, but perhaps 10. Nanxing paused momentarily and asked, You can get sick too? Of course. Feng Yuan suddenly became animated. Raising his voice slightly, We are worse off than you. When you fall ill, someone tends to you. But when we fall ill, we must endure it alone. It's terribly dire. Once I recover, I will propose to our boss that we train a doctor. After all, there should never be a place without a physician. Thinking of the incredibly dedicated Feng Yuan, Nanxing believed him. As she was about to hang up, she heard a sob in his voice. Miss Nanxing, you truly are a good person. The call disconnected. Nanxing put her phone away and prepared to seek information. The security measures at the Bureau of Cultural Relics were not exceedingly complex. In modern society, surveillance cameras generally serve to deter theft. There were numerous cameras at the Bureau, and Nanxing had prepared ample black paper. As night fell, she stealthily entered the Bureau. The vermilion line guided her to the sword's location, and soon, Nanxing found it. The sword was locked away in a cabinet, awaiting future study. Nanxing successfully retrieved the sword, wrapped it in a long cloth, and placed a piece of black paper inside. As it transformed into the treasured sword, she made her escape. There were 2 flights back to Shanghai in the morning. If she hurried, she could catch the one close to noon. Just as she exited the back door of the Bureau, before she could finalize her plans, she heard footsteps behind her. Someone was running swiftly in her direction. Nanxing frowned. Had she been discovered? It seemed unlikely. How could she be caught? Chasing after the hurried figure, Qiu Ci likewise found it hard to believe that someone had infiltrated the Bureau of Cultural Relics to steal something. Just as he was about to lie down, he sensed that something was amiss. The formidable aura of the sword had left a lasting impression on him, so he had been particularly vigilant. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the sword's energy. Concerned, he rose to investigate, only to see a figure exiting the Bureau, cradling something in their arms. The sword had been stolen. Qiu Ci pursued for a short distance. But the figure abruptly vanished, leaving no trace ahead. He halted, suddenly feeling the sword behind him. As he turned, he saw the figure emerging from the shadows, a gust of force striking toward him. Qiu Ci dodged aside. The assailant's strike was fierce and unhesitating, as though they aimed to knock him unconscious with a single blow. The area was dimly lit, shrouded by tall buildings, making it difficult to discern the person. The assailant was quick, and after a long time of not taking things seriously, Qiu Ci finally became serious, blocking their strikes several times. The hands of the attacker did not feel like those of a man. They glided over his palm, even wrapped in cloth. Was it bandages? For some reason, as he grasped the sword sheath and attempted to pull the figure closer, Qiu Ci suddenly regained his senses. Nanqing? The voice that emerged from the darkness was all too familiar. Just as Nanqing was about to strike, she abruptly halted. Qiu Ci, sensing her stillness, was even more convinced it was her. "What are you doing here?" He seized her wrist, leading her to a well-lit area outside, where he could clearly see her face. Nanqing frowned and withdrew her hand. Qiu Ci noticed the bandages wrapped around her hand, which appeared dirty, indicating she had not changed them recently. He raised his eyes to her and asked, "Does the period signify that you are already prepared?" He had advised her to change her dressings, and she had responded with a period, leading him to believe she had complied, but that was not the case. Nanqing was uncomfortable with his inquiry, as if he were blaming her for not taking care of herself. But why should he worry about her hand, which was hers after all? "I forgot," she said. Qiu Ci pressed further. "Is it forgetfulness, or do you simply not care about yourself, to the point of neglecting your wounds?" Nanqing remained silent, feeling inexplicably guilty. "May I borrow the sword for a moment?" she requested, adding, "I will change the dressing shortly." Qiu Ci did not press the matter further. Lacking medical supplies or bandages, he could only take her to his residence, but it was too far away. "Where do you intend to take it?" "The Bureau of Cultural Relics places great importance on that sword. If it is discovered missing by morning, and you do not return it promptly, matters could become troublesome. And it may lead back to you. I have a contact there. I will return to Shanghai immediately and replace it as soon as possible." Qiu Ci trusted her commitment to safeguarding these antiquities and pondered, "I will keep watch for you." "Thank you." She looked at Qiu Ci, not wanting to feel indebted to him, saying, "I will compensate you." As she spoke, she drew the sword. As the blade emerged from its sheath, a chilling light emanated from it, and the surging sword energy cut into Nanqing's hand, drawing blood. Qiu Ci could already sense its shrill, resistant cries. It had not fully emerged from the sheath, yet it vibrated intensely, humming ominously. Having experienced similar situations with Nanqing multiple times, this was the first time he witnessed a sword in her hands exuding such a powerful aura, far from ordinary. This sword must have once been in the presence of an emperor. Nanqing gripped the sword tightly, whispering, "I will not harm you. Even if you injure me, I will not retaliate." The sword continued to cry out, still resisting. Qiu Ci reached out to grasp the sword, his hand also marked by the blade's energy. Nanqing glanced at Qiu Ci, perplexed as to why he would do this as well. Gradually, the sword's fury subsided. It ceased its resistance. Its aura diminished, indicating it had calmed down. In a gentle tone, Nanqing spoke, as if soothing a child, "Do not be afraid. What do you wish to tell us?" The cold light of the sword suddenly grew sharp, piercing through the annals of history, returning to the era established by iron cavalry. In the year 1340, during the Yuan dynasty, on a frigid day in the 12th month, a child was born in the lair of bandits. Chapter 40. The Throat-Cutting Sword. 7. Gu Tianxi grew up in a bandit's den. When Jia Shi was 5 months pregnant, she encountered robbers on her way back to her husband's family from her parental home. The robbers demanded 50 taels for her release, but for some unknown reason, the Gu family never sent anyone to redeem her. Jia Shi's belly grew larger each day, and when the bandit leader remembered he needed to send her away, she went into labor on the way down the mountain. The bandit leader hesitated, unsure whether to take her to a midwife at the foot of the mountain or to return. Ultimately, hearing her cries of pain intensify, he hurriedly carried her back and entrusted her to an elderly woman in the village to assist with the delivery. In the year 1340, during the Yuan dynasty, on a day in the 12th month, Tianxi was born. Jia Shi did not give him a surname but named him directly Tianxi. The bandit leader continued to send letters to the Gu family, announcing the birth of a boy and urging them to come and take both mother and child home. However, there was still no news from the Gu family. 2 years passed swiftly, just as the bandit leader was beginning to forget about the matter. He returned to the stronghold one day and was suddenly hugged by a toddler around the leg, the child calling him father in a bright and clear voice. The bandit leader was not truly a criminal. In a time of turmoil, it was difficult to live a stable life. In his youthful exuberance, he had attempted to rally people to fight against the Yuan, but they were too weak and eventually dispersed. Upon returning to the village, he discovered the villagers were on the brink of starvation and thought to seize land and, relying on their numbers, occasionally rob passing merchants to sustain the villagers. Jiashi was taken because the person driving her carriage had frightened a child playing near the mountain, who then refused to apologize and spoke harshly. Thus, he ordered the capture of everyone in the carriage. However, unexpectedly, no one from Jiashi's in-laws came to redeem her. After sending her down the mountain twice, Jiashi returned each time with her child. Back and forth, she became a part of the bandit stronghold, integrating so well that he nearly forgot the initial reason for her presence. Now, unexpectedly called father by a child, he was taken aback. The bandit leader sought out Jiashi for a conversation, saying, "Sister, the child has grown so big. I should send you back." The toddler came to him every day, and he could not keep her locked away. That would be inhumane. Jiashi shook her head, taking a long time to respond. "I have nowhere to return to. 2 years ago, my father passed away. When I returned to my family, my husband refused to stay longer and left first." The bandit leader was astonished. Why? He took a concubine. He recalled the many letters sent back then, which they had all ignored. They had disregarded both her life and the child's. It is better to remain here than to return. The bandit leader was in a quandary. Jiashi added, "Originally, our two families were to unite for mutual benefit. My father's death means that all of this has turned to smoke. He was heartless towards me, and I held no affection for the Gu family. You suggested I stay here. I will take good care of the child and ensure he does not wander off." What can a bandit leader do? One cannot simply heed her words and drive her away, especially since she is accompanied by a child. Thus, Jiashi and Tianci remained behind. 2 years passed, and Tianci's mother remarried. From that moment on, the people in the stronghold began to refer to him as the Little King. Another 2 years went by, and his father and mother took him down the mountain to the town to buy supplies. His father bought him numerous trinkets, which Jiashi could no longer tolerate. His father remarked, "I know you are jealous. Let me take you to buy fabric for clothes." Jiashi was not envious. She regarded Tianci as her own, unaware of the immense fortune it was for him. The two entered a shop to purchase fabric, while Tianci sat at the entrance playing with a clay figurine. Engrossed in his enjoyment, suddenly, chaos erupted across the street. He turned his gaze to see an elderly man lying on the ground, convulsing, as bystanders cried out, "He is having another episode. Quick, help him." Yet, no one dared to step forward. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared, carrying a wooden box on his shoulder. He knelt beside the old man, checking his pulse and breathing, lifting his eyelids to examine him. After a moment, he opened the box and pulled out several silver needles, inserting them into specific acupoints. Before long, the old man ceased convulsing, gradually opening his eyes and returning to normalcy. The onlookers gasped in astonishment and delight. Tianci, still clutching the clay figurine, watched in rapt attention. Utterly mesmerized, it felt as if waves were crashing within him, a feeling so profound it could never be erased from his heart. He approached the wooden box, pondering what marvelous treasures it might contain to bring someone back to life. The man noticed Tianci's interest in the medicine box and smiled, asking, "What is this? Do you wish to become a doctor as well?" "A doctor?" The 5-year-old Tianci gazed at him, inquiring, "Are you a doctor? Can a doctor save lives?" "Indeed, a doctor can save lives," the man replied, ruffling his hair. "A doctor can save many." Tianci committed this to memory, that the treasure chest could save lives. That evening, while perched on his father's shoulders, Tianci declared, "Father, I wish to become a doctor." The bandit leader chuckled, "That's wonderful. Being a doctor is splendid." However, Jiashi, upon hearing this, scrutinized her son with a disapproving gaze. Once they returned home and had lulled Tianci to sleep, the bandit leader took her hand, asking, "Why aren't you happy that Tianci wants to be a doctor?" Jiashi remained silent for a long while before finally saying, His father is an imperial physician. The bandit leader paused, feeling a pang at heart. He cherished Jia Shi and Tian Ci, but hearing that Tian Ci still had ties to the Gu family stung him. As if reminding him that his wife and child were not truly his, he smiled and said, "So what? He is an imperial physician in the palace, while Tian Ci wishes to be a doctor among the common folk. It won't matter. They won't cross paths. If he wants to learn, let him. We certainly cannot have him become a bandit." Thus, supported by his father, Tian Ci began his studies in medicine. Many believed he was merely indulging in a childish whim, considering he was only 5 years old and had barely learned to recognize a few characters. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Tian Ci learned remarkably fast and displayed unparalleled focus. With astonishing talent, Tian Ci soon finished all the medical texts that had been gathered, yet it was far from sufficient. Not long after, when passing by merchants who had been robbed, he added a condition to their ransom: to purchase all the available medical books in the area. If they happened to rob a doctor, he would become a valued guest and be sent back home unharmed after being well fed. Tian Ci began treating patients at the tender age of 10, initially addressing minor ailments for villagers, achieving remarkable results. As his confidence grew, by the age of 15, people started coming from far and wide to seek his expertise. Observing this, his father recognized an opportunity for change and ceased his banditry, taking advantage of the influx of visitors to organize hunts and sell the game to those ascending the mountain. Life became less carefree than before, yet the law-abiding existence offered a sense of security. At 16, Tian Ci unexpectedly received a letter from home. Since he had regularly received correspondence over the years, he paid little mind until, after sending off the last patient that evening, he finally opened it. Upon reading the salutation, he was taken aback. "To my dear son." The Gu family sought to reclaim him. Jia Shi was furious. It was not that they had only just remembered Tian Ci, but rather that they had only done so after losing their own child. The letter expressed heartfelt sentiments, stating that after losing contact with him, they had missed him day and night. The Gu family had welcomed several children, but for reasons unknown, they had all perished one after another. Now, only Tian Ci remained, their sole heir, and they wished to bring him back to inherit the family legacy. After reading the letter, Jia Shi immediately tore it to shreds and told her son, "Such a father, such a family, it is better to do without them." Tian Ci remained silent. He recognized the name at the bottom. It belonged to a renowned imperial physician of the current dynasty. Jia Shi, consumed by anger, failed to notice her son's expression, but her husband did that night. After his wife had fallen asleep, he sought out Tian Ci for a heart-to-heart. Tian Ci hesitated for a long time before saying, "There is no one here who can teach me anymore. I have heard that the most skilled doctors in the world are imperial physicians." Hearing this, the bandit leader gazed at his son, who was so devoted to the art of medicine, and suddenly recalled what his wife had said long ago, that the scoundrel with the surname Gu was indeed an imperial physician. A wave of discomfort washed over him, but Tian Ci had done no wrong. He was simply too passionate about his craft. "You wish to go? Then go," he said to his son. Tian Ci was taken aback, coming to his senses as he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for his upbringing. The next day, upon hearing of this, Jia Shi furiously smashed a bowl on the floor, demanding, "How can you live with yourself? Who raised you all these years? Now that you've found success, you wish to return to the Gu family, you greedy wretch. Just like your father, a thankless wretch." Tian Ci knelt on the ground, silent, enduring his mother's tirade. If not for the bandit leader intervening, it was likely that his mother would have struck him senseless. Jia Shi raged and wept, yet nothing could deter Tian Ci from his resolve to return to the Gu family. In fact, it only served to crush her spirit. Why had she named her son Tian Ci, when the Gu family had not come to redeem her and the child in her womb? She had forgotten them. This child was not of the Gu family but rather a gift from heaven. Yet, her son had shattered her heart. In the end, Jia Shi ceased her outbursts in tears, simply stating, "I will say this to you, my son. If you go to the Gu family, do not ever look back. Consider me dead." Tian Ci was stunned, remaining silent for a protracted period before finally bowing 3 times. Heavily, before departing, Jia Shi gazed at her son, tears streaming down her face once more. She had a premonition that her son would not return. The Gu family's carriage awaited at the foot of the mountain. As Tian Ci climbed aboard, he glanced back at the mountain, as if he could see his mother's silhouette. His once resolute heart suddenly ached, and tears streamed down his face. He wished to learn more refined medical skills. Mother, learning medicine can save lives. I want to save many. In a chaotic world, ravaged by war and strife, he aspired to heal the wounded and save the dying. Upon arriving at the Gu family, Tian Ci discovered he bore a striking resemblance to his biological father. It was precisely because of this likeness that the Gu family had no doubts about his lineage. Tian Ci was the last of the Gu bloodline, and everyone from the patriarch to the servants treated him with affection and respect. No one looked down on him. Even the haughty new wife and her numerous concubines treated him with deference and care. Tian Ci met his biological father, now an imperial physician in the Royal Medical Bureau. The Gu father exhibited little emotional attachment to his son. He held no deep feelings for anyone. However, Tian Ci was the heir to the Gu family legacy. After a welcoming dinner, he asked him a few questions that night, ultimately stating, "Our family has been in the medical profession for generations. You should follow suit." Tian Ci nodded. The Gu father then added, "You must not tell anyone about your upbringing in a bandit's lair, as it would bring shame to the family." Tian Ci furrowed his brow but remained silent. The Gu father continued, "You have no connection to that bandit, understand?" Tian Ci looked at him and replied, "He has raised me. Though he is not my biological father, he is more of a father to me than my own." The Gu father paused, his expression hardening as he retorted, "That is preposterous. Say it again, and I shall not tolerate it. You have no relationship with him." "No," Tian Ci countered. "He is the one who raised me." The Gu father was furious, ready to punish him with a whip, but upon seeing his son, whom he had abandoned for over a decade, he found himself unable to do so. He cast aside the whip, refraining from correcting Tian Ci's words. "Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the Royal Medical Bureau." Upon arriving at the Royal Medical Bureau, Tian Ci soon realized that his father was not merely an imperial physician. He had risen to the position of head of the bureau. Unaware of his son's medical knowledge, the Gu father had him begin by identifying herbs in the pharmacy. Within a few days, he discovered that Tian Ci recognized every herb. Consequently, he had him learn to brew medicine, and soon after, he found that Tian Ci was also adept at that, and no matter where he assigned Tian Ci, he found that his son had already mastered the task. Eventually, the Gu father could no longer contain himself. Upon returning home, he asked, "You understand medicine?" "Not thoroughly," Tian Ci replied. "There is still much I do not know." The Gu father proceeded to test him on various medical texts, only to discover that his son grasped them with remarkable ease, unable to be stumped by anything. The Gu father was astonished and began posing difficult cases, all of which Tian Ci answered confidently. As they conversed into the night, the Gu father grew somewhat irritated, saying, "What sort of hypocrisy is this? You clearly know everything but pretend to know nothing." Tian Ci slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "Indeed, there is much I do not understand. I have treated thousands of common folk, yet there are some illnesses that defy treatment, no matter what I do." His tone was one of genuine dejection, devoid of any pretense. The Gu father, seeing his son's demeanor, fell silent for a long while, before finally believing him. He had a lingering sense that his son was quite different from him. He had initially thought that upon hearing the Gu family wanted to reclaim him, Tian Ci would eagerly agree, and he would be a greedy, unworthy person. However, after a prolonged silence, Gu Fu inquired, "Tian Ci, why have you chosen to leave your mother behind?" Tian Ci replied, "I have not abandoned my mother. I have merely set her aside temporarily. I aspire to study medicine and save lives, for the world is currently in turmoil, with the court incessantly sending troops to war, causing immense suffering to the common folk." Ji Fu could not help but chuckle lightly, saying, "And you believe you can accomplish this single-handedly?" "Indeed," Tian Ci responded. "If I save one person, it is worth it. If I save two, then I shall have no regrets. And if I can save hundreds or even thousands, I shall smile with hope for that day." Gu Fu gazed at him for a while, then sighed gently, patting his shoulder. "Your mother has taught you well from that day forth." Gu Fu devoted himself wholeheartedly to guiding him in the art of medicine. Without reservation, before long, Tian Ci passed the imperial medical examination and officially became a court physician. A decade swiftly passed. In 1368, the Yuan dynasty was in turmoil, and the common people rose in rebellion. The Yuan dynasty was soon overthrown by a humble cowherd named Zhu Chongba, also known as Zhu Yuanzhang. The imperial medical institution remained largely unaffected, as it comprised a group of physicians who were more concerned with healing than with conflict. Each time Tianci ventured out, he would walk among the common folk, treating the sick. Over time, he encountered an increasing number of impoverished individuals, prompting him to petition the emperor regarding this matter. Gu Fu was understandably alarmed. Zhu Yuanzhang was known for his suspicion and cruelty, and he feared for his son's safety. However, no harm befell Tianci. Zhu Yuanzhang summoned him and, shortly thereafter, reinstated the Huimin Pharmacy, which had existed since the Song dynasty to prevent the spread of epidemics and provide care for the impoverished. The pharmacy offered medicines at prices lower than the market rate, a government initiative to benefit the people. Under the Yuan dynasty, it had undergone some changes, also engaging in lending. Tianci proposed to assist the impoverished and teach them the art of medicine. Another decade passed, and Gu Fu passed away. Leaving Tianci to become the head of the institution, he did not marry, as he believed marriage would be an encumbrance, complicating his life and responsibilities. Why should he burden a young woman to marry into an empty house? The elders of the Gu family were anxious, yet none could sway him. Tianci's medical skills had become quite adept, as long as he was not required to remain in the palace. He would invariably visit the Huimin Pharmacy to treat patients. Through wind and rain, he never experienced a single day of leisure. Yet, Tianci still felt his power was insufficient. He was generally magnanimous, but was exceedingly strict with his students, refusing to accept those who were careless, lazy, ill-tempered, or lacking in compassion, and he would not admit those who could not endure hardship or fear dirt and exhaustion. Despite this, he had many disciples. Nearly the entire imperial medical institution was composed of his lineage. Over time, such prominence invited jealousy. It was now 1385, 5 years since the demise of Hu Weiyong, who had been executed for conspiracy, yet the remnants of his faction still stirred unrest. Zhu Yuanzhang harbored a deep-seated aversion to conspiracies. Before the incriminating letters could reach his hands, someone with keen eyes alerted Tianci and his associates to flee. While Tianci was engrossed in concocting remedies for the epidemic, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. His students, in a flurry of concern, lifted him and hurriedly escaped in a carriage. Tianci was incensed, exclaiming, "The Northwest is plagued. If we leave, what will become of the common people? It is a plague." A plague! The students, chastised, bore the brunt of his ire, yet none blamed their teacher for his inability to discern the situation. They felt a profound sorrow for the injustice done to him by the court. Bound by ropes, Tianci longed to return, but the sheer number of students made it impossible. After fleeing 1,000 miles to the riverside, the students were elated to see a boat approaching, which would allow them to escape their pursuers. They eagerly awaited dawn, knowing the boat would soon arrive. However, upon entering a town to rest for the night, they found it devoid of scrutiny, for it was beset by plague. The students were aghast, but this town was the only route to the riverside, compelling them to proceed despite their trepidation, witnessing the suffering of the afflicted. Some lifeless in the streets, others struggling in agony, a heart-wrenching sight. From within the carriage, Tianci heard the wails of the people outside. Peering through the window at the tragic scene, he felt tears welling and implored, "Untie me. Are we not to board the boat tomorrow?" "Perhaps tonight, I can save a few." One student protested. "How could a remedy for the plague be prepared in just one night? How can we guarantee success without prior preparation? Lives are at stake." Ultimately, moved by Tianci's compassionate heart, the students relented and untied him. Together, they covered their mouths with cloths, gathered lime, and set out to cleanse the afflicted households. The plague had evidently spread for some time. Many officials had succumbed, leaving the authorities overwhelmed. Upon hearing that a group of physicians had arrived to offer assistance, they mobilized resources, gathering medicinal herbs and preparing potions. Tianci recognized that this plague bore striking similarities to the one in the Northwest. He reconfigured a formula that had nearly been perfected at the Imperial Medical Institution and administered it to the people. As dawn broke, the students waiting by the riverside spotted the boat and rushed back to inform their peers. The busy students all abandoned their tasks to rush towards the vessel. Yet, Tianci remained by the side of a patient, steadfast and unmoving. The students hurried over, urging, "Teacher, the boat is about to leave. We must go." If we delay, the pursuers will be upon us. Just a moment, Tianci replied. The patient took the medicine last night. Their condition has improved significantly. Perhaps it is effective. We must wait, just a little longer. Teacher! The students pressed, becoming increasingly frantic, attempting to pull him away. Tianci shook free from their grasp, his bloodshot eyes revealing his sleepless night, yet his voice held no trace of fear as he declared, "Is my life more valuable than that of the common people? Your life is important too? No. The lives of the people are paramount. I have long since given my life to this world." From the moment he bid farewell to his mother, he had ceased to regard his own life as his own. Should he place himself before the common folk, he would be betraying his mother and the foster father who had returned him to the Gu family. The students could not bear to see him face death. With the pursuers close behind, his fate seemed sealed. Just as they prepared to forcibly take him away, they suddenly witnessed their resolute teacher kneeling before them. Bowing his head, "Go, this is my final request as your teacher." The students were left in stunned silence. Although the pursuers were nearing, the town appeared to be infused with newfound vitality. Tianci did not leave. Nor did his students. The great ship arrived empty and departed without taking a single soul. Tianci's remedy proved effective, and the preventive measures were executed flawlessly. The plague was swiftly contained, and the town was saved. However, the pursuers soon arrived. The leader initially assumed they had tracked down the physicians, but upon witnessing the town's condition, realized they had chosen to remain voluntarily, halting their pursuit. The commander did not impose any difficulties upon them. Inquiring about their final wishes, after hearing their requests, he turned to Tianci. Tianci handed him the formula, stating, "This is the remedy for the plague. It resembles the illness in the northwest. It may be worth a try." The commander fell silent, accepting it, and remarked, "I shall present this to the emperor. I have one more matter to discuss," Tianci interjected. "I have acted autocratically within the Imperial Medical Institution. I have coerced them into following me. All blame lies with me. Can you, in light of their contributions to the remedy, spare the others and take only my life as recompense? Teacher, enough." The students cried, but Tianci firmly interrupted them. "This is entirely my fault. You are in no way responsible. You have saved the townspeople. The Northwest Plague still requires your expertise." Some students began to grasp his intentions. Given Zhu Yuanzhang's character, at least one head would need to be surrendered to ensure the safety of the others. The commander listened intently, holding the formula with a heavy heart. He sighed inwardly, knowing that the emperor's will was not to be defied. He said, "I believe that if the head of the institution truly wishes this, the emperor will not be too harsh on them, for the Imperial Medical Institution cannot be without personnel." The commander drew his sword and presented it with both hands. The sword, bestowed by the sovereign, severed Tianci's life, which he had not yet resolved to relinquish. If he could live a few more years, he could further improve the Imperial Medical Institution. Yet he took solace in the fact that he had a group of disciples who, like him, chose to sacrifice their lives rather than board the ship. They departed, and he bore no resentment towards them. Yet their choice to remain allowed him to embrace a noble demise. The sword met flesh, and blood stained the earth. The departed seemed never to leave. The commander sighed heavily, saying, "Give him a proper burial." Others exchanged glances, cautioning, "He was a traitor, marked as such by the emperor. I have spoken. Give him a proper burial. How could I bear to see such a valiant man left to rot in the wilderness?" The speaker dared not argue further, but when burying the physician, they left a nameless stone marker, ensuring no name was carved upon it. Should he be exposed later, he could distance himself from the consequences. The townsfolk, upon hearing of the demise of the physician who had once cured the plague, flocked to the cemetery to erect a tomb for him, filling the grave with their most treasured possessions. Tianci's disciples returned to the imperial capital, leaving only Tianci behind, to rest eternally alongside the cold royal sword and the myriad tokens of gratitude from the people. Chapter 41. The Sword of Severed Throat, Part 8. The blade pierced the throat, and the resolute expression faded into the annals of history. Inno Chronicles recorded this treasonous minister of the current dynasty. The advent of the next would render the previous era's history obsolete. Nanxing's hand gently released its hold on the sword, which ceased its ominous humming, the atmosphere softening, as if it had finally conveyed the long-forgotten history to another. Leaving no regrets at that moment, it was as tranquil as the night sky. Qiu Xi slowly withdrew his hand, stating, Tian Ci has passed, but his students have all become Tian Ci. Nanqing gazed at him, recognizing his ability to extract hope from the tragedies of history, a feat she found impossible, yet he accomplished it with ease. In her heart, she envied him. I wish to borrow this sword for a day. I shall return it once my business is concluded. Qiu Xi pondered and inquired, how will you pass security? With a distraction, he nodded, glancing at the sky, which still bore the cloak of night. He continued, go on. I shall return to the Cultural Relics Bureau to keep watch. Should anything amiss arise, I will delay until your return before I proceed. While the task seemed simple, Nanqing felt the weight of Qiu Xi's trust in her. Observing his injured hand, she advised, remember to apply the ointment. After wrapping the sword once more, she departed for the airport. Qiu Xi refrained from seeing her off, standing still as he watched her retreating figure until she vanished from view. Upon returning to Shanghai, Nanqing found it nearly noon. She made her way directly to Dr. Huang's residence, a neighborhood adorned with verdant trees and vibrant blossoms, where autumn seemed to have forgotten its chill. Leaving behind a tapestry of crimson and lush greenery that instilled a sense of tranquility, Mrs. Huang greeted Nanqing downstairs, her countenance heavy with worry. She sighed, recounting, yesterday, the 3 sons of the Yang family came to cause a ruckus at our home. Old Huang didn't step outside all day, flustered and unable to eat. She sighed thrice in her lament, filled with concern. Had it not been for Mrs. Yang driving them away, I fear they would have flayed old Huang alive. Mrs. Huang glanced at the time and remarked, Mrs. Yang will likely arrive shortly. She mentioned they would stir trouble at the hospital in the morning and then come here in the afternoon. She was at the hospital earlier, so she should be here soon. She sighed again. Mr. Yang's sons are truly excessive. As she spoke, she ushered Nanqing into the elevator, where her expression remained troubled. Once the elevator began its ascent, she suddenly recalled the purpose of Nanqing's visit. Having forgotten amidst her vexation, she asked, Miss Nanqing, can you revive Mr. Yang? Yes, I have found the item. Only then did Mrs. Huang notice the bundle Nanqing cradled in her arms, wrapped in a long cloth, the contents a mystery to her. Hesitating slightly, she added, my husband is a physician. He does not believe in such matters. If his words offend you later, please do not take it to heart. Nanqing replied, I am accustomed to it. Accustomed to skepticism? Accustomed to being turned away, yet in the end, they all come to believe. Barely had they entered when Jiangfen arrived. Upon seeing Mrs. Huang, she proclaimed, they are on their way, and no one can stop them. You must not yield. How can one act in such a manner, so utterly unreasonable? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, mourning for her deceased husband. Her 3 sons, who had been absent during his life, now exploited their father's death for profit, leaving Jiangfen heartbroken. Mrs. Yang, do not be troubled. Mrs. Huang consoled her. It is they who have chosen this course. It has nothing to do with you. Do not blame yourself. She glanced at Nanqing and softly inquired, may we see him together? Nanqing understood she was asking if Jiangfen could witness the revival of Yang Dachuang. She nodded, indicating it would not be a problem. Mrs. Huang immediately relayed to Jiangfen, Mrs. Yang, there is something I am unsure whether you will believe. To be honest, I lack certainty myself, but I feel that if it is true, you must see Mr. Yang, otherwise it would be unfair to you. What meeting? Jiangfen, snapping back to reality, questioned, my husband has passed. Yes, but someone can revive him. Mrs. Huang hesitantly added, I know this sounds absurd. Truthfully, I hardly believe it myself. Jiangfen, astonished, was at a loss for the strange words spoken. It was only then that she noticed Nanqing in the room, bewildered as to why she was present. A moment later, Mrs. Huang instructed the 2 to sit while she went to fetch her husband. Initially, Dr. Huang refused to come out, but upon hearing Jiangfen's presence, he emerged into the living room. Mrs. Yang, Dr. Huang's voice was hoarse, his demeanor dejected, no longer radiating the vigor and confidence that Nanqing had first encountered. This recent turmoil had utterly drained his spirit. Nanqing thought of Tian Ci, a fellow physician who would not succumb to the trials posed by illness, nor would he fear any malignant affliction. Yet the relentless tirades and disturbances from the families of patients could easily shatter a healer's heart. I can revive Yang Dachuang. Nanqing's words fell like stones into a placid lake, sending ripples that shattered the silence enveloping the room. Dr. Huang stared at her, his voice a gravelly whisper. Please do not jest about such matters in front of Mrs. Yang. Nanxing replied, this request comes from your wife. She does not wish to see you languish for a lifetime. Therefore, she has implored me to revive Yang Dachuang, so he may tell you himself whether he harbors any resentment. Dr. Huang could no longer contain himself, rising in anger. Get out. Please respect Mrs. Yang. Do not utter such nonsensical words. Mrs. Huang intervened, restraining her irate husband, regretting having believed the words of a certain Mr. Tao. How could she have so easily placed her faith in the notion of reviving the dead, even for a mere 10 minutes? As a physician's family, she had fallen prey to such beliefs, inciting her husband's fury. His health had already been precarious in recent days, and she was filled with remorse. Turning to Nanxing, she pleaded, please leave. Miss Nanxing, I will ensure you receive what you seek. This transaction is cancelled. However, it was evident that Nanxing was not listening. She unveiled the long cloth, revealing a sword, its scabbard still smeared with earth. And within, a glistening blade. As the sword emerged, it radiated a chilling light. Dr. Huang swiftly positioned himself between his wife and Mrs. Yang, exclaiming, what do you intend to do? If you do not leave, I will call the police. Nanxing remained silent, her sword pointed to the ground, releasing her grip, the blade standing upright as if a valiant hero, unwavering, rooted in the world. The sword's brilliance pierced the air, and surrounding them, particles of light began to swirl, gradually manifesting into the figure of a man long yearned for by Jiang Fan, and one for whom Dr. Huang felt a lifetime of guilt. As Jiang Fan caught sight of her husband's face, she began to weep, unable to articulate her emotions. Dr. Huang stood frozen. Recognizing Yang Dachuang, he reached out to touch the particles, believing they were merely a projection, yet his hand met nothing. Yang Dachuang had truly returned. Once fully revived, he spoke, Yang Dachuang, due to the failed surgery, Dr. Huang is filled with remorse, unable to stand again. Do you harbor resentment towards him? Hey, Dr. Huang, Yang Dachuang replied with a hearty smile, why would I resent you? If it weren't for your encouragement to pursue treatment, I would have perished 2 years ago. I wanted to fight for a few more years to celebrate more birthdays with my wife. Alas, my health failed me. Resent? Not in the slightest. You must gather yourself, continue being a good doctor, and save more lives. Dr. Huang listened, momentarily believing this was still a projection, yet it was undeniably his voice. This could not have been pre-recorded. Yang Dachuang had truly returned. He bore no grudge against himself, nor did he resent Dr. Huang. In fact, he appeared more at peace than Dr. Huang, who remained mired in self-reproach. As a physician, he had forgotten his sacred duty. Dr. Huang knelt, tears streaming down his face as years of repression erupted, and he wept uncontrollably, ultimately offering a solemn apology. I am sorry. That apology encompassed both the failure of Yang Dachuang's surgery and his own neglect of the physician's calling. His scalpel, his medical skills, should have been wielded to save lives, not to wallow in self-pity and despair. Suddenly, the door was forcefully flung open amidst a cacophony of shouts. Yang Da burst in, wielding the fire extinguisher he had used to break down the door, shouting, an eye for an eye. Return my father. Upon his exclamation, he sought to confront Dr. Huang, but before he could take a step, he beheld a sword accompanied by ethereal spirits. Stunned, he and his 2 younger brothers gaped, believing they were hallucinating. Jiang Fan stepped forward, stifling her sobs, and pointed at her husband, sternly addressing them. Your father is here. Come forth, show your filial piety. Did you not claim to care for your father? Why the sudden fear? Your father has said he bears no resentment towards Dr. Huang, but he is vexed by your incessant disturbances. If you continue, he will personally address you. Yang Da was seized by terror, suddenly witnessing the spirit turn slowly, facing them. The visage he beheld was unmistakably that of his father. Yang Da nearly fainted from fright, while his 2 younger brothers, frightened, abandoned him and fled. Yang Da was terrified as he saw the wandering spirit drifting towards him. In a panic, he dropped to the ground and desperately crawled away, crying out, I can't take it anymore. Dad, please don't look for me. I can't bear it. He wailed as he fled, nearly succumbing to fright along the way. Jiang Fan, witnessing her son's hasty retreat, offered a bittersweet smile to her husband, saying, This is indeed our son. She reached out to grasp her husband's hand, but her fingers passed through him, feeling nothing but an icy void. As time passed, Yang Dechuang, who had been gazing at his wife, gradually faded away. Jiang Fan stood in shock, and Mrs. Huang supported her, gently saying, "You can only return for 10 minutes." Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned, her eyes brimming with tears as she watched her husband drift further away until he vanished completely. The only sound that filled her ears was the crisp clatter of the sword falling to the ground. The sword had lost its sharpness. It could now rest in peace, finally freeing itself from the burden of its fate. Nanxing picked up the sword and caressed it gently a millennium ago. Yang Dechuang had placed the sword before Tianxi, and 1,000 years later, Tianxi and Yang Dechuang had resolved their emotional entanglement through this very sword. Everything was merely a cycle. Chapter 42. The Sword of the Severed Throat, 9. Without a moment's pause, Nanxing boarded the nearest flight back. After 2 days and nights without sleep, she managed to doze off briefly on the plane and again in the taxi. This had been her routine for years, but upon disembarking, she felt an undeniable fatigue creeping in. Her health was gradually deteriorating. Arriving at the place where she had parted ways with Chiu Ci the previous night, she found him waiting for her after having called earlier. The moment he saw her, he noticed her pallid complexion and, realizing she hadn't rested for 2 days, said, "I'll return the sword and deal with the remaining matters, which should take about 2 hours. You should find a hotel near the airport and rest a bit. We can head back together afterward, all right?" He spoke uncertainly, unsure whether Nanxing would agree. He suspected she might simply catch another flight back to Shanghai without a word. Nanxing replied, "I slept on the plane. I'm not tired." She made no mention of waiting for him or returning together, and Chiu Ci understood that she had no intention of doing so. He wasn't worried about her walking alone. After all, she was a supernova, extremely capable. Yet, he wished she would take a moment to rest, as her complexion was clearly not good. However, once Nanxing made up her mind, there was no dissuading her. "All right, I'll return the sword. You head back carefully," he said. With that, Chiu Ci took the sword back to the Bureau of Cultural Relics while Nanxing turned back towards the airport. With matters coming to a close, she couldn't help but wonder if Feng Yuan's illness had improved. Previously, they had communicated through text, but adding each other as friends on a messaging app seemed more convenient. After a moment of silence, she finally found Feng Yuan's phone number and sent a friend request. Moments later, Feng Yuan accepted it, and within half a minute, he bombarded her with a lengthy message. "Oh, Miss Nanxing, you actually added me as a friend. Boss Tao said you wouldn't, that liar. Ah, I'm so touched. This is the first time a beautiful girl has added me as a friend. I must tell my colleagues. Let them know a stunning beauty has added me." Nanxing's eyebrows twitched at his exuberance. She regretted her decision. She reached out to long press his profile picture, contemplating the delete option that popped up. Her finger nearly pressing it, but ultimately she withdrew her hand. Forget it, she thought. She had long been accustomed to Feng Yuan's incessant chatter. Knowing this, why did she add him as a friend? Nanxing herself couldn't say. Meanwhile, Chiu Ci, having quietly returned the sword to the Bureau of Cultural Relics, opened the locked cabinet and spotted a small black paper desperately trying to transform back into the sword. He smiled, gently shushing it, saying, "You can go now." With that, he placed the sword inside. Upon hearing this, the black entity instantly released its energy and vanished without a trace. Had it returned? Chiu Ci wasn't certain, but it was likely back by Nanxing's side. As Chiu Ci exited the room, he encountered a colleague from the bureau. "Where have you been?" "We searched for you everywhere," the colleague remarked. "Did you want to treat me to a meal?" Chiu Ci teased. "Of course, you're quite the mystery. You should teach us a thing or two. Let's see if a meal can win you over," the colleague chuckled. Chiu Ci replied with regret, "I'm afraid it won't work." The other man understood, feeling a sense of disappointment. "Come on, let's go eat. I'll treat you to a feast. No. I'll pack my things and head back. I have some matters to attend to in Shanghai." Chiu Ci knew Nanxing wasn't waiting for him, but he still wanted to reach the airport sooner, even if he had no idea what he was hoping for. Seeing his insistence, the colleague said, "Next time you come, be sure to let me know. The boss will definitely want to thank you in person." "Sure, next time I come, I'll have the boss treat us," Chiu Ci replied, before returning to his room to gather his belongings and then heading to the airport. As he traveled, the sky darkened. He glanced at the flight schedule. There had been 2 flights to Shanghai that afternoon, one an hour ago and the other in 2 hours. Looking out the car window, He thought he could see the plane Nanxing was on departing, getting closer to Shanghai while drifting further away from him. He leaned back in his seat, turning his head to gaze outside. Upon reaching the airport, Qiu Ci collected his ticket, passed through security, and entered the waiting area to await boarding. Gradually, more people filled the waiting room at Gate 2. Checking his watch, he noted that there was still half an hour until boarding. He considered sending Nanxing a simple message, but at this hour, she was likely out of reach. Yet, he figured that once she disembarked, she would see it immediately. With that thought, he sent a comma. Ding dong. The notification sound resonated in front of him, and shortly after, he noticed a pair of feet appear in his line of sight. Looking up, he saw a figure sit beside him. Qiu Ci paused for a moment, then turned to her in disbelief, asking, "What are you still doing here?" Nanxing slapped a receipt into his hand. "You said I should go to a nearby hotel to rest. Reimbursement." With that, she closed her eyes. Continuing to rest, Qiu Ci stared at the receipt in his hand, chuckling in disbelief. He took a seat beside her, glancing over now and then. She must have genuinely taken a nap, as there were 2 red marks on her cheek from the pillow's creases. He remained awake, his peripheral vision catching sight of her side profile. The once cold and distant star girl no longer felt so frigid. However, there was one concern Qiu Ci could not shake. "Nanxing, do you truly believe you can take others' eyes without paying any price yourself? Such mystical arts could never come without cost, especially when it involved matters of the next life. Stretching one's reach too far would only raise the stakes." This principle had been imparted to him long ago by those who raised him. "I don't need to," Nanxing declared. "I am not an ordinary person." Qiu Ci was left speechless by her unabashed confidence, and he finally sighed, saying, "Indeed, you are no ordinary person. You are a supernova." Nanxing couldn't help but retort, "Stop giving me nicknames." Qiu Ci laughed. She was not accepting that at all. As the boarding announcement rang out, Qiu Ci reached for her backpack, saying, "Let us go, Star Girl." Nanxing reclaimed her backpack, regretting her earlier decision. Having already booked a ticket, why had she inexplicably failed to board? She had been preoccupied with Qiu Ci's request to wait for him, and in her contemplation, she missed the boarding time. Watching the plane take off, she lingered at the airport for quite some time before finally heading to a nearby hotel. She was waiting for Qiu Ci. Nanxing understood that this realization did not bring her joy. Rather, it was suffused with guilt. Guilt towards the Nan family, guilt towards her grandfather. Her existence was not meant for the purpose of love. It never had been. After parting from Qiu Ci at the airport, Nanxing returned to the Tao family shop. Perhaps having caught up on sleep, she felt remarkably invigorated upon her return. She picked up De Huang from the pet store and bought a substantial amount of meat along the way. After a hearty meal, De Huang trotted over with the ball Qiu Ci had given him, eager for her to play. Initially, Nanxing had no intention of playing with him, but the dog's eager eyes made it impossible to refuse. Who would have thought De Huang would never tire of the game? After tossing the ball for the 7th time, she wished she could summon Qiu Ci to take responsibility for the toy he had gifted. Coughing weakly, a voice broke the air, and Feng Yuan appeared in the alley. Unsteady on his feet, he collapsed beside her on the stone steps, weakly clutching a nearby flower pot. "You're back, Miss Nanxing." Nanxing observed Feng Yuan. He was indeed unwell. She nodded. "Yes." Feng Yuan gasped. "I got my application approved. We'll have doctors there now. Although I had to suffer this time, at least they can rest easy moving forward. Miss Nanxing, just give me 2 more days of rest, and I promise I'll find you a task." "Feng Yuan," Nanxing asked, "why are you putting in so much effort?" "Because this is my job." Feng Yuan replied, puzzled. "Since I've taken on this role, I have to do it well, don't I?" He spoke so naturally, showing no sign of lamenting his hardships, instead expressing frustration over his inability to work normally. Nanxing thought that even though Feng Yuan's work may not be as revered or celebrated as that of Tian Ci or Dr. Huang, his dedication and love for his profession still made him admirable. Comparable to any other professional. "Feng Yuan, I won't be switching agents, so you must get well soon." Feng Yuan was taken aback, nearly expressing his gratitude by clinging to her leg. However, this gesture was swiftly evaded by Nanxing, who raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Do not touch me. I do not harbor any affection for you. A mere hug is simply an expression of thanks." Feng Yuan retracted his hand, fearing a possible retaliation from her, and declared, "No more hugs. I shall focus on recuperating. Cough, cough. I will take my leave now." "Very well." Before Feng Yuan could depart, De Huang had already retrieved the ball and presented it once more to Nanxing. She affectionately patted its head and inquired, "Are you enjoying this game, Wang? Then I shall play with you." With that, Nanxing took the small ball and hurled it high into the air. The ball soared far, and De Huang joyfully dashed after it, his every step brimming with delight. Nanxing yearned to engage in the simplest of pleasures, seeking the greatest joy. She envied the optimistic Qiu Xi, the dedicated Feng Yuan, and even the carefree De Huang, who found happiness in fetching a ball. Only she felt devoid of joy. Chapter 43. The Thousand-Eyed Bodhi, Part 1. On the day that Boss Tao was discharged from the hospital, it coincided with Nanxing's preparation to seek out Zhao Qi. Aware of her impatience, Boss Tao, already back at the alley's entrance, called her. Within 5 minutes, Nanxing spotted him emerging from the alley. From a distance, she observed that Boss Tao had lost considerable weight and appeared less vibrant than before. She witnessed the aging of a person firsthand. Leaning on his cane, Boss Tao ambled back to his shop. Just a few steps from the entrance, he halted and gazed up at the signboard. The weathered sign, worn and chipped, bore the marks of time, filled with a sense of history. He noticed Nanxing standing beneath the sign, reminiscent of when his great-grandfather had led him into the shop as a child, with Nanxing standing at the entrance, proud and aloof. "David, this is Miss Nanxing. Nanxing, this is my great-grandson. Tao David, the mischievous and headstrong one I mentioned to you." His great-grandfather had passed, and David had aged. Yet, Nanxing remained unchanged, her visage eternal, unyielding, and ageless, still exuding that same proud and aloof demeanor, indistinguishable from the girl she had been decades ago. Boss Tao pulled himself back from distant memories and smiled at her. "Are you off somewhere? To find Zhao Qi?" Boss Tao cautioned. "Are you truly intent on seeking him out? Zhao Qi is not a simple individual. His credentials are fabricated, yet Feng Yuan remains oblivious. You are aware of Feng Yuan's sense of responsibility. For him to have been deceived by Zhao Qi, there are but two possibilities. Either he was manipulated at that time, or Zhao Qi has connections within the agency, making it impossible for Feng Yuan to investigate his background thoroughly." Nanxing nodded. She had contemplated this issue before and wished to inquire of Feng Yuan about the source of the information he received. But Feng Yuan's recent severe illness deterred her, not wanting to provoke the workaholic into a detailed investigation. However, based on her understanding of both Feng Yuan and Zhao Qi, it was impossible for Zhao Qi to have controlled Feng Yuan. Thus, the most troublesome truth emerged. Zhao Qi had backing in another realm. "But I must go," Nanxing declared. "Be cautious." Nanxing noted that since Feng Yuan's illness, he had taken to frequently advising her to exercise caution. She boarded the vehicle, simultaneously booking her flight to the airport, time being of the essence, and fortunately, tickets were still available. The sound of bells rang, and De Huang barked outside as someone entered the Tao family shop. Boss Tao glanced toward the entrance and, upon seeing the visitor, recognized him. Qiu Xi had not anticipated that Boss Tao would be present, smiling as he asked, "How is your health, Boss Tao?" "Not too bad." Boss Tao replied, adding, "Are you here to consult me about peculiar goods?" Qiu Xi chuckled, "Not quite. I am here to see De Huang." De Huang, having circled around him, darted to the flower pot to retrieve the ball he had hidden, presenting it to Qiu Xi. Throwing the ball down the alley, De Huang scampered off to fetch it. Boss Tao observed the familiarity between Qiu Xi and De Huang, realizing that Qiu Xi had visited during his hospitalization. But what was his purpose for coming here? Is Nanxing not here? Qiu Xi speculated. She must be off working again. Boss Tao found himself unable to gauge the nature of Qiu Xi's relationship with Nanxing. Were they friends? They appeared to share a long-standing camaraderie, almost unnaturally so. Suddenly, Boss Tao recalled that Nanxing had gained a new friend. Could it be Qiu Xi? When De Huang returned with the ball, Qiu Xi tossed it again, then remarked, "Nanxing trusts you immensely. Indeed, she likely regards me as a grandfather, and I view her as my own granddaughter." Qiu Xi smiled and said, "Nanxing may seem aloof on the outside, but she is inherently a kind-hearted girl, albeit one who finds it difficult to trust others and is reluctant to believe in them. She harbors a multitude of unspoken thoughts." His mind drifted to her injured hand, and he quietly added, "She does not care for herself." Boss Tao sat on his sturdy chair, observing the young man's earnest expression, seemingly more concerned for Nanxing than himself. Even as he spoke the last sentence, it was evident that he genuinely cared about her well-being. This young man likely harbored feelings for Nanxing. Boss Tao mused in surprise. The great ice mountain that was Nanxing could freeze a person with just a few words. It would take considerable courage for anyone to approach her, let alone develop feelings. After Qiu Xi departed, Boss Tao remained uncertain whether the young man truly cared for Nanxing. However, no amount of affection would matter, for Nanxing would never reciprocate such feelings. All beings age, yet Nanxing did not. All beings perish, yet Nanxing would not. An immortal being would not easily invest in emotions, instead forever imprisoning herself in solitude. Once she committed to feeling, she would be doomed to witness the aging and eventual demise of those she loved, while she alone bore the burden of living with that pain. With a deep sigh, Boss Tao closed his eyes, recalling the day of his great-grandfather's funeral, when he had seen Nanxing amidst the crowd. Despite the throngs of people and the sweltering summer sun, she stood alone, exuding an aura of cold detachment, devoid of even a single tear. Upon disembarking from the plane, Nanxing perused Zhao Qi's profile and discovered several villas under his name, the one he frequented most being the furthest from the suburbs. Nestled within an affluent enclave. Upon hearing her destination, the driver, noting her non-local accent and the absence of a vehicle waiting for her, assumed she did not reside there and remarked, "Going there can be troublesome. The wealthy have claimed a large area at the intersection. There's a security check. You won't be able to enter. If you wish to go, I can only take you to the intersection. Whether you can get in is up to you. And I must inform you, you will need to pay double the fare, as you won't find anyone needing a ride out there." Nanxing acknowledged this without contest. The airport lay in the outskirts. The driver navigated from the suburbs to the city, then to another suburb, the journey so lengthy that Nanxing felt as if she were traversing provinces. The driver, pleased with his double fare, recounted the notable wealthy residents of the area, remarking that they were not only local but also well known within the province. He lamented, "These are all villas. Each brick is money. The disparity between the rich and the poor is indeed vast." As dusk approached, the vehicle finally entered the outskirts leading to the affluent district. The roads were wide, lined with verdant trees and vibrant flowers, devoid of any weeds. The trees were meticulously pruned, and the flowers were planted in alternating colors of red and yellow, stretching for hundreds of meters without a hint of disorder. Nanxing thought to herself that this was a road capable of curing obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The vehicle traveled at a moderate speed, and after a prolonged gaze at the scenery, Nanxing found it monotonous and lacking beauty. Suddenly, the driver remarked, "There's a scammer up ahead." Nanxing turned her gaze forward to see a young man sitting by the roadside, head bowed and clutching his legs, his situation unclear. The driver explained, "Those fraudsters know this is a route frequented by the wealthy, so over the years, there have been many scams here. Wealthy individuals, disinclined to stir trouble, often brush off a few thousand yuan without a second thought. However, this scammer seems to have come out a bit early. It's still too early for the affluent to be returning." As he spoke, he honked the horn forcefully, as if to intimidate the scammer. "Look, he's even waving at me," the driver said. "Doesn't he see that this is a shabby taxi and not a Land Rover or BMW? If he dares to extort me, I'll teach him a lesson. He's injured." Nanxing observed blood seeping through the young man's fingers as he covered his leg, his expression not suggesting feigned injury. "Fake," the driver retorted. "I've been scammed before. You have no idea how frustrating it is. Besides, tell me, which rich person wouldn't be driving a luxury vehicle? Clearly, this is a scam. Moreover, being so close to the affluent area, he could easily call someone to come pick him up. Even if we entertain the notion that he is a scammer, I still need to be cautious in this day and age. Good people are often turned into bad ones by these scammers. He's seriously hurt. Not a chance, not a chance. I refuse to get involved." As the vehicle passed the young man, he appeared to realize that the car had no intention of stopping. His expression flickered with disappointment, yet he did not cry out or attempt to forcibly halt the vehicle. As the car kicked up dust and drove away, Cheng Luo, sitting by the roadside, loosened his grip on his injury and noted that blood continued to flow. Attempting to rise, he found that his left ankle throbbed painfully, and the only way back was to crawl. Suddenly, the car that had driven a few hundred meters reversed and halted in front of him. The driver leaned out, holding his phone towards Cheng Luo, filming for an extended period before asking, "Are you injured?" Cheng Luo nodded, smiling as he asked, "Could I trouble you to take me to the nearby community?" "Thank you. I am reluctant to give you a ride, but the young lady in the car insisted that I take you along, saying that if anything goes awry, You should seek her out. The driver, still uneasy, continued recording a video, carefully setting his phone up in the car while ensuring to capture the entire journey before stepping out to assist him in boarding. Chung Luojia took a seat in the back. Noticing that only one person occupied the space, presumably the young lady mentioned by the driver, he turned to her and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The driver cautiously ensured he was seated properly. Feeling somewhat reassured as Chung Luojia had yet to display any signs of deceit. Nan Xing observed him clutching his ankle and, after a brief glance, retrieved some bandages and ointment from her backpack. Offering them to him, Chung Luojia accepted them, stating, Thank you. My name is Chung Luojia. Chung as in success, Luo as in Luoyang, Anjia as in to cheer on, Nan Xing, she replied coldly, her demeanor betraying little warmth. However, it was indeed she who had halted the driver and provided him with medicine. Chung Luojia responded with a courteous smile, embodying a true gentleman. As he took the ointment and bandages, he was yet to apply the medicine to his ankle when blood began to seep out as he loosened his grip. The driver, catching sight of this through the rearview mirror, exclaimed, Hey, don't let the blood spill in my car. It'll take ages to clean, and if the traffic police see it, they'll stop me and ask all sorts of questions. Chung Luojia quickly covered the wound again, his hands preoccupied, apologizing. I'm sorry for dirtying your car. How could a young man like you be so badly injured? There aren't any deep pits around here for you to stumble into? Are there? It's an old injury. My ankle has never been quite right. I just twisted it a moment ago, and there happened to be a sharp rock nearby, he explained. Nan Xing frowned slightly, reclaiming the medicine bottle, removing the cork and moving his hand aside to sprinkle the powder onto his wound. After applying the powder, she swiftly wrapped the bandage around it, her movements precise and efficient. Chung Luojia, taken aback, inquired, Are you a doctor? No, she replied, tying the bandage, her hands now stained with blood, the crimson seeping onto the gauze and even into her own wound. Chung Luojia felt a twinge of embarrassment, suggesting, Perhaps you could wash your hands at my place later? By the way, where are you headed? The driver interjected, There's only one route. Of course, we're going to the affluent district. Are you visiting a friend there? Chung Luojia asked. Yes, but I don't know where they live, Nan Xing confessed. Suddenly, she thought this young man might possess the knowledge she sought, as he appeared to be of a similar age to Zhao Qi, potentially saving her a great deal of effort. The villa complex in that area was rather extensive, comprising 20 to 30 houses. Searching one by one would be exceedingly time-consuming. Chung Luojia queried, Who are you looking for? I know most people there. Is there anyone with the surname Zhao? Chung Luojia nodded, Yes. There are 2 families with that surname, he added. Nan Xing refrained from disclosing that she was seeking Zhao Qi. Uncertain of any connections between them, she feared that revealing too much might alarm Zhao Qi and cause him to flee. She asked, Which 2 families? Chung Luojia hesitated, stating, I'm afraid I'll need you to clarify your reasons for seeking them first. Otherwise, disclosing their addresses might be inappropriate. It's not that I distrust you. I simply don't know if they would be willing to share that information. Nan Xing nodded slightly, acknowledging, I understand. However, in such a situation, she found herself disliking overly principled individuals. She inquired, Are you well acquainted with those 2 families? Only casually, he replied. As she posed this question, she carefully observed his tone and demeanor, detecting no signs of deceit. It was only then that she revealed, I'm looking for someone named Zhao Qi. He is a con artist. Chung Luojia suddenly grasped the implications. Nan Xing was aware of his thoughts. Zhao Qi was notorious in certain circles as a notorious womanizer. By stating that she had been deceived by Zhao Qi, she naturally invoked a sense of sympathy, providing ample justification in the future. Should she encounter Chung Luojia again and be questioned, she could assert that she had not lied. Zhao Qi, masquerading under the identity of Shirba Lu, had indeed led her astray. Chung Luojia remarked, I know Zhao Qi, but I heard he left yesterday, heading somewhere for a vacation. Alone? Nan Xing probed. He must have taken his fiancée, Tangmi, with him, she added. Chung Luojia, noticing that she was aware of Zhao Qi's fiancée, realized she was indeed the deceived young woman. He hesitated to nod, settling for a vague, probably. Have you met his fiancée? She pressed. I have, he admitted. Fearing her emotions might unravel, he quickly added, but she is not as beautiful as you. As he spoke, he suddenly perceived a faint resemblance between Nan Xing and Tangmi. However, While Nan Xing's appearance and demeanor were distinctly cool and aloof, Tang Mi exuded a soft, girlish charm. A closer examination revealed they were not so similar after all. Nan Xing was about to inquire further when the car had already reached the entrance of the affluent district. Cheng Luojia greeted the security guard, explaining that he was injured and needed to allow the car entry. The guard handed the driver a card, instructing that they must exit within an hour. Only then did the driver believe this young man was not a fraud. Upon arriving at Cheng Luojia's residence, they rang the doorbell, and the servant promptly appeared to assist Cheng Luojia inside. He instructed the servant to wash the driver's car and turned to Nanxing, saying, "Please, come in and have a seat. I'll find out if Zhao Qi has truly left and when he might return." "All right," Nanxing agreed, taking a seat in the lobby alongside the driver, who was soon served tea. The driver hastily took a couple of sips, remarking, "I can't say whether this tea is good or not, but it must be fine tea. I never expected he really isn't a fraud. It seems listening to you was wise." Nanxing mused that if the driver were inherently indifferent, no amount of persuasion would have led him to turn around and pick up a supposed scammer. Leaning back in her chair, her gaze fell upon a cabinet in the living room adorned with antiques and several photographs. Her keen eyesight caught a familiar face in one of the pictures. Standing up, she approached, discovering a photograph of Cheng Luojia with two other individuals. One of them was unmistakably Li Yuan. The three appeared youthful, likely around 17 or 18 years old. Li Yuan stood in the center, with Cheng Luojia on the left and a jovial boy on the right. She examined a few more photographs, deducing that they likely depicted Cheng Luojia's family members. Given that Li Yuan's picture shared space with those of his family, it was evident that their relationship was quite close. After finishing his phone call, Cheng Luojia emerged from the room, now seated in a simple wheelchair, suggesting that it was likely used regularly by someone in the household. Otherwise, most families would not keep a wheelchair on hand. Cheng Luojia informed her, "Zhao Qi has indeed gone out. He often travels and has an unpredictable return schedule. You might have made a fruitless trip." With Zhao Qi absent, Nanxing had no recourse. She turned and asked, "Is this your brother?" Cheng Luojia glanced at the photograph she indicated, his expression darkening slightly. "A close friend. Our families have been in business together for generations, and we often saw each other from a young age. We became friends as we shared similar interests and attended the same international school and middle school." He did not seem to be speaking fondly of a friend. Rather, his tone was subdued, and he appeared reluctant to elaborate. Moreover, Nanxing found it challenging to reconcile the spirited Cheng Luojia with the stoic Li Yuan as kindred spirits. She refrained from probing further, aware that excessive curiosity might infringe upon his privacy. Cheng Luojia contemplated for a moment before saying, "Miss Nanxing, did you come from quite a distance?" "Shanghai," she replied. "That's rather far, if you don't mind. You can stay here for a while. We have plenty of vacant rooms, and you can choose any. You seem to have traveled from afar, carrying so much. The round trip would be quite cumbersome." "I mean no offense," Nanxing countered. "Given Zhao Qi's unpredictable schedule, I cannot simply remain here waiting for him." Furthermore, now that she knew Zhao Qi was indeed residing there, he would not simply vanish. Waiting for 10 days or 2 weeks would only lead her to collect numerous pairs of watchful eyes, and idly waiting for an opportunity was never a wise strategy. The driver chimed in. "Besides, it wouldn't sit well with your family if a young lady were to stay here." Mention of her family caused Nanxing to notice a slight pause in Cheng Luojia's demeanor. He nodded gently, acknowledging, "I suppose I hadn't considered that." "Thank you," she replied, "but would it be possible for you to tell me where Zhao Qi resides? Next time you come, I can take you there. For now, you can stay here." Cheng Luojia felt that repeatedly refusing her might convey a lack of trust, so he added, "Give me your number, and if he returns, I'll call you immediately to prevent you from making a fruitless trip again." Nanxing scrutinized him for a moment before providing her number. Cheng Luojia jotted it down and shared his own number with her. The driver, sensing that matters were drawing to a close, remarked that he had grown weary of the tea. No matter how delightful the tea was, too much of it lost its charm, and he asked, "Shall we be on our way?" "Yes," Cheng Luojia replied. Leaning closer to retrieve the backpack Nanxing had placed on the chair, only to discover its surprising weight. Astonished, he asked, "What on earth is in here that makes it so heavy?" "A lot," she answered effortlessly as she took it from him. Cheng Luojia, observing her ease in handling it, inquired, "Do you enjoy adventures?" "I used to love exploring as well. A Kong and a Yuan did too. They are the ones in the photograph. But later, A Yuan returned to take over his father's business, leaving just a Kong and me. Nanxing cast another glance at the photographs on the cabinet. The three youthful boys were vibrant, embodying the most spirited and passionate days of life. Cheng Luojia fell silent for a moment, saying, "Just 2 years ago, a Kong and I went mountaineering. Unfortunately, there was an avalanche, and I sustained frostbite." The driver seemed to sense something amiss and cautiously inquired, "What about a Kong?" Cheng Luojia fell into a profound silence, finally uttering, "They are dead." The driver found it inappropriate to respond further. Cheng Luojia continued, "Since that incident, my parents have forbidden me from taking any risks. Moreover, my health deteriorated significantly after that. I relied on a wheelchair for mobility. It has only been through consistent exercise over the past 2 years that I have improved somewhat. I am contemplating that once my health allows, I can fulfill my promise to a Kong and ascend the snow-capped mountains once more." The driver, startled, waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "How could you even consider doing something so perilous a second time? You've barely reclaimed your life. It would be wise to heed your parents and remain at home." Cheng Luojia merely smiled, not affirming his words. Nanxing then spoke up, "Take care and stay strong." Cheng Luojia was taken aback. He hadn't expected Nanxing to encourage him. Typically, people would advise against such recklessness, like this driver. He had always felt that a sensible girl like Nanxing wouldn't be deceived by Zhao Qi. Yet, he refrained from asking her, recognizing that even if there were things to conceal, there must be complexities behind those secrets. "I hope to see you again," Cheng Luojia said to the driver, expressing gratitude for his assistance. "If you ever need my help, feel free to call me." The driver, deeply moved, replied, "I initially thought you were trying to scam me and said some rather unkind things. I truly shouldn't have acted that way." Cheng Luojia was unbothered by it. Given his mobility issues, he had a servant escort them out. Once they departed, he noticed that his ankle was not overly painful. Looking down, he saw the bandaging was quite neat. He was skeptical of her claim of not being a medical professional. However, he couldn't help but wonder why she specifically asked about the photo of the three of them and not about the others. Did she perhaps know a Kong or a Yuan? Within 5 minutes, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID before hesitating to answer. As soon as he picked up, his mother's anxious voice came through. "Aluo, I heard from the servant that you were injured. How on earth did this happen? Is it serious? Have you called for the family doctor? I'll be home shortly. You should stay put and not go anywhere. If something happens to you, what are your father and I supposed to do?" As she spoke, he could hear her starting to cry on the other end. Cheng Luojia felt both guilty and irritated. Ever since that incident 2 years ago, his mother could not bear to see him hurt. They had to hide anything sharp in the house to prevent him from getting injured. This excessive caution was a source of great discomfort for Cheng Luojia. "I am fine, Mom. It's just a minor injury. Please don't worry." Despite the pain, he maintained a calm demeanor to soothe his distressed mother, though he continued to feel increasingly agitated. The driver, seated in his immaculately clean car, felt elated, chatting with Nanxing about the incident. Once they reached the airport, he declared, "I did a good deed today and am in such high spirits that I won't be accepting any payment." Nanxing insisted on giving him the fare and asked, "If you encounter a similar situation next time, would you help?" The driver replied decisively, "I wouldn't." He feared that a fleeting moment of joy could lead to a gamble that jeopardized his family's happiness. He had no intention of doing so unless there was a passenger willing to take responsibility. He could assist, but only in a supportive role. Nanxing nodded, not surprised by his perspective, nor did she disdain it, and simply said, "Goodbye." Upon returning to Shanghai the following day, as Nanxing walked through the alley, she felt somewhat uplifted at the thought of seeing Boss Tao when she entered. The door to the Tao family shop was ajar, and she stepped inside, but before she could discern who sat there, the person sprang up, joyfully waving, "Hey, Miss Nanxing, I'm back." Not seeing the person she had hoped for, Nanxing paused, her mood darkening again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the shop grew tense. Feng Yuan, who had been laughing heartily, froze at the sight of her. What had he done wrong? Chapter 45. Thousand-Eyed Bodhi, Part 3. Feng Yuan, taken aback by Nanxing's icy demeanor, quickly regained his composure and said, "I am back to work starting today. I just came to say hello." "Oh," Nanxing replied. "Where's Boss Tao?" He mentioned that Boss Tao wanted to tend to some plants and enjoy a leisurely retirement. So he had gone to buy flowers. Feng Yuan added, "I also wish to lead a leisurely life as an old man." Nanxing observed him. Feng Yuan, though only in his 20s, had already entered the realm of the dead. This indicated that he had departed from life at a young age. Few could maintain such enthusiasm and positivity in their work after experiencing such an early demise. Most would have succumbed to bitterness and resentment. Becoming vengeful spirits, she ought to treat him better. Nanxing reflected on this, while Feng Yuan continued, but I can never become an old man. If I were to start gardening now, I would surely be ridiculed. Aren't you a literary youth? Hey, those who are good-looking are called literary youths. Those who are not are labeled as pretentious. Feng Yuan had a profound awareness of his own less-than-attractive appearance, adding, and there's also pretending. Nanxing regarded him thoughtfully, imagining the scene of him tending to flowers, which indeed lacked aesthetic appeal. She replied, though it may not be beautiful, as long as you find joy in it, that is what matters. Feng Yuan paused. Seemingly uplifted by her words, feeling unexpectedly touched, he replied, Miss Nanxing, you truly are a kind person. Shifting the conversation, Nanxing asked, who provided you with the information on Shiba Lu? Our boss, Feng Yuan replied without hesitation, the previous moment of inspiration vanishing as he jumped up in frustration. You're trying to trick me. I'm not. Nanxing answered earnestly. I simply wanted to let you know that I obtained the information on Shiba Lu from you. But you didn't give it to me, so I found a way to steal it. You stole my information? Feng Yuan began rummaging through his briefcase, yet found no evidence. Nanxing certainly wouldn't disclose how she managed to acquire it. Such tactics might be useful in the future. She continued, however, when I followed your information, I discovered that the details Shiba Lu provided to your agency were false. Feng Yuan hesitated, visibly displeased. Such things happen everywhere. The information provided to you may not be genuine, yet you still must treat it as if it is. Observing the displeasure on Feng Yuan's face, Nanxing realized he was unaware of this issue. Perhaps he had suspected it at some point, but to remain stable in one place, one often had to overlook certain unimportant matters. I don't blame you. Nor do I think you lack professionalism. Feng Yuan didn't seem particularly pleased by her reassurance, stating, I'll head back now and find you some work. Nanxing did not try to keep him from leaving, pondering how easily she could upset someone as optimistic and positive as him. It was easy to become unhappy, yet difficult to regain joy. After Feng Yuan mentioned finding work, he vanished for 3 consecutive days. One evening, Nanxing went to bed early, uncertain if it was due to thoughts of Zhao Qi before sleep. But she kept dreaming of a vermilion brush spinning before her eyes. Nanxing, your grandfather gifted you this vermilion brush. In the future, you and Nan, you must protect the Nan family together. Her grandfather handed her the brush, his figure gradually fading away. She desperately chased after him, running. Suddenly, she felt thirsty, and before her appeared a large pot of fish soup. Leaning over to inspect the soup, she saw a black and a white fish that suddenly swished their tails, splattering her face. Startled, Nanxing awoke to find 2 fish tails flicking back and forth before her eyes, brushing against her left cheek and then her right. Why were Qiu Si's fish appearing in her room? He was indeed a bizarre stalker. The yin-yang fish swam about the room, their tails sweeping back and forth, in a state of half-sleep. Nanxing abruptly sat up, grabbing the 2 fish, at 3 in the morning. When most were sound asleep, Qiu Si was awakened by a knock on the door. He opened his eyes, puzzled as to who would be knocking at this hour. Could it be a drunken man at the wrong door? Moments later, another knock echoed. Finally rising to answer, he opened the door to find Nanxing standing there with a scowl, her face brimming with fury. He was taken aback. She was the last person he had expected. Nanxing lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes gliding over his bare, muscular torso and defined abs. After a brief pause, she thrust a bottle into his hand, saying, Your fish. Qiu Si paused, looking at the contents of the bottle, which indeed contained his fish. Where did you encounter them? He asked in surprise. Unable to contain herself, Nanxing retorted, Ask them why they were swimming around in my room at such an ungodly hour. This matter has nothing to do with you. Qiu Si, observing her accusatory expression, found her anger quite charming as he chuckled. I swear to the heavens, I did not instruct them to spy on you. Nanxing shot him a piercing look and inquired, Can you use their eyes to see what they see? Qiu Si immediately raised his fingers, stating earnestly, I can, but I absolutely did not do that to you. Then why did they end up in my room? Their conversation seemed oddly prolonged and disruptive in the stillness of the night, causing some stirrings from neighboring rooms, as if someone were about to emerge to investigate. Hearing the commotion, Chiu Ci remarked, I'll go put on some clothes. Let us discuss this outside. Make sure to keep your fish safe, Nanqing replied. Chiu Ci chuckled and nodded, retreating to dress. A moment later, he rejoined Nanqing, and together they descended in the elevator. Shanghai at midnight was still alive with traffic, though it lacked the daytime bustle. As they walked along the sidewalk, a few cars sped past, stirring a chill of late autumn in the air. Chiu Ci asked, Are you cold? I'm not, Nanqing reminded him. The fish, I have no idea why they ended up at your place. I was actually trying to have them find someone. Whom to seek? Chiu Ci pondered for a moment and replied, A friend of my brother's went missing yesterday. I plan to visit their home early tomorrow morning. As per tradition, the fish are supposed to set off first, but unexpectedly, they have found their way to you. Starry maiden, do you think my fish harbors a secret affection for you? Nanqing cast him a glance, entirely uninterested in the idea of two fish being infatuated with her. Suddenly, she recalled what Chiu Ci had mentioned earlier about it being a friend of Li Yuan's, and she halted her steps to inquire, Is your brother's friend named Cheng Luojia? Chiu Ci was taken aback and asked, You know him? I've met him, Nanqing responded. I was on my way to find Zhao Qi when I encountered an injured individual. So I had the driver give him a lift. That person was Cheng Luojia in his villa. I saw a photograph of him with your brother and someone named Kong. What a coincidence. Chiu Ci understood and asked, Are you saying he was injured at that time? Did you happen to touch his wound? Yes. Now I comprehend why my fish swam to you. It was because you touched Cheng Luojia's wound and had his blood on your hands. The fish follow the principle of proximity, seeking out scents, and they found you first. Initially, they would have moved on upon realizing it was not Cheng Luojia, but instead, they encountered you and were caught. Chiu Ci couldn't help but chuckle. You almost turned him into soup, poor thing. With that, Nanqing's confusion was resolved. She realized Chiu Ci was not a voyeur. He had merely been awakened in the middle of the night by the fish, which could understandably leave one irritable. However, confronting him about his fish had also disturbed him, yet he remained remarkably good-natured about it. Nanqing felt a tinge of guilt, but Chiu Ci did not seem to mind. He said, When morning breaks, I shall set off. You mentioned Zhao Qi was also at that wealthy villa? I could inquire on your behalf. I have no idea where he went with his fiancée or when he will return. Cheng Luojia had promised to keep an eye on his whereabouts, yet unexpectedly, he has gone missing. Chiu Ci was surprised that Nanqing had only just met Cheng Luojia, and yet he was already keeping an eye out for her. When did Nanqing become so close to others? In truth, it could hardly be labeled as missing. He had left a letter for his parents before departing yesterday, stating that he intended to take a walk outside. Later, when his parents called, he did not answer, merely responding with a voice message to assure them of his safety. Chiu Ci remarked, Cheng Luojia had an accident in the past. His parents have hardly allowed him to travel far these past 2 years. His sudden departure alone is quite concerning, and my brother is equally worried. After a moment of silence, Nanqing said, Is it because they fear he might return to the Snow Mountain? Chiu Ci was surprised that she knew this too and asked, Did he tell you? Yes, he informed me about the incident at the Snow Mountain 2 years ago. Nanqing continued, On that day, he did mention that he wished to regain his health to climb the Snow Mountain once more. Fulfilling his promise to Kong and realizing Kong's wish, Chiu Ci fell silent. Though he had never met Cheng Luojia, he had heard of the incident from his brother and still felt a sense of regret. Friends journeying together, yet one perished while the other was injured. Such cruelty for both the deceased and the living. Nanqing suddenly thought of something and said, If he isn't answering your calls, he might pick up for me, as I am a stranger to him. Besides, he promised to keep me updated on Zhao Qi's whereabouts. Hearing this, Chiu Ci, who had only just learned of Nanqing's number through convoluted means, felt a pang of concern in his heart. Nanqing added, Confirming his safety might at least put your brother's mind at ease, serving as a thank you for his assistance that day. Indeed, I shall call after dawn breaks. What time do you leave? At 7, then I shall return now. You should rest. Nanqing hadn't anticipated that his fish had merely wandered off, while she had confronted him about it. The clock read 3:30, and she had only a few hours until he would wake. The discomfort of insufficient sleep coupled with the need to travel was something she was all too familiar with. I cannot seem to find sleep, Chiu Ci remarked. Moreover, I shall not allow you to traverse the night alone. I will escort you back. Nanqing regarded him and inquired, Am I an ordinary person? Chiu Ci laughed. You are certainly not. You are a supernova. Yet even a supernova is not the most formidable entity in the universe. What if you encounter some other star? I cannot help but worry. Nanqing gazed at him, suddenly averting her eyes. I used to manage on my own. That will not be the case anymore. Qiu Xi noticed she was nearly stepping onto the road and pulled her back onto the sidewalk. After walking for a while, Nanqing once again edged toward the side, prompting Qiu Xi to humorously ask, "Is there something prickly about me?" Nanqing's brows furrowed slightly as she replied, "I am heading back now. I will contact you shortly." Qiu Xi bore no thorns. Rather, it was precisely because he lacked them that she hesitated to draw nearer. Once accustomed to a presence, evasion became an impossible endeavor. Chapter 46. The Thousand-Eyed Bodhi, Part 4. By the time Nanqing arrived back at her alley, it was nearly 5 o'clock, and the sky remained shrouded in gray. While paying, she sensed a vehicle trailing her. She recognized it as Qiu Xi's, but chose to feign ignorance. Upon entering her shop, she sank into a chair, gazing at the myriad antiques she had collected. Each piece was a tangible fragment of her past, a memory etched deeply within. Most were steeped in sorrow, with joy being a rare commodity. If inanimate objects could only retain the most poignant of memories, how much more so would it be for living beings? The inferno, the smoke, her grandfather standing amidst the flames, unfazed, as if he were a deity. Yet even her seemingly invincible grandfather could not escape the trampling of iron steeds. A shiver coursed through Nanqing, pulling her from her reverie. She gasped softly, her forehead slick with cold sweat. Suddenly, the time struck her. And glancing at the clock, she noted it was already nearly 7. Qiu Xi had a flight at 7. He might already be in the departure lounge. Hurriedly, she dialed his number, and it was quickly answered. "I overslept. Have you boarded?" "Not yet." "What's wrong with your voice? Are you ill?" "It's nothing. Wait a moment. I'll contact Cheng Luojia." Nanqing hung up and dialed Cheng Luojia's phone. The ringing persisted for nearly half a minute. And just as she thought it would disconnect, he finally answered. "Miss Nanqing?" Cheng Luojia's voice was remarkably low and frail, followed by a few coughs. "I apologize. I am not at the community right now. And I cannot keep an eye on things." He continued apologetically, "I had intended to call you, but the circumstances are rather special." Nanqing was about to respond with a simple acknowledgement when she suddenly recalled Qiu Xi's earlier inquiry. "What's wrong with your voice? Are you sick?" "I have a fever, but it's nothing serious. Is your foot injury healed?" "Not yet. I probably walked too far right after I was able to get up. And the wound has worsened." Cheng Luojia added, "I am seeing a doctor." However, Nanqing heard a vehicle rush by, the horn blaring loudly, yet there were no human voices. Clearly, he was on the roadside, not in a hospital. Where could he be? Why was he wandering about in such a frail state? Was he heading to the Snow Mountain? "You aren't in a hospital," Nanqing queried directly. "You plan to go to the Snow Mountain?" There was a prolonged silence on the line, but he did not hang up. After a while, he said, "I want to go, but I lack the strength. I simply do not wish to stay at home. I wish to go out for a walk." "That I understand," he chuckled softly. "I knew you would understand. Ever since that day you didn't stop me from going to the Snow Mountain, I was certain." Cheng Luojia broke into another fit of coughs, his voice growing weaker. "If there's a chance in the future, do come by. I will host you well. Thank you, Miss Nanqing." The call ended. Cheng Luojia's voice had become so faint that Nanqing surmised he must be gravely ill. If left unchecked, something dire could occur. When she dialed Qiu Xi's number again, it was already 7 o'clock. "Have you boarded?" "Not yet. I am waiting for you." Nanqing paused briefly before saying, "I spoke with Cheng Luojia. His foot injury has worsened, and he has a fever, yet he is not in a hospital. The situation is somewhat precarious." Qiu Xi remarked, "Did he mention where he is?" "No, he clearly did not wish to say. He is hiding from his parents." Qiu Xi appeared to have a realization and said, "Nanqing, wait a moment. He might be willing to see someone else." After the call ended, Nanqing clutched her phone, unsure of how long she had been waiting. When the phone rang again, it was not Qiu Xi, but rather Cheng Luojia. "Nanqing? You know Li Yuan, don't you?" Nanqing hesitated slightly before responding, "Yes." Cheng Luojia chuckled softly. "The other day when you asked me who the person in that photograph was, I began to suspect, for you did not inquire about anyone else. Just that one that after our call, he reached out to me, further confirming your connection. It was merely a chance encounter, a coincidence." Before Nanqing could finish her thought, Cheng Luojia broke into a violent coughing fit, his voice filled with pain. His condition was deteriorating. "For some reason, my phone is beeping incessantly," Nanqing muttered, ignoring it as she quietly said, If you haven't disclosed your whereabouts to him, I can still find you. You cannot find me. None of you can locate me. Cheng Luojia's tone turned firm, filled with rejection. With that, he hung up. Just as the call ended, Nanxing noticed Qiu Si's call coming through. She answered promptly and stated, Cheng Luojia called me. He deduced that I know Li Yuan, yet he still refuses to reveal his location. Qiu Si exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, so you were on the line with him. I thought something was amiss since I kept getting a busy signal. Nanjing, at last, came to a realization and remarked, is that do sound the ringtone for your call? Qiu Si, taken aback, inquired, you didn't know? No, she replied. Only Boss Tao would call her, and until now, she had never experienced receiving another call while on the line. She would come to understand later. Qiu Si suddenly recalled her earlier words and chuckled. Nanjing furrowed her brow and asked, did I tell a joke? No, you just asked, what is the busy tone? Do. Qiu Si laughed again, enunciating each word, utterly adorable. It was only then that Nanjing grasped the situation and paused momentarily before asking, are we still taking the plane? Qiu Si ceased to tease her, stating, no, I was on the phone earlier, my brother was beside me, and I recognized the voice of a Luo. It's not the dialect from that area, but from another place. We already rebooked our tickets and are preparing to go. We have 2 hours until departure. All right. Suddenly, a soft and sweet voice emerged beside Qiu Si. A Ci, who are you on the phone with? The voice was exceedingly gentle, eliciting a giggle from Nanjing. Nanjing paused, recognizing that it was a girl's voice on the other end, pleasant to hear, and seemingly close to Qiu Si, even calling him a Ci. Lin Man, comfortably leaning against Li Yuan's arm, noticed Qiu Si engaged in conversation and playfully leaned over to ask him. Qiu Si quickly turned to block her, gesturing for silence. However, Nanjing on the other end said, let us talk later. Once the call ended, Qiu Si looked at the mischievous Lin Man and asked, what is it, Miss Lin? Lin Man laughed even more, turning to Li Yuan and exclaiming, wow, your eternally single brother, who swore never to date, is finally awakening. I've seen her, Li Yuan remarked. She's quite a uniquely spirited girl. You've actually met her. I want to meet her too, Lin Man insisted, turning to Qiu Si to Ci. I must meet her. I'm the best at assessing people. Qiu Si genuinely feared that the exuberant Lin Man would scare away the earnest Nanjing and promptly declined, saying, no need, you'll frighten her off. Lin Man chuckled as she clung to Li Yuan's arm, saying, I'm genuinely curious how you pursue girls. Perhaps I should teach you. Even your brother, the great iceberg, fell for me. I have experienced Li Yuan, who had been lost in thought about Cheng Luojia, finally returned his gaze to her face and asked, so proud of yourself? Of course. Winning over the esteemed Li Degongzi gives me pride for a lifetime. Lin Man, noticing his troubled expression, leaned in and pecked him on the lips, saying, you'll find a Luo soon. I'll accompany you in the search, and once we find him, I'll help you give him a good beating. Li Yuan's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed as he pressed a kiss on her forehead. Qiu Si, unable to bear the overly sweet display between the two, finally averted his gaze. The afternoon sun in late autumn felt pleasant, imbued with a hint of warmth. Nanjing reclined on the long bench at the doorway, closing her eyes to bask in the sunlight. De Huang lay nearby, dozing, and upon sensing a slight chill, looked up to see Feng Yuan approaching. Wang, he called. Feng Yuan reached out to pat its head and took a pack of dog food from his pocket, pouring it into its bowl. The kibble plopped into the bowl with a satisfying sound. Nanjing opened her eyes, her gaze drifting to the distant eaves, and asked, T. Feng Yuan was taken aback, asking, why didn't Tu come to me about the task? He was tempted to check her forehead for fever but refrained, fearing she might retaliate. Nanjing pondered for a moment and asked, what about the task? Feng Yuan finally exhaled in relief and replied, there isn't one and I came to tell you something. Go on. Our leader asked me for your information. Nanjing paused slightly, and Feng Yuan continued, our office is divided into several small teams to prevent information theft. So each team's data is not shared. I'm a junior manager in Team C, and the information they collect is entrusted to me. You are a member of Team C, therefore, even our leader does not have your information. Did you give it? I did. Feng Yuan added, I provided false information. Nanjing was somewhat surprised. Feng Yuan chuckled, he gave me a fake document, so I returned a fake one. Even if he finds out, he'll have no face to question me. Nanjing had not expected Feng Yuan to act so boldly, as he usually appeared timid. She regarded him with newfound respect but eventually said, "Be careful. Don't get caught. Miss Nanjing is concerned about me." Feng Yuan felt warmth in his heart. Being understood was of utmost importance. This time, Nanjing refrained from interjecting with cold remarks because she realized that handing over the information would not affect him. But submitting a false document could lead to unnecessary trouble. Being dismissed was a possibility, which posed a significant risk for the dedicated Feng Yuan. "Thank you, Feng Yuan." He was momentarily stunned, warmth blossoming in his heart like a field of flowers. Opening petal by petal, he abruptly stood, his face flushed. For the first time in his life, he was sincerely thanked by a beauty. "I'll work hard," he stammered, hastily pulling his hat down over his head and turning to leave. His heart racing. Though his heart had long ceased to race, it felt as if it might leap from his chest. Nanjing watched Feng Yuan disappear down the alley, suddenly understanding why Boss Tao had chosen him as a successor. Perhaps he had perceived her solitude and the continuous departure of members from the Tao family, thus selecting someone like Feng Yuan, who shared a similar indestructible existence, to accompany her for eternity, hundreds, even thousands of years. Ding. The sound of trickling water brought Nanjing back to her senses. She opened her phone and saw a message from Qiu Ci. Found it. Chapter 47. The Thousand-Eyed Bodhi, Part 5. Cheng Luojia's situation was dire. When Li Yuan found him, he was in the hospital. He had collapsed by the roadside and was brought to the hospital by kind-hearted passers-by. When Li Yuan and the others arrived, Cheng Luojia had yet to awaken and was receiving 4 fluids in his hospital room. Qiu Ci went to settle various fees while Li Yuan and Lin Man waited in the corridor. During the wait, Lin Man quietly asked, "Should we inform Cheng's father and the others?" "Yes," Lin Man volunteered. "I'll go. I know you're not adept at handling the inquiries of elders. Let me take care of it." Li Yuan patted her head. Always so considerate in his youth, he often avoided her, who clung to him like a sticky rice dumpling, but now he found no desire to escape, not even for a moment. Man, let us advance our wedding date." Lin Man's eyes widened in surprise, and her cheeks flushed as she replied, "No way. My parents want to be free to return until the end of the year." Li Yuan suggested, "Then let us fly to Canada." Lin Man chuckled, asking, "So, you're eager to marry me, huh?" "I'm not going anywhere that I liked you since childhood. I waited so long for you. Now that I've finally caught you, I wouldn't dream of letting go. I am yours, so don't worry." She coaxed him, adding, "I'll make the call. Otherwise, Cheng's father and the others will be anxious." Li Yuan nodded gently. As soon as Lin Man departed, he noticed Qiu Ci approaching with a stack of receipts in hand. He sat down and remarked, "Even if his body recovers, he will continue to run away from home." Indeed, Li Yuan understood why Cheng Luojia felt the need to escape. Ever since that incident 2 years ago, Cheng's parents had effectively confined him. Initially, they wouldn't even let him leave the house. Later, seeing his despondency, they eased restrictions, allowing him to roam only in affluent areas. However, he was still prohibited from entering the city, visiting crowded places, or climbing mountains. Even the slightest elevation was forbidden. After Cheng had shown good behavior over the past 2 years, his parents had gradually permitted him to venture a bit farther. Who would have thought that he would injure himself while jogging, leaving a deep gash that bled profusely? Cheng's mother immediately forbade him from going out again, not even allowing him to step outside their door. She was terrified of something happening to her only son. Her anxiety had rendered her nearly frail over the past 2 years. Yet, this time, Cheng Luojia refused to comply and outright rejected her. A fierce argument ensued among the 3 of them. The next morning, Cheng Luojia left home in the dead of night, dragging his injured foot away from what felt like a prison. Li Yuan knew that once he awoke, his first thought would still be to escape, but Cheng's parents would never allow that. They would rather have an unhappy son than risk losing him again. Noticing Cheng Luojia was typing in a chat window, Li Yuan asked, "Are you chatting with Miss Nanjing again?" "No, she is very busy." Qiu Ci had sent a message to Nanjing on the way to the hospital, yet even now, he had not received a reply. He checked multiple times, finding that there wasn't even a period in her response. Li Yuan observed his apparent disappointment and said, "You don't truly know what kind of person she is, do you?" Becoming infatuated with someone so enigmatic isn't irrational sentiment. Just then, Lin Man, who had just returned from making a call, overheard and chimed in, "Liking someone is liking them. What's rational or irrational about it?" She patted Xiao Ci's shoulder like an older sister, saying, Ci, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. He.S. just a romantic novice and dares to lecture his younger brother. If you want advice on this matter, come to me. I'll support you. Lai Yuan leaned back in his chair, observing her, and asked, sounds like Miss Lin has quite the romantic history. Xiao Ci detected a hint of jealousy. Or rather, the sweet scent of their affectionate banter. Oh, indeed. Lin Man leaned down and said, has the young masterly forgotten that I pursued you for 5 years, employing all manner of skills? It was quite arduous. Li Yuan smiled and replied, thank you for your hard work. Suddenly, Xiao Ci, who was feeling a bit overwhelmed, received a reply from Nan Xing. Although it was merely a period, it brought her great joy. Far away in Shanghai, Nan Xing was not feeling particularly cheerful. She had played with De Huang for most of the day, who, exhausted from running, had returned to the shade beneath the eaves. Boss Tao had prepared dinner and called for Nan Xing to come inside. Nan Xing picked up her chopsticks while Boss Tao took a medicine bottle, pouring out several pills, one after another. Various colored tablets rested in his palm, after tilting his head back to swallow them with water. He finally picked up his chopsticks. Nan Xing said, I will be going to a housekeeping company tomorrow to find a nanny. I cannot cook, and you shouldn't be subjected to the smoke in the kitchen. Having another person around is inconvenient. Boss Tao added, by the way, a young man came to the shop 2 days ago, seeming quite concerned about you. His name is Xiao Ci. Nan Xing inquired, what did he say? Boss Tao smiled faintly and responded, it was all words of concern for you. Nan Xing realized she had asked too much, indicating her care about what Xiao Ci had said. With her brows slightly lowered, she remarked, at the table, one should not speak while eating. Boss Tao did not touch his chopsticks but said, if I, an outsider to the Xianmin, can accept you, how much more so can Xiao Ci? Who appears to understand these matters? His life is not as long as mine. Boss Tao was momentarily taken aback. This was Nan Xing's inner turmoil, yet also an undeniable truth. He wished for her to change, to become more optimistic and cheerful. However, matters of the heart are evidently not suited for a gentle push. If they truly became a couple, a century from now, Xiao Ci would pass away if children were involved. Nan Xing would have to witness the death of her own child. It was far too cruel. Boss Tao remained silent, merely sighing inwardly. Let fate take its course. When Nan Xing's phone rang, it was already 11 at night. Awakened by the sound, she saw it was an unfamiliar number from another province and thought it might be a scam, so she turned over and ignored it. The ringing ceased for about 10 seconds before it started again. Only then did Nan Xing answer, but she did not speak. After a moment of waiting, the voice on the other end gently inquired, may I ask if this is Miss Nan Xing? Yes, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I am the mother of a Luo, and I found this number on his phone. I checked, and after he ran away from home that day, he spoke with you for nearly 5 minutes. Over the past 2 years, he has hardly spoken on the phone with anyone, not even with us, for more than half a minute. With just a few words, Nan Xing immediately grasped this mother's intense desire for control. She vaguely understood why Cheng Luojia had chosen to run away even with his leg injury still unhealed. The voice on the other end sighed and said, I am truly sorry, but as a mother, I am very eager to know your relationship with my son. He is currently very emotionally unstable, and I hope you can help him and help us by persuading him to stay at home. We only wish what is best for him. Nan Xing replied, I have only met him once. I believe the reason he is willing to speak so much with me is that I am merely a stranger to him. Even if I say anything, I have no authority to intervene. To him, I hold no connections. The other party continued to sigh, each word punctuated by a breath of worry and helplessness. Perhaps it truly was as she said. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. After repeated apologies, the call ended. Nan Xing thought of the seemingly cheerful young man and recalled his despondency when he mentioned the accident from 2 years ago. She could not shake the feeling that things were about to worsen. Just as Xiao Ci emerged from the hospital, he received a message from Nan Xing, containing only 2 words, still awake? No, he replied. Within 5 seconds of sending the message, his phone rang again. His heart raced in tandem with the ringing. After answering, he asked, why are you still awake at this hour? How is Cheng Luojia doing now? Xiao Ci paused, not expecting that Nan Xing would take the initiative to text him for the first time. Only to inquire about someone else, he said, he is still in the ward. His parents have already arrived and are keeping him company. I just came out, Preparing to head to the hotel, I spoke with Cheng Luojia for 5 minutes, and moments ago, his mother called me after checking his phone, inquiring about my relationship with him. Given her current state, I suspect she will not easily allow Cheng Luojia to leave again, but I also believe he will not willingly stay. There may be significant conflict, keep an eye on them. I will, she replied. The more Qiu Si listened, the slower his heart beat. Once she finished speaking, it seemed there was nothing else to convey, so he asked, "Is there anything else? Like asking how he is doing?" "That's all, Dottamim." Qiu Si said, "You should get some sleep. It's quite late, Dottamim." After hanging up, Qiu Si lifted his gaze to the pitch-black sky in the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Lin Man emerged from behind and, upon seeing him standing there, abandoned Li Yuan to jog over, jumping in front of him to startle him. To her surprise, Qiu Si remained unmoved. Lin Man pouted, "Not fun. You're even less entertaining than your brother." Qiu Si pondered for a moment and asked, "Why did she inquire about someone she has only met once instead of asking about me?" Lin Man blinked and asked, "Who do you mean?" "My future sister-in-law and a Luo. Her name is Nanxing." Suppressing her laughter, Lin Man said, "You're so foolish. Her concern for him stems from the fact that he is your friend. Otherwise, why would she care about someone who is still relatively a stranger? I suspect her personality is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, much like your brother. Both are icy mountains, clearly caring deeply but refusing to acknowledge it." Qiu Si was astonished. Lin Man had never met Nanxing yet had accurately analyzed her personality. He now understood why the Lin family's business was so prosperous, never faltering. Their keen judgment could avoid many pitfalls in business collaborations. Though Lin Man was the youngest daughter, if she were not disinterested in inheriting the family business, she would easily surpass her two older brothers. However, Nanxing's inquiry about Cheng Luojia might not necessarily indicate a fondness for him. Suddenly, Li Yuan's phone rang urgently, and both of them turned to look. Upon answering, the anguished voice of Cheng's mother came through. "A Yuan, a Luo is missing. He has run away again. We will go find him right away." "Please do not worry." Li Yuan hung up and exchanged a glance with Qiu Si. Qiu Si immediately raised his head, and the fish swirling above swiftly swam back towards the hospital. Cheng Luojia had not yet escaped from there. Chapter 48. Thousand-Eyed Bodhi, Part 6. Cheng Luojia had not had the chance to leave the hospital, nor did he know where to escape. Upon waking, he found himself face to face with the last person he wished to see. His mother was slumped over the hospital bed, her face weary. She frowned slightly, as if her sleep had been troubled. His mother was an incredibly fastidious person who could not abide even a speck of dust in their home. Yet now she was sleeping at the foot of his hospital bed. He knew she must have been utterly exhausted to overlook such things. Because he was there, she could disregard everything else. This was Cheng Luojia's greatest torment. He knew his mother loved him, but that love was so profound that it felt like a shackle. This shackle had confined him for 2 long years, and he no longer wished to live like this. He wanted to leave. Anywhere would do, as long as he did not have to see the constant worry in his mother's eyes. Observing her sleeping soundly, he removed the 4 from his hand and, dragging his injured foot, made his way outside. In the dead of night, the corridor was dark, with only a few distant lights flickering on either side, casting a dim glow over the entire hallway. There were few people in the corridor. Those present were mostly family members of patients, sleeping soundly on folding beds scattered about. They were so deeply asleep that even as he passed by, none stirred. Cheng Luojia leaned against the wall as he walked, nearing the nurse's station when he faintly heard voices. He halted and turned into a storage room, which housed the hospital's folding beds. It was not particularly clean, with a lot of dust, but he didn't mind. As long as he could avoid his mother, it was enough. He nestled himself inside, sitting down and using the light from outside to inspect the bandage on his foot, which had been rewrapped. He thought of Nanxing, recalling that his attitude earlier that day had been rather harsh. He should not have taken out his anger on her, for she was merely an outsider. Cheng Luojia loathed this odd aspect of his personality, feeling as if another person were attached to him, powerless to resist. How wonderful it would be if the incident from 2 years ago had never occurred. The wind howled in his ears, a chilling, suffocating place. "The Luo, can you climb? If you can't, let us take a break." He softly shushed the person of similar age. "Be quiet. The snow is thick on the mountain. Making noise while climbing a snow-covered mountain is a climber's taboo." The snow that has accumulated over the years is very deep. If one were to fire a shot, the entire mountain could potentially avalanche. An avalanche is a terrifying event. There is no escape, and one could be buried in an instant, with no chance to even gasp for breath, as they awaited the arrival of the rescue team. The chilling reality set in. Even if they escaped the clutches of frostbite, the peril of suffocation loomed ominously. Having ascended to their current location, Chung Luojia and Akong both acutely sensed the thinning air. A stark reminder of their struggle to breathe. The weight of their climbing packs grew increasingly burdensome, each step testing their resolve and determination. They pressed on, spotting other climbers in the distance, resembling a battalion of ants laboriously making their way upward. After scaling another 100 meters, Akong paused, sinking to the ground to catch his breath. I never imagined this mountain would be so arduous. We have been preparing for 2 years, he remarked, exhaling heavily. Chung Luojia chuckled softly, replying, what did you expect? That's precisely why we needed 2 years of preparation. Akong's laughter followed, a brief moment of camaraderie amidst their struggle. However, they both knew that resting too long would sap their motivation, which was why they were reluctant to halt their ascent. Akong rose first, his clothing heavy and cumbersome. Akin to a bear lumbering about, he reached out a hand, urging, let us go. Chung Luojia grasped his hand firmly, summoning the strength to rise, and together they continued their climb. With just 400 meters remaining to reach the summit and conquer the mountain, their shared history of adventures flashed through their minds: rock climbing, deep sea diving, skydiving, and bungee jumping, all undertaken in their quest for thrill. Neither of their families approved of such perilous pursuits. They were often reminded of the adage that one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. One misstep could lead to ruin. Yet, they were unwilling to inherit their family legacies and settle into complacent lives. Stalemate ensued, neither side willing to concede. Ultimately, they struck a deal. They could pursue their passions until the age of 30, after which they would return home and abandon all dangerous activities. Time was not on their side. Only a few fleeting years remained to fulfill the ambitions on their list, to make the most of their youth. The snow-covered mountain posed significant challenges, their footprints sinking deep into the soft snow. Suddenly, a distant cry pierced the air, prompting both to look up and witness someone tumbling and scrambling down the slope. Akong quickly gazed upward to spot a protruding, conical formation, marred by fissures. The shouts of the distressed climber drew the attention of others. Seasoned veterans hastily moved to the side, while some, perhaps less experienced, began to yell in panic, urging everyone to flee, fearing an impending avalanche. Frustration surged within Akong as he shouted, "What are you yelling for?" Layers of snow began to peel away, and below, chaos ensued as individuals fled in desperation. Though Chung Luojia and Akong were distanced from the danger and the slope was relatively gentle, the avalanche descended rapidly, cascading downwards like a torrent of mud and rock, at an alarming speed of nearly 20 meters per second. The cries of alarm intensified, and snow began to fall from above, threatening them as well. The relentless snow quickly buried those who had not managed to escape, engulfing the distant figures in an instant. Leaving no trace behind, it took a full 10 minutes for the avalanche to cease, halting its destructive path. By then, rescuers had begun to arrive. Those buried under the snow had little hope of survival after 30 minutes had passed. "We should go see if we can help anyone," Chung Luojia suggested as he raced towards the scene. With Akong following closely behind. In his haste, Chung Luojia stumbled, falling heavily to the ground. When he stood again, pain shot through his ankle. "You stay here. I'll go help," Akong insisted. Chung Luojia nodded, realizing his presence would only complicate matters. Akong reached the site of the rescue, joining others in digging through the thick blanket of snow, determined to save anyone they could. Suddenly, Chung Luojia heard a crack, sending a jolt of fear through him. He glanced in Akong's direction, only to see the previously stable snow cone collapse dramatically, transforming into a larger glacier of white, tumbling downwards. "Akong!" he cried out, but no amount of desperate shouting could prevent Akong from being consumed by the vast expanse of snow. Chung Luojia's mind raced, haunted by the chilling images of white engulfing his friend. If only he hadn't suggested going to help, Akong might still be alive. It was his fault. He had indirectly caused Akong's demise. And he could almost feel Akong's resentment for his words, questioning why he had spoken them. Overwhelmed with guilt, Chung Luojia curled up in a corner, suffocating in the dust and despair. He should have perished alongside Akong. Yet he was the only one who returned. Tormented by his conscience, he found himself trapped in a prison of remorse, unable even to step outside his home. Akong had often said that once they completed their plans, they would return home. If I can't make it, please fulfill my dreams for me, he had implored. The pain was not solely emotional. It resonated physically within him. Chung Luojia gasped, and in that moment, he envisioned Akong standing before him. Aluo, he snapped back to reality. It was not Akong, but Li Yuan, the one who had chosen to return home to inherit his family's business as they reached adulthood together. Chiu Ci, noticing his distress, said, I'll go fetch a doctor. As he departed, Yin and Yang followed closely behind, accompanying him to the infirmary. Lin Man illuminated the room with her phone's flashlight, her eyes widening in shock at Chung Luojia's pallid complexion. Nearly ashen, a mere breath away from death, Li Yuan knelt beside him, gripping his shoulder firmly. Aluo, wake up. The doctor will be here shortly. Chung Luojia recognized the voice. It was Li Yuan, yet the face before him morphed into Akong's. In that moment, everyone resembled Akong to him, the friend who had long been buried beneath the snowy mountain. He heard the sounds of sobbing and urgent reassurances, figures bustling about with hurried footsteps. The cacophony gradually quieted, and as the four-drip infused him with sustenance, Chung Luojia slowly regained consciousness. He lay still, devoid of expression, his gaze fixed on the sterile white walls of the hospital. Aluo. His mother's voice was hoarse and strained, her grip on his hand trembling as she wept. You're finally awake. Chung Luojia remained unresponsive, slightly turning his head to see Li Yuan and Lin Man, childhood friends who reminded him painfully of the lost Akong. Please leave, he said. Li Yuan nodded slightly, understanding. Not you? Cheng Luojia addressed his mother. You should go. Stunned, she faltered, her hands shaking with immense sorrow. You still resent me for not allowing you to leave home, don't you? So you escaped? Have you considered my feelings? I know you're suffering, but I am suffering even more. Chung Luojia gently closed his eyes. Please, just go. He felt powerless to resist but longed to escape the sorrowful pity reflected in her eyes. He knew his mother loved him, yet that love had become a shackle, binding him to the confines of home. He was a human, not a pet. She was in pain, and so was he, unable to bear it any longer. His mother turned away, dabbing her tears as she exited. Lin Man, seeing this, hurried after her to offer comfort. Chung Luojia's father, witnessing his son's obstinacy, exclaimed angrily, Do you think your mother has only worried about you for the past 2 years? Since you abandoned your family and studies at adulthood, she has not slept a sound night. She fears for your safety, yet you continue to defy her. And now you demand she leave. That is your mother. I know. Chung Luojia felt a deeper agony as he spoke. That I know. Dad, I understand Mom loves me, and I love her too, but I am truly suffering. He found himself stuck in a situation where he could neither refuse nor sever ties. Leading to the person he had become today, he obeyed his mother, remaining homebound, hoping to ease her worries. Yet, he realized he was mistaken. His mother's love felt like chains, and while she found solace, he was left in torment. Chung Luojia's father, rendered speechless by his son's perspective, stormed out in frustration, unable to grasp his son's feelings. The hospital room fell silent, leaving only Li Yuan and Chung Luojia. He waited for Chung Luojia to regain his composure before speaking. I understand why you chose to escape today. I know where you intended to go. Chung Luojia stared blankly at the white walls, responding, Yes, today marks the anniversary of Akong's passing. 2 years since our ill-fated climb. It had been a day devoid of wind or snow, specifically chosen for its favorable conditions, yet it had turned into Akong's memorial. He closed his eyes slowly, murmuring, You should leave too. Li Yuan comprehended him. No matter what he said now, Chung Luojia would not absorb it. He stepped outside, closing the door behind him. He lingered in the corridor for quite some time. Reflecting on the past, both youth and adulthood, he stood at a crossroads. To the left lay the Li family business, to the right, the path of friendship. He pondered through the night, ultimately choosing the left path. From that moment on, he had irrevocably distanced himself from their world, diverging further with each step. The room remained still, like the dead of night. Chung Luojia lay on the hospital bed, still replaying the recent events in his mind, loathing his helplessness. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged in the room. Chung Luojia thought he was hallucinating. Even if he were to see a ghost, he felt no fear. If he had nothing left to lose, what could he possibly fear? He slowly sat up, finding the empty hospital room devoid of any presence. After a moment, the shadow reappeared. A cold breeze swept through as the figure stood at the foot of his bed, silently observing him. Chung Luojia returned the gaze, his expression blank. Wow, how can you show no reaction at all? Feng Yuan, feeling wounded by Chung Luojia's indifferent stare, lamented the loss of respect as a spectral being. Chung Luojia inquired, "Who are you? Are you here to take me away, a ghostly messenger? Do I have a bull's head or a horse's face?" Feng Yuan removed his hat and politely bowed towards him, saying, "I sense that someone here required my presence, hence my arrival." Chung Luojia felt a twinge of disappointment and inquired, "You did not come to take me away, then what purpose do you serve?" Feng Yuan replied, "You have someone you wish to resurrect. You seek to ask him a few questions personally, do you not?" Chung Luojia was momentarily taken aback. Feng Yuan smiled gently and said, "I can assist you, but the price is your eyes for the next life." He then introduced himself, stating, "I am Feng Yuan, from the Yin Yang Intermediary Agency." Chapter 49, Thousand-Eyed Bodhi, Part 7. Perhaps having been persuaded by his son the previous day, Chung Fu noticed that his son seemed somewhat better today and was more cooperative with his treatment, no longer dismissing people so casually. However, the heart of his wife had already been shattered by their son, and she did not come today, opting instead to rest at a nearby hotel. Though she claimed to be resting, it was likely that she was simply crying there. After visiting his son, Chung Fu returned to the hotel to be with his wife, entrusting Li Yuan and Lin Man to keep an eye on things. Before leaving, he said, Yuan, Luo is quite stubborn. If he says anything harsh, do not take it to heart. Currently, you are the only one he is willing to see." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Once Chung Fu departed, Lin Man, who was holding onto Li Yuan's arm, sighed and remarked, Luo, who was once so cheerful, has turned into this. It must be hard for everyone." "Indeed," Li Yuan replied, "you should get some rest. I will head to the ward." Lin Man considered that there were likely things Luo would prefer not to say in her presence, as their interaction was merely due to business ties between their families. Thus, she released his arm and said, "I will rest for a while. I will get up around noon to have lunch with you." "All right." As soon as Lin Man left, Li Yuan entered the ward. Chung Luojia was already sitting up, gazing out the window. Outside, a cluster of unknown tall trees thrived well, though autumn had set in, and some leaves were beginning to wither, with birds constantly flying by, causing the dry leaves to sway precariously. Chung Luojia heard footsteps and turned his head to see Li Yuan, asking, "Where is Man Man?" She went back to the hotel. Chung Luojia smiled faintly, saying, "She liked to cling to you since childhood. Among our group, she never favored anyone else but you, and it remains the same." Li Yuan took a seat on a nearby stool and replied, "Do you not remember? The first time our families met, she was the youngest, dressed like a little princess, and you boys were bullying her." Chung Luojia was surprised and said, "I don't recall." Li Yuan remembered that Lin Man was merely 4 or 5 years old. While they were already 10 that day, their families had gathered for a feast when they spotted Lin Man. It was unclear who suggested teasing her, but they ended up making her cry. Had he not intervened, she would have likely continued crying for quite some time. From that day forth, Lin Man began following him. Chung Luojia still could not recollect, but he thought it insignificant. He asked, "Yuan, do you believe in the supernatural?" Li Yuan sensed a shift in the conversation and replied, "Do not dwell on such thoughts." Chung Luojia was not contemplating death. He was merely reflecting on the person who had suddenly appeared last night, claiming to be from the Yin Yang Intermediary Agency. He chose not to share further with Li Yuan, as he had already consented to the arrangement, to relinquish his eyes for the next life in exchange for one last meeting with a Kong. That person would arrive today, and he was waiting. The plane arrived at its destination just before noon. After disembarking, Nan Xing made her way towards the hospital. Along the way, she received a message from Qiu Ci, inquiring if she had had lunch yet. Qiu Ci asked 3 questions nearly every day. "Have you had breakfast? Have you had lunch? Have you had dinner?" She responded in the same manner each time. Period. The moment she saw Qiu Ci's name, she was reminded of that day when she called out to him, a Ci, her voice soft and melodious, echoing in her ears like a song on repeat. Refusing to fade away, moments later, in the hospital garden, Qiu Xi received her reply, expecting yet another period, but this time it was different. Not yet. He smiled and said, "Go eat. It's almost noon." After a brief pause, he added, "If you're here, I'll treat you to a meal." A moment later, her response came, "Okay." Qiu Xi furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if her agreement pertained to the first or second statement. It should be the first. Surely it couldn't be the second. How could Nanxing suddenly appear in this city? He dismissed the thought, feeling he was overthinking. Before he could check his phone again, the screen lit up once more with a message from Nanxing. "I'm at the east gate of the hospital." Qiu Xi paused, filled with confusion, but he proceeded towards the east gate. Was it truly Nanxing? How could she possibly be here? The hospital was vast, with 4 entrances, and it took him a full 15 minutes to walk from the west side to the east. Upon arrival, he indeed saw Nanxing standing beneath a tree. He hurried over, almost wishing to pinch her cheek to confirm her authenticity. Regardless, he was delighted. Nanxing observed the joy in his eyes and tilted her head, saying, "Let us go eat." Qiu Xi grinned. "All right, I know a great restaurant. It's a half-hour walk through a side road. Are you hungry?" "Not particularly." "Then let us proceed."